Chapter 159. The Bloodline of the Divine Dragon. Bloodline of the Divine Dragon. Description: an incomplete and tenuous bloodline of the Divine Dragon, granting 10,000 health per level, 10,000 mana per level, 100 physical defense per level, 100 magical defense per level, and a minus 100 temptation resistance. Special note: your allure towards the feminine gender has significantly increased, as has your interest in them. Special note: under the influence of this talent, you will disregard reproductive isolation with the majority of races females, potentially producing exceptionally outstanding offspring. Allure? Interest? Disregarding reproductive isolation? Exceptional offspring? I absolutely do not desire this. This is utterly a worthless talent. Such a magnificent name for the divine dragon bloodline wasted. At the very least, grant me an increase in combat power. What nonsense is this? Bai Jin was rendered speechless, feeling that the enchanting dance of Mei Hua beside him was filled with mystery and beauty. Even the five-tailed succubi of the bloody and brutal minotaurs appeared irresistibly alluring. Casting a glance at the fearsome, six-winged, flying demon commander, Bai Jin instantly sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I have no interest in the masculine gender at all. I have managed to uphold half of my principles. Dragons give birth to 9 offspring, each distinct. It appears that the divine dragon bloodline is the primary reason, endowing me with a heightened allure towards females as well as an increased interest in them. Is this not a reciprocal attraction? Bai Jin now held a genuine grievance against this divine dragon bloodline talent, as it had inexplicably conferred an astonishing 240,000 points of physical and magical defense to the windowing dragonbird, causing one of his grand plans to collapse entirely. That 10 damage reflection had become utterly useless, and the talents that complemented it had been somewhat wasted. What does this temptation resistance minus 100 mean? Am I destined to be utterly defenseless against various temptations in the future? Bai Jin glanced at the tender gaze of Mei Hua beside him, sensing her beauty while realizing she would not incite him to rage, thereby rendering him less concerned about this temptation resistance minus 100. Subsequently, Bai Jin began to examine the all-new rapid charge talent. This skill better not present any anomalies. I rely on it to possess a semblance of combat capability. He inspected it with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, which led to a great sigh of relief. Indeed, there are no irregularities. Rapid charge, earth level, temporary. Effect, semi-passive talent. Your impact-related physical actions are accelerated by an additional 800. Excellent, excellent. Now my speed in thrusting the golden cudgel is even swifter, and my combat power has finally seen a significant enhancement. Bai Jin observed the windowing dragonbird beside him, which could hover in the air without even flapping its wings. This majestic bird had a wingspan exceeding 5 meters and a length surpassing 2 meters, qualifying it as a grand avian creature. In stark contrast to the windowing spirit bird's delicate and agile appearance, this windowing dragonbird exuded an air of nobility, and even the gentle breeze encircling it seemed to possess a far superior quality compared to the surrounding atmosphere. A single windowing dragonbird, under the influence of the Legion will, boasted a health pool of 39.6 million, 91.08 million, barely qualifying it as extraordinarily resilient. The extreme weakness regarding the Legion will that Bai Jin had previously worried about had also been alleviated. If the opponent's attacks were overwhelmingly powerful and directed at the health-laden windowing dragonbird, the damage would be distributed across all windowing dragonbirds, each possessing a 10 damage reflection capability. Considering the current level, the total health of 230 windowing dragonbirds is 30,564,000,000, and the 10 reflection amounts to 3,564,000. That figure is indeed reliable. With a leap, Bai Jin effortlessly landed on the back of the windowing dragonbird. Win! As Bai Jin issued his command, a gentle breeze enveloped him, subsequently securing him firmly upon the bird's back. This was merely a slight application of his profound wind elemental body. Splendid. At last, I possess a stylish and reliable flying steed. Ascend. With Bai Jin's command, the windowing dragonbird glided smoothly through various aerial maneuvers, its flying skills even surpassing those of the six-winged flying demon commander endowed with the flight talent. The profound wind elemental body is indeed formidable. Bai Jin soared on the wind-winged dragonbird towards Meihua, swallowing hard as he beheld her up close. This divine dragon bloodline talent is utterly inconceivable. However, the wind-winged dragonbird is so powerful that I cannot simply disregard it. Alas, I cannot fathom what I will become in the future. It feels as though all these temporary talents are steering me down a treacherous path. Bai Jin disregarded the captivating, large eyes of Mei Wu, which shimmered with the ability to speak, and subsequently withdrew all his summoned entities before exiting the dungeon. Enter the hell-level Minotaur dungeon. Bai Jin resolutely continued to grind through the instance, determined to ascend to the 3rd tier with this endeavor. Prompt. The Minotaur clan of the savage beast realm trembles in fear of your formidable presence. You exude a potent aura of slaughter associated with the Minotaurs, causing them to refuse entry to the battlefield. What was happening? I merely eradicated a multitude of Minotaurs within the dungeon. Why does the Minotaur clan of the savage beast realm fear me? Bai Jin felt somewhat speechless, as he initially believed that after grinding through this hell dungeon 4 times, he would seamlessly ascend to the 3rd tier, only to face an unexpected turn of events. Whoosh! Bai Jin's figure vanished without a trace. Sister Xiaobing. Murong Xiaobing gazed at Bai Jin, her eyes filled with an odd expression. Your aura has become so potent that it is almost impossible to suppress. What extraordinary encounter have you had? How peculiar. The essence emanating from you suggests a capability to produce exceptional offspring in companionship. It is truly outrageous. Murong Xiaobing circled around Bai Jin, her intrigue palpable. Sister Xiaobing, someone bestowed upon me a drop of divine dragon blood. I utilized it. Divine dragon blood? I comprehend now. Utilizing it is merely a matter of course. After all, the instinct to reproduce is deeply ingrained within the genes of countless races, so it is not particularly significant. E is quite generous, giving away divine dragon blood so readily. Murong Xiaobing mused. Bai Jin's interest was piqued. This was the first time he had heard that name. Sister Xiaobing, is E the member of the Bai family who provided me with the divine dragon blood? Murong Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback, casting an extraordinarily peculiar look at Bai Jin again and again. You are unaware? My aunt mentioned that a member of the Bai family gave this to me, advising me to use it if I found it beneficial, without concern for any ties to the Bai family. Bai Jin clarified. Murong Xiaobing let out a derisive laugh. Your aunt truly lacks both strength and insight. From the moment she took you away, you have had no connection to the Bai family of the Southern Domain, a fact acknowledged by all the powerful figures of the Ninth Domain. At this juncture, you do not even dare to disclose the identity of the one who gifted you such a rare item as divine dragon blood. It is indeed a case of ignorance, accompanying long hair. Murong Xiaobing remarked. Bai Jin looked up, observing Murong Xiaobing's flowing black hair, which cascaded almost to her waist. When the beautiful maiden's hair reaches her waist, will she consider marrying me? A bizarre thought flickered through Bai Jin's mind, prompting him to swiftly shake his head to dispel it, while simultaneously reflecting on the truly depraved and absurd nature of the dragon bloodline. Many misconstrued his relationship with Murong Xiaobing as one of her being his benefactor. Rumors circulated outside, with even his younger sister Lu Ruyin and his aunt holding such beliefs. However, Bai Jin understood clearly that he harbored no such intentions toward her, nor did she possess any romantic inclinations towards him, as confirmed by the perception of the 5-tailed succubus Mei Wu. Murong Xiaobing's expression turned grave. Bai Jin, in my view, the matters concerning the Bai family of the Southern Domain are merely a catastrophic incident resulting from a single misstep. That event is now in the past, yet you cannot remain uninformed about certain truths. The individual who granted you the divine dragon blood is Bai Yi, your half-sister. What? Bai Jin exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his head in surprise. Chapter 160. Is my father a scoundrel? With a deft flick of her finger, Murong Xiaobing conjured a virtual projection, revealing the very girl who had once guided him. My half-sister? Bai Jin remained incredulous, as his aunt had never divulged such matters to him. Murong Xiaobing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, a resilient yet pitiable girl. Her mother perished within the instance, and subsequently, your father pursued your mother, one of the renowned beauties of the 9 domains, who is approximately 4 or 5 years his senior. Bai Jin fell silent, recalling the 2 encounters he had with the girl, who seemed to bear the weight of significant responsibilities. He had been raised quietly in the Misty Sea-based city under his aunt's care. But it was evident that her life had been far from easy. With a tinge of discomfort, he inquired, "Is my father really a scoundrel?" Morong Xiaobing appeared taken aback, then shook her head. "Your father should not be labeled as such. The definition of a scoundrel typically denotes someone who abandons their commitments or is fickle in love. Your father pursued your mother only after his first wife passed away." Bai Jin interjected. Is she shouldering the responsibilities of the Bai family in the south?" Morong Xiaobing shook her head. "It is not a simple matter, Bai Jin. Since we have broached this topic, allow me to share what I know about those events. Please, sit down. I shall prepare you some tea. Summarize, please take a seat. I will brew the tea," Bai Jin insisted. Very well. The two settled down, and Bai Jin began to boil water and steep the tea while Morong Xiaobing commenced her narration. "From what I have gathered, your father ascended to the 5th tier and was among the most formidable of that rank, possessing 2 exceptionally powerful 5th-tier beast familiars. He became the 3rd king of beast tamers in the Bai family of the south and was the mightiest among them. Subsequently, the 3 5th-tier individuals devised plans to establish a family domain and acted upon them. For reasons unknown, they encountered the Void Demon Realm, a well-developed world far superior to our entire 9th domain, which a mere family could scarcely withstand. Ultimately, the elite forces from the Void Demon Realm amassed their armies, seeking to engulf our 9th domain. When the might of an entire world descended, the 9th domain could not fully resist. As a result, the entire southern region fell under the shadow of the Void Demon Realm's power, leading to the demise of 108 base cities and over 1 billion ordinary practitioners. Morong Xiaobing's eyes reflected boundless sorrow. This was the first time Bai Jin had heard of the tragic events from that time being so harrowing. Over 1 billion lives lost. Not merely hundreds or thousands. Did those practitioners possess no means to resist? He asked. Morong Xiaobing nodded. Under the influence of the world's aura, those below the 4th tier had no capacity for resistance. You will come to understand this later. While the 3rd tier can be achieved through resources, the 4th tier relies solely on one's innate talent. Without sufficient talent, the possibility of advancing to the 4th tier is virtually non-existent. Bai Jin nodded. What transpired afterward? Did the entire 9th domain unite to fend off this calamity? Morong Xiaobing confirmed. At that time, the 9th domain possessed only one formidable force, the Valkyrie Legion under the domain lord's command. After that battle, the Valkyrie Legion, which was even capable of invading other worlds, nearly met its demise. Including myself and many sisters from various battalions, we faced a grim fate. Ultimately, it was your mother, Tang Ling, who sacrificed herself completely. Your mother was at the 4th tier, with a divine talent for holy light. Her self-immolation was insufficient to turn the tide of battle. Yet the domain lord seized the opportunity to slay a significant figure from the Void Demon race, instilling fear in the others, which prompted their retreat. Now you understand why I sought to meet you in the Misty Sea-based city and gifted you that space crystal. Morong Xiaobing spoke softly. Bai Jin nodded, feeling a sense of yearning for the mother he could not remember. Summarize. Although I lack memories of my mother, her actions were indeed noble. Morong Xiaobing nearly spat her tea in surprise. Wiping her mouth, she replied, Bai Jin, though it may be uncomfortable to admit, you overestimate your mother. Her actions were not solely for the sake of saving others. Excuse me? Bai Jin asked, bewildered. The calamity had prompted the 4th and 5th tiers of the Bai family in the south to fight desperately, and your father, as a top 5th tier beast king, naturally fought at the front lines. Your mother's self-immolation was a reaction to your father being slain by a prominent figure of the Void Demon race, leading her to break down emotionally and ultimately choose to share the same fate. However, this act indeed triggered subsequent events, and we have all borne a debt of gratitude to your mother. Hence, the Valkyrie Legion has always treated you with kindness, offering many precious resources upon recognizing your extraordinary talent. Morong Xiaobing elucidated. Bai Jin silently refilled her teacup. Summarize, my aunt was only at the 3rd tier. You mentioned that those below the 4th tier could not withstand the Void Demon Realm's power. How then did my aunt survive? Could it be that her exceptional talent allowed her to evade disaster by burning her abilities? Listening to Bai Jin's inquiry, Morong Xiaobing gazed at him in astonishment, leaving Bai Jin perplexed. Bai Jin, does your aunt truly keep everything from you? How could she raise you without sharing the past? Bai Jin was taken aback. Is there more to it? Morong Xiaobing nodded. In that battle, only your aunt, you, and Ru Yin survived among all those below the 4th tier across the 108 cities of the south. Never mind, let me retrieve something for you to see. Morong Xiaobing gently closed her eyes, and moments later, with a wave of her hand, a crystal ball appeared before Bai Jin. A projection materialized, revealing a scene filled with chaotic and sinister energies, where figures clashed in a brutal struggle both on the ground and in the sky. In a modest room, a 2-year-old child was propped up, supporting himself against an even smaller child. The eerie aura loomed, and the smaller child appeared lifeless. A woman, in a frenzy, burst into the room, young Aunt Tang Yun. She beheld the overturned table that had fallen upon the two children, the older boy leaning awkwardly against one corner of the table, while the smaller girl lay unconscious beneath him. Unlike the older boy, the little girl radiated a faint glow, thanks to this luminescence. She and the boy beneath her were not entirely engulfed by the sinister aura. The woman frantically pushed aside the table, cradling the two children in her arms. After a thorough inspection, despair etched her face as she gazed at the boy whose body had grown mostly rigid. She bit her lip resolutely, and in the end, an overwhelming surge of holy light erupted, clashing with the sinister aura enveloping the boy. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the sinister energies dissipated, leaving the woman unconscious while cradling the two children. The scene concluded there. Chapter 161, The Sacrifice of My Aunt. Bai Jin clenched his fists tightly. Wong Hao pointed at the crystal ball, bringing it before Bai Jin. I am a person who distinguishes clearly between grievances and gratitude. Your mother's self-immolation indirectly saved many sisters of the Legion, but at that time, I was a 5th-tier space mage. If I had wished to leave, none could have detained me. Thus, I do not consider your mother as having saved me, only that I owe her a slight debt of gratitude. As you can see, your aunt was at the 3rd tier at that time, and her mastery of the celestial holy light was limited. Thus, she could only expel the taint of the void demon realm from you by sacrificing her own soul. According to the subsequent analysis of the calamity, your aunt was in the main city during the incident, while Lu Rian was left at your home to play with you. Once the battle commenced, your mother cast a holy light shield to protect you and Lu Rian before joining your father to fight side by side. In comparison to your mother, who burned herself for your father, I believe your aunt's sacrifices for you were somewhat excessive. Our analysis indicates that it was likely because you, a mere 2-year-old child, were aware of the need to protect her daughter. Moreover, with the loss of her sister, she could not bear to leave you in peril. Under these circumstances, she burned her celestial holy light talent to save you, making you and Lu Rian the only 2 surviving children beneath the 4th tier in the 108 cities of the southern region. You survived, but there are still millions of underage children in the 108 cities, many of whom were even younger than you, who perished innocently. Bai Jin, do you now understand why the Bai family of the southern region is cursed by countless professionals from the 9th domain? Wong Hao inquired softly. Bai Jin nodded and stored the crystal ball in his inventory. Sister Xia, I understand. Even if this calamity was unintentionally triggered, the consequences it wrought are indescribably vile. Wong Hao gently nodded. Today, I have shared so much with you not to impose any sense of responsibility upon you. Do not entertain any foolish notions of compensating for the Bai family's sins. Do not let your aunt's care go to waste. Bai Jin nodded solemnly. Sister Xia, rest assured. I am not foolish. By the way, what is the situation with my aunt's husband? Bai Jin was determined to understand these matters his aunt had never disclosed to him. And as a 5th-tier spatial magician, Wong Hao surely had reliable information, perhaps even more accurate than what his aunt knew. Wong Hao's expression turned peculiar. Your uncle and your aunt initially placed Lu Rian in your home for your mother to look after, while they enjoyed their own world in the main city. Bai Jin. After the disaster struck, the domain lord summoned all 4th and 5th-tier individuals from the 9th domain to confront the Void Demon clan in the southern region. Your uncle, being a 4th-tier war king, was naturally among those summoned. According to subsequent reports, after escorting your aunt to your home, he drew away the nearby Void Demons, ultimately sacrificing his life in battle. Bai Jin felt a pang of emotion upon realizing how his uncle, whom he had no memory of, had perished. Sister Xia, my sister exhibited abnormal behavior at that time. She radiated holy light. Why didn't the Valkyrie battle group keep her for training? Wong Hao lightly tapped Bai Jin. You don't actually believe that the Valkyrie battle group just handed your aunt a first-class guardian token and left it at that, do you? Seeing Bai Jin's puzzled expression, Wong Hao rolled her eyes. Lu Rian has been beautiful since childhood. It was one thing when she was young, but what about middle school and high school? Bai Jin, has anyone ever harassed Lu Rian? This, Bai Jin suddenly realized. His little sister had been extraordinarily beautiful since childhood and had become a stunning fairy in the eyes of others by middle school. However, not only had she never been harassed, but she hadn't even received a love letter. They had encountered no disrespectful incidents at school, on the way home, in shopping malls, or during outings. It now seemed evident that the Valkyrie battle group must have secretly assigned someone to protect her, and after her awakening, the Valkyrie Academy had directly recruited her, with 2 4th-tier experts personally safeguarding her. Well, I've shared so much, there is a small motivation behind it. Back then, your sister Bai Yi, though young, had quite the temper. She was displeased with your father remarrying your mother after her own mother's death, so she lived with her aunt, who is also her mother's sister, within the Valkyrie battle group. Your sister's aunt was a 4th-tier warrior and perished in that battle. Subsequently, the sisters of the group raised your sister. I have watched your biological sister Bai grow up, and I truly feel for her. Your strength will undoubtedly shine in the future, and I do not wish to see you burdened by the Bai family in the southern region. However, if possible, it would be reasonable for you to lend your sister a bit of support. Morong Xiaobing spoke earnestly. Bai Jin nodded. Sister Xia, you need not worry. Just for that dragon's blood, I will repay according to my ability. No need to force anything. I merely mentioned it. Your sister is not a fragile girl. And in the future, it may well be a matter of mutual support. Now, with idle chatter aside, let us discuss your pressing matters. Bai Jin, how did you manage to repeatedly farm a hellish dungeon? Bai Jin was taken aback. Sister Xia, I only cleared the same hellish dungeon 4 times in a row. That's not excessive, is it? 4 times. And consecutively. Why are you being so reckless? Wait, Bai Jin, I know you skipped class, but haven't you self-studied at all? Morong Xiaobing asked with a peculiar expression. Self-study? You're not an academic prodigy. Skipping class is one thing, but lacking even the initiative for self-study? No wonder you're in this predicament. Morong Xiaobing chided. Bai Jin hurriedly poured tea for her. Sister Xia, I've been rather busy lately, so. Morong Xiaobing snorted softly. Busy? I understand. Young people simply cannot control their desires. The key is that what you summoned is a creature, and even if it possesses some intelligence, it is not human. Your behavior is somewhat perverse and alarming. Bai Jin. All right, since I have nothing better to do, let me teach you how to properly farm a hellish dungeon. Bai Jin's spirit soared. Sister Xia, I would love to hear all about it. Morong Xiaobing seemed to enjoy Bai Jin's flattery, adjusting her posture, causing Bai Jin to lower his head, unable to look at her. Observing this, Morong Xiaobing revealed a hint of a triumphant smile. In hellish dungeons, there exist real lives from other worlds. If you kill too many or too quickly, the other world will continuously assess your strength. Having cleared the hellish dungeon 4 times in succession, I suspect you were speed farming, which would lead the other world to consider you as an existence it cannot defeat in that dungeon. In such a case, if you were the other world's will, would you send forth your own real lives to be easily killed by the opponent? Bai Jin quickly shook his head. No. If I were the will of the other world and encountered such a situation, I would simply blacklist the opponent. Morong Xiaobing nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. The situation you are facing now is precisely that. Bai Jin. Chapter 162. Feigning weakness, ruthlessly farming. Bai Jin quickly asked, Sister Xia, is there a solution? Morong Xiaobing nodded. Of course, there is a solution. Please describe the general situation within the hellish dungeon, and I will think of a way to assist you. Bai Jin recounted the circumstances of the Minotaur dungeon, and Morong Xiaobing appeared to understand. Bring me a corpse of the Minotaur. With a swoosh, Bai Jin produced the corpse of a Minotaur captain. Without any action from Morong Xiaobing, the corpse of the Minotaur captain disintegrated into countless tiny particles. Indeed, the realm of demons is truly formidable, exhibiting an astonishing degree of transformation. It appears that our strategy is proving effective as we introduce weaker foes to the mightier adversaries, who, finding delight in the challenge, spring into action decisively. Excellent. Bai Jin, you just mentioned that you hastily cleared the hell-level dungeon, and upon being denied entry thereafter, you received the indication that the Minotaurs of the savage beast realm fear your formidable prowess and thus refuse to engage you in combat. In light of this, I shall propose a method for you to attempt. Bai Jin straightened his posture attentively. Sister Xiaobing, please enlighten me. Morong Xiaobing stretched languidly, exuding an aura of elegance, prompting Bai Jin to avert his gaze hastily. It is quite simple. Attempt to enter the dungeon once more. Should you be met with the same refusal, communicate with the 9th domain, expressing your desire to engage the Minotaur clan in a desperate battle to the death. You may even consider relaxing certain conditions to persuade them that they can defeat you, thereby significantly increasing the likelihood of annihilating a vast number of Minotaurs in one fell swoop. However, exercise caution. Do not make the conditions too lenient, lest you find yourself vanquished on the battlefield. You may indeed have 100 powerful savage bulls to absorb damage for you, but invincibility is a myth. Do you understand? Morong Xiaobing cautioned solemnly. Bai Jin nodded earnestly. Sister Xiaobing, rest assured, I comprehend. By the way, do you have any additional advice? Morong Xiaobing shot him an exasperated glance. You, with your absolute substitute skill and 100 mighty bulls to absorb damage, are in an enviable position. Allow me to share the optimal method for conquering hell-level dungeons, ensuring you encounter far fewer refusals in the future. Bai Jin immediately listened attentively, even producing paper and pen to take notes. Morong Xiaobing chuckled softly. Bai Jin, our 9th domain is quite unique. Numerous other worlds covet our domain. However, the 9th domain is not as weak as it may seem. If we were to liken other worlds to a pack of wild dogs, the 9th domain would be a large stone exuding the aroma of meat. The wild dogs may possess sharp teeth and claws, yet they have little chance of gnawing through the stone to devour it. Thus, they must gradually wear it down, and the existence of dungeons serves this purpose. The corpses of our profession are akin to that enticing aroma to other worlds. Their acquisition is a form of gain. And the greater the talent and strength of a professional, the more delectable the scent becomes. Hence, those capable of clearing hell-level dungeons are the strongest among their ranks, representing the very essence that other worlds yearn to consume. I just stated that your performance is, in a sense, visible to these other worlds, and therein lies our opportunity. Particularly for you, with your absolute substitute and 100 bulls to absorb damage, it is exceedingly difficult for you to be slain. This allows you to engage in arduous battles and gradually eliminate all the monsters in the Hell Dungeon with the aid of those rune javelins. This will lead other worlds to perceive you as exceptionally talented, yet not overwhelmingly powerful, merely slightly superior to their own invested forces. In their eyes, you will become a target they are eager to devour. If you encounter such a situation, would you refuse? Morong Xiaobing said with a hint of excitement. Bai Jin suddenly had an epiphany, gazing at the exquisite woman before him with admiration. Sister Xiaobing, I understand now. To win will be arduous and painstaking, and I must present myself as nearly defeated. This will surely frustrate the other worlds. Exactly. If you had dedicated yourself to learning, you could have realized this much sooner. Such a method is the best approach for many powerful professionals to maximize their limit attributes and skill points. Morong Xiaobing replied, somewhat exasperated. Bai Jin chuckled sheepishly. Sister Xiaobing, won't the other worlds catch on to this? Once or twice might be manageable, but if a multitude of strong individuals employs this tactic, they surely cannot remain oblivious. Morong Xiaobing shot him a disbelieving look. I've told you, you need to study more diligently. Do you think the will of the other worlds resembles our human consciousness? Bai Jin queried, is it not? Certainly not. If it were so, our 9th domain would have been consumed long ago. How frustrating it is that I must serve as your tutor. Let me clarify. Other worlds are generally complete entities, instinctively striving to evolve and grow stronger. That is the nature of a world, perpetually in a state of flux. However, no world possesses independent consciousness. If it did, it would not be classified as a world, but rather as a life form akin to a world in size. A world operates solely on instinct, lacking specific concepts. Thus, even if you disclose your plans, it will not affect its judgment. However, during battle, do not feign weakness. Ensure that your struggle appears genuinely challenging. This is no simple feat for other professionals, as one misstep could lead to disaster. Yet, with your absolute substitute and savage bulls, combined with your naturally weaker form, you need only withdraw your summons and engage in individual combat, allowing you to achieve a hard-fought victory with little pretense. Now you comprehend your most significant advantage in this endeavor, correct? Hurry back and log on to the Super God Academy website. It contains a wealth of knowledge for you to explore. With a swish, Bai Jin found himself in the palace of his younger sister, Lu Rian. Both Jinsei and Qing He were absent, and upon opening his computer, he discovered that he could access the Super God Academy website without the need for registration. Indeed, it was brimming with various kinds of knowledge. Suddenly, Mei Wu appeared. Master, Mei Wu, come, let me teach you the written language of our world. Yes, master. I can summon several more sisters. They also possess the ability to learn and can later consolidate the knowledge they acquire. What? It can be done that way? Bai Jin was genuinely astonished, promptly summoning 9 alluring maidens, a display of power already known to the Valkyries. He swiftly retrieved several tablets, and the maidens began to learn alongside him in small groups. Locating introductory educational materials, Bai Jin commenced teaching Mei Wu and the others the written language of the human race in the 9th domain. 10 minutes later, Bai Jin felt somewhat disheartened. After only a brief teaching session, Mei Wu was already adeptly operating the tablet for independent study, and she was doing so with remarkable accuracy. The 10 maidens diligently began their studies, while Bai Jin himself held a tablet, reviewing the information previously mentioned by Morong Xiaobing. After a thorough examination, Bai Jin understood precisely how to proceed. Without delay, he rose, ready to put his plans into action. A glance at the tablets being used by Mei Wu caused a buzzing sensation in his head. Stop. What are you downloading? How to become a man's white moonlight. What are you learning these useless things for? And these volumes on how to serve men, what purpose do they serve? And these extravagant and unseemly dance videos, are you intending to learn how to dance? Why not study something respectable like classical dance? Is this the kind of classical dance you refer to, master? I've lost my mind. This is classical dance. Yet how does it appear even more ridiculous than before? Can classical dance truly be like this? Oh my, the 108 styles. Mei Wu, have you lost your mind? This is forbidden literature. Where on earth did you download this? Master, I simply searched casually and found plenty. Look, it's this website, and it has an abundance of content. What the heck? What is going on with the Super God Academy's official website? How did it gain access to all of this? Do you truly believe we are all earnest students dedicated to enhancing our abilities? At least Yang Wei certainly is not. Bai Jin felt a twinge of unease. He realized he had underestimated the Super God Academy, as the network permissions were likely boundless. Master, just now, the sisters have already downloaded a wealth of knowledge. And in the future, our studies in the dungeon shall not be hindered. Very well, hand me the tablet. You shall study within the dungeon later. Prioritize your core subjects over extracurricular readings. Yes, Master, rest assured, we shall diligently study to serve you. Having summoned all 10 succubi into the summoning space, Bai Jin gazed at the scattered materials they had left behind, but ultimately chose not to delete them. These succubi possessed intellect, and such an action could hurt their feelings. Those who treat me with sincerity, I shall repay 1,000-fold. Hastening to the dungeon area, Bai Jin attempted once more to enter the Minotaur dungeon, and as before, he received the same response. Entry was not permitted. Esteemed will of the 9th domain. May I communicate with the Savage Beast Realm to engage in a life-or-death battle with the Minotaur clan? Response. Communication established. The Savage Beast Realm is quite pleased. Please present specific battle conditions. Bai Jin felt as though he had grasped some techniques. After careful contemplation, he finally articulated his specific demands and conditions. Esteemed will of the 9th domain, I have the following conditions. Please assist in conveying them. First, the decisive battle against the Minotaurs of the Savage Beast Realm must take place on a battlefield constructed within the 9th domain, with the Savage Beast Realm refraining from direct intervention. Second, the terrain shall be a plain, facilitating the Minotaur's charge. The slain Minotaurs will serve as sustenance for my Iron Blood War Bull King, and in exchange for collecting their corpses, I request the special resources necessary for my ascension. Third, the Minotaurs entering the battlefield must not exceed Tier 3 in strength nor be of a quality greater than Earth Grade. Fourth, the battle shall conclude only when one side is entirely vanquished. Fifth, should I emerge victorious, I wish to receive resources to elevate my 5-tailed succubus to celestial grade quality. Sixth, the Savage Beast Realm may only deploy Minotaurs within 3 days, with a minimum of 1 billion to be released and no further reinforcements thereafter. These conditions were the result of Bai Jin's thorough deliberation. If they were accepted, his survival skills would see a tremendous enhancement. Response. No resources for ascension to celestial grade are available. The Savage Beast Realm does not possess 1 billion Minotaurs. Other conditions may be adjusted as per practical circumstances. No resources for ascension to celestial grade. Bai Jin was perplexed. However, the will of the 9th domain should not deceive him. A world that was not the former Savage Beast Dao region could lack even 1 billion Minotaurs? Could it be that the Savage Beast Realm had not been severely invaded by the Demon Realm? Bai Jin felt a pang of disappointment, but swiftly modified those 2 points. Hint. The Savage Beast Realm has agreed to all conditions. The battlefield is currently being constructed. He sent a message to his sister, instructing her not to worry if she could not find him, and similarly notified Han Shui to refrain from seeking him for the time being due to matters at the Super God Academy. With everything in order, Bai Jin's reserves were exceedingly ample. The supplies from his recent confrontation with the Void Demon Realm had remained largely untouched, sufficient for a prolonged period. Hint. The Death Battle Space has been successfully constructed. Do you wish to enter? Enter the Death Battle Space. His figure vanished, and Bai Jin found himself in an entirely new, vast space. Hint. This Death Battle Space has been constructed by our side. The Savage Beast Realm cannot intervene directly. Hint. This space measures 300 kilometers in length, 100 kilometers in width, and 30 kilometers in height, entirely consisting of plains. Hint. According to the rules, you must eliminate all Minotaurs entering this space before you may depart. The Savage Beast Realm begins deploying Minotaurs. Current number, 658. The Savage Beast Realm begins deploying Minotaurs. Current number, 3936. Mei Wu, you shall command this battle. Yes, Master. Go forth. Mei Wu lightly leaped onto the shoulder of a 6-winged demon commander, then ascended into the air. Simultaneously, Bai Jin summoned a wind-winged dragon bird and jumped onto its back. Up. The wind-winged dragon bird took off with minimal wing flapping, swiftly reaching Mei Wu's side. Endless Minotaurs surged from all directions. These landbound creatures posed no threat to him, even as some hurled enormous axes skyward. Their limited height rendered them incapable of reaching Bai Jin and Mei Wu above. On the ground, Bai Jin intentionally left behind an Iron Blood War Bull King to attract the frenzied assaults of countless Minotaurs. The level 40 Iron Blood War Bull King's physical defense stood at an astounding 57,600 points, rendering the blows from Minotaur captains wielding great axes ineffective. Let us test the prowess of the wind-winged dragon bird. Bai Jin glanced at the creature beneath him. Mei Wu, why did you jump over? This bird cannot bear the weight of both of us. Master, the great bird beneath you remains perfectly still. Just stand still. Do not cling to my waist. Master, I have a slight fear of heights. Mei Wu, you are being excessive. Just a moment ago, you stood unwaveringly on the shoulder of the six-winged demon commander. Master, I was merely feigning composure upon receiving your command. Now that I am beside you, I feel secure. Ultimately, Bai Jin did not deter Mei Wu's actions, sensing a certain endearing quality in her demeanor. This manner of interaction was not at all unpleasant. On the contrary, it brought immense emotional value. Most importantly, Mei Wu was his summoned entity. She would never engage in the manipulative exploits of those societal green tea women who toy with their emotional and financial resources. This was the primary reason for his tolerance and steadfast resolve. Were Mei Wu a genuine life form, daring to exhibit such frivolity, Bai Jin would not hesitate to wield his shock gold-banded rod against her. After all, the blood romance Mei Wu had once been reduced to a mere pulp by that very weapon. Wind Blade Rapid Strike. At Bai Jin's command, the wind-winged dragon bird beneath him rapidly flapped its wings, generating a half-meter-long wind blade. Chapter 164, Roar of the Dragon, Might of the Dragon. Whoosh. The wind blade darted forward at blistering speed, striking a minotaur warrior below. Thud. The sound of shattering limbs echoed as the minotaur was cleaved in two. Unleash the wind blade rapid strike at full throttle. Clash. A multitude of half-meter-long wind blades materialized and swiftly struck the minotaurs below, resulting in a series of instant kills. This attack speed is outrageous. Could it be benefiting from the rapid impact enhancement? Bai Jin scrutinized the situation and discovered that the wind-winged dragon bird could unleash 30 wind blades per second at different targets, indicating that this method of attack likely did not receive the benefits of the rapid impact talent. Upon examining the energy consumption, each wind blade required 10,000 points of energy, summing to 300,000 points per second. The level 30 wind-winged dragon bird possessed a total of 68,400 energy points, allowing it to unleash 68,400 wind blades. At full output, it could sustain fire for only 228 seconds, just under 4 minutes. However, for each wind blade that struck a minotaur below, there would be a 10 energy absorption, each hit restoring tens of thousands of energy points. Thus, the energy recovery far exceeded consumption. In essence, as long as there are sufficient targets, the wind-winged dragonbird can sustain its full energy indefinitely. Storm Strike. A tremendous tornado materialized, roaring fiercely as it began to ravage the battlefield below. Bai Jin observed that this storm strike was a large-scale skill, requiring an upfront expenditure of 10 energy points to activate, with a subsequent maintenance cost of 1 energy point per second, marking it as a high-consumption ability. However, with the continual demise of the minotaurs below, the wind-winged dragonbird's energy remained in a state of overflow. Simultaneously, an energy shield manifested upon Bai Jin's body. Your wind-winged dragonbird dealt a critical hit to the minotaur warrior, inflicting 1,450,000 damage, granting you a comprehensive energy shield with a defense of 72,500 points. Your wind-winged dragonbird dealt a critical hit to the minotaur captain, inflicting 6,500,000 damage, granting you a comprehensive energy shield with a defense of 325,000 points. A flurry of kill notifications appeared, as the minotaurs beneath were utterly incapable of withstanding the wind-winged dragonbird's area of effect attack. They succumbed within mere seconds. Yet, there was a downside. The destructive nature of this storm strike skill obliterated the minotaurs' corpses, reducing them to a mist of blood. There was nothing left intact, not even sizable fragments. Stop! Bai Jin hastily commanded the wind-winged dragonbird to cease its storm strike. In under 3 seconds, over 1,000 minotaur creatures had been slain, and his energy shield's defense had exceeded 100 million. Having thoroughly tested 2 wind-based attack skills, Bai Jin felt a profound sense of satisfaction before issuing his next command. Transform into wind. The wind-winged dragonbird beneath him morphed into an invisible breeze, yet astonishingly allowed Bai Jin to feel as though he were firmly grounded. Am I essentially gliding on the wind? Bai Jin gazed down at the earth, his vision unobstructed. With a mere thought, he commanded the wind-winged dragonbird, now a gentle zephyr, to ascend into the sky. This will surely impress many. Bai Jin sensed the energy consumption while maintaining the wind form. The wind-winged dragonbird expended 1 energy point per second, and after 100 seconds, it would no longer be sustainable. However, this posed no concern, as he had 229 wind-winged dragonbirds ready to be summoned from his spatial domain, making endless flight a trivial matter. Cease wind transformation. With the command issued, a majestic wind-winged dragonbird reappeared beneath him. Dragon's roar. A strange sound resonated, echoing across a vast area, bolstered by the windwing dragonbird's gentle breeze. Ineffective against the minotaurs? Bai Jin observed in confusion as a multitude of minotaurs remained unscathed. Master, look at the surrounded iron blood warbull. A clear voice chimed, prompting Bai Jin to glance below. Where he saw the iron blood warbull he had deliberately left to attract the minotaurs engulfed in a faint crimson aura. Your windwing dragonbird has activated the dragon's roar skill, inspiring your iron blood warbull, increasing its attack speed by 100, lasting for 19-20 seconds. 5 notifications emerged, indicating that not only the warbull, but also the windwing dragonbird itself, and even Bai Jin, received enhancements. Only a doubling of attack speed? That's rather underwhelming. Bai Jin felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, this was an additional attack speed boost, not a base one. And it paled in comparison to the 230 increase from Legion Will. The dragon's roar consumed 84 million ability points. Categorized as a skill with a 10 energy point cost, but its duration was substantial, exceeding half an hour. Dragon's Might. A wave of oppressive force surged from the windwing dragonbird beneath Bai Jin, enveloping a vast area below. Instantly, the Minotaur warriors became disoriented. Even those near the Iron Blood warbull forgetting to attack. Your windwing dragonbird has activated the Dragon's Might skill, imposing a pressure judgment of 1920 points across a 3,000-meter radius. Minotaur warriors failed the Dragon's Might pressure judgment, succumbing to a state of fear for 1,560 seconds. Minotaur captain failed the Dragon's Might pressure judgment, entering a state of confusion for 960 seconds. Minotaur battle commander failed the Dragon's Might pressure judgment, falling into a state of panic for 630 seconds. Minotaur leader failed the Dragon's Might pressure judgment, becoming disordered for 390 seconds. A multitude of battle notifications flooded in, prompting Bai Jin to burst into laughter. The radius of Dragon's Might was 3,000 meters, ensnaring tens of thousands of Minotaurs in various states of disarray. This was an extraordinarily potent means of weakening the enemy. Bai Jin was immensely pleased. Although the Dragon's Might skill had a higher energy cost of 30 points, its effects were undeniably formidable. With everything in place, Bai Jin turned to the enchanting Mew Dance, who was gently clinging to him. Here, make good use of this time to study in the air. Yes, master, rest assured. I shall diligently learn and put the knowledge into practice. Bai Jin shot a disapproving glance at this intelligent summon before leaping down from the sky. Thud. The earth trembled as Bai Jin drew forth the quaking golden rod. Following the suggestions of Murong Xiaobing, along with the pertinent knowledge he had just reviewed, Bai Jin resolved to make this battle exceedingly challenging, ensuring that the wild beast realm would alter its perception of him. The previous test of the windwing dragonbird's power had indeed been excessive, given that it resulted in a massacre. Bai Jin had not even summoned the six-winged flying demon commander from above. Instead, he began directing the summoned Iron Blood warbull to initiate combat. Kill him. Eliminate this human. A roar echoed, as the Minotaur leader, now in a state of confusion, bellowed orders. Unfortunately, only a few of the panic-stricken Minotaur commanders responded, while the remaining Minotaur warriors and captains remained ensnared in their bewildered state. Kill. Bai Jin swung the quaking golden rod with fervor, launching a relentless assault. Chapter 165. Eliminate this summoner. He is but a weakling. Bai Jin's physical attributes stood at a mere 60 points, with corresponding strength also at 60 points. He bore no innate talent bonuses in this regard, and lacking systematic melee training, his close combat prowess could be described as abysmal. Nevertheless, the quaking golden rod was a first-tier mystical weapon, and its impact array caused the Minotaurs to disperse their power upon being struck, further enhanced by Bai Jin's continual channeling of the mystical lightning core's energy. Thus, he was able to inflict considerable damage. Bai Jin, human of the Blue Star. Rank, 2nd tier, level 0, 15, 700, 000. Health, 36, 069, 003, 360. Mana, 38, 178, 000. Attributes, physical strength 69, strength 69, constitution 69, agility 69. Health recovery 69 points per second. Attributes, soul strength 326, spirit 326, perception 326, reaction 326, mana recovery 35, 86 points per second. Health 200, 000, mana 200, 000. Physical defense, 2000, magical defense, 2000, charm resistance 100, temporary. Physical attack, 345, magical attack, 1630. Attributes, mystical energy gathering array 6, yellow level acceleration array 4, yellow level speed array 4, yellow level jump array 6. Talent, supreme summoning. Temporary abilities, rapid charge, enduring stamina, Indestructible, blood-like surge, scales of the demon, innate charm, soul perception. Dragon bloodline. Origin skills, summon Iron Blood War Bull King, summon Windwing Dragonbird. Skills, summon Six-Winged Celestial Demon Commander, summon Five-Tailed Enchantress. Special equipment, Source of Mana. Equipment, Jade Face Concealment. Energy Accumulating Robe, Shocking Golden Cudgel. Free Attribute Points, 0, Skill Points, 96. Origin Skill Points, 0, such as the resplendent power of Bai Jin at the 2nd tier. Adorned with magnificent attributes. The experience required for leveling has transformed into a staggering 7-fold, a notion unfathomable to ordinary practitioners, yet for Bai Jin, it poses no challenge whatsoever. His soul attribute has reached 326 points, and the peculiar intertwining of spirit and flesh has grown distinctly obscure. Bai Jin resolves to investigate further once this battlefield is concluded. Kill him. The incessant roar reverberated as a cohort of Minotaur leaders and warriors surged towards Bai Jin, brandishing their colossal axes. Boom. The massive axe swung down, and Bai Jin deftly parried with the shocking golden cudgel, dispersing the force of the Minotaur leader with a shockwave, simultaneously feigning a flight backward, toppling a bewildered Minotaur warrior who seemed to be searching for his mother. The all-encompassing energy shield surrounding him had yet to expire. Boasting over 100 million points of defense, how could Bai Jin possibly sustain injury? Mei Wu, take control in a moment. Let your Windwing Dragonbird unleash its Wind Blade Assault every 3 seconds to eliminate a foe. Understood. The duration of the Guardian Shield lasts for 60 seconds, ensuring Bai Jin remains in a state of protection. Furthermore, this Guardian Shield is a completely transparent energy barrier, merely manifesting at the surface of his body, rendering it invisible to outsiders. Roar. Kill him. Kill him. The Minotaur leader swiftly regained composure, swinging his massive axe once more. First, eliminate this summoner. He is but a weakling. You are the weakling. Bai Jin had initially presumed that the Minotaurs lacked a coherent language, yet it appeared that these formidable beings possessed intellect. He skillfully dodged the incoming axe, while the Iron Blood War Bull King charged forward. Boom. The Minotaur leader was sent sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. And after a few convulsions, he succumbed, a brilliant orb of light entering the Iron Blood War Bull King's body. Boom. Another thunderous sound echoed as Bai Jin used the shocking golden cudgel to block another descending axe, propelling himself diagonally into the air with a powerful push. You fools. Step aside. The imposing Minotaur leader and warriors began to cleave through their own kind, clearing the path of Minotaur warriors and captains obstructing their assault. Bai Jin wore a grave expression, relentlessly swinging the shocking golden cudgel against the bewildered Minotaur warriors who stood aimlessly, unsure of how to retaliate. Even with the added power of the shocking golden cudgel, he could not deliver a fatal blow to the Minotaur warriors. Yet, the resounding mooing of the Minotaurs echoed as the Iron Blood War Bull King unleashed its war roar. Bolstered by the Legion's will, the Iron Blood War Bull King's physical attack approached 400,000, and coupled with the war roar's damage boost, it could barely slay a Minotaur warrior. The battlefield was littered with fallen Minotaurs, while the Iron Blood War Bull King stood invincible. However, Bai Jin found himself in dire straits, battered by countless axes, repeatedly sent flying. Now distanced from the Iron Blood War Bull King. Roar. The Minotaur leader and warriors howled in fury, intensifying their assault. They had come to realize that the colossal beast was a summon of this summoner, and the majestic bird above also belonged to him. Both the giant bull and the great bird possessed the capacity to eliminate their soldiers en masse. Yet this summoner, seemingly inept, could hardly withstand a single blow from any of them. Furthermore, this summoner's folly was evident. Despite the ability to command from the air, he had chosen to descend and display bravado, only to be overwhelmed. Even the summoner, who had been mercilessly knocked about, could not direct the great bird to launch widespread attacks. It merely struck instinctively every so often, taking down one of their warriors, with their forces seemingly infinite. Losing one warrior every few seconds was utterly trivial. This summoner possesses a formidable shield. That is why he dares to descend into battle. Continue the assault. We must breach this shield. Without it, the summoner cannot endure a single strike. Foolish human, how dare you challenge the Minotaur clan to the death? Truly a testament to your boundless arrogance. Such an extraordinarily gifted human. Your corpse will surely empower my kin. The Minotaur leader and warriors arranged themselves, their ranks filled with high-tier beings, striking repeatedly, as Bai Jin was sent flying time and again. Meanwhile, in another direction, the Iron Blood War Bull King was mercilessly slaughtering countless Minotaur warriors, its strength increasing with each kill. Time slipped away, and the Minotaur leaders and warriors encircling Bai Jin found themselves gasping for breath. What is happening? What manner of shield is this? Why has it not been shattered after all this time? As long as the shield remains intact, we cannot truly harm him within its confines. What shall we do? We cannot cease our attacks, or he may regain his composure and command the great bird to unleash widespread attacks. A group of Minotaur leaders and warriors, despite their exhaustion, continued to strike at the unyielding Bai Jin, who showed no sign of succumbing. Chapter 166, Pure Minotaur Essence. Bai Jin was ecstatic, for he discovered that the actual effectiveness of the Guardian Shield far exceeded his expectations. When he had descended into battle, the Guardian Shield had accumulated through multiple layers, reaching a staggering defense value exceeding 100 million. He had initially believed that as time progressed, the shield's value would diminish significantly, prompting him to have the windwing dragonbird attack every 3 seconds, thus maintaining 20 layers of the shield. However, the reality was far more favorable. As long as subsequent Guardian Shields were applied within 60 seconds, the previously accumulated shields would persist. This meant that by preemptively stacking an incredibly potent shield and refreshing it within 60 seconds, that formidable shield would remain intact. Moreover, after enduring countless blows from the massive axes, Bai Jin had discerned the nature of the Guardian Shield's defense. This all-encompassing energy shield did not possess additional defensive attributes. For instance, 100 million points of defense were equivalent to 100 million points of health, devoid of any defensive enhancements. Upon being attacked, the corresponding defense value would be deducted based on the nature of the assault, which made it somewhat weaker. Nevertheless, this energy shield provided comprehensive, attribute-inclusive protection, unaffected by the location of the strikes or other attributes. The shocking golden cudgel is severely damaged. The shockwave formation has been completely destroyed. Bai Jin observed the shocking golden cudgel in his hand, now marred with countless scars. He stowed it away. This first-tier profound weapon had become useless. However, the internal profound lightning core remained intact, and he could forge another weapon later. This first-tier weapon had outlived its usefulness against his burgeoning strength. Minotaurs, prepare to meet your end. A 1-meter-long explosive flame spear was drawn forth, and Bai Jin hurled it with great force. Boom! A vast expanse of flames erupted, engulfing dozens of Minotaur commanders and warriors. Humans, mere flames cannot harm us. As their weapons were shattered, they mocked, your shield must be at its limit. Humans, face your demise. A throng of Minotaur commanders unleashed their inner power, swiftly wielding their massive axes in a relentless assault. Bai Jin's expression turned grave as he removed his energy-concentrating robe and stored it away. With a thunderous crash, Bai Jin was propelled backward and simultaneously. His protective shield shattered into fragments. The wind-winged dragonbird unleashed its wind blades every 3 seconds, each strike providing him with nearly 100,000 defense points. However, the Minotaurs attacking him were numerous, inflicting damage that far exceeded the constantly replenishing defense points. After enduring a barrage of strikes, his previous 100 million defense points were finally exhausted. His shield was breached. Kill him. The Minotaurs descended into a frenzy, all of them tapping into their potential and charging forward. I will fight you to the bitter end. Bai Jin bellowed as he retrieved a runic spear and hurled it toward them. Yet, these Minotaurs, with their thick hides and formidable defenses, were not so easily dispatched by a mere first-tier perfect runic spear. Even the area of ice explosion from the Ice Blast runic spear could only temporarily hinder their advance. Boom! Bai Jin was struck again, sent flying, only to be slammed down once more by another Minotaur that had already raced forward. In that moment, the Minotaurs treated him like a ping-pong ball, batting him back and forth. Bai Jin's garments were torn to shreds. The Minotaurs reveled in their triumph. This human is extraordinary. He has endured so many of our axe strikes after his shield broke. He must possess an exceptionally potent vitality. He is a summoner. If we slay him, all his summoned creatures will perish. The Minotaur's attacks grew increasingly frenzied. Bai Jin felt a sense of helplessness. He had to coordinate with these creatures. Otherwise, they would be utterly incapable of even pushing him back a step. Time passed slowly. Bai Jin had long since grown numb to the situation, while the Minotaur commanders and warriors continued their relentless assault. What is happening? Why can't we kill him? He seems so weak. Yet, why can we not slay him? His clothing is completely in tatters, and he has no protective shield. I am attacking his vital points, and he is not defending himself. This human summoner is not what he appears. The Minotaurs were utterly baffled, yet the battlefield continued to see more of their kind pouring in. Weapon attacks are confirmed ineffective. Minotaurs, engage in physical attacks. Commander, what do you mean by physical attacks? Have we not been striking his body all along? Fools, can't you comprehend this? You are utterly pathetic. Bai Jin felt his defenses crumbling and hastily drew forth an Ice Blast runic spear. A massive surge of cold energy swirled around him, creating a vast area of ice. The Minotaurs frantically swung their axes to chop through the ice blocks, and with a thought, Bai Jin summoned the Iron Blood War Bull King, who charged in from afar. Moo, moo. As it circled around the massive ice blocks, it unleashed its war roar again and again, decimating large numbers of minotaurs. Upon their demise, the minotaurs' corpses transformed into energy that surged into the Iron Blood War Bull King, steadily enhancing its power. It was uncertain how much time passed, but soon, no living minotaurs remained, and the savage beast realm ceased to deploy any further minotaur forces. The battle has concluded, and we are victorious. We have acquired 536, 356 minotaur corpses, all processed. According to our agreement, you have received the special resources needed for the Iron Blood War Bull King's promotion. A swirling mass of red-black energy appeared before Bai Jin. Pure Bull Demon Chi, promotional oddity. Grade, Earth level. Attribute, a product derived from purifying the demonic essence extracted from numerous minotaurs' bodies. Standing before this mass of demonic energy, Bai Jin felt an overwhelming and wild aura. Grasping the mass, he chose to utilize it immediately. Iron Blood War Bull King. Promotion. The red-black demonic energy surged into Bai Jin's body and entered his consciousness, where it was absorbed by the Iron Blood War Bull King's skill. This foundational skill began to simmer with vitality. After a considerable time, Bai Jin began to review the newly acquired skills post-promotion. Summon Iron Blood Bull Demon King. Earth level special exclusive foundation. Innate effect. Increases all attributes by 200. Summons level 20 creatures with 230 times spell defense, and converts level 630 damage to health with Legion Will. Note, consumes 1,000 mana points to summon up to 230 level 20 half-energized, half-flesh Iron Blood Bull Demon Kings, with the mana cost dependent on the number summoned. Note, summoning time is 1 second, and cannot be disturbed during casting. Once 230 are summoned, no further summons can be made. Chapter 167, Iron Blood Bull Demon King. As the promotion was completed, all the savage bulls surrounding Bai Jin and within the summoning space underwent tremendous transformations. Iron Blood Bull Demon King, Earth level special, giant bull form. Level, 4th stage 0 level. Health points, 786 million. 1. 7,664 billion. 786 million. Stamina, 786 million. 786 million. Defense strength, 326. Physical defense, 1. 92 million. Spell defense, 960. 000. Physical attack, 1. 28 million. 2. 94 million for 1,000. Innate abilities, endurance, unbreakable, Iron Blood Combat Will, vitality like a rainbow, form transformation. Traits, promotion, skills, King S War Roar. Barbaric Trample, Mighty Charge, Fury Battle. Equipment, none. Standing at 10 meters tall and 20 meters long, with a body of ancient bronze, its horns sharp and unmatched, and its enormous eyes filled with boundless battle intent. Base health, 786 million. Base defense, 1. 92 million. Base attack, 1. 28 million. Bai Jin took a deep breath, feeling as though he was in a dream. With the enhancement of Legion Will, the total health of an Iron Blood Bull Demon King reached 5,524 billion, with 230 heads. That amounted to a staggering 52 billion total health. This meant that any attack falling short of this terrifying threshold would be incapable of inflicting harm upon it. You have summoned the Iron Blood Bull Demon King. You receive the innate feedback enhancement, granting you temporary endurance, temporary unbreakable, and temporary vitality like a rainbow talents. Your physical composition is incompatible. You cannot gain the temporary form transformation talent. Your will cannot be enhanced or harmonized by Iron Blood Combat Will. You cannot gain the temporary Iron Blood Combat Will talent. Endurance, Earth level, temporary. Effect, passive talent. Your stamina recovery speed is significantly increased, granting you 5 points per second or a minimum of 10,000 stamina recovery. Compared to the previous mystic level, this effect is multiplied by 25, allowing the Iron Blood Bull Demon King to unleash its King S War Roar or Barbaric Trample every 2 seconds. For Bai Jin, however, it made little difference. Regardless of his actions, his stamina remained full, rendering this enhancement of little significance to him personally. Indestructible, Earth level, temporary. Effect, passive talent. Your physical defense is additionally increased by 10 levels, magical defense is enhanced by 5 levels, and your resistance to bludgeoning and piercing damage is significantly augmented. Compared to before, the effect has quintupled, yet this enhancement is hardly trivial for the Iron-Blooded Bull King. Physical defense, 1. 92 million. Magical defense, 960,000. With physical defense even surpassing the base physical attack. Such terrifying defensive capabilities leave Bai Jin at a loss as to how to breach them. Perhaps even some high-tier beings would struggle to make an impact. Blood and chi like a rainbow, earth level, temporary. Effect, semi-passive effect. When you are in a state of excitement or exhilaration, the flow speed of your blood or internal energy significantly accelerates, granting you corresponding boosts. This talent, as always, proves to be of little use to Bai Jin. Transformation. With a mere thought, the iron-blooded bull demon king beside him instantly morphs into the form of a minotaur. However, there are considerable differences compared to the minotaur. Primarily, the skin color is entirely distinct, with minotaurs being grayish-black, whereas the iron-blooded bull king is of a bronze hue. Furthermore, the height is another factor. Even the minotaur leaders barely reach 10 meters. Yet now, the iron-blooded bull king stands upright at nearly 30 meters tall, utterly monstrous. It seems that a colossal axe weapon will need to be equipped for the iron-blooded bull king in the future. With another thought, the ferocious form of the iron-blooded bull king transforms once more into the giant bull shape. My strength surges once again, and I am ready to continue grinding through the hell dungeon to level up. An insatiable ambition rises within Bai Jin. This power is all thanks to the Valkyrie and Murong Xiaobing's support, something that can be openly displayed, even with most of his strength concealed. Bai Jin now exudes an aura of near invincibility. Departing from the deathmatch space, after retracting all summons, Bai Jin reappears in the dungeon area. Brother Bai? A voice filled with surprise resonates, and Bai Jin turns to see Yang Wei excitedly waving at him. Bai Jin can only admire the prowess of this terrifying event's protagonist from their initial dungeon foray. Brother Yang Wei, what brings you here? Yang Wei chuckles nonchalantly. I'm here to grind. I want to level up my several women. Bai Jin, several women? Yang Wei chuckles. Brother Bai, your lips are sealed tight. My escapades on the battlefield have circulated widely, but I know it was that scoundrel Hao Jian who spread the word. You and your woman are both reliable. With the battlefield affairs settled, the Super God Academy has now assigned me a dedicated tactical squad, greatly enhancing my strength. However, to prevent any such unfortunate events, I've also gathered a few women akin to Ms. Zheng Shufan, who are generally of the first tier. Their strength is lacking. So I'm taking them into the dungeon to level up. Bai Jin gives him a thumbs up. Aren't you supposed to suppress level breakthroughs for extreme attributes? Are you planning to enter without battling monsters? Yang Wei immediately lowers his voice. Brother Bai, you'll find out soon enough. Your sister, Zhuge Luyun, and even that scoundrel have all broken through the extreme attributes. However, we have yet to ascertain whether this extreme attribute can be infinitely enhanced or if it merely raises the cap. According to the Academy's arrangement, I must first grind the Hell Dungeon to secure all 100 free attribute points before allocating them, and see if I can touch the extreme. Yang Wei explains. Bai Jin, and what of your women? Why aren't they here? Yang Wei looks at Bai Jin oddly. Brother Bai, we're all academic underachievers. You've sent Gu Qingzi to class to learn, yet I can't let my women acquire relevant knowledge? Bai Jin. Yang Wei seems to have formed a brotherly bond with Bai Jin after their shared experiences in the battlefield space. Brother Bai, you've also been assigned the exploration and development rights to a city, as have I. However, those cities are occupied by the Void Demon clan. Without sufficient strength, you cannot enter to grind for corpses. Your side is fortunate. Your bull is incredibly formidable and can withstand damage, allowing you to solo grind. I, on the other hand, cannot dare to enter without enhancing my strength. Brother Bai, let me share a privilege with you. Yang Wei leans closer. Looking around before lowering his voice, we have each been assigned a city occupied by the Void Demon clan. This is a tremendous opportunity. In fact, many of the 4th and 5th tiers are not even qualified to touch it. But relying solely on ourselves, we cannot effectively develop these cities. Therefore, we can form a private battle team, and how we select members will be entirely up to us. Gulp. Yang Wei's eyes gleam with excitement as he swallows hard. Chapter 168. The Nature of Holy Light. Bai Jin naturally understands what this fellow implies. Forming a battle team? The Super God Academy permits us to do this? Yang Wei nods. Brother Bai, although you possess Earth-level talents, your formidable summons and divine skills make your future prospects not inferior to those with heaven-level talents. One of the reasons the Super God Academy allocated cities to us is to encourage us to establish a battle team, one that is unprecedentedly powerful in centuries. Bai Jin's expression grows solemn. This is something he genuinely didn't know. Brother Yang Wei, why has no one informed me of this? Yang Wei glances at Bai Jin enviously. Brother Bai, you are blissfully unaware of your own fortune. Once you grow stronger, even the army of the Ice Empress will be yours. The reason I mentioned forming a battle team isn't to compel you to do so, but rather to suggest that you can use this privilege to cultivate some core members of your own. I recommend recruiting some female team members. This way, you can gain both their hearts and bodies, making them the most reliable. Farewell. Bai Jin turns to leave, after several days of fierce battles against the minotaurs. His body may not be fatigued, but his mind is weary. Returning to his sister's palace, Bai Jin collapses into a deep sleep, while the 10 succubi continue their studies of various knowledge. This slumber is profoundly restorative, yet upon awakening, Bai Jin senses something amiss. His sister, Lu Rian, is exchanging glances with Mei Wu, indicating through soul waves, a communication method Bai Jin, as Mei Wu's master, cannot miss. Rian, when did you come in? I thought I had closed the door. Lu Rian huffs playfully. Brother, you certainly harbored such thoughts since childhood. You always loved stories about fairies. Now that you haven't summoned any fairies, you've instead acquired an even better succubus. Bai Jin glares. Nonsense. The combat prowess of the succubi is exceptionally strong. They are invaluable allies, not what you imagine. Lu Rian casts a disbelieving glance, elongating her tone. Yes, exceptionally strong in combat. We all understand. Looking for a fight. All right, brother, this is all your private matter. However, I genuinely wish to know, what is your true strength? Does what Sister Xiaobing refers to as absolute substitution truly possess such miraculous qualities? Lu Rian earnestly inquires, tugging at Bai Jin's arm. Bai Jin affectionately pinches the girl's cheek. Little sister, my strength remains as it was in childhood. I can easily suppress and overpower you. Lu Rian, like an irate kitten, scratches Bai Jin a few times. Come on, let me see. Upon hearing that the Super God Academy has assigned a city solely to you, I've been worried sick. Bai Jin nods. Then together with Lu Rian, they head to the underground training area. As smoke wafts through the air, my strength resides entirely within my summoned entities. Although my inherent power may be modest, as long as my summons remain unscathed, I remain impervious to harm. Lu Rian nodded, inquiring, why did you not disclose this earlier? Does my mother possess knowledge of this matter? You both treat me as an outsider. You two are the genuine mother and child. Lu Rian lamented with a hint of sorrow. Enough of your prattle. It's opportune that I, too, assess your prowess. Strike at will. If you can defeat me, then you shall be deemed formidable. Lu Rian, with a slight lift of her chin, proudly declared, prepare yourself, brother, for you are about to witness my formidable might. With a resounding moo, a fierce iron blood bull demon emerged, instantly filling Lu Rian's eyes with astonishment and intrigue. Brother, what a colossal creature. It dwarfs your previous beast by a considerable margin. Divine light, illuminate. An endless radiance enveloped the surroundings. You have suffered damage from divine light. Your iron blood bull demon has entered a state of target lock failure, with a health of 786,000. Your five-tailed enchantress, blood romance, has entered a state of target lock failure, with a health of 64,000, while your five-tailed enchantress, blood romance, possesses 19,474 health. Observing the endless divine light surrounding his little sister, Bai Jin nodded in approval. This girl certainly exuded the essence of a saint. Brother, what do you think? Within my realm of divine light, all targets are unable to lock onto me and lose health at a rate of 1,000th per second, unable to naturally recover health, stamina, or mana. This is my innate skill. As long as my mana suffices, its duration is limitless. Should a target refrain from consuming anything to replenish health, they shall perish within a maximum of 1,000 seconds. Brother, is my vast area skill not impressive? Lu Rian gracefully leaped to Bai Jin's side, showcasing her prowess. Bai Jin acknowledged the immense scope and astonishing efficacy of this area attack, noting that the inability of enemies to lock onto Lu Rian elevates this skill to a certain level of domain skill. However, for such area damage abilities, particularly those that ignore defenses with percentage damage, the tenfold retaliation of his highly defensive Windwing Dragonbirds would indeed prove useful. In a life-or-death battle, summoning 230 Windwing Dragonbirds would yield a staggering 23-fold retaliation. Given the health of the Windwing Dragonbirds, it was unlikely any foe could withstand such onslaught. Sister, if there are numerous targets within that area, could they inadvertently strike you? Lu Rian nodded. Indeed, however, within the Divine Light's domain, my attributes receive substantial enhancement. As long as I remain vigilant, I am unlikely to be hit. And what of the consumption rate? Brother, the consumption is rather excessive, requiring 1% of my maximum mana every second. Nonetheless, within the realm of Divine Light, coupled with numerous energy converging arrays on my person, my mana recovery is swift, allowing me to sustain this casting for extended periods. A permanent large-scale AoE skill? Yes, one could say that. However, as the quality of this skill and the mana cap improve, I may encounter situations where recovery cannot keep pace with consumption. Yet, at least until the third tier, such issues will not arise. Lu Rian cheerfully explained. Bai Jin nodded. Do you not possess a Divine Light Strike skill? Unleash it for us to witness. Very well, brother. Watch closely. A beam of divine light struck the immense Iron Blood Bull demon. Your Iron Blood Bull demon sustained damage from divine light strike, reducing its health to 7,860,000. Bai Jin was somewhat taken aback. Sister, do all your skills deal percentage damage that ignores defenses? Lu Rian chuckled. Now you have witnessed my prowess, brother. No matter how formidable your beast, it cannot withstand attacks that disregard defensive measures. With a resounding thud, a playful smack connected with Lu Rian's smooth forehead. She was momentarily stunned. Brother, you can strike me? Another playful smack landed. It appears so. I feel that hitting you is guaranteed. Lu Rian, somewhat flustered, responded. This is peculiar. My innate trait is a rule-based power. How can you strike me? Moreover, Mother can also land hits on me. Is it possible that innate traits do not function against family? Lu Rian expressed her confusion. Bai Jin contemplated, agreeing that his absolute substitution skill had proven ineffective against his aunt's playful pinching and Lu Rian's suppression, suggesting this may indeed be the case. Very well, sister. You must exercise discretion in the future. Keep these skill effects and innate traits as confidential as possible, even from our teammates. Lu Rian nodded vigorously. I understand. Zhuge Luyun and Yang Lin are unaware of my divine light trait. They merely believe it provides them with a significant enhancement. As for the inability to lock onto targets and percentage damage that ignores defenses, I have kept that a secret as well. Chapter 169. Empress Rian. Bai Jin asked. When you envelop them in divine light, do they receive combat prompts devoid of these effects? Lu Rian nodded. Of course. I currently perceive you as an enemy. If I regarded you as an ally, the characteristics of divine light would differ. Brother, allow yourself to experience it. As Lu Rian's words faded, Bai Jin felt a warm sensation enveloping him. You have received the blessing of divine light. Your temporary health cap is 198. Your temporary mana cap is 396. Your health, mana, and stamina recovery speed is temporarily 198, and your attacks inflict an additional 19,800 points of divine light damage. Wow, brother. When did you learn to use such language? Your divine light is astonishing. Bai Jin exclaimed, noting the transformation in his attributes. Not only he, but also his Iron Blood Bull demon and enchantress received the same enhancements, rivaling the effects of his military will at 230. Lu Rian entwined her arm with Bai Jin's. Brother, I previously underestimated your strength. I refrained from showcasing my power before you, fearing it might discourage you. Now, you comprehend the might of a heavenly level talent, do you not? Rule-based power and percentage attributes are incomparable to earthly level talents. That is why I have often claimed that the gap between heavenly and earthly talents far surpasses that between earthly and ordinary talents. Bai Jin nodded in admiration. Sister, do these values of 198, 396, and 19,800 correlate with your soul attributes? Lu Rian, with a proud demeanor, affirmed, indeed. My current soul attribute stands at 198 points, corresponding to this level of enhancement. Each point of my soul attribute grants allies an increase of 1 in health cap, 2 in mana cap, 1 in recovery speed, and 100 points of divine light damage. As for myself, I receive even greater enhancements, and they are permanent. Bai Jin raised his thumb in commendation. Impressive. Truly, you are my sister. With such an exceptional talent, achieving a 5th-tier royal rank is merely the beginning. Perhaps, sister, you could ascend to a 6th-tier imperial existence. Lu Rian proudly lifted her chin. Brother, it is not beyond possibility. Even Zhuge Luyun and the others possess slightly inferior talents compared to me. Bai Jin laughed heartily. I have glimpsed the future Empress Rian. Lu Rian chuckled. If that day ever comes, I shall surely rescue you from your tribulations and ensure that the hardships you have endured are experienced by certain others as well. How intriguing. Are Zhuge Luyun and the others similarly gifted? Bai Jin inquired curiously. Lu Rian maintained her radiant divine light, suggesting that this divine energy was far more complex than mere offense and enhancement. Brother, Zhuge Luyun's talent is predominantly focused on pure offensive capabilities. His intention is to master only the skill of mana net, relying on that singular technique to conquer all. Bai Jin's expression turned peculiar. If he only learns one skill, wouldn't that squander numerous skill points, particularly the primordial skill points? Lu Rian shook her head. I am uncertain, yet our private tutor strongly endorses his approach. I heard from Sister Xia Bing that she specialized in a single skill throughout her journey, which led her to become the foremost space mage of the 5th tier. What? Sister Xia Bing only specialized in one skill? Is it truly just one? Brother, I made that remark deliberately. You genuinely did not know. Does she perhaps hold back from you? Bang. Ah, why is it that you can actually hit me? I prepared for this moment, yet. Bai Jin smiled slightly. A compliment makes you rather proud, does it not? What of an emperor? Under the weight of my bloodline suppression, even an emperor must yield. Lu Rian. By the way, brother, you should avoid interactions with Yang Wei. That fellow is exceedingly outrageous these days. Lu Ruoyan earnestly advised. Bai Jin, curious, recalled his recent conversation with Yang Wei, which seemed unremarkable. He was young and vigorous, and with a celestial level talent, it was hardly incomprehensible for him to pursue several women. Was it? Among the followers in the Earth tier class, many were stunning beauties. It was improbable that there were no connections at all, was it? Bai Jin inquired. Lu Ruoyan glanced at Bai Jin and then at Mei Wu. Brother, the scenario you describe is indeed commonplace, yet Yang Wei is rather peculiar. Such as, for instance, he skips classes and sends women like Zheng Shufan, who have backgrounds as high school teachers, to attend in his stead, only to return later for a private lesson with him alone. It is said that he believes this method of learning is superior, yet it is also rumored that serious classes often lead to. Bai Jin was astonished. Indeed, Yang Wei was no ordinary individual. Suddenly, he froze. Little sister, if I were to have Mei Wu attend classes, would everyone regard me as a peculiar case too? Lu Ruoyan scoffed lightly. Brother, Gu Qingxi from your team attends every class diligently. However, everyone can discern that her relationship with you is undoubtedly innocent. Hence you are fundamentally different from Yang Wei in the eyes of others. Bai Jin, my relationship with Gu Qingxi is absolutely pure, not as you suggest it might be. Furthermore, you should limit your interactions with her. I have an unsettling feeling that she is not as simple as she appears, yet I cannot articulate why. Lu Ruoyan nodded and then smiled brightly. Brother, let us proceed. Today, a 4th-tier member from the 4th Calamity Battle Group has been invited to give us a lecture. This marks the first time the Super God Academy has introduced a 4th-tier instructor. Bai Jin was taken aback. 4th Calamity Battle Group? As they walked, Lu Ruoyan elaborated. It is said that centuries ago, in the online gaming world prevalent on Blue Star, 3 calamities emerged: the Purging Accord, the Void Demons, and the Sullen Worms. Following the invasion of our world by another realm, some extraordinarily unique powers manifested among certain individuals. Possession, soul transference, rebirth, soul manipulation. These abilities allow practitioners to enter other realms and accomplish many tasks through the bodies of foreign beings. Their undertakings primarily revolve around destruction, leading these unique practitioners to gradually form the 4th Calamity Battle Group. Bai Jin fell silent. His greatest concern was indeed such powers. Should a strong individual with such abilities target him, the consequences would be dire. Little sister, do you think those from the 4th Calamity would pose a threat to the human race of the 9th domain? Lu Ruoyan nodded gravely. Brother, such instances have occurred, and there are numerous records in the Valkyrie's database. Some practitioners endowed with such talents may covet others' abilities or even their bodies, leading to nefarious intentions. However, the limitations of such possession or soul transference abilities are substantial. They can typically only affect targets with inferior soul quality and weaker soul strength. Individuals like us with celestial level talents are virtually immune to possession, even against stronger opponents. It is difficult for them to surpass our soul quality. Within our sea of consciousness, we hold the dominant position, granting us a significant advantage. Particularly with my holy light talent, should anyone dare to possess me, they would likely be purified before even entering my sea of consciousness. Lu Ruoyan spoke solemnly. Bai Jin exhaled in relief. His talent surpassed celestial level, making it nearly impossible for him to be possessed. Chapter 170. Teacher Liang. Before long, Bai Jin and Lu Ruoyan arrived at a grand hall. A group of students awaited them, and Lu Ruoyan guided Bai Jin to the area designated for members of the celestial tier class, where no one seemed to mind their presence. Gu Qingxi smiled brightly at Bai Jin, who responded with a nod. Turning around, he noticed Ms. Zheng Shufan offering him a kind smile. Bai Jin slightly nodded in acknowledgement. As he focused his soul power, he caught a glimpse of her thoughts. Although Yang Wei may not be as handsome as Bai Jin, his talent is celestial level, and his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass Bai Jin's. As his primary partner, I, as the matriarch, will surely become his most significant woman. Sigh. Yet it seems Yang Wei is lacking in certain aspects. I wonder if I will be able to bear him a child in the future. Without children, it feels as though my status may not be as secure. Wang Gang, my friend, your mother exhibits genuine happiness and anticipation for the future. Without any hint of coercion, rest assured, even in the afterlife, you need not be concerned. Suddenly, Bai Jin froze. A woman seated ahead of Ms. Zheng turned her head. Teacher Liang. Bai Jin felt a chill run down his spine. Teacher Liang smiled and nodded at him, and he could only return the gesture. How has Teacher Liang changed so much? Her hairstyle has completely transformed, resembling Ms. Zheng's, and her attire consists of elegant, professional outfits. I scarcely recognized her from behind. Bai Jin focused his thoughts, instinctively drawn to Teacher Liang. Oh dear. A few days ago, Yang Wei mentioned that Bai Jin also studies here. I felt somewhat apprehensive about facing him. Yet, upon meeting him, it was not as daunting as I had imagined. Alas, Ms. Zheng actually recruited me to be Yang Wei's private tutor. What on earth is she thinking? After all, I am carrying her son's child. Fortunately, Yang Wei is unaware of this, and he has never overstepped any boundaries with me. Otherwise, I would have no idea how to navigate my relationship with Ms. Zheng. However, since arriving at the Super God Academy, it has felt strange. It seems as though the life I was nurturing has vanished. Should I seek a healer for a checkup? That Yang Wei fellow is outrageous. And Ms. Zheng is even more so. How could she have brought teacher Liang here? Yang Wei cannot possibly remain idle. Bai Jin scanned the room and noticed that besides Yang Wei, Zhuge Luyun was also absent. Yang Lin, radiating an aura of hostility, sat on the other side. But her expression softened slightly upon seeing Lu Ruoyan and Bai Jin. Brother Bai, I am extraordinarily powerful now. If you require assistance, call upon me. Fei Fei and I are ready to work for you. Zheng Bo whispered from a short distance. Very well, should I need help, I will reach out to you. Bai Jin replied, his response not entirely certain. The king-tier member of the fourth calamity has arrived. With this announcement, all eyes turned to the entrance. A strikingly handsome young man, radiating positivity, strode in, his face adorned with a perpetual smile. The sun-kissed, handsome Meng Haoran spoke with a resonant voice. Greetings, everyone. I am Meng Haoran, yes, sharing a name with that renowned poet. As you may already know, I hail from the 4th Cataclysm Battle Group, and it is an honor to be invited by the Super God Academy. Today, I shall primarily discuss the topics of possession and reincarnation. I have not truly served as a teacher in an academic setting, so for this session, I propose a format wherein you pose questions, and I shall provide answers. Now, I have heard that there are 10 individuals with celestial level talents present. Let us begin with you. The charming Meng Haoran scanned the room, quickly identifying the masked student. Hao Jian, this student, he inquired. Why are you wearing a mask during class? Judging by your seat, you must be from the celestial class. Why not start with your question? His tone was gentle, devoid of any pretense in the presence of such gifted students. The students were taken aback, their expressions betraying a mix of astonishment and anticipation for the unfolding drama. Hao Jian's mouth moved beneath his mask, evidently attempting to speak, though no sound emerged. Gao Jie raised her hand. Mentor Haoran, this is Hao Jian. He is a good person, though his manner of speaking can be rather harsh. Perhaps it would be best if he refrained from asking questions. With a carefree smile, the handsome Meng Haoran replied, although I may appear youthful like you, I have actually lived for over a century. Observing the glimmer in Hao Jian's eyes, I can tell he possesses a kind heart. As for your claim regarding his brusque manner, I have encountered far worse individuals in my long life than any friends you may have known. Fear not, Hao Jian. Please proceed with your inquiry. His demeanor remained exceedingly affable. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of peculiarity and eagerness. Meng Haoran sensed an underlying tension but could not quite pinpoint the issue. After all, it was merely a student posing questions. What could possibly go awry? In the next moment, as if bursting with pent-up energy, Hao Jian abruptly removed his mask. Mentor, what did your father intend when he bestowed this name upon you? Did he hope you would become a refined poet? Did your mother consent to this? Mentor, what is your talent? Is it true that the power of possession does not discriminate between genders? Have you ever experienced the sensation of possessing a female? Gao Jie swiftly placed the mask back over Hao Jian's face. Meng Haoran, momentarily captivated, snapped back to reality. His temples throbbed violently, and he gritted his teeth several times, ultimately suppressing any impulse to retaliate. After taking a few deep breaths, he turned his gaze away from Hao Jian. Only then did he comprehend the curious and expectant expressions that had adorned the faces of the students moments before. Administrative office. Please come in. Assist me with student inquiries. He called towards the door, prompting the sound of clicking high heels to echo through the air. Shortly thereafter, Han Shui appeared before him. Mentor Meng Haoran, please try to temper your anger, she advised respectfully. Meng Haoran nodded, and once again closed his eyes to take deep breaths. Han Shui surveyed the room before addressing Gao Jie. Lady Gao Jie, please proceed with your question. Gao Jie, with a hint of timidity, stood up. Mentor Haoran, I wish to inquire whether there are any limitations to the method of possession, as well as reliable countermeasures. Meng Haoran kept his eyes closed as he replied. To possess another's body, the first step is to conquer their soul, while the second involves exerting your soul's strength to control their body. The initial step is the most arduous. The strength of one's soul does not always correlate with their rank. To seize everything from another, one's soul must penetrate their consciousness. This is their territory, and the advantage is considerable. A single misstep may lead to injury or even death within their domain. For those of you starting with Earth-level talents, your possession abilities must at least reach Celestial level for any chance of success. However, if one possesses Celestial level talents, who would be foolish enough to possess others? After all, one cannot acquire another's talents through possession, so why pursue such a course? Therefore, as those commencing with Earth-level talents, there is little need for concern regarding such incidents. Meng Haoran elucidated. The crowd nodded in agreement, with Bai Jin feeling a sense of reassurance. Chapter 171. I have seen countless people. Han Shui then directed her attention to another individual below. Lord Guyun Tao, please, pose your question. The seemingly unassuming celestial-level talent rose to speak. Mentor Meng Haoran, you mentioned that possession does not grant one the talents of the target. Can you elaborate on this? Meng Haoran nodded. To acquire another's talent, it transcends mere possession and enters the realm of soul fusion. Should one proceed with this, even if they later gain the upper hand, their soul will be significantly affected. Firstly, the soul may become impure, potentially leading to a permanent degradation of talent. Moreover, once influenced, one's mannerisms may change drastically, a transformation that is nearly impossible to conceal. If the original host harbored deep-seated obsessions, the impact would be even more profound. The crowd nodded in understanding. Han Shui called upon another student, this time Yang Lin. Mentor, I am quite curious about reincarnation. Is it truly possible to start anew? Meng Haoran, still with eyes closed, responded, reincarnation is an exceedingly advanced method of soul possession, so much so that it cannot even be classified as simple possession. In our 4th Cataclysm battle group, we refer to it as reincarnation. Essentially, before any life is born, their soul is often incomplete. Some even attain completeness only after birth. Individuals with reincarnation or rebirth talents may embed their soul essence within a host, thus emerging as a new life. In such cases, the soul and body share a common origin, allowing for the complete abandonment of the previous body. Our 4th Cataclysm battle group has successfully utilized this method in various other worlds, obtaining vast amounts of information while adopting the guise of indigenous inhabitants. This represents the greatest contribution our battle group has made to the 9th domain. Meng Haoran explained solemnly. Bai Jin suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, even fear, as he traced the source of this emotion to the presence of Ms. Zheng Shufan. Focusing intently, he heard her inner thoughts. Why do I find myself recalling my late husband, Wang Tai, and my son, Wang Gang, upon hearing Mentor Meng Haoran's explanation? No, that can't be. Wang Tai was merely an ordinary talent with a mere 4 seconds of awakening. He didn't even reach the excellent level. My son, Wang Gang, only possesses the pinnacle of excellent talent, and his recorded talent is combat-oriented. They are absolutely fine. Gu Qingxi interjected, Mentor, if one were to reincarnate as an indigenous being in another world, would they be influenced by that world, gradually losing their sense of self and genuinely becoming an indigenous life form, even potentially reversing the flow of information back to the 9th domain? Meng Haoran nodded gravely. Yes, such occurrences have transpired more than once or twice. The 9th domain is coveted by numerous other worlds, and these events comprise a significant contributing factor. Therefore, we maintain stringent control over talents related to reincarnation and rebirth. Until one reaches the 4th rank, they are not permitted to reincarnate freely, and the specific methods shall not be disclosed here. Cheng Bo chimed in, Mentor, if one were to reincarnate into an otherworldly life form, would they be subject to the inherent habits of that life form? Meng Haoran, his expression peculiar, nodded in agreement. Indeed, perhaps the soul itself may not be significantly affected, but life's habits are embedded within the genes and can be challenging to overcome entirely. On the 4th day of the Catastrophe Battle Corps, there existed a 4th-tier individual who had been born into a formidable tribe of dog-headed monsters in a parallel world. This tribe was renowned for its immense strength. Given their canine nature, their dietary habits were rather predictable. They even domesticated numerous beings from other tribes solely to produce a variety of fresh sustenance for themselves. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Mentor, there is no need to elaborate. We are all nauseated. Subsequently, a series of inquiries arose, which Mentor Meng Haoran addressed one by one according to his understanding. Eventually, the previously agitated and sunny handsome gentleman rose to his feet. Regarding soul possession and reincarnation, it is essentially, as I have stated. This session is primarily to enlighten you. Given your talents, you need not be overly concerned about such occurrences. Furthermore, as your fundamental skills increase, the difficulty of anyone attempting to possess you will increase exponentially. For hundreds of years, there have been no recorded instances of individuals with heavenly tier talent being possessed or even having their souls fused. Meng Haoran stated solemnly. Bai Jin felt somewhat reassured, yet he remained skeptical of his mentor's absolute assertions. While the highest documented talent over the past few centuries was heavenly tier, he himself transcended this level. Ignorance does not equate to non-existence, and it is more likely a matter of insufficient understanding. Mentor Meng Haoran surveyed the room before his gaze settled on Bai Jin and Lu Rian. The radiant and charming mentor smiled. In my hurried arrival, I only heard from the administrative office that there exists a pair of twin siblings in the heavenly tier class, with the brother being a summoner, given your affectionate demeanor. It must be you too. This classmate. You are a summoner, and it would be fortuitous for you to assist me in a practical demonstration. Mentor Meng Haoren addressed Bai Jin. Han Shui quickly interjected. Mentor Meng Haoren, you are mistaken. They are not siblings. Meng Haoren chuckled heartily. I have lived for over a century, having encountered countless individuals due to matters of talent. Though these two classmates are indeed very close, it is not of the romantic kind. Coupled with their striking resemblance, they must be fraternal twins. How could I be mistaken? As for the staff member, I am unaware of the teaching methods at the Super God Academy, but you cannot mislead me, Meng Haoren asserted confidently, only to turn around in surprise. For the students below were all gazing at him with peculiar expressions. A jolt. Meng Haoren found it hard to believe his own century-long experience. Han Shui quickly whispered an explanation, and then Meng Haoren regarded Zheng Shufan, Li Ying, and several other lovely ladies with a peculiar gaze. And a mystery within him was unveiled. Ah, I see. This classmate, the staff member from the administrative office, stated you are a void summoner. That is equally applicable. Although the summoned creatures of a void summoner are formed from the condensation of magical energy, they nonetheless embody the soul's will of the summoner, thus falling within my scope of influence. By the way, I forgot to mention that my ability is soul manipulation, allowing me to suppress the target's soul, thereby altering their behavior, or even compelling them to act entirely according to my desires. Meng Haoren proclaimed with a hint of pride. As an ancient saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as useful as traveling 10,000 miles. True knowledge comes from practice. Classmate, come. Summon your void creature, so that I may demonstrate my ability for all to witness. Meng Haoren kindly urged Bai Jin. Bai Jin glanced at Han Shui, who gave an approving nod. Rising, Bai Jin said, Mentor, please guide me. Chapter 172. Meng Haoren's nonchalant departure. With a flourish, a six-winged flying demon commander materialized. The previously composed and sunny countenance of Mentor Meng Haoren shifted. A flying demon, and a six-winged one at that. Classmate, does your flying demon possess a cruel talent? Bai Jin nodded, prompting a somewhat awkward smile from Meng Haoren. Well then, perhaps you should summon another creature. I would rather not engage my soul energy with that one. Bai Jin pondered carefully. The Iron Blood Battle Bull King had ascended to the Earth tier, transforming into the Iron Blood Bull Demon King. A level of combat prowess that could not be concealed for long. Even the Earth tier Windwing Dragonbird could not be hidden indefinitely. And the Woodpecker's ascension through the Wind Pulse and later Dragon Blood would undoubtedly be known to the upper echelons of the Valkyrie Battle Corps. Thus, there was little point in intentional concealment, aside from hiding the actual attributes of these summoned beings and not revealing the 230-fold summoning. Mu. Towering 10 meters at the shoulder and stretching 20 meters in length, with a bronze-hued body, razor-sharp horns, and enormous eyes brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. The Iron Blood Bull Demon King made its debut in the external world, initially imbued with confidence and an air of superiority befitting a higher tier. Mentor Meng Haoren was left utterly dumbfounded. Holy moly, classmate, is your bull really that large? The incredulous and somewhat rattled voice of the sunny and handsome Meng Haoren escaped his lips. This was high praise indeed. The astonishment of a fourth-tier Meng Haoren was eclipsed by the reactions of the other students, especially for Hao Jian, who had fought alongside Bai Jin in the battlefield space. Though he had not contributed much, he had been astounded by Bai Jin's massive bull's combat prowess. Now, witnessing the gigantic bull that had grown several times larger, he could hardly fathom the increase in strength. Han Shui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was her first revelation of Bai Jin's fundamental skill, the mighty bull. Having undergone a transformation, observing the somewhat demonic fighting spirit in the eyes of this void-summoned creature, Mentor Meng Haoren hesitated to proceed. Classmate, does your colossal bull possess any special combat talents? That gaze is not typical of a dull-witted void creature. Bai Jin nodded. What the heck? Why are all these freaks at the Super God Academy like this? That guy only spoke, and I could hardly contain my fury. I thought a mere void summoner would be relatively weak, allowing me to display some bravado before the top 10 prodigies of this esteemed academy. But I ended up making a fool of myself. I can't push my luck any further. There may be even more outrageous freaks waiting for me. These people are all trouble. Even that woman from the administrative office is the same, all just waiting to see me make a spectacle of myself. Damn it. That Ice Emperor must be watching this place, and I dare not even show my anger. Crap. Did the Super God Academy invite me here merely to convey that even a fourth-tier catastrophe-class powerhouse like me is inconsequential to them? Heavens, it must be so. The knowledge I just imparted was not of a highly confidential nature, and there was no need for my personal explanation. It seems I have become a cautionary tale. The world has long whispered that the Ice Emperor is tyrannical and ruthless, seeing only his own kind. How enlightening. Time to make my exit. Meng Haoran silently lamented, then waved his hand. Farewell, everyone. The 4th-tier king-level powerhouse of the Catastrophe Battle Corps, the sunny and handsome Meng Haoran, gracefully departed. Bai Jin swiftly recalled the Iron Blood Bull Demon King, understanding the look in Han Shue's eyes. This was his intentional maneuver. You all believe I have but 100 bulls. But in reality, I possess 230, each endowed with various talent effects. Esteemed colleagues, Mentor Meng Haoran has urgent matters to attend to. Thus, this lecture concludes here. There are no further arrangements for today, and you are free to act as you wish. Han Shue's voice resonated, and she turned to Bai Jin, who nodded in agreement. Soon, Bai Jin followed Han Shue to the experimental zone, the very location of the administrative office, with his little sister Lu Rian stubbornly trailing behind. Han Shue respectfully invited the two to take their seats. My lord, your minotaur has ascended to the earth-level quality, hasn't it? Bai Jin nodded slightly. Team leader Han Shue. Under Sister Xiaobing's guidance, I succeeded. Han Shue immediately nodded in agreement. With the minotaur's enhancement, your strength will surge immensely, and your safety will reach a higher echelon. This is indeed splendid news. My lord, as per the directives and arrangements of the Super God Academy, you may exchange any unnecessary items with the Academic Affairs Office, allowing us to customize equipment, analyze intelligence, and more for you. Do you have any immediate needs? Bai Jin nodded again, and then retrieved the corpse of a Minotaur warrior. Team leader Han Shue, this is the corpse of a Minotaur from the Hell-level dungeon. Could you assess its value? Han Shue replied, Please wait a moment, my lord. I will return shortly. After taking the Minotaur warrior's corpse away, Han Shue returned shortly, cradling a tablet. My lord, according to the analysis, the corpse of the Minotaur you just presented can be exchanged for 338 contribution points. Here are some reference prices for the services we have drafted. Bai Jin glanced at the tablet, which displayed various options. Basic supplies, weapon customization, rare items, intelligence analysis, special services. There were numerous choices, each subdivided into categories. Bai Jin briefly scanned the offerings, which encompassed nearly everything conceivable. Notably, the special services could provide comprehensive analyses and fulfill specific requests, such as the assistance sought by Yang Wei regarding Ms. Zheng Shufen. Bai Jin then produced a damaged thunder rod. Team leader Han Shue. How many contribution points would be required for a second tier, or rather, a third tier thunder rod? Observing the thunder rod in Bai Jin's hand, Han Shue's complexion flushed slightly. After some calculations, Han Shue provided the price. My lord, the core of this weapon, the Profound Thunder Core, is already third tier. If we were to craft it into a profound quality item, the third tier Profound Thunder Rod would require approximately 50,000 contribution points. Bai Jin expressed surprise. 50,000? Han Shue hurriedly clarified. My lord, profound quality is exceptional, especially at third tier. The metals required are quite advanced. Were it not for the intact Thunder Core, the price would be at least tenfold higher. If you currently lack sufficient contribution points, do not worry. I can authorize you to acquire the weapon first, and you may replenish your contributions later. Lu Ruyin interjected. Brother, do not rush regarding contributions. Once I reach the second tier, our team will enter the city to slay the Void Demon clan, and I shall assist you in repaying the contributions then. Bai Jin cast a fond glance at his younger sister. Team leader Han Shue, please find a larger venue. I have an abundance of Minotaur remains that cannot fit here. Certainly, my lord, please follow me. Han Shue promptly led the way, her heels clicking as she walked. Chapter 173, The Half-Elven Teacher's Home Visit. With a flurry of activity, Bai Jin had cleared the Hell-level Minotaur dungeon 4 times, and due to his enmity with the savage beast realm, the number of Minotaurs in the battlefield had doubled. Consequently, Bai Jin now possessed over 4,000 Minotaur corpses, including several Minotaur captains and warriors. Han Shue's eyes sparkled as she completed her calculations and respectfully presented Bai Jin with his contribution total, 613,560 points. Bai Jin pondered. His Iron Blood Bull Demon King had the ability to transform, fighting as a Minotaur, while the previously encountered Minotaur warriors and leaders wielded massive axes. However, ordinary giant axes held little significance for the Iron Blood Bull Demon King and would likely yield less satisfaction than a mighty roar of battle. As for high-quality giant axes, Bai Jin realized he could not afford one at this time. Windwing dragonbirds were elemental summons, rendering ordinary weapons useless. As for the 6-winged flying demon commander, he still possessed a vast array of first-tier perfect runic spears, making a change unnecessary for now. Team leader Han Shue, after consideration, I would prefer not to inscribe the Thunder Rod with Thunder runes for this upgrade. Could you assist me in entirely replacing them with slow runes? Han Shue concentrated. Slow runes? I understand. My lord, you will be immune to the slowing effects, while your enemies will not. Very well, I will note that. Do you have any other requests? Bai Jin reflected. This arrangement was sufficient for combat, but he was primarily concerned with enhancing his own strength. Team Leader Han Shui. May I inquire if pure soul power crystals can be exchanged for contribution points? Han Shui nodded. My lord, please refer to this page. The price for a first-tier pure soul power crystal is 1,000 contributions, with a current stock of 3,632. The second tier is valued at 10,000 contributions, with a stock of 3,000. Pure soul power crystal. Category, second-tier soul oddities. Attribute. Consuming it enhances one's life by 1 point in the soul attribute for the second tier. Bai Jin felt a twinge of concern. Having ascended directly to the second tier in the dungeon, he was uncertain if using a first-tier crystal would be effective. Are first-tier crystals really so inexpensive? Han Shui's expression became somewhat peculiar. Inexpensive? Team Leader Han Shui, please assist me in exchanging for one first-tier crystal. Please hold on, my lord. Shortly, Bai Jin received the item. Gulp. He swallowed the first-tier pure soul power crystal, and his eyes brightened. Team Leader Han Shui, I wish to exchange for more of these first-tier soul power crystals. However, if I do not consume them all, will I be able to return them later? Han Shui's expression became slightly troubled. My lord, there are currently no regulations regarding returns. Please utilize them promptly. Until a policy is established, I can assist you in returning any unused crystals. Thank you, Team Leader Han Shui. Please assist me in exchanging for 500 first-tier crystals. And I would also like some flesh from second-tier profound monsters. Certainly, my lord, please wait a moment. With a multitude of soul power crystals and a sizable piece of second-tier profound monster flesh, he returned to the palace. Lu Ruyin released her grip on Bai Jin's arm. Brother, hurry and eat. I must work hard too. My attribute limits have already been surpassed, and I am currently testing whether there are higher thresholds. For this experiment, the Super God Academy has been continuously providing us with these resources. Once I reach my limit, I will obtain more, and then you can return them to exchange for contributions. Bai Jin shot Lu Ruyin a disapproving look. A single crystal only requires 1,000 contributions. Just slay a few more monsters to acquire them. Why resort to such tricks? Do you really think the Super God Academy is so easily deceived? That would diminish your evaluation. Alright. You three have been assigned to a city, and I cannot involve myself. Just be cautious. Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened. Brother, how about I apply to team up with you in the academy? I can assist while you take the lead. And we can undoubtedly wreak havoc in the Void Demon Clan's city. Bai Jin gently pinched his younger sister's cheek. The Super God Academy has consistently placed you, Yang Lin, and Zhuge Luyan in the same team for a reason. I am well aware of your abilities. As long as you exercise caution, self-preservation should be entirely feasible. Furthermore, Zhuge Luyan's magical web and Yang Lin's warrior talents can offer you excellent protection, while I lack any special means to safeguard you. Unless you are willing to be constantly surrounded by the giant bull, your safety cannot compare to your current team. Lu Ruyin pouted and nodded. Brother, you make a valid point, since I serve as both support and damage dealer. Sister Yang Lin and Zhuge Luyan have always been very attentive to my safety. I was just a bit confused earlier. If we part ways, I can still retain my share of resources within the team, while you get to enjoy the dominion of an entire city all to yourself, which is certainly more advantageous than sharing a city together. Bai Jin nodded and urged, please leave my room promptly. I must strive to become stronger. Lu Ruyin cast a glance at the 10 enchanting succubi in the room, engrossed in their studies on various subjects with their tablets, and remarked, brother, those succubi are delightful. Do take care of your health. Bang. Ouch. That hurts. Brother, you're serious. After securely shutting the door, Bai Jin observed the earnestness of the succubi's studies and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Taking out his phone, Bai Jin noticed a stranger wishing to add him as a friend. Mentor Leah? What could she want? I've never exchanged a word with her. We are merely acquaintances. Bai Jin felt puzzled, yet, considering her esteemed position as a mentor from the Super God Academy, he accepted her friend request. Soon, a message arrived. Lord Bai Jin, do you have a moment? Reading this message, Bai Jin's expression grew serious, for it was unusual for a mentor to address him as Lord. Connecting it to Chung Bo's desire to assist him, Bai Jin began to grasp her intentions. After some contemplation, he decided to meet her. Mentor Leah, I have time. Lord Bai Jin, since you reside with your sister, it might be inconvenient for me to visit you. Would you be so kind as to come to my place? Bai Jin thought to himself, how could he possibly accept an invitation from a half-elf female mentor to her abode during the day? If spotted, he would undoubtedly earn the same reputation as that Yang Wei, who fancied his teachers. My sister is out, and I'm alone here. If it wouldn't be too much trouble for you, Mentor Leah, please come here. All right, please wait a moment. I shall arrive shortly. This way. Even if others observed Mentor Leah visiting him, it would be seen as a legitimate and proper teacher's home visit. Why does it feel like a female teacher's home visit is also somewhat improper? This is all Yang Wei's fault. Now the atmosphere at the Super God Academy has shifted, and even the most serious matters seem suspect. Minutes later, the tall and gracefully proportioned Minter Leah settled herself onto the sofa in the reception area. Chapter 174. The half-elf is also duplicitous. Minter Leah, please have some tea. Thank you, my lord. Why do you address me in such a manner, Minter Leah? The half-elf took a breath and looked at Bai Jin earnestly. My lord, you have exclusive rights to explore and develop Yunqi City. I heard that Gu Qingxi has joined your team, but she is only at the first tier and may not provide substantial assistance in battle. I am a third-tier peak warrior and can summon third-tier goblins to fight. I wonder if you would consider allowing me to join your team? Upon hearing this, the half-elf's expression turned anxious as she awaited Bai Jin's response. He shook his head, and her face fell in disappointment. Minter Leah, you should be aware of my capabilities. My requirements for teammates are not high, and Gu Qingxi is a special case. Is your intention in wanting to join my team to gain access to Yunqi City to slay the void demon race for their corpses? Leah nodded, yes. I awakened a few years ago and can utilize life crystal and mana crystal as well. This is my goal in pursuing strength. But I sincerely wish to join your team. Bai Jin sensed her soul's vibrations and confirmed that the half-elf's intentions were genuine. Her soul's resonance aligned with her spoken words. Devoid of duplicity. I apologize, Minter Leah, but I currently have no plans to form a team, nor do I have intentions of entering Yunqi City in the near future. I regret disappointing you. The half-elf nodded in disappointment. My lord, if you later require combat or reconnaissance members, please consider me. I assure you, I will not let you down. Bai Jin nodded. Very well. If the need arises, I will reach out to you. As the half-elf stood to leave, she spoke again. My lord, the Super God Academy has developed a flesh-melting furnace targeting the void demon race, and in the future, there may be others aimed at different worlds. I can contract various goblins from the Goblin Realm, including powerful beings such as Dragon Vein Goblins, Phoenix Blood Goblins, and Titan Goblins. This is the primary reason for my recruitment by the Super God Academy. If that time comes, and you require assistance, I would still be willing to join your team. With that, the half-elf departed. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled. Although this woman was a third-tier peak warrior, her true vocation was that of a contract summoner. Minter Leah, with your qualifications, other teams would surely welcome your addition. Why seek me? After posing this question, Bai Jin focused his soul energy on her. The half-elf paused, turning back with a serious demeanor. Though I have matured physically, according to the lifespan of half-elves, I am still but a child and thus have no interest in matters of love or procreation. Yang Wei is a pervert, and Hao Jian is even more repulsive. The other two teams in the Celestial class do not require my level of combat strength. The 6 teams in the Earth class share a city, and their future potential is not as high as the Celestial class. Hence, only you, Bai Jin, are the most fitting. Most importantly, Bai Jin, you are quite handsome. The others are merely misfits. My lord, your team has the fewest members. After I join, I can contribute more, thus earning a larger share of resources. Bai Jin endeavored to maintain an expressionless facade, noting that this half-elf, who had just appeared sincere, now exhibited signs of duplicity. Furthermore, through his perception of her inner vibrations, he discerned that this half-elf was an unusual beauty enthusiast. I understand. Should I require someone of your caliber later, I will take your offer into consideration. Excellent. After Minter Leah's departure, Bai Jin commenced deliberating on his next steps toward advancement. While sifting through various materials and enjoying the massage from Mei Wu, Bai Jin felt his body and mind relax. Master, I have thoroughly examined the hundreds of first and second tier instances connected to the Super God Academy and discovered some intriguing details. Mei Wu's voice prompted Bai Jin to turn his head, aligning his gaze with a specific point. Damn that dragon bloodline. Mei Wu, if you have findings, please share them promptly. Mei Wu knelt before Bai Jin and began to explain. Master, based on the instance descriptions, I found that many instances actually belong to the same alternate world as the 9th domain, merely featuring different monsters. For instance, the demon realm where I once resided and the 9th domain collectively comprise 67 first and second tier instances, though the demons in each instance differ. Thus far, I have not discovered any related to the succubi race. Following Mei Wu's guidance, Bai Jin quickly identified numerous instances related to the demon realm. Master, the savage beast realm we encountered yesterday has a total of 27 associated instances, of which 3 are second tier, while the rest are first tier. Following Mei Wu's indications, Bai Jin swiftly organized the hundreds of first and second tier instances. Demon realm, void demon realm, goblin realm, savage beast realm, shadow realm, elven ancestral realm, insectoid nest, dragon god realm, abyssal water realm, phantom realm. Is there truly only a total of 10 worlds invading the 9th domain? Bai Jin urged Mei Wu to conduct another inspection, only to discover that indeed all first and second tier dungeons resided within the confines of these 10 alternate worlds. He had initially entertained the notion that the 9th domain was coveted by hundreds, if not thousands, of other realms, yet it turned out to be merely 10. Thus far, I have interacted with the Void Demon Realm, the Demon Realm, and the Savage Beast Realm. What course of action should I pursue next? Bai Jin fixated on one dungeon after another, not because he was incapable of conquering these highest tier second-level dungeons, but rather due to their overwhelming potential, making the choice rather daunting. Lacking aquatic combat prowess, he realized that the Abyssal Water Realm did not constitute a conventional dungeon, but rather a teleportation corridor, with a special teleportation array existing on the Abyssal Water side as well. There were 5th and even 6th tier entities present, should he venture there. Encountering an exceptional monster might prove perilous. Mei Wu, do you have any suggestions? Bai Jin inquired, gently grasping one of her delicate, fair hands. Mei Wu smiled brightly, Master. They are all fervently absorbing various knowledge, which is subsequently consolidated here with me. However, the information currently at my disposal lacks comprehensiveness. Thus I can only offer suggestions based on what I have acquired. Bai Jin nodded, speak freely, we are one entity, and I shall not hold you accountable for any inaccuracies. Mei Wu pointed out, Master, observe these insectoid nest dungeons. According to the data available, the difficulty of the insectoid nest dungeons is exceedingly high, as the nests can spawn an almost limitless number of soldiers, making it challenging for adventurers to endure for an extended period. However, for us, the greater the number of monsters, the better. This nest is undoubtedly the most comfortable dungeon for leveling up. Bai Jin's eyes lit up, and he promptly began to scrutinize the information regarding the insectoid nest. Chapter 175, Your sister? Nonsense. That is my sister. The insectoid nest comprises only 2 dungeons, one of the first tier and one of the second. However, despite the limited quantity, the diversity of monsters within is alarmingly vast, with a plethora of unfathomable insectoid creatures potentially emerging. Nevertheless, among the normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties, adventurers from the 9th domain need only contend with one type of insectoid monster. Very well, let us farm the insectoids for experience. This world's hellish dungeon is reputed to possess the highest difficulty, and as of now, there is no detailed information available, as no first or second tier adventurers have successfully cleared the corresponding hellish difficulty insectoid nest dungeons. Thus, we shall first tackle the nightmare difficulty dungeon for leveling, setting aside the hellish difficulty for the time being to avoid any misfortune. Bai Jin made his decision and subsequently summoned all the alluring maidens into the summoning space. Striding towards the dungeon area, Bai Jin began to examine the insectoid nest dungeon. Insectoid nest, medium-sized exotic dungeon. Strength level, 29. Entry requirement, level 20 to 29, 11,000 participants. Description, a dungeon space constructed by the 9th domain and the insectoid ancestors, with an extremely high number of insectoid creatures that will continue to spawn until the nest is destroyed, and the types of insects faced upon each entry are randomized. Challenge recommendation. It is advised to form a reasonable team to challenge the normal difficulty of the insect nest, farm enough experience, and then destroy the nest before exiting the dungeon. Challenging hard or higher difficulties is not recommended. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly. The information provided for this dungeon was exceptional, particularly the challenge recommendations, which were both rational and sound. Compared to the second-tier Minotaur dungeon, this dungeon was classified as a medium-sized exotic dungeon, implying a significantly larger interior. Moreover, the entry requirements differed. The Minotaur dungeon required a minimum level of 129, while this dungeon required only a starting level of 20. Bai Jin sensed the anticipation of all summoned creatures within the summoning space, eager for the impending fierce battle. Bai Jin, you. A voice filled with disbelief rang out, and Bai Jin turned to find Bihai from the Bai family had arrived, leaping down from the back of a winged feline beast. Bihai regarded Bai Jin with an expression of incredulity. Bai Jin had no intention of engaging with him, despite their bloodline connection. His aunt had thoroughly severed his ties with the Bai family of the southern domain, and as Murong Xiaobing had stated, this was a matter tacitly approved by the high-ranking officials of the 9th domain. This indicated that he had indeed disentangled himself from the southern domain Bai family. With a thought, Bai Jin began to communicate with the dungeon. Wait, hold on. The urgency in the other's voice was palpable, prompting Bai Jin to furrow his brow and glance back. Bihai took a deep breath. Bai Jin, what is the nature of the dragon aura emanating from you? Bai Jin was taken aback, but, upon closer inspection, discerned that both Bihai and the fierce beast beside him also possessed a certain aura, albeit his dragon bloodline aura seemed significantly more refined. This is, my sister gave it to me, Bai Jin replied. Having learned of Bai Yi's situation and feeling no aversion towards acknowledging their connection, his aunt and Murong Xiaobing shared a similar stance, showing no intent to obstruct his dealings with Bai Yi. Yet, this statement seemed to shatter Bihai's composure, his expression shifting dramatically, even becoming somewhat feral. Your sister? Nonsense. You have already severed ties with the southern domain by family. That is my sister. I want to allow you to say such things. Bai Jin observed the furious demeanor of the other and found it rather peculiar. Bai Jin, just you wait. I'm going to find my sister. If I discover that you have deceived her, regardless of who you are or who is backing you, prepare to be punished. Slap. No one was beside Bihai. Yet his face received a resounding slap, instantly bringing the fellow to a state of calm. Lord Ice Emperor, I did not mean to imply that you are. What I meant was. Ultimately, Bihai lowered his head in frustration. I was wrong. Bai Jin nodded slightly at the empty air where no one stood, before resuming communication with the dungeon. Level requirements met. Team size adequate. Do you confirm entry into the Insectoid Nest normal difficulty dungeon? Note. Your team consists of only you. Entering the Insectoid Nest dungeon is not advised. Do you wish to proceed? A friendly reminder appeared, and Bai Jin naturally opted to enter. Note. The Insectoid Mother Nest denies your entry into the normal, hard, and nightmare difficulty dungeons. You may only access the Hell level true dungeon. Bai Jin. Are they insane? I have never cleared a dungeon related to the nests. Why are they targeting me so? Captain, you are here. Gu Qingxi's cheerful voice rang out, and Bihai, whose face was swollen, vanished, clearly having entered the dungeon. Bai Jin turned to the girl who approached with a light-hearted gait. Are you here to farm dungeons? Alone? Gu Qingxi shook her head. Captain, Bihai's spirit beast is a Qiongqi, which has integrated dragon bloodlines, making it exceptionally powerful. Bai Jin. So the winged tiger is the legendary Qiongqi beast? Gu Qingxi nodded. A beastmaster's familiar bestows attributes and talents upon its master. The Qiongqi is notoriously vicious. Even if Bihai is not inherently malevolent, over time, he will undoubtedly be influenced. Captain, you should be cautious in the future. Well, he left in haste. Had he lingered a moment longer, I would have taught him a lesson. I have severed my ties with the southern domain by family. If he dares to provoke me, I shall treat him as a stranger. Indeed, while the Qiongqi is fierce, before your formidable iron blood minotaur, it is but a mere kitten. Bai Jin imagined the 2 to 3 meter tall, 6 to 7 meter long Qiongqi beast in the presence of a 10 meter tall, 20 meter long iron blood minotaur, and indeed, it appeared to be no more than a little winged kitten. Bai Jin pondered for a moment. Qingxi, I have considered it, and it seems that my initial agreement for you to join my team may not be appropriate after all. You are aware, my capabilities are suited for solo endeavors, while your innate talent may not suffice. If that is the case, perhaps you should seek a team that can facilitate your advancement. Gu Qingxi's face revealed a complex expression. Captain, I am not as weak as you presume. Although my learning aptitude does not directly enhance combat prowess, I have now mastered a variety of spells, encompassing earth, fire, wind, and water. I can effortlessly tackle ordinary dungeons alone. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement, then glanced towards the sky. Sister Xiaobing, I have a question for you. Ask your teammate. A barely audible voice responded, leaving Bai Jin somewhat taken aback. Sister Xiaobing, my inquiries are not documented in the database. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no response. This unusual circumstance sparked curiosity in Bai Jin, leading him to ponder more about the demure and quiet girl beside him. Chapter 176. It turns out I have hurt the heart of another world. Bai Jin looked at Gu Qingxi. Qingxi, I attempted to enter the Zerg Nest dungeon, but was denied entry and only permitted to access the Hell difficulty version. Do you know why? Gu Qingxi's expression turned grave. Captain, you have never attempted this dungeon before, correct? Bai Jin nodded. The girl fell into deep thought, soon lifting her head. In that case, there is a significant possibility. Captain, have you severely harmed a certain otherworld? Bai Jin was taken aback. Qingxi, during the battle with the Void Demon clan, I defeated numerous Void Demons. That shouldn't count, right? Gu Qingxi nodded. Captain, that was a battlefield of decisive battles. Even if many died, it cannot be considered a severe injury to the Void Demon realm. At most, it merely affected some lower-tier forces of the Void Demon clan, without impacting the Void Demon realm itself. Now, Bai Jin understood where the problem lay. Thus far, he had only interacted with the Void Demon realm, the Demon realm, and the Savage Beast realm. The Void Demon realm could be ruled out. And as for the Demon realm, the only encounter was with the Flying Demons, where the death of a batch of them surely amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket for the Demon realm. That left only the Savage Beast realm. When he was at level 2, he entered the Hell difficulty of the Savage Beast realm, and based on the knowledge he had acquired, the performance of a practitioner would be observed by other worlds. Achieving an effortless victory in the Nightmare difficulty dungeon at level 2 would mark him as an extraordinarily gifted prodigy in the eyes of the Savage Beast realm. Therefore, what should have been a hell dungeon featuring a Lord-level boss ultimately revealed the Savage Bull King. In retrospect, for a world like the Savage Beast realm, which lacks a ruling race, that Savage Bull King, possessing 3 talents, 3 skills, and a unique trait, could very well be akin to a world's chosen one. The Savage Beast realm likely intended for the Savage Bull King to eliminate him and thereby grow stronger. The crux of the matter is that he triumphed, ultimately acquiring a skill book endowed with promotion traits. Consequently, the subsequent decisive battle ensued, where the Savage Beast realm unleashed over 20 million Savage Bulls, all of which were transformed into nourishment for the Savage Bull King's skills, as well as sustenance for his life space. Coupled with the confrontation against the Minotaur, where he slaughtered millions of Minotaurs beginning from the Lord level, they too were converted into resources for the Savage Bull King, elevating him to the status of the Bull Demon King. Considering the situation from a different perspective, it is indeed a sorrowful affair to think of one's chosen one being in the hands of another, and growing to such an absurd extent. Briefly recounting the battlefield events with the Minotaurs, Gu Qingxi's mouth fell agape. Captain, the will of the other world is not so easily deceived. Though you fought valiantly, your savage bulls were annihilating monsters en masse around you, and you could not be killed. The other world would certainly conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your actual situation. I suspect the Savage Beast realm believes you are toying with it, hence the intense world resentment directed at you, resulting in your exclusion from the Zerg Nest dungeon's normal difficulty. And your situation indicates your exceptional talent. The Zerg ancestor likely has designs on you, which is why you are only permitted to access the true hell difficulty dungeon, with the aim of acquiring you. Gu Qingxi analyzed. The Zerg ancestor desires me? Bai Jin queried. Indeed, they wish to obtain your corpse to analyze and assimilate your abilities. Bai Jin, I will attempt to see if I can access other dungeons in the Savage Beast realm. Subsequently, Bai Jin reached out to the other 2 second-tier dungeons in the Savage Beast realm, and indeed, the realm's stance towards him was one of complete rejection, denying him entry even to the ordinary difficulty dungeons. The Savage Beast realm is quite stingy. After all, ordinary dungeons merely feature projections of condensed energy monsters. And even if I were to grind them for a lifetime, the power expended would be negligible in the grand scheme of a world. He then communicated with the Demon Realm, and unsurprisingly, the situation was the same. He was only permitted to enter the Hell difficulty dungeons. Well then, it seems I can only grind various Hell-level dungeons from now on. Bai Jin took a deep breath. For him, this situation was not without its threats. Previously, in the Hell difficulty against the Minotaurs, the Savage Beast realm had unilaterally enhanced the dungeon's difficulty, doubling the number of monsters. If other worlds were to employ similar tactics, he genuinely wondered if he would encounter danger, especially since realms like the Shadow Realm and the Phantom Realm were anything but ordinary. Qingxi, do you have any recommendations? Which Hell difficulty dungeon would be most suitable for me to tackle next? Gu Qingxi pondered seriously before speaking. Captain, the Zerg Nest Hell dungeon involves unpredictable types of Zerg. Some are exceedingly bizarre. Your current summons are not particularly comprehensive, so I do not recommend you attempt that dungeon for the time being. The powers of the Shadow Realm and the Phantom Realm are exceedingly strange, comprised of elemental and spectral monsters with various peculiar abilities, making it inadvisable to venture into those dungeons at this moment. The Abyssal Water Realm is a resource world within our 9th domain, yet it may harbor extraordinarily powerful entities, presenting significant uncertainty, so I would also advise against it for now. As for the Elven Ancestor Realm and the Dragon God Realm, they are friendly worlds to our 9th domain, and the dungeons there are quite unique, not suitable for grinding experience. Thus, the Goblin World dungeon is the most appropriate option. Gu Qingxi articulated gracefully. Bai Jin was both surprised and curious. The Elven Ancestor Realm and the Dragon God Realm are our allies. Gu Qingxi nodded. Yes, particularly the Elven Ancestor Realm, with which we share a close cooperation. The dungeons in these 2 worlds do not function as regular monster grinding dungeons. Rather, when our practitioners enter these dungeons, if the elves or dragons from the other world require assistance, they can summon us to battle, akin to our contract summoners. Bai Jin was utterly astonished. Is it really such a model? Does that not equate to facing real monsters in Hell dungeons? Gu Qingxi affirmed. Indeed. The Elven Ancestor Realm is significantly more favorable. They are kind and amicable, generally providing reliable information after carefully assessing the target's strength. Our practitioners can choose whether to be summoned for combat based on the circumstances, and typically, problems do not arise. However, the situation in the Dragon God Realm is less predictable. All life forms within that world possess varying degrees of dragon blood, and our cooperation is primarily with the dragon folk. These individuals with dragon blood have essentially become a different species from us, and their path to strength involves enhancing the dragon blood within themselves. Generally, when summoning our practitioners to their realm, it is to hunt formidable dragon beasts. The danger is indeed substantial. However, the rewards that follow are equally immense. The formidable dragon beasts represent an extraordinarily rare resource for the practitioners of our 9th domain. Bai Jin was suddenly invigorated. His wind-winged dragon bird possesses the bloodline of a divine dragon, albeit one that is both noble and scarce. Perhaps in the future, he might venture into the dragon god realm to hunt dragon beasts and acquire relevant resources. Chapter 177. The Most Malevolent Dragonblood Goblin. Alright, I understand. Qingxiai. As the captain, I have yet to assist you in leveling up. I will first tackle the hell-level goblin dungeon alone. If all goes well, I will take you through it a few times afterward. How does that sound? Gu Qingxiai smiled gracefully. Captain, my situation is rather peculiar. I am currently still at level 1 and have no intention of leveling up in the future. What? Bai Jin was genuinely astonished. Level 1? How is that possible? How can you use the teleportation array at level 1? Furthermore, you initially entered a first-tier battlefield. Gu Qingxiai raised her right hand slightly. Captain, the teleportation array has a restriction of level 10. This is because only when a practitioner reaches level 10 can their body and soul withstand the power of teleportation. This limitation still exists today. However, if one's physical and spiritual attributes reach 10 points, it is possible to teleport even if one's level is insufficient. I am such a case. As for the first-tier battlefield, it simply limited entry to a maximum level of 19. There was no minimum level restriction. Bai Jin nodded in understanding. I see. This is yet another experiment from the Super God Academy, isn't it? Gu Qingxiai affirmed, with the awakened body of laws. Practitioners of our 9th domain can combine skill points with skill books to condense magical runes in their sea of consciousness. This has been our greatest reliance in the continuous strengthening of our human race over the past few centuries. However, there are many limitations once a skill is learned. It permanently occupies one's soul power, and skills can only be upgraded based on their original foundation, with no opportunity to dissipate and relearn different skills. The vast majority of practitioners can only learn a limited number of skills in their lifetime, and this limitation constrains our racial potential. My talent lies in learning. I have already begun to see results. Even without using skill points to learn various skills, I can still condense magical runes in my sea of consciousness to cast different types of spells. If this situation could be widespread, our 9th domain might usher in a true golden age. The girl spoke earnestly. Bai Jin's gaze grew solemn. He had not anticipated that she had achieved such a level. Being able to condense magical runes in her sea of consciousness was indeed a break from convention. A golden age? Truly? Gu Qingxiai nodded. Since the emergence of practitioners, our 9th domain's human race has transformed from the weakest species with an average attribute of less than 1 to a powerful first-tier race today. Do not be deceived by our seemingly weak first tier. Not long ago, we were hesitant to allow a significant number of first-tier practitioners onto the battlefield, and even second tier was not considered strong. However, upon reaching the 3rd tier, our 9th domain's combat power ranks among the top tiers across many worlds. Moreover, the higher we ascend, the stronger we become. Our 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers can stand against 10 in other worlds. The continual enhancement of our racial strength has placed us in a prosperous phase, with the emergence of the flesh-melting furnace, which consolidates the entirety of the 9th domain's power against the void demon race. The true golden age has begun to dawn. Once our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers have consumed a sufficient quantity of life blood crystals, our 9th domain will break free from the constraints of thin blood and limited magical power. At that time, the era of everyone becoming as powerful as dragons will indeed arrive. If ordinary practitioners with abundant innate talents can possess substantial vitality and magical energy, along with the ability to self-learn spells, Captain, can you imagine how strong our 9th domain's human race could become? Gu Qingxiai asked with eager anticipation. Bai Jin took a deep breath. If that truly comes to pass, we shall conquer all these other worlds one by one. Gu Qingxiai beamed. Indeed. The onset of the Golden Age is inseparable from the contributions of countless generations. Our various experimental methods today are paving the way for ourselves and for our future kin. Qingxiai, if you do not level up, does that mean you rely solely on sustenance to enhance your attributes? And what about the origin skill points? The origin skills are our most formidable means. Gu Qingxiai nodded. The body of laws cannot be forsaken. It is our greatest reliance. And attribute points now have various means of acquisition. As for the origin skills, I am attempting to construct special magical meridians in certain parts of my body. Once successful, it will yield effects similar to an inscription array. These magical meridians, which do not rely on external objects, may possess limitless potential for growth, and once established, they will not be inferior to origin skills. Bai Jin nodded. All right, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I will proceed to tackle the dungeon now. Following this, Bai Jin established communication with the second-tier dungeon constructed between the 9th domain and the Goblin world. Goblin Jungle, small foreign dungeon. Difficulty level, level 29. Entry requirements, level 10 to 29, 1100 participants. Description, a dungeon space constructed between the 9th domain and the Goblin world. The types of goblins within the dungeon are random. Please form a balanced team for entry. Special reminder, the goblins in the Hell level dungeon are real beings and are extremely malevolent. Female practitioners are advised against entering, and males with weak mental fortitude are also discouraged. Wow, this special reminder is truly something else. Bai Jin felt a shiver down his spine. The need for such a specific warning in the dungeon information undoubtedly stemmed from a plethora of bizarre experiences. The thought of what previous practitioners might have encountered sent chills across his body. Level requirement met. Team size requirement met. Do you confirm entry into the normal difficulty Goblin Jungle dungeon? Note, your team consists of only yourself. Entering the Goblin Jungle dungeon is not recommended. Do you wish to proceed? Enter. Note, the Goblin world denies your entry into the normal, hard, and nightmare dungeons. You may only enter the Hell level real dungeon. Enter. Special note, the Real goblins are extremely malevolent. Upon entry, you may encounter situations that are indescribable, unimaginable, and unbearable. Do you wish to proceed? Those little goblins are truly audacious. Enter. Special situation, you carry a pure and exalted dragon aura. The Dragonblood goblins will enter the dungeon, as they are the most malevolent goblins in the Goblin world. Do you wish to proceed? Is this ever going to end? Enter. 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 With a shift in his surroundings, Bai Jin found himself amidst a jungle full of towering trees. Note, you have entered the Goblin Jungle Hell level dungeon space. Note, based on your level, the strength of the monsters in the Goblin Jungle has been suppressed. The current monster level is 20. Mei Wu, do you have a problem? Your Windwing Dragonbird's roar enhances its power, but what purpose does your call serve? Master, I could not contain myself. Having come from that desolate and frigid place to your warm side, my heart is overflowing with joy that I can hardly suppress. If you keep rambling, I will send you back. What? Master, have you finally made your decision? I have been ready for a long time. Bai Jin. Chapter 178, The Power of Dragonblood, Dragon Scale Goblin. Heh. A sinister voice filled with greed echoed as Bai Jin focused his attention, only to see a repulsive creature towering 3 meters high, greedily fixated on him, and Mei Wu beside him. I'm afraid you are mistaken. I am indeed a man. A male. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, I jumped onto the back of the wind-winged dragon bird, my skin prickling with goosebumps. As it gracefully soared into the sky, hundreds of feet above the ground, the malevolent gaze of that monstrous creature followed my ascent, and even at such a height, I felt the piercing intensity of its stare. Truly sinister. This was merely a lowly creature, yet its gaze was unbearable. No wonder the dungeon advises against female entry, and even suggests that men with weaker mental fortitude should refrain from entering as well. It seems I fall into the category of a man whose psychological resilience is insufficient. Windblade. Boom. The ground erupted into a small crater, yet that wicked goblin managed to evade the attack with remarkable agility. What? How formidable. This was an assault from a level 30 Earth-tier Wind-Winged Dragonbird, and even the most casual strike should not have been so easily dodged. Windblade Rapid Strike. Unleash with all your might. Whoosh. A flurry of wind blades materialized, enveloping the area surrounding the creature below. You have slain a level 20 yellow-tier dragon scale goblin, earning 768,000 experience points. Such a high yield of experience? Could it be that this special bloodline goblin possesses an experience enhancement? Or perhaps the innate power of such monsters is greater, resulting in a more abundant experience extraction in the 9th domain. Go. With a mere thought, the wind-winged dragon bird smoothly descended beside the corpse of the dragon scale goblin. Extract. As I commanded, an endless brilliance enveloped the mangled body of the goblin. In under a minute, a faint crimson thread floated before me. Dragon Pulse Power, Blood Essence Artifact. Grade, 2nd tier yellow. Attributes, contains a fragment of Dragon Pulse Power. Collect a sufficient quantity to coalesce into a complete dragon bloodline. Note, direct use of this item can enhance physical strength, but will also affect the original racial bloodline. Use with caution. I tucked this item away with a wave of my hand. Compared to the dragon blood essence my sister Bai had given me, this was vastly inferior. Master, 100 threads constitute a strand, and 100 strands form a drop. If you slay 999 more evil creatures, you will be able to condense a complete dragon bloodline. I shot a speechless glare at Mei Wu, feeling that my recent acquisition was even more disappointing. Wait, I seem to have misunderstood. This dragon scale goblin must have been in a suppressed state, hence the meager rewards upon its demise. But no, the dragon bloodline is inherent within the goblin's body. After being slain, the dragon pulse power should not diminish. Is it possible that the ninth domain siphoned off the majority? Or perhaps, due to this suppression, the creature's power is reclaimed by the otherworld upon its death? I cast a questioning glance skyward, esteemed will of the ninth domain. Could you please lift the suppression on the goblin's power, allowing it to recover to level 29? Partial suppression lifted. Within this dungeon space, the goblin's power can now recover to a maximum of level 29. With a thought, I summoned a five-tailed succubus. Succubus, create a commotion to attract the goblin. Yes, master. Transforming into her succubus form, the five-tailed creature wielded her razor-sharp tails and claws, effortlessly reducing the trees along her path to mere splinters. If I decompose these trees and store them in the life space, mixing them with soil, wouldn't that enhance the fertility? And the soil beneath the dense forest, rich with decayed leaves and earth, also serves as a fine low-grade nutrient soil. Wind-winged dragonbird. Manipulate the wind power to lift the surface soil and the branches shattered by the succubus. As the wind surged, a multitude of soil and branches were swept up to my side and subsequently stored in the life space. A succubus, the noblest of five-tailed succubi. I must have her. A goblin, lured by the commotion, charged forward with bloodshot eyes. Ultimate seduction. Battle log. The dragon scale goblin has resisted your five-tailed succubus's ultimate seduction skill. Incredible. A yellow-tier goblin creature can resist the signature skill of a level earth five-tailed succubus. Soul charm. Battle log. The dragon scale goblin has resisted your five-tailed succubus's soul charm skill. No way. It can resist that too? Are goblins this formidable? Master. The data indicates that goblins possess a racial evil talent. The stronger the goblin, the more evil it becomes, making them largely immune to soul control skills. Our ultimate seduction and soul charm provoke the deepest desires within the target, thus enabling control. Yet, goblins do not conceal their evil nature at all, which only amplifies their combat prowess. Eliminate it. Whoosh. You have slain a level 29 yellow-tier dragon scale goblin, earning 113,600 experience points. Extract. This time, the dragon pulse power was noticeably greater, revealing 3 strands of dragon pulse power upon inspection. I then continued my pursuit of goblins. Due to the so-called resentment from the world, I refrained from unleashing more power, not even summoning the Iron Blood Bowl Demon King. After all, I wouldn't want to frighten the goblins and complicate my future path of ascension. In a solemn grand hall, Bihai sat with a dark expression, while the fierce creature Qiongqi crouched beside him, surveying the surroundings with an air of ferocity. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed, prompting Bihai to rise excitedly, only for the once mighty Qiongqi to suddenly flatten itself against the ground like a docile kitten. Sister, it's so difficult to see you now. Bai regarded her cousin, particularly noting the distinct handprint on his face, and her expression shifted to one of confusion. You were struck, and have come to me for help? Speak, what caused this? Bihai shook his head vigorously. Sister, I'm not here about that. It's for another matter. Sister, Bai Jin possesses an aura of noble dragon lineage. Have you been deceived by him? Bai studied him with a calm demeanor. Did you have a conflict with him? And were you struck? Bihai's face flushed with indignation. How could a good-for-nothing who relies on backdoor connections and lives off others' boom? An overwhelming pressure descended, and Bihai felt as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss. Whimper. A sound akin to a terrified kitten escaped from the trembling Qiongqi, who even left a puddle on the ground. The highest authority in the southern war zone of the ninth domain, a formidable 5th tier, was enraged. Chapter 179, Qiongqi. Bai glanced at the ground where the audacious Qiongqi had dared to make a sound, causing the creature to hastily bury its head beneath its forelimbs, quaking in fear. The pressure gradually subsided, yet Bihai remained rigid with tension. Bihai, as the sole male heir of the Bai family in the southern domain, you have endured much ridicule since childhood, yet you have also benefited from the resources of the Bai family. The earth-tier Qiongqi and the numerous resources to enhance your strength are all gifts from the southern Bai family. To enjoy the resources while bearing the consequences is the choice made by you and your father. Bai Jin's mother and aunt have already paid a substantial price to sever ties with the southern Bai family, a fact that is widely acknowledged. I have never partaken in the resources of the Bai family from the southern region. The only reason you may address me as cousin is due to our encounters during my multiple visits to pay homage at my father's grave. Beyond that, we have had no other interactions. Do you truly believe there exists a close bond between us? Bai Yi's calm voice resonated, leaving Bihai momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, Bihai, filled with despondency, bowed bitterly towards the distant, composed yet somewhat aloof Bai Yi, saying, "My lady, I was in the wrong." With a look of shock, Bihai departed with the astonished little cat in tow, while Bai Yi cast a disdainful glance at the puddle of urine on the ground. Following the events of that year, no one truly sought to target the young scions of the Bai family. Rather, it was you who chose to identify yourself as a member of the southern region Bai family, inviting your own misfortune. Although the Bai family suffered immense casualties during that battle, their resources remained plentiful. And due to their unintentional role in inciting the disaster and their fierce fight, the aftermath saw no one attempting to seize the Bai family's resources. This support was crucial for your father to ascend to the rank of a 5th-level beastmaster. My aunt, a 4th-level battle king of the Valkyrie Legion, also perished in that conflict. Subsequently, my aunt's close friend, Aunt Yun, took me in, raising me within the Valkyrie Legion. Like Bai Jin, I have neither taken anything from the Bai family nor enjoyed any of their resources thereafter. I can empathize with Bai Chongqing's desire to revive the southern region Bai family. However, that is of no concern to either Bai Jin or myself. Even should Bai Jin rise to prominence, acquiring a wife and children. If he desires assistance in establishing a powerful family, I would lend my full support, yet that would be an entirely new Bai family. One belonging to my brother Bai Jin. Bihai returned home, his expression clouded with gloom, just as he encountered his father preparing to leave. The 5th-level beastmaster observed his son's demeanor and the evident handprint still visible on his face, his astonishment palpable. "Son, you may possess a Qiongqi beast, and perhaps the members of the celestial class could defeat or even kill you, yet they could not possibly slap you, could they? You share the instantaneous ability granted by the Qiongqi." Bihai's lips twitched. That slap had come without warning, leaving him no time to react, rendering his instantaneous ability utterly useless. "Father, it was the Ice Sovereign who struck me." A sharp intake of breath followed. As Bai Chongqing's expression shifted to one of surprise, how did you provoke the Ice Sovereign?" Bihai gritted his teeth, briefly recounting the noble dragon aura he sensed from Bai Jin, then relaying Bai Yi's demeanor. Bai Chongqing fell into silence, pondering for some time before finally speaking. "Son, I have already conveyed to you that Bai Jin has completely severed ties with the southern region Bai family. Do not pursue matters concerning him. Furthermore, Bai Yi is now an extraordinarily powerful 5th level. Do you grasp the implications of such strength? Bai Yi's father, your uncle, was once of the same caliber, wielding 2 formidable 5th-level beasts, capable of withstanding even the likes of the Ice Sovereign for a brief moment. From what I gather, Bai Yi's power may be staggering. Rumors suggest her strength rivals that of the Ice Sovereign. Presently, Bai Yi serves as the 2nd commander of the Valkyrie Legion, overseeing numerous commanders. And she is the highest authority within the southern region's war zone, empowered to make decisions affecting the entire area. You have not only offended Bai Jin, but you have also crossed the Ice Sovereign. Most unforgivably, you should not have sought out Bai Yi. Her prior willingness to allow you to address her as sister was a rare opportunity for you, and yet you failed to cherish it." As he spoke, Bai Chongqing's tone and expression brimmed with disappointment. Bihai lowered his head. "Father, I was in the wrong." This marked the 3rd time he had admitted his fault that day. Bai Chongqing regarded his son, ultimately exhaling a sigh. "What has transpired has passed. Do not trouble Bai Jin again. The Ice Sovereign's slap serves as a sufficient lesson for your indiscretion. As for Bai Yi, she is responsible for the entire southern region. We both serve under her command. Henceforth, do not seek her out. Focus instead on vanquishing the Void Demon clan." Bihai lifted his gaze. "Father, I understand. I will prove my worth." Bai Chongqing nodded approvingly. "Your Qiongqi bloodline is not pure, being a descendant of the dragon and mixed-blood Qiongqi. The decision lies with you, whether to further strengthen your dragon lineage or to diminish it in favor of amplifying your Qiongqi bloodline. Your level has risen to 21. You have gained 7 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Selectable talent effects. 1. Defensive barrier. Summon creatures gain dual defenses, physical and magical, of 800, mysterious grade. 2. Designate a summon skill. The summoned creature will reflect 10 damage back to the attacker, mysterious grade. 3. Designate a summon skill. The summoned creature's physical defense increases by 3 points per level, yellow grade. All these talent effects are utterly worthless. A dual defense of 800. How can such a talent effect dare to be rated as mysterious? And the option for an additional 3 points of physical defense looks painfully inadequate. Each choice is significant, and this useless option is likely to haunt me for a lifetime. The damage reflection option appears again. Now, that is a commendable talent effect. On which summoned creature should I bestow it? Bai Jin began to ponder. Main Yang is a melee fighter and currently lacks any defensive enhancements, possessing only the 327 points of defense derived from my soul's strength, an absolute vulnerability on my part. However, Should I assign this effect to the iron-blooded bull demon king? It would offer a form of protection. If faced with a particularly vicious enemy, they might injure the bull demon king, allowing for a counterattack. Bai Jin found himself truly conflicted. Never mind. This talent effect seems unworthy of my bull. I shall assign it to Main Yang. As the fragile Main Yang can best utilize the effect, I shall bestow the damage reflection talent effect upon the five-tailed Main Yang. With the talent enhancement completed, Bai Jin gazed ahead into the depths of the forest, emanating an aura of immense power. Swiftly dispatching yellow-grade goblin monsters along the way, he finally reached the core area. Chapter 180, Dragon's Roar Goblin. Haha, human. Your succubus is delectable. So are you. A greedy voice echoed from behind a massive tree. Bai Jin felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that this state could not be transferred to the iron-blooded bull demon king through absolute substitution. Boom. The giant tree crashed to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air, revealing the presence lurking behind. Towering at 6 meters. With muscles as solid as steel and eyes gleaming with malevolence, this gigantic goblin clutched an ugly staff taller than itself, fixating its gaze on Bai Jin. Human. The dragon aura emanating from you and your petite bird is even purer than mine. Pray tell, how did you and your little bird acquire such rare, yet noble dragon blood? The goblin's tone bore an unexpected hint of cordiality. I shall share my secret. But what benefit do you offer in return? The giant goblin paused, taken aback. Benefits? Human, you must be aware of our kind, the goblins. If you divulge your secret, I might consider granting you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall relish feasting upon you and your little bird while dealing with your 2 succubus companions. I doubt you wish to witness certain scenes, do you? Ha 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 ha. A sinister laugh escaped the giant goblin's lips, and Bai Jin resolved not to endure further verbal humiliation. Windblade strike. Roar. The giant goblin opposite suddenly opened its mouth and let out a furious roar. The sounds emitted by the dragon roar and the wind WIRM are entirely distinct in pitch, yet both belong to the same category of dragon roars. Battle log. The dragon vein goblin launched a dragon roar attack against you, and you successfully evaded the dragon roar attack. Battle log. The dragon vein goblin targeted your wind WIRM with a dragon roar attack, and your wind WIRM evaded the negative effects of the dragon roar attack. Battle log. The dragon vein goblin launched a dragon roar attack at your 5-tailed charm, and your 5-tailed charm fell into a state of confusion, suffering 580 points of damage. Huh? Rebound? This dragon vein goblin flexed its dark green scales, displaying a hint of astonishment, yet Bai Jin received no notification of damage. Human. The dragon blood within you is remarkably potent. Even my dragon roar cannot harm you in the slightest. In that case, I find you all the more intriguing. Dragon's binding. Boom. A thick stream of dark energy surged forth from the dragon vein goblin, instantly striking Bai Jin, who was hovering dozens of meters above. Subsequently, this dark energy transformed into countless tendrils that ensnared Bai Jin, along with the charm dance behind him and the wind WIRM beneath him. Hee. Human dragon vein summoner. I shall devour you bit by bit. As the dragon vein goblin uttered these words, the black energy retracted, drawing Bai Jin and his companions closer. My display should not be particularly formidable, right? This Goblin Realm must have assessed my strength by now. Windblade strike. Storm strike. Whoosh. A multitude of wind blades and storms erupted simultaneously, surging towards the direction of the dragon vein goblin. A cruel and covetous smile crept across the goblin's lips. You think mere wind blades can harm me? I shall feast upon you amidst the storm. Hee. Huh. The cruelly grinning dragon vein goblin exerted more force to retract the dark energy tendrils, only to discover that he could not move them. What is happening? They are suspended in midair, least affected by gravity, while I am grounded, imbued with dragon power. How can I not pull them? The dragon vein goblin was baffled. Yet he saw the dense wind blades approaching and brandished his enormous staff. Clang, clang. To his surprise, the dragon vein goblin managed to block a substantial number of wind blades, but the sheer density of the wind WRM's blades ultimately enveloped him completely. A cry of pain escaped him as he leaped out of the storm strike area. How can this be? How could my dragon scales fail to withstand the damage? No. The relentless wind blades ravaged the storm, and even with the goblin's exceptional combat skills, he succumbed in just a minute. You have slain a level 29 Mystic Dragon Vein Goblin, earning 7,424,000 experience points. You have acquired a perfect grade promotion certificate. In recognition of your performance, you receive a reward of 20 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Bai Jin gently descended, while the charm danced behind him and the charm on the ground remained in a state of confusion. The recent Dragon Vein's might was extraordinary, inflicting confusion alongside sonic damage, distinctly different from the wind WRM's Dragon Pulse. Truly remarkable. A 6-meter-tall giant goblin with dragon blood. Goblins are indeed wicked, absurd, and powerful. Yet, why did this dragon vein goblin show no external injuries, even in death? Bai Jin scrutinized the enormous corpse once more. It was entirely intact, without a single wound. This starkly contrasted with the numerous dragon-scale goblins he had recently slain, resembling instead the law-bound bodies of his kin from the 9th domain. What could be the reason? A plethora of confusion enveloped Bai Jin. According to known information, such an ability was unique to the practitioners of the 9th domain, coveted by countless beings from other realms. Now, this phenomenon had manifested in a monster, which felt exceedingly wrong. Setting aside these concerns, weakness is the greatest sin. As long as my level is sufficiently high, all secrets shall be unveiled. Extraction. An endless radiance enveloped the colossal goblin's corpse. After 3 full minutes, the light dissipated, and Bai Jin stood in astonishment at what had emerged. A skill book? Wasn't this supposed to be the power of the dragon vein? Goodness. This is the Summon Goblin skill book. Once learned, his appearance would turn sinister. Excellent. He reached out to grasp the skill book, emanating an eerie black aura. Feeling a soul-deep yearning arise, and then he beheld the specific attributes. Summon Dragon Vein Goblin, Mystic Grade Special. Description: upon learning, it allows the consumption of 500 mana points to summon a Dragon Vein Goblin of the same level, half energy, half flesh. Note: summoning time is 90 seconds. The casting must not be interrupted. Skill cooldown is 72 hours, and it cannot be summoned repeatedly. A special skill book. Bai Jin gazed at the peculiar tome in his hand, overwhelmed with delight. His bowl and charm both possessed special suffixes and performed remarkably. Learning a Mystic Grade skill book required 32 skill points, which Bai Jin had in abundance. He proceeded to learn the Summon Dragon Vein Goblin skill. You consumed 32 skill points. The learning of the Summon Dragon Vein Goblin skill was successful. Your supreme summoning talent activated, and the Summon Dragon Vein Goblin skill began to be refined. You have acquired the Summon Dragon Roar Goblin skill. Chapter 181, Malevolent Intent awaits. Summon Dragon Roar Goblin, Mystic Grade Exclusive Special. Talent Effect: 230-fold Summoning Legion Will. Description: upon learning, it allows the consumption of 600 mana points to summon up to 230 Dragon Roar Goblins of the same level, half energy, half flesh. Note: summoning time is 9 seconds. The casting must not be subjected to high-intensity disturbances. Skill cooldown is 72 hours. Once the maximum of 230 summoned beings is reached, it cannot be repeated. Come forth, my Dragon Roar Goblin. To avoid detection, Bai Jin decided to summon only one Dragon Roar Goblin this time. A summoning array filled with dark energy materialized, and after 9 seconds, a malevolent entity clad in darkness appeared. Dragon Roar Goblin, Mystic Grade Special. Level: 2nd Order 1st Level. Health points: 16, 171, 617. Energy points: 32. 343, 234. Defense Strength: 334. Physical Defense: 130, 000. Magical Defense: 130, 000. Physical Attack: 197, 200. Special Malevolent Strength: 672. Talents: Ultimate Malevolence, Bloodline Convergence. Dragon Bloodline, Mystic Grade 13. Traits: Malevolent Intent awaits. Skills: Dragon Roar, Dragon Breath, Evil Dragon Binding. Equipment: none. You have summoned a Dragon Roar Goblin. You receive Talent Feedback Enhancement, granting you a temporary Ultimate Malevolence talent and a temporary Bloodline Convergence talent. You possess the supreme and pure essence of dragon. You cannot acquire lower-level temporary Dragon Bloodline talents. You possess the supreme and pure essence of dragon. The temporary Ultimate Malevolence talent undergoes a transformation, granting you a temporary Dragon Nature of Malevolence talent. Why am I unable to be reinforced by the Iron-Blooded Bull Demon King's Iron-Blooded Battle Intent and the extreme ferocity of the Flying Demon? Yet I am granted the Ultimate Malevolence Enhancement? Bai Jin felt a rising sense of dread. The enhancement of talents was no trifling matter, and he genuinely feared that his inner self might be malevolent. Let us take a moment to observe the transformative effects of the dragon's malevolence. With a heart tinged with trepidation, Bai Jin began to sense the dubious nature of this seemingly problematic talent effect. Dragon's Malevolence, Special Life Force Talent, Temporary. Effect: your life force field harbors malevolent intent. Male shall feel diminished in its presence, while females will be compelled to submit to their innermost desires. What the hell? Bai Jin clenched his fists, overwhelmed by an impulse to dismiss this dragon's malevolent goblin. He produced a grand mirror, scrutinizing his reflection, yet found no discernible changes. Could it be that this so-called life force field is akin to an aura, imperceptible to the eye but palpable to the senses? while others may be less concerning. When encountering my aunt and younger sister, all these summoned abominations must be retracted. Luckily, my life-saving bull did not bestow upon me any bizarre temporary talents. Suppressing his emotions, Bai Jin commenced his awareness of the bloodline convergence talent effect. Bloodline convergence, special, temporary, effect. Ignoring usual reproductive barriers, under ordinary circumstances, the birth of superior offspring is guaranteed. And all offspring will be male. Bai Jin inhaled deeply. No wonder the Goblin Realm boasts formidable goblins of varied bloodlines. This talent effect is even more outrageous than that conferred by the dragon bloodline. How is this possible? With the dragon bloodline's convergence and numerous temporary talents, must I truly tread the path of the malevolent deity? Could it be that this is the reason for my being endowed with such extreme wicked talents, rather than a reflection of my own malevolence? Bai Jin found himself perplexed. However, upon introspection, he recognized that he remained unchanged, devoid of any sinister thoughts. Mew's chaotic demeanor is truly charming. With a swish, Bai Jin summoned Mew and the alluring Mewtwo into the summoning space. The dragon's malevolent goblin was notably shorter than the previous dragon blood goblin, standing at merely 5 meters. However, this creature appeared more sinister. Enshrouded in an aura of dark mist, its gaze seemingly composed entirely of malice. Dragon Bloodline, Mystic Level 13. Attributes. Dragon's malevolent goblin possesses 130,000 health, 130,000 attack, 130,000 physical defense, and 130,000 magical defense. Attributes. Absorbing Dragon Bloodline power can enhance its concentration and level, augmenting additional attributes correspondingly. This was rather impressive. Such high attributes for a mystic level, and all it requires is the absorption of dragon bloodline power. Simple and straightforward. The energy vastly exceeded its health. This creature belonged to the magical category, yet why was its attack type solely physical? Could it be that the dragon breath skill is also classified as physical? Bai Jin began to sense the most significant trait, Malevolence Incarnate, a name that did not bode well. Indeed, Malevolence Incarnate. Effect. Within a 672-meter radius centered on the dragon's malevolent goblin, all life forms subjected to its skill attacks must undergo a malevolent judgment. Judgment explanation. Failing the malevolent judgment will invoke the most sinister thoughts within the target, compelling them to act according to the actual judgment conditions. Passing the malevolent judgment will fortify the target's will and grant a corresponding enhancement in strength. Wow, this trait is formidable. Among the 5 summoned creatures Bai Jin currently possessed, this was the first with such a malevolent trait. Within a 672-meter radius, following a skill attack. This meant that all 3 of the dragon's malevolent goblin skills were included. Dragon Breath. With a roar, the dragon's malevolent goblin opened its wicked maw, unleashing a torrent of pure black breath that enveloped a vast area before it. The black dragon breath exhibited an incredible corrosive quality, instantly transforming a large swath of trees into black smoke. Magnificent. This was a frontal area attack. Dragon's Roar. A shock wave emanated from the dragon's malevolent goblin's mouth, assaulting everything in all directions. Nearby trees were even shattered to pieces. Excellent. This is truly a divine skill. Once the battle commences, the wind-winged dragon bird will initiate with a roar, followed by the dragon's malevolent goblin. It will be nothing short of exquisite. Evil Dragon Bind. A tendril of energy formed from black mist extended outward, reaching several hundred meters before ensnaring a large tree. Subsequently, the near half-meter thick tendril morphed into dozens of thinner tendrils, repeatedly coiling around the tree. I might understand why the dragon's binding skill from that monster has now transformed into Evil Dragon Bind. Observing the entangled tree, Bai Jin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It was far too difficult to behold. If a tree could endure such treatment, he shuddered to think of what would happen if it were a human. Goblins. Truly deserving of the title of the most malevolent life form across all realms. Chapter 182. The Goblin World has become unbearable. Bai Jin retrieved the dragon bloodline power obtained after defeating the dragon scale goblin. Absorbed. Bai Jin sensed that the concentration of the dragon's blood in the dragon's malevolent goblin had increased by 0.026. Oh my. By this calculation, the yellow-level dragon bloodline power pales in comparison to the mystic level. Nevertheless, it was evident that there was a vast disparity between the dragon bloodline goblin and the dragon scale goblin, an almost insurmountable gap. Standing still, Bai Jin contemplated whether he should dismiss this goblin. Theoretically, he harbored no malevolent thoughts. However, one must not only consider oneself. The dragon's malevolent goblin, equipped with Dragon's Roar and Evil Dragon Bind skills, effectively compensated for the absence of control-type summons on his part, particularly since even the Earth-level Mew could not withstand the negative effects. Should he summon Mew to test the effects of evil dragonbind? The thought struck him, sending a shiver down his spine. Dismiss the dragon's malevolent goblin. As this malevolent summon vanished, Bai Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, there was an impact. Everything else aside, he absolutely could not leave any dragon's malevolent goblin in the summoning space when visiting his younger sister and aunt. After a moment of respite, Bai Jin managed to quell his astonishment, departing the instance. With a flicker, Bai Jin found himself in the instance plaza. Sister Xiaobing, are you there? After waiting for a while with no response, Bai Jin felt a twinge of curiosity. He had originally intended to inquire about why the dragon bloodline goblin remained unscathed. Perhaps he should attempt another round in the goblin instance, as leveling up was paramount. Bai Jin focused his thoughts and began to communicate with the goblin forest instance. Special notification: you possess the purest and most exalted dragon aura, and have recently effortlessly slain numerous dragon bloodline goblins. The Goblin Realm refuses your side to suppress the goblin strength within the instance. Should you proceed, you will confront goblins of unknown rank. Do you wish to enter? Bai Jin resolutely declined. What on earth is this? Everyone is being so stingy. I couldn't even summon the iron-blooded bull demon king in the instance. Yet they still heighten their risk assessment of me. Unsure of how to proceed, Bai Jin considered sending a message to Gu Qingzi. Qingzi, I have encountered a predicament. Are you free? Captain, I am always free. Where shall we meet? At your place or mine? Bai Jin, there are several pavilions in the instance area. Let us meet there. Subsequently, Bai Jin took out the tea set and began to boil water for tea. Concerning this teammate, Bai Jin had an inkling of a certain suspicion, yet he dared not confirm it nor inquire further. Regardless of what the future might hold, his sole focus at this stage was to harness all available power to become stronger. Before long, a girl approached with a light-hearted gait. Captain, have you encountered challenges from another world again? Bai Jin nodded and recounted the recent troubles he faced in the goblin world. Gu Qingzi furrowed her brow slightly. Captain, based on the various information I've seen in the Valkyrie War Core database, such situations are quite common among the strong. However, yours has manifested rather prematurely, and the reaction from the other world has been somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, your case is not unique. There are similar records in the Valkyrie War Core database, indicating that Dean Murong Xiaobing and the Valkyries also faced targeted challenges from other worlds at your stage. Bai Jin was immediately taken aback. Sister Xiaobing and the Valkyries experienced this too? How did they resolve it? Gu Qingzi retrieved her tablet and clicked through the web pages. Captain, the Dean possesses spatial talents, and below the 4th tier, her power is insurmountable to all creatures from other worlds. According to records, she once traversed through various hellish instances with overwhelming force. Eventually, the other worlds refused to allow her to engage in any instances, which is even more exaggerated than your current predicament. As for the Valkyries, they engaged directly in combat with the monsters, but it was also an overwhelming scenario. Records indicate that numerous other worlds coveted the Valkyries, yet they were unable to succeed until she fully matured. Captain, even with your absolute substitutes and the formidable bull of the wild and other summons, I would advise against accepting the goblin world's unjust terms. If the goblins' powers are not restricted, once they dispatch a large number of high-tier goblins, you may find it difficult to cope. Therefore, as it stands, if you were to level up through instance runs, the only viable option is the Zerg nest. The Zerg in the Hell difficulty instances are virtually endless. Perhaps one such hellish instance could provide you with ample experience to ascend to Tier 3. However, the variety of Zerg is vast, encompassing both common and bizarre types. So you must consider this carefully. Gu Qingzi spoke earnestly. Bai Jin nodded. Understood, I will prepare accordingly. Gu Qingzi raised her tablet. Captain, many of the knowledge tiers are quite high. The Super God Academy's website only allows access to information below Tier 3, while I can view up to Tier 5. However, you must remain in a state of recognition while viewing. If there is anything you wish to see, I can assist you in finding it live. Bai Jin nodded. Very well, please search for information regarding the Zerg. Mei Wu, come forth to learn. The now recovered Mei Wu was summoned, and Gu Qingzi exchanged a glance with her for a moment. Impressive. She embodies the epitome of a perfect human form. Captain, you are truly fortunate. Bai Jin focused intently on Gu Qingzi. This girl was sincere and devoid of any extraneous thoughts, almost as if she were not human. Gu Qingzi's fingers glided smoothly, as Mei Wu concentrated fully on watching and learning. Captain, other squads have begun entering their assigned cities to eliminate the void demons. Do you have any plans? The girl's words left Bai Jin momentarily stunned. My sister has gone in too? Gu Qingzi nodded. Yes, aside from Hao Jian and Yang Wei. All other squads have already achieved varying degrees of success. Qingzi, are there any restrictions on the strength of the void demons within these cities? Yes. The higher-ups in the South Region battle zone have been fighting the void demons for some time. The high-tier void demons in those cities have either been killed or driven away, leaving no presence of tier 4 or above. Bai Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the girl. Hao Jian and Yang Wei have not begun due to their strength issues? Gu Qingxi nodded. Correct. The Super God Academy is currently pairing them with suitable teams, and once that is completed, they should commence. Chapter 183. The 10 Directions of Ruthless War Core. The Super God Academy is assembling teams for them? Yes, although the 10 individuals with heavenly level talents belong to the Super God Academy, they each have corresponding factions backing them. In time, perhaps all 10 heavenly level talents will establish their exclusive teams, including your sister and Zhuge Luyun, who may also separate to form their own teams. For instance, Hao Jian belongs to the 10 Directions of Ruthless War Core, which is currently the most aggressive faction, known for its formidable power and merciless treatment of enemies, leaving none alive in combat. Gu Qingxi's tone turned serious. Bai Jin was taken aback. I never imagined the kind-hearted Hao Jian would be taken in by the 10 Directions of Ruthless War Core. Qingxi. While Hao Jian's talent is indeed remarkable, his combat prowess is rather average. Are there corresponding measures in place? Gu Qingxi nodded. Captain, you should interact more with these heavenly level talents. The advancement of the Golden Era largely hinges on this batch of students from the Super God Academy. The main forces of the 10 Directions of Ruthless War Core have been battling in other worlds for years, and they have begun grooming Hao Jian. With a contingent of over 300 members now stationed at the Super God Academy, Hao Jian's talent does not require him to engage in combat personally. He merely needs to speak continuously in the face of enemies, drawing their attention and ire, allowing other members to strike them down. Moreover, the 10 Directions of Ruthless War Core has procured a high-grade skill book for him, The Lion's Roar, which addresses his greatest shortcoming. Gu Qingxi spoke with a grave expression. Bai Jin was astonished. Lion's Roar? The one that amplifies sound. Yes, it not only magnifies Hao Jian's voice countless times, but also carries the essence of soul sound, rendering ordinary soundproofing methods ineffective. What? Bai Jin was somewhat shocked. If that is the case, then Hao Jian's talent has been significantly enhanced. Gu Qingxi nodded. Indeed. Hao Jian is a key asset being cultivated by the 10 Directions of Ruthless War Core, so it is only natural for him to receive such support. Just as you have been individually nurtured by the Dean and the Valkyries. Bai Jin nodded. His 3 10-fold summoning skill books, 100-fold summoning skill book, as well as the sources of mana, the winds of movement, and even the blood of the divine dragon, all originated from the Valkyrie War Core. Moreover, his ultimate life-saving skill book, Absolute Substitute, also came from the Valkyrie War Core. Suddenly, Bai Jin grew curious. Qingxi, Hao Jian's voice is difficult for even allies to bear. Does the 10 Directions of Ruthless War Core have a solution? Gu Qingxi nodded. Hao Jian's voice has different effects on allies and enemies. The 10 Directions of Ruthless War Core surely has countermeasures, though I am unaware of the specifics. Captain, your Absolute Substitute skill and Hao Jian's ability would combine perfectly. I suspect the Super God Academy has considered this as well, and it is likely due to your respective affiliations, although you have not formally joined the Valkyrie War Core. As they chatted, Mei Wu had finished perusing all the advanced information related to the Zerg, her expression becoming quite serious. Qingxi, I will return to prepare. Feel free to contact me anytime. All right. Back in his sister's palace, Bai Jin turned to Mei Wu. Mei Wu gracefully led Bai Jin to sit down before kneeling beside him. Master, the Zerg nest is far more terrifying than one could imagine. Bai Jin's expression turned grave. It was quite unusual for a 5-tailed succubus, endowed with a ferociously vicious talent, to utter the word terrifying. Pray, elaborate. Master, according to the data I have observed, the Zerg ancestral nest is a colossal amalgamation composed of countless Zerg layers. The Zerg possess a racial trait that allows them to devour enemies and extract their abilities. Countless Zerg have slaughtered various life forms across numerous worlds, subsequently returning to the Zerg ancestral nest for disassembly and extraction. The Zerg do not merely exist in insect form. They can give rise to new individuals endowed with diverse abilities, including many that resemble humanoids. Most significantly, the Zerg are endowed with a myriad of innate abilities, which are exceedingly varied, enabling them to continually adapt their strategies against foes, making their world one of the most challenging to contend with in the 9th domain. Mei Wu whispered. No wonder the instance recommends tackling it at normal difficulty. Now it makes sense. However, if the Zerg ancestral nest is so formidable, why does it seem to be relatively quiet on our side of the 9th domain? Master, the data did not address your query. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, we must indeed proceed with caution. If the Zerg possess countless abilities, it is uncertain whether we can swiftly conquer it. Currently, the disparity between my physical attributes and soul attributes is vast, leading to an increasingly heavy sense of obscurity, which could prove fatal. Thus, I shall first consume enough first-tier pure soul power crystals to fullness, and then enhance my physical attributes to a point of clarity. Only then shall I attempt the hell difficulty Zerg nest, striving to ascend to the 3rd tier. Furthermore, if the Zerg truly are innumerable, who can say what level I might reach? Bai Jin gulped down a first-tier pure soul power crystal, having consumed over 100 already since the last instance. His soul attributes had now reached an impressive 468 points. Yet, even so, he could still digest first-tier pure soul power crystals. As for his physical attributes, he had been consuming 2nd-tier essence of blood and flesh, leading his physical attributes to an impressive 99 points. According to the information he found on the Super God Academy website, to avoid experiencing obscurity, the difference between physical and soul attributes must not exceed half their combined total. In other words, if a practitioner has 100 points in physical attributes, their soul attributes must not exceed 300 points to avoid obscurity. Currently, he found himself exceeding the limit for soul attributes, causing his reaction capabilities to surpass those of his physical form, resulting in this predicament. I must not remain idle. Mentor Lia is at the 3rd tier limit, and the goblins she summons are surely 3rd tier as well. It would be prudent to have her summon Dragon Vein goblins for me to slay, allowing me to extract Dragon Vein power to strengthen the Dragon Roar goblins. Without hesitation, Bai Jin sent a message to the half-elf mentor. Soon, Mentor Lia arrived at the palace where Bai Jin resided. My lord, are you ready for me? The half-elf mentor asked, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 184, Teammate Sacrifices. Bai Jin focused intently, sensing that this half-elf seemed reliable, devoid of ulterior motives. Mentor Lia, to be candid, I require the extermination of Dragon Vein goblins, so I can refine their Dragon Vein power. At once, Mentor Lia's face lit up with a smile, her unique beauty and striking eyes radiating an extraordinary charm. Of course, my lord. Are you officially accepting me into your team? After a moment's contemplation, Bai Jin nodded. Hooray. Finally. A dependable team. The usually composed half-elf mentor cheered. Captain, may I call you that? Please, do refrain from calling me mentor. Just Lia will suffice. Captain. The Super God Academy has had its surrounding space solidified by the principle, preventing summoners like us from calling forth creatures from other worlds. However, within instances, we face no such restrictions. We can continually summon as we select an instance. Bai Jin was somewhat taken aback. Summoning is not permitted within the Super God Academy? Lia nodded. Indeed, Captain. You are a void summoner and thus exempt from such limitations, while I, as a contract summoner, can only summon authentic life forms from other worlds. My summoning array's power cannot breach the principal's spatial blockade. Not just me. Even Yang Wei, who possesses a heavenly level talent, cannot perform contract summoning within the Super God Academy. He must summon creatures within instances. I see. Bai Jin found himself somewhat speechless. He could only enter Hell instances. Unless he took Lia into the Hell-level Zerg nest instance, he would be restricted to areas not bound by spatial seals. The main city was entirely under high-intensity spatial lockdown, leaving only base cities as viable options. Lia, we aren't heading to an instance. Come, accompany me to a certain place. Understood, Captain. Bai Jin retrieved a vehicle and led Lia towards the teleportation array of the Super God Academy. Captain, where are we going? To my hometown, Misty Sea Base City. Lia was instantly astonished. Captain, are you not aware? Without permission, all students, and even we mentors cannot leave the Super God Academy. Bai Jin produced the jade token that Han Shui had given him. With this, I should be able to take you along, right? As he spoke the final word, he directed his gaze skyward. Within her own realm, Morong Xiaobing initially intended to intervene but then refrained, instead conveying directives to the staff at the teleportation array. In her world, Morong Xiaobing watched with a grave expression as an entity manifested its power before her, the very same sun-kissed gentleman, Meng Haoran, who had previously enlightened the students of the Super God Academy about soul possession. Meng Haoran directed his abilities toward the slumbering Li Ying. Meng Haoran, is it truly so challenging? How did you achieve this 4th tier? Could it be that you are but a mediocre 4th tier? Morong Xiaobing's words caused Meng Haoran's expression to darken, yet he dared not retort. Your Highness the Ice Emperor, my power is too potent. If I exert too much force, I may inadvertently harm the life this woman has only just begun to nurture. Morong Xiaobing scoffed. Nonsense. It is clearly a matter of your inadequate control over your own power. If you cannot face your shortcomings, how do you expect to ascend to the 5th tier? Meng Haoran's demeanor turned serious. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Please, do not rush. It is nearing completion. He cannot conceal himself any longer. As soon as Meng Haoran's words fell, an awareness surged forth, rapidly growing from near non-existence. As Meng Haoran unleashed his power, a human-shaped specter swiftly morphed from a fist-sized form into that of an adult. Morong Xiaobing pointed, and 2 high-definition images appeared, depicting the likenesses of 2 young individuals. one of whom was unmistakably Bai Jin's classmate, Wong Gang. The adult specter gradually awakened from an endless state of confusion. Upon recognizing its surroundings, the specter's expression shifted dramatically, and it knelt without hesitation. Spare me, I beseech you. The voice of the terrified soul echoed. Morong Xiaobing maintained a calm demeanor as she spoke. Search his memories and ascertain which world has dispatched him to our 9th domain. Meng Haoran nodded, then enveloped the soul's silhouette with his 4th-tier soul power. The soul energy exerted pressure, contorting the internal spectral form into various shapes, while simultaneously revealing a wealth of information. After a considerable duration, Meng Haoran's expression grew peculiar. My lord, he is not from another world. Indeed, my esteemed lord, based on my recollections and guided responses, I have tentatively deduced that he is, in fact, an individual endowed with a unique sacrificial talent. Allow me to elaborate. His name is Wong Gang, awakened 2 decades ago when he was known as Wong Tai. At that time, the rules had not yet undergone significant alterations, and practitioners possessed multiple lives. After his awakening, he entered a dungeon with a group of classmates. They successfully cleared the normal difficulty level, only to venture into a more challenging dungeon, where they ultimately succumbed to defeat, resulting in the complete annihilation of the entire team by monsters. However, he soon realized that while his body had perished, his soul remained intact, and astonishingly, his talent had ascended from the ordinary to the exceptional tier. Yet, this remarkable talent bore a drawback, its peculiar complexity, and fortuitously, it granted him the ability to reincarnate. Thus, this idiosyncratic individual chose to reincarnate within the womb of his newly wedded female teacher, merging with the nascent life that was just beginning to develop. Due to their shared origins, this fusion transpired seamlessly, encountering virtually no obstacles. Until recently, his reincarnated form awakened once more, not only purifying the previously convoluted exceptional talent, but also elevating its strength from the initial state of emerging excellence to the apex of exceptionalism. This time, he encountered the same fate as 18 years prior, teaming up with classmates who had awakened just 4 seconds before him, only to meet their demise in a challenging dungeon. His talent subsequently advanced to an intricate level of excellence, followed by yet another reincarnation. Had he not been sensed upon entering the special teleportation array you arranged, my lord, an apex-level exceptional talent practitioner would have re-emerged after 18 years. Indeed, with each reincarnation occurring every 18 years, he could one day elevate his talent to extraordinary heights. Meng Haoran conveyed the information he had perceived, his expression turning gravely serious. Morong Xiaobing scrutinized the figure several meters away. The first incident could be interpreted as an inadvertent absorption of others' power, but what of this instance? Did he deliberately lead his teammates to their demise? Meng Haoran inhaled deeply. My lord, I have searched extensively for answers regarding this matter. Yet it appears that his consciousness does not harbor any relevant insights. This can only imply that both instances were unintentional, as he was unaware that the deaths of his comrades would fortify his talent. Nonetheless, the situation remains rather peculiar. Morong Xiaobing fixed his gaze intently on Wong Gang's ethereal form. Chapter 185. The death of a friend strengthens me. Meng Haoran inquired. Is there anyone with a similar situation within your battle group? Meng Haoran nodded. There is nothing identical. But according to his circumstances and the information from our 4th catastrophe battle group, his talent ostensibly pertains to the comprehensive enhancement of the physical body. However, it actually possesses a latent effect akin to sacrificing teammates to bolster his strength. Morong Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback. Sacrificing teammates to enhance oneself? Does this not mirror the situation with your battle group's leader, Chen Jingyu? Meng Haoran solemnly affirmed. Indeed, my lord, that is precisely the case. Which is why I find it rather astonishing. This aspect bears a striking resemblance to our battle group's esteemed leader. Morong Xiaobing's lips twitched slightly. Bring this Wong Gang back with you. If any 5th-tier entities from other worlds have returned to your battle group, investigate thoroughly. Should he exhibit no deliberate intent to harm his teammates, then allow your battle group to cultivate him. Meng Haoran's face brightened. Rest assured, my lord. I will ensure your instructions are conveyed clearly. Morong Xiaobing nodded. This year, 10 individuals with heavenly-level talents have awakened, yet none have been suitable for your battle group. Perhaps Wong Gang is the one meant for you. Meng Haoran gestured towards Li Ying, who remained in a state of slumber. My lord, what shall be done about her? She is Wong Gang's registered wife. Morong Xiaobing pondered thoughtfully. Wong Gang's physical form has perished. Thus, she can only be regarded as his widow. As it stands, Yang Wei from the heavenly-level class has taken a liking to her. Let bygones be bygones. Understood. With a mere thought, Morong Xiaobing sent Meng Haoran out of the Super God Academy. Casting a glance at the woman before him, Morong Xiaobing waved his hand, transporting her to Yang Wei's palace. Sacrificing teammates to enhance oneself is far more brutal than Chun Jingyo's notion of gaining strength through the death of friends. In this tumultuous era, with demons and monsters rampant, may the Golden Age not devolve into apocalyptic catastrophe. Morong Xiaobing sighed softly. Returning to the misty sea-based city, where he had grown up, Bai Jin was filled with sentiment. In a brief span, he had ascended to his current stature. However, gazing upon the desolate city, he felt a pang of guilt. With the disappearance of dungeons, this city had lost its capacity to nurture the new generation of practitioners, and coupled with the relocation policies, it had become largely deserted. Boom. He slammed the accelerator to the floor, reveling in the wild wind. It hardly felt exhilarating. He would rather soar atop the back of a wind-winged dragon bird. What was it about so many people loving to race? Casting a glance at the half-elf, Lia, who sat primly in the passenger seat, Bai Jin found himself at a loss for words. This woman had promptly taken the passenger seat after he retrieved the vehicle. The passenger seat is reserved for family and partners. This half-elf is quite impolite. After exchanging a few idle remarks, Bai Jin learned that this half-elf was 6 years his senior. The vehicle came to a gradual halt, and Bai Jin exited, gazing at the immense stadium as memories flooded back. Before his awakening, whenever there was a large performance, his aunt would take him and his younger sister here. Go. Check if there are any people nearby. In an instant, a 6-winged flying demon commander vanished into the air. Moments later, the 6-winged flying demon commander returned, and Bai Jin nodded in satisfaction. He proceeded into the largest stadium, which featured a circular tiered seating arrangement, encircling a vast performance stage spanning tens of thousands of square feet, reminiscent of an ancient duel arena. Yeah, what shall we do next? The half-elf woman spoke with a clear voice. Captain, I can summon various goblins, and I can specify the type of goblin. However, I require sufficiently enticing conditions. Upon saying this, the half-elf's expression became somewhat awkward, though not in a shy manner. Bai Jin nodded. I have slain numerous dragon vein goblins, and am aware of their malevolent nature. Go ahead and explain what is required. Lia appeared surprised. Since Captain has dispatched dragon vein goblins before, it will be much easier. Captain, even though I know your strength is extraordinary, I still wish to inquire. Is there a possibility of failure? Seeing Bai Jin's puzzled expression, Lia hurriedly clarified. Captain, it is not that I doubt your abilities, but rather, to summon formidable dragon vein goblins, I must use myself as the condition. Otherwise, such powerful goblins would not easily take the bait. And if we were to fail, I might suffer a fate worse than death. Bai Jin nodded seriously. Lia, the Super God Academy has entrusted me with a city occupied by the Void Demon clan for a reason. Let me put it this way. No matter how strong the third-tier goblins may be, I shall remain invincible. Lia nodded solemnly. Very well, in that case, I shall place my life in the captain's hands. Subsequently, the half-elf woman moved several dozen meters away. Summoning contract. Condition 1. Only a third-tier dragon vein goblin is to be summoned. Condition 2. Only by defeating the human summoner beside me can you do as you please with me. Condition 3. I ensure that no other forces will interfere. Should any outside forces intervene, I will suffer the same harm as the goblins. Condition 4. After the event concludes, the goblin will return to its original world. If obstructed, I shall suffer the same fate as the goblin. A summoning array, 5 meters in diameter and emanating a faint black aura, materialized. Bai Jin gazed upon the array, sensing its aura was reminiscent of his dragon pulse goblin, both imbued with an aura of malevolence. Captain, the summoning array is complete. We merely await the response of the dragon pulse goblin. Very well. Lia, if I were to slay the dragon pulse goblin, would there be some information that could be captured by the goblin world, potentially affecting subsequent summons? Lia nodded. Indeed, I have often summoned goblins for extermination. As the number of kills increased, the responding goblins became fewer yet stronger, compelling me to constantly augment the terms of our contract. Bai Jin acknowledged, understood. This time, Bai Jin resolved to deploy only a single 6-winged flying demon commander, ensuring that the goblin world perceived him as a mere trifle. In retrospect, summoning a wind-winged dragon bird alongside a charm dancer and a charm maiden during the goblin dungeon was indeed excessive. Curious about the summoning techniques of a contract summoner, Bai Jin circled the array imbued with a faint black aura. Minutes passed, yet no dragon pulse goblin appeared, leaving Bai Jin perplexed. Lia, is it truly this difficult? Or does the dragon pulse goblin have no interest in your terms? Lia's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Captain, let us wait a moment longer. If nothing occurs, I shall revise the contract terms. In the next instant, Lia's expression changed drastically. With a resounding crash, she swung her blade violently in Bai Jin's direction. Bai Jin remained motionless, allowing Lia's weapon to slice through the air towards him. A scornful snicker escaped his lips as a dark blade lunged at him simultaneously with a long leg appearing. With a thud, Liao was forcefully kicked in the abdomen and sent flying. At that moment, a gigantic goblin, towering 6 to 7 meters tall, emerged from the summoning array, followed by a surge of intense pain. An incredulous voice emerged as a figure clad in assassin's garb materialized, wielding a blade that transformed into a phantasm, relentlessly stabbing at Bai Jin's various vital points. With a flicker, the figure vanished after countless strikes, eyes wide with shock at Bai Jin's unyielding stance. What level of protective measures is this? Are you Yangwei? What has caused this transformation? What equipment alters your appearance? The assassin, taut with tension, demanded answers. A furious roar echoed throughout the surroundings. Bai Jin remained unscathed, and the assassin's protective aura similarly endured without harm, while Liao fell into a dazed state. Caught in an extraordinary confusion. Half-elf, you have indeed laid a trap. There is even a fourth order being lurking nearby. And what of it? You shall either perish by my hand, or should you kill me, we shall meet our demise together. A menacing voice boomed as the third order dragon pulse goblin raised its massive staff. Dragon breath. A fierce plume of black energy erupted, engulfing a vast area. In an instant, the six-winged flying demon commander activated its high-speed flight ability, soaring into the sky with Liao, who was nearly incapacitated by the dragon's roar. A series of rapid, intense attack sounds resonated as the fourth order assassin, shielded by a protective barrier, lunged at Bai Jin with her blade, launching a frenzied assault. The endless black dragon breath enveloped the entire vicinity, while Liao, in a state of chaos, assumed an ungainly posture above. Watch my rapid surge. With a swift motion, Bai Jin thrust his arms forward, transforming them into afterimages as he seized the fourth order assassin, who was aiming for his vital neck and eyes. Yangwei, how dare you venture outside the Super God Academy? Did you think that by changing your appearance, I would fail to recognize you? With your celestial level talent, if I kill you and claim your corpse, I might acquire resources for advancing to the fifth order. The fourth order assassin relentlessly accelerated her stabbing. Bai Jin found it peculiar that such a clever assassin would behave in such a frantic manner. However, he pondered, am I truly unaccompanied by powerful allies when I venture out? How dare you strike against me? The assassin chuckled darkly. Let me enlighten you. How many fifth orders remain in the ninth domain? Their movements are traceable. That space monarch has remained at the Super God Academy, never daring to stray. You have ventured out on your own and deserve your fate. Bai Jin chuckled softly. What if my excursion is merely a trap? The assassin retorted. You are indeed a fool. Remaining at the Super God Academy ensures no harm can befall you. Even now, you attempt to intimidate me. I shall demonstrate that even the fifth order assassin monarch cannot conceal their presence within a teleportation array. Our people only observed the two of you arriving. There were no other presences trailing behind. You have changed your appearance, and our people failed to recognize you. But that half-elf beside you is the stepdaughter of that fifth order martial monarch, who is reportedly at the Super God Academy, coupled with your flying demon. Among the 10 celestial level talents in the Super God Academy's celestial class, only you, Yangwei, are the summoner. Bai Jin scrutinized the fourth order assassin, who continued her frenzied stabbing despite being held in his grasp. This assassin was truly inept. Her incessant thrusts were impressive. Yet the damage inflicted was hardly sufficient to rival the rapid recovery of the iron-blooded bull demon king within the summoning space. Tell me, can you not discern that the flying demon above is a void summoning? The fourth order assassin sneered, yet her assault showed no signs of abating. I care not what type of summoner you are, Yangwei. Even with celestial level talent, your aura is only second order, and thus, you cannot escape this calamity. The third order dragon pulse goblin gaped, sensing no signs of death from the two within its dragon breath. Dragon breath was its most formidable attack. The two fools remained within its grasp, inevitably facing the shattering of their protective measures. As its power waned, the third order dragon pulse goblin was compelled to alter its approach, releasing a small stream of dragon breath to encompass the two. Feeling the protective barrier around them dissipating, the previously composed fourth order assassin finally began to panic. What is happening? Even a fifth order shield should not withstand my relentless assault for this long. My blade possesses the power to shatter shields. Planting her foot firmly, the fourth order assassin prepared to evade the dragon breath's assault. Realizing she had not escaped, the fourth order assassin appeared bewildered. Arc, with a furious shout, she unleashed all her strength. How is this possible? Why can't I break free from your embrace? Despite her resilience and agility as a fourth order female assassin, Bai Jin's grip was unwavering. Yangwei, let me go? The fourth order assassin panicked, her gaze meeting Bai Jin's sardonic expression. Impossible. You exude only a second order aura. How can you possibly restrain me? What have you done? Bai Jin, a recently awakened high school graduate, found himself momentarily entranced by the peculiar sensations arising from the struggles of the fourth-tier assassin in his embrace. My lady, you wish to slay me. Yet here I am merely holding you. Surely, one cannot object to such a gesture? The assassin, taken aback, exclaimed, My shield is about to shatter, Yang Wei. If you desire to embrace, I shall grant you ample opportunity. However, refrain from doing so in the dragon breath. Bai Jin smirked, Dear assassin, do you not perceive that embracing within the dragon breath is a romance beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals? No, Yang Wei, I abhor such romance. Let us change locations. The fourth-tier assassin was plunged into despair as her shield crumbled. As the dragon breath surged forth, she frantically pleaded for mercy, even suggesting a posthumous warmth in bed. Yang Wei, I concede this time. My lover is the fifth-tier assassin king of the Death Lament Brigade. You cannot slay me. Otherwise, once you depart the Super God Academy, the River Styx Corvid Brigade will be unable to protect you indefinitely. Bai Jin, overwhelmed with emotion, replied, I am not Yang Wei. You have truly mistaken your man. The fourth-tier assassin, tormented by the relentless dragon breath, let out a bitter laugh. You dare to act without taking responsibility. Yang Wei, you are no man. Chapter 187. I curse you to bear 100 daughters. Bai Jin was left speechless. Very well. Scold away. I have relayed the message. The Yang Wei of the River Styx Corvid Brigade has humiliated me in the pitch-black dragon breath. Yang Wei, my lover possesses a fierce possessiveness and a strong emotional obsession. You shall henceforth dwell in eternal fear. The fourth-tier assassin let out her final cry. Bai Jin's lips twitched. What the hell? I humiliated you in the dragon breath. He continued to hold her until the third-tier dragon vein goblin ceased its fire. Goblin, do proceed. The goblin, visibly terrified, protested. Human, you cannot harm me. Had I not absorbed damage on behalf of your companion would have been kicked to death by the fourth-tier assassin long ago. Furthermore, I have a contractual agreement with your companion. This fourth-tier presence is an external force, and should you harm me, your companion will suffer the same fate. Bai Jin's lips twitched again, for he had not summoned his second creature, wishing to avoid the goblin world perceiving him as powerful. Now, witnessing the cowardice of the third-tier dragon vein goblin, he sensed that matters may not unfold as he wished. With a swift motion, Bai Jin stored the corpse of the fourth-tier assassin into his storage equipment, leaving behind a peculiar storage ring. Come down. The six-winged flying demon commander, accompanied by the still-dazed Lia, approached Bai Jin. Lia. After delivering several sharp slaps to the half-elf woman's face, she finally stirred from her stupor. Captain, we must flee. There's a fourth tier. I know. The fourth tier was frightened away by the dragon breath skill of the dragon vein goblin. Huh. Bai Jin pointed towards the dragon vein goblin, which nodded in bitter acknowledgement. Lia, the fourth-tier assassin has intervened. What shall we do now? The half-elf woman's gaze sharpened. Captain, I sense through our contract that this third-tier dragon vein goblin is currently in a state of extreme weakness. Watch me. In a flash, a blade materialized, and Lia vanished, reappearing to attack the exhausted dragon vein goblin. The goblin, attempting to block Lia's assault with the small amount of strength it had managed to recover, found itself utterly outmatched. Half-elf, you lack a sense of contractual spirit. After I absorbed the damage for you, you would have been kicked to death by that fourth tier long ago. Moreover, I risked exhausting my strength to assist you against the fourth tier, and you repay me by abandoning me afterward. I implore you to uphold some contractual integrity and allow me to return. Bai Jin observed Lia's assault on the third-tier dragon vein goblin with a serious expression, his brow furrowing. It was peculiar. Each time Lia struck the goblin, tiny wounds appeared, distinct from the goblin he had previously slain in the dungeon. What was going on? The third-tier dragon vein goblin panicked. It had barely managed to unleash the dragon breath to slay the fourth tier, nearly expelling its very bile. Now, it was genuinely relying solely on its body's automatic recovery to fight, struggling to cope with the half-elf's relentless assault. Human, spare me. As long as you do, I will teach you 365 effective methods of tormenting females. Bai Jin was taken aback. What? You vile creature. Do I need your wicked methods? The third-tier dragon vein goblin nodded fervently. Human man, you possess the purest dragon aura. You require means to deal with females. It will grant you divine assistance. Bai Jin's expression darkened. This seat swiftly surges with unyielding endurance, invincible vitality, and divine dragon bloodline. The network permissions within the Super God Academy are unrestricted. The ninth domain's countless human races harbor a plethora of wondrous ideas. Do I still require your petty methods? How foolish. Lia, I shall bolster your strength. Wind-winged dragon bird. Dragon roar. A melodious dragon roar resonated, instantly bestowing Lia with enhanced power, significantly accelerating her attack speed. The third-tier dragon vein goblin. now in utter despair, found its eyes pierced by Lia's strikes. Human, you are called Yang Wei, correct? Very well. The 9th domain's summoner Yang Wei. I curse you to bear 100 female offspring. Bai Jin. Lia. After keenly sensing the situation and reviewing the battle log, Bai Jin exhaled in relief. The dragon vein goblin had merely issued a verbal curse without any real power behind it. Captain, should we extract directly, or? Bai Jin nodded. Extract. Within the base city of the 9th domain, this extraction was notably swift. In less than 10 seconds, 3 drops of dark red dragon blood materialized. Dragon vein power, blood chi oddity. Grade, 3rd tier yellow. Attributes, contains the power of the 3rd tier yellow dragon vein, possessing multiple uses. Note, direct use of this item can enhance physical strength, but may impact the original racial bloodline. Please exercise caution. Bai Jin collected these items and glanced at the half-elf woman. Lia, let us return to the Super God Academy. It would be troublesome if more assassins were to arrive. Lia nodded repeatedly, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush as she pointed at the enormous staff on the ground. Captain, there is something amiss with that staff. You should destroy it afterward. Huh. Bai Jin approached the 8-meter-long, 30-centimeter-wide colossal staff. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Good heavens. This dragon vein goblin is truly remarkable. The staff was covered in a multitude of intricate carvings. Although Bai Jin could not comprehend the goblin world script, the exquisitely detailed images were unmistakable to him. This goblin is truly disgusting. To have engraved 365 forms of wickedness onto a weapon. Absurd. Lia, let us go. I shall refine this weapon when I have the time. Understood, Captain. Let us move. A gentle breeze enveloped the two as they swiftly made their way towards the teleportation array. The female assassin had threatened him multiple times. Yet Bai Jin possessed a keen sense of soul perception. After witnessing the assassin's ferocity, he could now sense her 4th-tier soul fluctuations. The claim of her being the emperor of assassins at the 5th tier was not mere bravado. Moreover, an overwhelming confidence emanated from her, as if her 5th-tier lover could easily eliminate him. Captain, regarding what that dragon-blooded goblin said before it died, please don't take it to heart. Lia's somewhat embarrassed voice chimed in. Bai Jin chuckled lightly. That goblin was quite foolish. Having a daughter is indeed a splendid affair. I cannot fathom what it was thinking. Lia's expression turned peculiar. Captain, you aren't aware? Chapter 188. Yang Wei will be supreme. Bai Jin was somewhat perplexed. Lia, it was merely bluster, not an actual curse, right? Lia nodded repeatedly. Indeed, that was its self-proclaimed most malicious taunt, akin to our own expressions of utter desolation, not a genuine curse. You might not know this, but the goblin world is exceedingly absurd. Their primary objective in invading various other realms is to capture female beings from those worlds and propagate their lineage. Due to their racial traits, the offspring they produce are invariably male goblins. This has become a tradition of their kind. In the Goblin Realm, the captured females hold the lowest status, serving solely for reproduction, and if they lose their ability to bear offspring, they may even be consumed. To give birth to female offspring is regarded as a particularly vile insult, hence the goblin's earlier words. Bai Jin nodded thoughtfully. Understood. By the way, Lia, are you familiar with the Death Dirge Brigade and the River Styx Crows Brigade? Lia affirmed with a nod. That 4th-tier assassin is from the Death Dirge Brigade? If so, we must report this upon our return. This brigade primarily consists of assassins. Their targeting you marks a significant shift. You may have attracted unwanted attention. Bai Jin agreed. All right. I will inform team leader Han Shui and Lord Ice Emperor upon our return. Lia bowed her head slightly. Captain, I apologize. My strength is truly insufficient, and I was of no help just now. If this is the case, perhaps I should withdraw. Bai Jin chuckled. This incident was due to extraordinary circumstances. I will still need you to summon dragon-blooded goblins in the future. Do not dwell on this. It is entirely normal for a 3rd tier to struggle against a 4th tier. If you were able to defeat the 4th tier assassin king, that would indeed be an anomaly. Lia exhaled in relief. Captain, regarding your earlier inquiry about the River Styx Crows Brigade, it is a rather low-profile and enigmatic elite brigade. My knowledge about them is quite limited. I only know that their main forces primarily engage on the front lines. Bai Jin nodded. Let us return directly to the Super God Academy. After 3 consecutive teleportations, Bai Jin and Lia arrived at the teleportation array within the Super God Academy. Lia, you may return now. I will handle the reporting, he instructed. All right, Sister Xiaobing. With a flash, Bai Jin vanished, reappearing in Murong Xiaobing's realm. Did you take a stroll with the half-elf female mentor and return? Aren't you supposed to have infinite stamina and be indestructible? Why are you back so soon? A teasing voice rang out. Bai Jin hurriedly sat down to brew tea. Sister Xiaobing, I was just attacked by a 4th-tier female assassin. With a wave, the body of the female assassin was produced, still masked. Murong Xiaobing's expression shifted in surprise, and with a thought, the assassin's body entered a display state. Bai Jin instinctively lowered his gaze, though that brief moment allowed him to see clearly. I do not recognize her, but reaching the 4th tier certainly implies she is not an insignificant figure. I will have someone investigate. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly, and with a flick of her hand, Murong Xiaobing made the assassin's body vanish. It seems your strength is now sufficient to handle ordinary 4th tier opponents with ease. Remarkable. You bear a resemblance to my once invincible self, she remarked. Bai Jin promptly poured tea for the formidable woman. It is all thanks to Sister Xiaobing's guidance. Otherwise, I would still be a mere novice. Murong Xiaobing was taken aback by his words, then chuckled. It seems after slaying a 4th tier foe, your confidence has surged, allowing you to jest with me. Bai Jin recounted the incident of mistaking the 4th tier female assassin and the subsequent threats, prompting a curious look from Murong Xiaobing. Yang Wei has taken the blame for you. It appears our Super God Academy's confidentiality measures are quite effective, as external knowledge is severely limited, even leading to misidentifications. Sister Xiaobing, I merely mentioned I am not Yang Wei, yet she seemed even more convinced. She claimed to have relayed this information, stating that her 5th tier lover would seek vengeance for her. I wonder if this will affect Yang Wei. Murong Xiaobing rolled her eyes. Bai Jin. That rascal Yang Wei has indeed engaged in some questionable matters, but from our perspective, they are trivial. His preference for attractive, single, divorced women with children is rather commonplace and does not diminish our assessment of him. On the contrary, his fondness for such women, coupled with his decency towards them, indicates he possesses a moral compass. The Death Dirge Brigade is currently in disarray. You will encounter such matters as you progress in rank. Yang Wei's talents are formidable, and they only intensify over time. Among this batch of 10 with heavenly talents, he can be considered the strongest, Murong Xiaobing stated softly. Bai Jin was taken aback. Sister Xiaobing, is Yang Wei truly the strongest? What about Zhuge Lu Yun? Murong Xiaobing shook her head. In the 1st tier, Yang Wei's prowess was unremarkable, even overshadowed by his sister Yang Lin. However, Yang Wei is now at the 2nd tier, and his strength ranks among the top 3 within the Super God Academy. Once he reaches the 3rd tier, even with absolute substitutes and a herd of Earth tier beasts, it is possible that Yang Wei may not be able to harm you. Yet he could still remain undefeated. Bai Jin lifted his head, genuinely astonished. Even with his hidden 230-fold summoning and various talent enhancements, the higher-ups at the Super God Academy were aware of the strength of his summoned creatures, particularly the Earth tier beasts, which had been unstoppable on the 1st tier battlefield. Moreover, Murong Xiaobing's mention of his 100 Earth tier beasts indicated that Han Shui had already reported this information to her. Sister Xiaobing, is Yang Wei truly that extraordinary? Murong Xiaobing nodded. His talent allows him to summon a number of creatures equal to his soul's strength at the same tier, and they are real living entities. At the 1st tier, Yang Wei could only summon 1st tier creatures, whose limited power made his strength appear lacking. However, starting from the 2nd tier, his summoned beings will no longer be so feeble. Eventually, as he ascends to the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th tiers, if Yang Wei possesses a multitude of high-tier summoned beings with intelligence, he could indeed be regarded as supreme among his peers. Bai Jin nodded in understanding. Murong Xiaobing continued. Moreover, Yang Wei can continually filter his summoned creatures, retaining only the most elite ones, thus forming a genuine army of summoned beings. He could single-handedly command an elite force. Having witnessed the various combinations of the Void Demon race's troop types, you should not find it difficult to comprehend how formidable Yang Wei will become. Bai Jin took a deep breath and nodded. Sister Xiaobing, does Yang Wei belong to the River Styx Crows Brigade? What is the situation with this brigade? Chapter 189. The Raven Brigade of the River of Hades. A smile graced Murong Xiaobing's lips as she remarked, this brigade is indeed exceptionally formidable. Excluding our Valkyrie Brigade, the Raven Brigade of the River of Hades and the Unforgiving 10 Directions are the most powerful factions. The disparity in strength among the other brigades is quite pronounced. Sister Xiaobing, isn't Hao Jian part of the Unforgiving 10 Directions Brigade? Are these two brigades truly so strong? Murong Xiaobing nodded. Bai Jin, the internal dynamics of the 9th domain are not as tranquil as they appear. Your experiences today serve as a testament to that. Having grown up in the lower base city, you may have never encountered real danger, perhaps even rare instances of crime. However, that does not signify that our 9th domain is a monolith. We face numerous formidable incursions from other worlds while simultaneously invading weaker realms, leading to a plethora of differing ideologies and attitudes within. The prolonged peace and stability within the 9th domain over the years can be attributed to the catastrophic events in the southern region that decimated our population and exhausted our upper echelon's combat power. For over a decade, under the Valkyrie's resolute stance and measures, the the ninth domain has not permitted any occurrences detrimental to stability or population growth. The Raven Brigade and the Unforgiving 10 Directions share our Valkyrie Brigade's philosophy, advocating for proactive offensives against other worlds to acquire resources for internal development. In a sense, Bai Jin, you are already one of us. You do not believe that your inclusion in the third confrontation against the Void Demon clan was without purpose, do you? Fighting alongside one another is the most profound way to deepen bonds. To be candid, you three are the first-tier cultivators nurtured by our Super God Academy, while your sister and Zhuge Luyun belong to the second tier. Cultivating good relations with Hao Jian and Yang Wei will be beneficial for your future development. Morong Xiaobing imparted this with earnestness. Bai Jin, his expression grave, nodded earnestly. Sister Xiaobing, rest assured, I will handle it well. Suddenly, Morong Xiaobing's gaze shifted, and the air shimmered as the exquisite and intellectual beauty, Han Shui, appeared beside them. Captain, my lady. Morong Xiaobing acknowledged her with a slight nod. Please detail the situation. Han Shui responded with respectful acknowledgement. Captain, the body you sent over belonged to a fourth-tier member of the Death's Lament Brigade, named Tian Yao, who has been at the fourth tier for over 30 years. According to the Death's Lament Brigade's response, she was tasked with operations in the Mist Sea base city, where, apart from her, there was a contingent of lower-tier combatants executing missions. Our assessment indicates that the attack on Lord Bai Jin was likely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Han Shui spoke calmly. Morong Xiaobing frowned slightly. A spur-of-the-moment decision? It appears that many within the Death's Lament have established significant connections with the Shadow Realm. Did they offer any explanation for the assassination of a genius and the subsequent use of her body to barter for resources? Han Shui shook her head. Captain, we have not disclosed Tian Yao's intentions to harm Lord Bai Jin. Currently, they are demanding an explanation as to why the Valkyrie Brigade took action against their fourth-tier member. Morong Xiaobing scoffed lightly. It seems they have surmised some truths, hence their lack of protest. She then inquired, what about the fifth tier behind Tian Yao? Have we made any progress in our investigation? Han Shui's expression turned peculiar as she nodded. Based on our analysis of possessiveness and intense emotional cleanliness, we quickly identified a suspect. However, the situation seems amiss. Our team meticulously examined Tian Yao's body, and the life mages repeatedly confirmed that her body harbored a significant amount of foreign genetic essence, indicating she had numerous partners over time. The fifth tier in question is one of the rare milk thorn kings. If there were any connection with Tian Yao, it would be impossible for him to remain oblivious to her condition. Thus, it is highly probable that Tian Yao intentionally framed him before her demise. This is the conclusion derived from our team's repeated simulations. Morong Xiaobing nodded. Very well. Since this conclusion arises from your analyses, it holds sufficient reliability. We shall consider this matter settled on our end. Relay the information regarding Tian Yao's mistaken identity and her intent to assassinate Yang Wei to the Raven Brigade of the River of Hades in the name of the Super God Academy. Let them handle the rest. Han Shui promptly accepted the directive with respect before her figure vanished. Bai Jin, does this approach seem acceptable to you? Bai Jin nodded hastily. Sister Xiaobing, I have no objections. Morong Xiaobing continued. The Mist Sea base city, your hometown, is currently executing a plan for the ninth domain, with the Death's Lament Brigade overseeing its implementation, presently in the preparatory phase. The think tank's analysis should be correct. Had the Death's Lament Brigade truly intended to kill you, you would not have survived. Your recent ordeal appears to be a chance occurrence, instigated by a fourth tier acting on impulse. It would be inappropriate for me to confront them over this. The fourth tier corpse is a remnant of our ninth domain's laws of death. Keeping it serves no purpose for you, so let it return to dust and nurture the ninth domain. Bai Jin quickly agreed. Sister Xiaobing, I will act as you advise. Had I not intended to report back, I would have incinerated it on the spot. Very well, hand over Tian Yao's spatial ring, and I will unlock it for you. Bai Jin swiftly presented the spatial ring from his pocket, along with the blade she had used. After receiving them, Morong Xiaobing merely inspected the items briefly before returning the ring to Bai Jin. Now what are your plans? Are you not prepared to enter the Void Demon Clan city assigned to you? Bai Jin nodded. Sister Xiaobing, I plan to advance to the third tier first, as it seems more prudent. Morong Xiaobing's expression turned exasperated. Bai Jin, you have already slain a fourth-tier female assassin king, yet you still seek to play it safe? How fearful are you of death? Bai Jin could only remain silent. Morong Xiaobing could not resist playfully kicking him with her long leg. What a coward. Even I would expend effort to deal with you. Hurry up. The Void Demon Clan city is pivotal to the ninth domain's developmental plans. Go in and eliminate as many void demons as possible. This is your opportunity and that of the ordinary citizens of the ninth domain. If you dawdle any longer, I shall revoke your exploration and development rights. Bai Jin quickly nodded. Sister Xiaobing, understood. I will make a trip to the Bug Clan's Nest Hell dungeon and strive to reach the third tier in one run. so I can enter Yunqi City at the earliest opportunity. Morong Xiaobing shot him a disapproving glare. You coward. But fine, prioritize your advancement. Go on, do not linger. By the way, the Bug Clan's Nest dungeon is the most challenging to clear. Remember not to unleash all your power immediately. The bug nest will continuously reinforce based on your combat performance. If you crush them too decisively, there may be no chance for you to enjoy the thrill of battle before the nest self-destructs. Sister Xiaobing, is it truly possible? Indeed. This was my experience in the past. After eliminating a wave of bugs, the bug nest self-destructed, and I barely had the chance to indulge. As the space shifted, Bai Jin found himself in the Academic Affairs office. My lord, your third-tier golden cudgel is ready. Han Shui approached promptly, her demeanor unperturbed this time. Chapter 190, The Silver Light Fades. Bai Jin reached out to accept it, feeling its weight transfer heavily into his grasp. A burden that immediately shifted onto the Bull Demon King, preventing any embarrassment. Upon reviewing the weapon's attributes, Bai Jin was momentarily taken aback. Team Leader Han Shui, are the requirements for this weapon truly serious? Delayed Golden Cudgel, Mysterious Grade. Category, Third-Tier Staff Weapon. Physical Attack, 124, 800 to 187, 200. Description, equipped with 6 built-in miniature Mystic-level deceleration formations and a third-tier Mystic-level lightning core. Note, requires soul binding for utilization. Binding requirement, 200 points of soul attribute. Minimum usage requirement, 300 points of physical attribute. Han Shui's expression turned somewhat innocent. My lord, did you not specify a third-tier weapon? This has been entirely tailored to your specifications. Bai Jin replied. Are the demands for high-tier weapons always so outrageous? Han Shui nodded. The materials used for high-tier weapons predominantly lean towards being sturdy and dense, which correspondingly results in a significantly heavier weight. Were it not for the high demands of high-tier weapons, during the first-tier battlefield, we could have easily equipped first-tier combatants with top-tier weapons to sweep through the battlefield. This is also one of the vital purposes for which the Super God Academy encourages numerous tier heaven talent card-level individuals to attempt to break through attribute limitations. The results are now beginning to manifest, as the original attribute limits have been shattered, signifying that it has become feasible for first-tier levels to wield second-tier weapons and for second-tier levels to use third-tier weapons, a monumental advancement. My lord, your first-tier shock golden staff is covered in scars, indicating it has clashed with enemy weapons. The demand for low-tier weapons is not high, but the corresponding materials differ greatly. In comparison to your current deceleration golden staff, the damage previously inflicted on the first-tier shock golden staff can be disregarded. As long as you can complete the binding, you can simply activate the deceleration formation during combat. With your formidable summons, there is no need for you to wield such a heavy weapon in battle. Bai Jin nodded and subsequently stored the weapon away. Soon, Bai Jin arrived alone at the instance area. Level requirement met. Team size requirement met. Are you certain you wish to enter the Bug Clan Nest ordinary difficulty instance? Warning, your team consists of only yourself. It is not advisable to enter the Bug Clan Nest instance. Do you wish to proceed? Enter. Warning. The Bug Clan Mother Nest denies you entry into ordinary, difficult, or nightmare difficulty instances. You may only enter the Hell Level True instance. Do you wish to proceed? Enter. The surrounding scenery transformed, and Bai Jin found himself in an endless wilderness. Rise. The wind-winged dragon bird appeared, carrying him and Mei Wu into the sky. Let us go. After flying for a full 10 minutes, Bai Jin finally halted, realizing this was his first encounter with such a vast instance space. Instance size. Diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Sky height of 300 kilometers. Where are the Bug Clan? How can we fly for so long without sighting a single one? Bai Jin commanded the wind-winged dragon bird to lower its altitude, meticulously searching over and over again without any discovery. He took out the relic left by the fourth-tier female assassin king, first examining the blade approximately 60 centimeters in length. Silver Shatter, Mystic Level. Category, fourth-tier short sword weapon. Physical Attack, 784,000 to 176,000. Shatter. When wielding this weapon, it can inflict additional destructive damage on targets, significantly enhancing damage against energy shield type defenses. Note, requires soul binding for utilization. Binding requirement, 300 points of soul attribute. Minimum usage requirement, 150 points of physical attribute. Over 1 million in physical attack. This represents a qualitative leap compared to the third-tier deceleration golden staff. Mei Wu, as a summoned entity. You cannot perform the binding on such a weapon and can only exert its base attack power. Moreover, should you fall in battle, the weapon will be lost to me, and I shall not bestow it upon you. Mei Wu nodded repeatedly. Master, I do not require a weapon. My tail and claws suffice as my finest weapons. You may reserve this weapon for your sister. Bai Jin nodded, as that was precisely his intention. This weapon is classified as a small weapon, with a physical requirement significantly lower than that of his golden staff. Presumably, his younger sister's physical attributes are not low. If she can wield a 4th-tier weapon at the 2nd tier, it would be a substantial boon. Bai Jin then examined the 4th-tier female assassin's storage ring and soon felt his soul tainted. This woman is quite debauched. What sort of items has she prepared? It is utterly indecent. There are many items I cannot even comprehend how to utilize. Bai Jin tucked the yellow-grade storage ring into his pocket for later handling. Master, look at the ground below. Bai Jin quickly glanced down to see clusters of black fungal carpets emerging, which rapidly expanded across the surface, devouring energy fungal carpets. So this is how they manifest. It differs entirely from the information provided. It appears the bug clan nest employs a diverse array of combat strategies. Bai Jin studied the phenomenon for a while without launching an attack. According to the data, this devouring energy fungal carpet serves as the bug clan's energy source, covering the Earth's surface while siphoning power from both the ground and the air. This energy is then swiftly transmitted to the bug nest, enabling the continuous breeding of bug clan entities for combat. The fundamental function of the devouring energy fungal carpet is to gather energy, while also accelerating the recovery of energy within the bug clan and even healing injuries to a certain extent, comparable to a widespread healing spell. Circling on the wind-winged dragon bird, Bai Jin observed over 100,000 points of devouring energy fungal carpets emerging, each identical, making it impossible to locate the bug clan nest. An hour later, as he surveyed the area, the ground was entirely covered in black fungal carpets, and the bug clan nest had successfully completed the first phase of its development. Master, the bug clan has appeared. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of air slicing echoed, revealing grotesque-tailed monsters emerging from the ground. Master, it is the bug clan's standard ground assault low-altitude combat unit, the Stinging Serpent. A 2-meter-long, bony stinger struck towards Bai Jin. But unfortunately, it failed to breach the defenses of the wind-winged dragon bird. Mei Wu gracefully transformed into her 5-tailed succubus form, coiling her tail to seize a bone spike, before seamlessly reverting to her exquisite girl form. Taking the bone spike handed to him by Mei Wu, Bai Jin inspected it and found its quality satisfactory. Mei Wu, let them produce more bug clan entities. Later, I shall have the 6-winged flying demons engage in battle first. Yes, master. In just 10 minutes, the area below was densely populated with an unknown number of stinging serpents, with attacks rendered ineffective. The number of stinging serpents ceased to increase. Bai Jin focused his thoughts, summoning 10 6-winged flying demon commanders. Bai Yubiu, energy javelins began to rain down, targeting the stinging serpents below, which fell under concentrated fire. You have slain a level 21 bug clan sharpbone stinger. You gain 108,000 experience points. Chapter 191, 4-winged flying serpent. A flurry of experience notifications appeared, and Bai Jin nodded in satisfaction. Although the experience gained from a single bug clan entity is not substantial, the area below has turned into a sea of bugs. And this time he planned to grind for experience fervently. He must learn an impressive reconnaissance skill. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the attributes of the monsters. And since monster attributes are not fixed, he cannot solely rely on existing data to confront them. 6-winged flying demon commander, mystic level. Level, tier 2, level 1. Health points, 13, 440, 309, 120. Energy points, 13, 440, 134, 400. Defense strength, 470. Physical defense, 16, 800. Magical defense, 33, 600. Physical attack, 67, 200 to 154, 560. Talent, flight, extreme ferocity, demon command, demonic scales. Characteristic, guaranteed hit. Skills, javelin throw, rage battle, rapid flight. Equipment, none. Enhanced by the Legion's will. The initially weak 6-winged flying demon commander has now risen to prominence. Based on the attack patterns of the 6-winged flying demon commander, Bai Jin deduced that the health of the level 21 sharp spine serpents below was approximately 1 million. Estimating that around 7 or 8 energy javelins focused on a single target would suffice to slay one. In response, the multitude of sharp spine serpents below immediately began to retaliate, launching a barrage of bone spikes at the airborne 6-winged flying demon commander. Simultaneously, the slain sharp spine serpents were enveloped by the black fungal carpet beneath them, disappearing without a trace shortly thereafter. Bai Jin allowed the 6-winged flying demon commander to absorb some of the incoming attacks and discovered that it could indeed be breached. Each bone spike dealt over 10,000 points of damage. However, the 6-winged flying demon commander possessed a geographical level talent effect that allowed it to siphon 30 of the damage dealt to replenish its own health, mana, and stamina. Consequently, The six-winged flying demon commander remained in a nearly full health and energy state, unleashing energy javelins upon the sharp-spined serpents below with relentless precision. A silent wave of energy rippled through the air, causing the multitude of sharp-spined serpents below to suddenly collapse to the ground, motionless, before being covered once more by the black fungal carpet. Go! Whoosh! A six-winged flying demon commander activated its rapid flight skill, piercing through the black fungal carpet, enveloping one of the sharp-spined serpents with a javelin. What on earth? How can this be allowed? Bai Jin gazed at the sharp-spined serpent in the process of disintegration, suddenly comprehending the intentions of the insect nest. This insect nest was anything but mindless. It swiftly devised countermeasures in response to unfavorable circumstances, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness. Tens of thousands of serpents disintegrating at a moment's notice. Glancing at the experience gained, 25, 300, 00077, 000, Bai Jin noted that he had already slain hundreds of sharp-spined serpents in such a short time, with experience pouring in rapidly. The insect nest was capable of adapting at any moment. If I unleashed my full combat potential, would there be a risk of the self-disintegration phenomenon mentioned by Sister Xiaobing? Yet, without engaging my full strength, I could not effectively exterminate the insect race. And I was uncertain how the insect nest would evolve next. Returning to Midair, Bai Jin began to await developments. Not long passed, 10 minutes later, an entirely new creature emerged. Similar to the previous sharp-spined serpents, this new entity was clad in thick armor, appearing to be more than twice its size. Fire! Bai Yubiu. The energy javelins focused fire, and this time the situation was drastically different. It took over 100 energy javelins to finally bring down the targeted creature. You have slain a level 21 insectoid heavy armored piercing serpent, earning 3,068,000 experience points. The experience gained had more than tripled, filling Bai Jin with delight. Dodge. Allow more heavy armored piercing serpents to spawn below. Following Bai Jin's command, the wind-winged dragon bird and 10 six-winged flying demon commanders began to dart chaotically through the air, skillfully evading most of the massive bone spikes. Crash. Battle log. Heavy armored piercing serpent launches bone spike barrage, dealing 111, 650 damage to your six-winged flying demon commander. Impressive. This new foe was vastly superior to the previous sharp-spined serpents. With high attack and formidable defense, the only downside was a significant decrease in agility, while other attributes had seen substantial enhancements. Observing the assembly of over 10,000 heavy armored piercing serpents below, Bai Jin's gaze flickered momentarily before he resolved to act. There could be no more hesitation. If I could eradicate this battalion entirely, it would suffice to elevate my level by several ranks. Wind-winged dragon bird. Dragon S roar. Dragon S might. Storm strike. The wind-winged dragon bird beneath him let out a soft cry, executing a wide-area assault as per Bai Jin's instructions. A flurry of experience notifications appeared. Your level has risen to level 22, granting you 7 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Select talent effect. 1. Designate a summoned creature's movement speed to increase by 30. Xian level. 2. Defense barrier. Summoned creature's dual defenses, physical and magical, each increase by 800. Xian level. 3. Designate a summoned creature to receive an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Huang level. All of these options are subpar. How can a mere movement speed increase of 30 be classified as Xian level? The speed of the charming daughter is already swift and agile. So let us enhance it even further. I will apply the acceleration effect to the five-tailed charming daughter S skill. And then Bai Jin directed the wind-winged dragon bird to continue unleashing the storm. In less than 10 seconds, Bai Jin leveled up once more. Select talent effect. 1. Defense barrier. Summon creatures' dual defenses, physical and magical, each increase by 800. Xian level. 2. Designate a summoned creature to receive an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Huang level. 3. Attack ignores 300 points of the target's physical defense. Huang level. Bai Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a talent effect superior to the lackluster physical defense increment. He applied the defense barrier to the Bull Demon King, augmenting its defenses slightly. With Bai Jin's sudden surge of power, he began to annihilate the heavy armored piercing serpents en masse, causing the remaining serpents to once again collapse to the ground, covered by the fungal carpet. How strange. Despite having destroyed a vast area of the fungal carpet, why was there no experience gained? Could this be a tactic, rendering it incapable of being counted as the insect race's combat strength? As the storm subsided, Bai Jin was tantalizingly close to leveling up once again. This was truly unbearable. The insect race's nest dungeon was utterly unscrupulous, capable of reclaiming its kind and denying us professionals the chance to reap rewards. Such rules are profoundly unjust. Esteemed will of the ninth domain. Might you lift the suppression on the insect race's nest, allowing it to return to its maximum level of 29? Partial suppression alleviated. The insect race can now reach a maximum level of 29. A sense of elation washed over Bai Jin as he began to eagerly await the next development. This time, the wait was somewhat prolonged. A full 30 minutes passed before an entirely new unit emerged. Fire. You have slain a level 29 four-winged flying serpent, earning 563, 200 experience points. A swarm of flying serpents ascended from all directions, converging around him. Moreover, it was evident that all the flying serpents had set their sights on him. The insect nest had clearly decided to eliminate this summoner first. Chapter 192, The Mightiest Bull Demon. Centered around me, unleash the storm strike. Whoosh. A tempest erupted, indiscriminately striking Bai Jin and his surroundings. A plethora of experience notifications flooded in, and in less than a second, Bai Jin ascended to level 24. Select talent effect. 1. Flame power. Designate a summoned creature to inflict an additional 3,000 fire damage with each attack. Shin level. 2. Designate a summoned creature to receive an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Huang level. 3. Attack ignores 300 points of the target's physical defense. Huang level. Elemental talent effects. Who would benefit from this subpar effect? Bai Jin surveyed his options and ultimately decided to bestow this effect upon the six-winged flying demon commander. Fire. Energy javelins manifested. And unlike their previous translucent hue, this time they bore a faint crimson tint. Bayu. Bang. A flying serpent was slain, yet the additional 3,000 fire damage felt rather paltry. Buzz. Despite the multitude of flying serpents striving to evade the chaos, the storm's onslaught was swift enough that Bai Jin ascended to level 25 before a portion of the serpents could flee. Optional talent effect. 1. Designate a summoning skill to grant its summoned creature a critical strike chance of 30. Earth level. 2. 3. Bai Jin's expression grew grave. The critical strike effect was undoubtedly advantageous, as evidenced by the wind-winged dragonbird's ability to decimate monsters with a single storm strike. The Ox Demon King possessed the King's War Roar and Barbaric Trample, both area attacks. Should this effect apply, his damage output would soar. For Bai Jin, the Ox Demon King primarily served as a damage absorber, prioritizing defense and health, yet enhancing the Ox Demon King's combat prowess would be equally splendid. Bestow the critical strike effect upon the Iron-Blooded Ox Demon King. With the selection made, the Iron-Blooded Ox Demon King gained an additional talent effect. With a whoosh, the surviving four-winged flying serpents scattered in all directions, swiftly enveloped and absorbed by the fungal carpet. Moments later, the fourth variety of insect emerged from the insect hive. Buzz. A swarm of adult-sized, fist-sized insects materialized from all directions, exhibiting commendable flight speed. Fire. Bayubiu. These flying insects appeared to possess alarmingly low defenses, as a single energy javelin could obliterate them. Killing a level 29 energy self-destructing bug grants 12,000 experience points. Bang. Bang. Ceasefire. Let us test the damage. A six-winged sky demon commander soared into the fray, entering the green mist that emerged after the flying insects were obliterated. Battle log. Your six-winged sky demon commander has been tainted by the energy mist, losing 8,000 energy. Impressive. Bai Jin's expression turned serious. Come here. Whoosh. The now grim green six-winged sky demon commander flew before Bai Jin. Zing. Bai Jin used a runic javelin to trace a line, but the energy mist quickly enveloped the fissure once more. Boom. A first-tier explosive flame javelin ignited in Bai Jin's hand, casting a vast expanse of flames over the area. As the fire subsided, Bai Jin furrowed his brow. This energy mist could actually absorb the power of flames to grow stronger. How absurd. Go. Whoosh. The six-winged sky demon commander, still cloaked in a grim hue, shot away. Master, you just scorched me. The soft exclamation from Mei Wu left Bai Jin somewhat speechless. The activation of the explosive flame javelin had indeed cost the succubus several thousand health points. Bang. Bang. Suddenly, a flurry of green fireworks erupted in the sky, as countless energy self-destructing bugs detonated, filling the air with dense clouds of green mist that slowly spread. Storm strike. Whoosh. An endless tempest emerged, stirring the abundant green mist. Sky demons, unleash your attacks. Bai Jin had discerned the insect hive's intentions. He was focused on gaining experience, as slaying an additional bug represented a significant accumulation of experience. Mere seconds later, Bai Jin ascended to level 26. Optional talent effect. 1. Damage absorption. Each attack on a target will absorb 30 of the damage dealt, replenishing health, mana, or stamina. Earth level. 2. 3. Marvelous. Yet another Earth level talent. The wind-winged dragonbird possesses a 10-point energy absorption talent. which is currently sufficient. The Sky Demon and Succubus have already benefited from this damage absorption. Let us bestow the damage absorption effect upon the Iron-Blooded Ox Demon King. With the selection complete, the high attack, thick defense, and over 2 billion health of the Iron-Blooded Ox Demon King now boasted a 30 lifesteal capability. My safety index has significantly increased. Excellent. Up. The Wind-Winged Dragon Bird soared with Bai Jin to greater heights, revealing a panorama filled with exploding green fireworks. The Insect Hive was truly cunning. Distributing the energy mist from afar. Could it be attempting to saturate the entire dungeon space? Bai Jin's expression grew solemn. If that were the case, the power of the Insect Hive would indeed be formidable. This was a medium-sized dungeon space, with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers and a height of 300 kilometers. My goodness, the insect swarm tactic is truly impressive. If only I could summon creatures akin to the Insect Hive, wouldn't I be able to spawn armies? Bai Jin's gaze grew covetous. As a summoner, he naturally wished for as many summoned creatures as possible. Suddenly, a grave realization struck Bai Jin. Yang Wei, that fellow, could summon creatures from various otherworldly contracts. Might the insect race and hive fall within his summoning purview? Hiss. Bai Jin inhaled sharply. If he could indeed contract those, Yang Wei would become a formidable ally, second only to himself. However, it likely wasn't possible. Otherwise, who could withstand the insect swarm tactic? Observing the exploding green fireworks, Bai Jin concentrated, summoning the 9-headed Wind-Winged Dragon Bird. Go. Unleash Storm Strike. Sing. The Wind-Winged Dragon Birds dispersed, and a colossal tempest materialized, accompanied by a plethora of experience notifications. Slaying a level 29 energy self-destructing bug yielded only 12,000 experience, yet their sheer numbers compensated. Bai Jin's level rapidly escalated. Level 27, the talent effect of Frenzy was conferred upon the Ox Demon King. Level 28, the talent effect of full health targeting was imparted to the Ox Demon King. Summon Iron-Blooded Ox Demon King. Earth level special exclusive origin. Talent effect. Increases all attributes by 200. Summons level 20 spell defense by 630. Damage conversion to life value. Legion will defensive barrier and 30 critical damage absorption targeting. Description. Now, this life-saving skill had reached an extraordinarily powerful state. In the next instant, Bai Jin ascended to level 29. He was elated, for this time a celestial level talent effect emerged. Chapter 193, Blade Queen. Celestial level effect. Incredible. Optional talent effect. 1. Grants a designated summon skills creature a 10 chance to trigger a disarm effect while attacking. If the target wields a weapon, it will be disarmed. If the target is unarmed, it will be incapacitated for 3 seconds. Celestial level. 2. Designate a summon skills creature to gain an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Yellow level. 3. Attacks ignore 300 points of the target's physical defense. Yellow level. My goodness, what kind of talent effect is this, disarm? A 10 chance may seem modest, yet my summoned creatures, with the exception of the Ox Demon King and Boo Boo, boast impressive attack speeds. I shall retain this for now and solidify it upon advancing to the 3rd tier. Celestial level effects must not be squandered on a single skill. Bai Jin inhaled deeply, then assigned the 2nd talent effect to the Ox Demon King, augmenting its already staggering physical defense of 352, 800 by an additional 147 points. It was somewhat disheartening. The yellow level talent felt almost insulting to the Ox Demon King at this stage. At level 29, Bai Jin required a staggering 133 million experience points to reach the next level, and an additional 1.015 billion experience points to advance thereafter. For most professions, this would entail years of diligent grinding to achieve. Yet for Bai Jin, as long as the otherworldly realms were favorable, leveling up was as effortless as play. In less than 3 hours of entering the Zerg Nest dungeon, he ascended from level 21 to 29, garnering nearly 1 billion experience points. Esteemed human warrior, might we engage in a conversation? A melodious voice echoed from all directions. Bai Jin nodded. Yet the 10 Wind-Winged Dragonbirds and 10 Six-Winged Demons continued their relentless assault on the devouring explosive bugs. However, in the next moment, the flow of experience abruptly ceased. Surrounded by a pale green mist, Bai Jin could not discern what had transpired, but surmised that the nest had halted the production of the explosive bugs. What do you wish to discuss, Zerg Nest? He inquired. To demonstrate our respect and sincerity, we shall dispatch a Blade Queen to speak with you. What do you think? Certainly. Esteemed human warrior, the Blade Queen is currently being fabricated. In the meantime, could you feel the effects of the devouring mist? Are you able to restore your strength within it? Bai Jin's expression grew grave. He subsequently dismissed a Wind-Winged Dragonbird and initiated a summoning. His expended mana swiftly replenished. Yet his countenance darkened, for within this pale green mist, his mana recovery was diminished by more than tenfold. Esteemed human warrior. The devouring mist siphons energy from the surrounding space, and the higher its concentration, the faster the extraction. We can enhance the density of the mist to envelop the entire area. Are you threatening me? Esteemed human warrior, you misunderstand. The Blade Queen is already awaiting you in a region free of the devouring mist. Please follow the guidance to her. The voice ceased its omnidirectional presence, now emanating from a singular direction. Bai Jin willed his windwing dragon bird to soar towards the sound. After flying several hundred kilometers, the pervasive green mist finally vanished from sight. Master, such a beauty. Mei Wu, silence. I can see. Gradually descending, Bai Jin beheld a stunning woman before him. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her features were exquisitely sculpted. This beauty bore a striking resemblance to Mei Wu, yet lacked the soul-stirring allure. Instead, she exuded a cold, noble, and domineering beauty. I am Blade Queen Selena Bladesong, honored human warrior of the 9th domain. Her voice was sharp yet clear, invigorating Bai Jin with its commanding presence. You represent the nest. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Esteemed human warrior, please take a seat. I trust my understanding of human etiquette will not offend you. With a delicate gesture, the Blade Queen summoned a chair from the black mycelium covering the ground. Bai Jin, with a thought, retrieved a single chair from his storage bracelet and seated himself. The Blade Queen said little further, elegantly crossing her legs and gazing at Bai Jin. Your presence in this space to combat us is aimed at slaying our warriors to gain strength. What if we were to cooperate? Bai Jin was taken aback. Cooperate? The Blade Queen nodded earnestly. Regardless of how many warriors are slain, it merely allows us to absorb more energy for production. The energy in this space can be continuously replenished. As long as we are willing, you may slay an endless number of Zerg. Bai Jin's expression turned serious. Then, what do you desire in return? The Blade Queen glanced at Mei Wu behind Bai Jin, then gestured to herself. Esteemed sir, my form was crafted based on the information we gathered about your companion and humanity. It should align with your aesthetic preferences, yes? Bai Jin nodded, acknowledging her perfection in every aspect, her cold and domineering aura being an added bonus. The Blade Queen gestured to herself once more. Esteemed sir, all I require is for you to engage in the act of procreation with me, and in return, we shall provide you with an unending supply of Zerg to slay. What? Procreation? The Blade Queen nodded earnestly. Indeed, you need only provide me with your genetic material. This is our sole condition. Bai Jin was taken aback. Are you seeking to collect my genetic material for analysis? The Blade Queen did not hesitate to affirm. We Zerg collect countless life genes from various worlds. This is one of the fundamental reasons for our continuous evolution and strength. Bai Jin scrutinized the Blade Queen before him and spoke. It seems my genetic material holds considerable allure for you. The Blade Queen nodded. Yes, esteemed sir. If merely slaying the Zerg does not fulfill your desires, you may propose other requests, and we shall consider them. Bai Jin pondered for a moment. May I inquire, is the nest located underground? The Blade Queen shook her head. After numerous upgrades and iterations, we Zerg have retained the concept of a nest, yet it has transcended the limitations of a mere lair. As you can see, this devouring mycelium can indeed be regarded as a nest. As long as you cannot eradicate all of the devouring mycelium in one fell swoop, the nest will persist. Bai Jin was somewhat astonished, then looked back at her. Your Highness, I mean, is there a possibility you could grant me a nest to enslave? The Blade Queen shook her head. Our protection level concerning the nest's power far exceeds the prohibitions of your 9th domain's laws. There has never been a precedent of a nest being commandeered and enslaved by another. Your condition cannot be met. However, if you find my form pleasing, our nest can produce an abundance of similar forms for your enjoyment, and we can endow them with basic intelligence, allowing you to do as you please. Bai Jin replied. Intelligence? The Blade Queen nodded. Similar to the instinctual combat abilities possessed by the Zerg you previously vanquished, we can direct our production to meet your requirements, ensuring the end products align with your desires. Bai Jin inquired, what if I refuse? A faint smile graced the Blade Queen's lips. Esteemed sir, after several rounds of testing, we have confirmed that your body possesses extraordinary rule power. The 37,000 Zerg combatants we deployed from this third-tier nest are incapable of effectively harming you. Thus we have opted for the most conservative strategy. These devouring mists are exceedingly difficult to dispel. Within 3 days, we can saturate this entire space with them, and you will then be compelled to endure your existence in an energy-deprived and obstructed vision environment. Are you attempting to trap me here? The Blade Queen nodded earnestly. Yes, esteemed sir. You may have this companion by your side, perhaps for 10, 20, or even 100 years without weariness, yet eventually, the day will come when you can no longer endure. Mei Wu tugged at Bai Jin's arm. Master, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge. With the cooperation of other succubi, I am confident I can ensure you never tire of my company. Bai Jin was silent. The Blade Queen slightly closed her eyes. And after a few seconds, she suddenly chuckled. Ah, so you are a succubus, and a rare five-tailed succubus at that, capable of shapeshifting. No wonder you are confident in keeping your master entertained for eternity. Bai Jin was somewhat surprised. Void summons were not true life, and under normal circumstances, their origins could not be discerned. Perhaps sensing Bai Jin's expression, the Blade Queen gestured with her jade-like hand, and the black mycelium on the ground began to glow, projecting a holographic image. The image depicted the scene shortly after Bai Jin's entrance, showing Mei Wu transforming into her succubus form to receive a bone spike. Can you record everything that has transpired? The Blade Queen nodded gently. This is one of the fundamental abilities of my kind. Your Excellency, our clan possesses various methods, such as the continuous disruption of sound waves, which I shall refrain from demonstrating. Should you arrive at a conclusion, merely articulate it. And we will disband the hive after acquiring your life genes, allowing you to depart from this space. As a token of sincerity, I will leave this body here as a small gift for you. As the Blade Queen's words fell, her form suddenly appeared devoid of soul. Yet she retained the essence of breath and heartbeat. With a mere thought, Bai Jin summoned the wind-winged dragon bird, ascending into the skies alongside Mei Wu. Oh, great will of the ninth domain. Is there no way to extricate me from this treacherous hive? Response. Prior to entering the hive's hellish domain, we repeatedly cautioned about the impending crisis. Currently, we are unable to facilitate your departure from this space. Damn it, why is it like this? Shouldn't the Zerg merely be mindless beasts, driven solely by the frenzy of battle? Bai Jin pondered. Why are they exhibiting such rationality? How did Sister Xia Bing manage to conquer the hellish difficulty? However, even with his full combat prowess, he could not annihilate the energy-consuming fungal blanket that spanned a diameter of 10,000 kilometers below. Could it be that the Blade Queen is deceiving me? Is the hive actually located beneath the surface? Bai Jin glanced downward, the enormity of the 10,000-kilometer diameter overwhelming him, leaving him feeling somewhat at a loss. No, I cannot relinquish my life genes so easily. Although that body may appear as a perfect feminine form, its essence remains that of the Zerg. Wait, the human body is primarily composed of carbohydrates. With the capabilities of the Zerg, would this body be fundamentally indistinguishable from that of a normal human? Bai Jin furrowed his brow, contemplating his next move. He resolved to amass experience to ascend to the third tier before proceeding. Your Excellency, may we negotiate a matter? The ground heaved, and a colossal feminine shape formed from the black fungal blanket. Respected Excellency, please speak. Your Excellency, could you first create some Zerg for me to slay? I fear that once you obtain my life genes, you may turn against me. In an instant, the other party fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, a contemplative voice emerged. Respected Excellency, across countless worlds, humanity is the most untrustworthy of races, with no exceptions. Deceit and malice abound. Humanity has wrought chaos upon innumerable realms. According to the Hive's analysis, your recent statement is 100% deceitful. You intend to secure benefits before devising countermeasures. Bai Jin retorted, are we humans truly so despicable? The Blade Queen nodded. I have not personally witnessed such events. This data is recorded by the Hive and is beyond error. However, we have decided to fulfill your request. Soon, a multitude of energy-consuming self-destructing bugs will appear, and you may slay them at your discretion. Bai Jin nodded. Very well. It would also be prudent to arrange a larger area of energy-consuming fog, which would facilitate my endeavors. A resonating hum filled the air as Bai Jin focused his thoughts, causing the nine-headed wind-winged dragon bird to scatter and unleash a tempest upon the swarms of insects. Merely 3 minutes later, Bai Jin's experience surged, fulfilling the requirements for his ascension to the third tier. He retrieved a second-tier perfect ascension certificate and took a deep breath. Ascend. Your level meets the ascension criteria. Your experience is sufficient, and your ascension certificate meets the requirements. Ascension commencing. The second-tier perfect ascension certificate transformed into an endless radiance, merging with his body and amalgamating with the accumulated experience, subsequently fortifying him. Moments later, Bai Jin slowly opened his eyes. Ascension successful. You have ascended to Tier 3 Level 0, and you have gained 1 source skill point. You have utilized a perfect level ascension certificate, attribute adjustments completed, and you have acquired 91 free attribute points. Your experience gain has become tenfold. You will now receive 10 free attribute points with each subsequent level up. You have ascended to the third tier, utilizing a perfect level ascension certificate. Your life rank has reached the pinnacle level of humanity in the 9th domain. Ascended to the third tier battle general class. Your experience acquisition method has changed. Please slay genuine life forms from other worlds to obtain source energy and strengthen yourself. Ascended to the third tier battle general class. You now possess the qualification to venture into other worlds for conquest. Chapter 195, Level 20. Your Excellency, you have successfully ascended to a higher life rank, and we have demonstrated our sincerity. Do you agree to proceed with the transaction? The Blade Queen's voice resonated. But Bai Jin remained unresponsive, contemplating how to solidify his talent effects. At the forefront, undoubtedly, was the celestial grade talent effect he acquired at level 29. However, there now existed another remarkable option, summon creature level 20, earth grade. Should he select this talent effect, all his summoned creatures would attain level 50. That corresponded to the 5th tier. For a moment, Bai Jin found himself in a state of indecision. Forget it, the life-saving skill Nyo Nyo has already bestowed this effect. And now it stands at level 50. The enhancement of other summoned creatures would merely amplify their attributes significantly. The key is that the mightiest windowing dragonbird possesses a level 10 effect, ensuring ample output. The celestial grade effect is a rare opportunity, but with level 20. All my summoned creatures could reach level 50, which is indeed 5th tier. At worst, I can solidify the disarmament effect at level 40. Ultimately, Bai Jin made his choice. Supreme Summon. Source effect. Summoning skills receive extraordinary correction, ensuring summoned creatures are in a state of ultimate development, each possessing unique traits. Basic effect 1. Summoning skills have a base summoning speed of 1000, with a base cooldown time of 90. Basic effect 2. Base mana value of 1000, with a mana recovery rate of 1000. Basic effect 3. Summoning skill locks in at 230 times the summoning capacity. Basic effect 4. Legion Will. Basic effect 5. Summon creatures at level 20. Talent trait. Choose one talent effect per level. Endless enhancement. Absorb the power of similar talents to enhance the talent effect. Bai Jin casually popped a first-tier pure soul power crystal into his mouth, only to be taken aback. Note, your body cannot absorb first-tier soul power crystals. Have I reached the limit? He extracted the unmelting crystal from his mouth and checked the remaining quantity, 345 crystals. Initially, Han Shui had given him 100, and after sampling one, he had subsequently exchanged for 500 with contributions, totaling 256 consumed first-tier soul power crystals. Could it be that after breaking the attribute limit, there exists another layer of restriction? Bai Jin resolved to inquire with his younger sister, Lu Ruyan, later. He had ascended from level 21 to 30 in a brief span of time, acquiring a total of 87 free attribute points. Due to a peculiar sensation between his physical and spiritual forms, he refrained from adding to his soul attributes for the moment. However, with second-tier profound-grade monster flesh available, he also postponed augmenting his physical attributes. Now, Bai Jin began to contemplate his choice for the third source skill. Six-winged flying demon commander, five-tailed enchantress, dragon roar goblin. What more could there be to select? Source skill points. Invest in the dragon and the five-tailed enchantress. In an instant, with the completion of Bai Jin's enhancement, the five-tailed charm maiden transformed into a fundamental skill, liberated from the constraints of cooldown time. Summon five-tailed charm maiden, earth level special exclusive. Talent effect, 230-fold summoning frenzy damage, absorption of legion will, 10 reflective damage, 30 movement speed, level 20. Description, upon learning, one can consume 1000 points of mana to summon up to 230 semi-ethereal, semi-corporeal five-tailed charm maidens of level 20. Note, summoning time is 3 seconds, and the casting cannot be disturbed by conventional means. Once the maximum number is reached, it cannot be repeated. Even though it had become a fundamental skill, the summoning time still spanned 3 seconds. Bai Jin inspected his own attributes. Bai Jin, Blue Star Human Race. Rank, 3rd level 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Health points, 3. 612, 903, 612, 900. Mana points, 4, 148, 901, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 414. Attributes, Physical Strength 129, Strength 129, Constitution 129, Agility 129, Health Recovery 129 points per second. Attributes, Soul Strength 499, Spirit 499, Perception 499, Reaction 499, Mana Recovery 5489 points per second. Physical Defense 3000, Spell Defense 3000, Temptation Resistance 100, Temporary. Physical Attack 1290. Spell Attack 4990. Attributes, Profound Level Energy Gathering Array 6, Yellow Level Acceleration Array 4, Yellow Level Speed Array 4, Yellow Level Bounce Array 6. Talent, Supreme Summoning. Temporary Talents, Rapid Charge, Stamina Endurance. Indestructible, Vitality like a Rainbow, Demon Scales, Natural Charm, Soul Perception, Dragon Bloodline. Fundamental Skills, Summon Iron Blood War Bull King, Summon Windwing Dragon Bird, Summon Five-Tailed Charm Maiden. Skills: Summon Six-Winged Flying Demon Commander, Summon Dragon Roar Goblin. Special Equipment: Source of Mana. Equipment: Jade Mask of Concealment, Energy Gathering Robe, Slowing Golden Rod. Free Attribute Points: 147. Skill Points: 84. Fundamental Skill Points: 0. His attributes remained splendid, but his experience points had diminished to 100,000, even under a tenfold experience bonus. It appeared that source points were considerably more precious than the previous experience, though the conversion remained a mystery to him. Bai Jin glanced at the charm dance beside him, sensing a deeper connection with this humanoid summoning after the skill's transformation. Charm dance: have you reviewed the insectoid data provided by Guqingzi? Can we trust the words of that Blade Queen? Charm dance replied earnestly, Master, I believe it is prudent to avoid taking risks. Perhaps the insect nest currently harbors such intentions, but what if their attitude changes after acquiring your life gene? As long as you do not offer your life gene, we need not fear being enveloped by the devouring energy mist. With time, we will surely devise a solution. Bai Jin nodded. I believe the devouring fungal blanket, even if it is the insect tribe's nest, is not indestructible. Otherwise, they would have long unified all realms. Windwing Dragonbird. Continue your assault on the devouring fungal blanket below and ascertain its recovery speed. With a resounding roar, the nine-headed Windwing Dragonbird unleashed its storm strikes. Vast sections of the devouring fungal blanket were obliterated, yet the nearby fungal blanket continued to encroach. Its recovery speed was indeed rapid. Given the destructive range of the Windwing Dragonbird, even summoning 230 of them would not suffice to cover a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Bai Jin furrowed his brow. Conventional physical and elemental attacks were proving ineffective. The devouring fungal blanket possessed the properties of the devouring energy mist, capable of absorbing various forms of energy, bordering on the insufferable. As Bai Jin soared in a circle, a sudden epiphany struck him. How could he have overlooked the Dragon Roar Goblin? That creature possessed dragon breath. It was worth a try? Come forth. Bubu. A profoundly sinister growl erupted, heralding the arrival of the Dragon Roar Goblin. Chapter 196, Second Class Independent Commander. You have summoned the Dragon Roar Goblin, gaining the enhancement of talent feedback, a temporary ultimate evil talent, and a temporary bloodline affinity talent. You possess the supreme and pure essence of dragon breath, rendering you unable to acquire low-level temporary dragon bloodline talents. With the supreme and pure essence of dragon breath, the temporary ultimate evil talent undergoes a transformation, granting you the temporary dragon nature of evil talent. Bai Jin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing an even closer bond with Charm Dance. Oh, the body left behind by the Blade Queen below is a veritable masterpiece. Should I consider adding it to my collection? A peculiar thought crossed his mind, and he quickly shook his head. Goodness. Indeed, this is an evil talent. It prompts one to think inappropriately. With effects of level 20. The Dragon Roar Goblin now boasted a formidable level of 50. Dragon Roar Goblin, Profound Level Special. Level, 5th rank 0. Health points, 38, 500, 00038, 500, 000. Energy points, 77, 000, 00077, 000, 000. Defense strength, 499. Physical defense, 130, 000. Spell defense, 130, 000. Physical attack, 290, 000. Special evil strength, 1, 600. Talent, Ultimate Evil, Bloodline Affinity, Dragon Bloodline, Profound Level 13. Characteristic, Malevolent Intent. Skills, Dragon Roar, Dragon Breath, Evil Dragon Binding. Equipment, none. Lacking the Legion will enhancement. Its attributes were somewhat lacking, and its dragon bloodline had not been elevated. Bai Jin began to grasp some of the circumstances. Bubu. Exhale your dragon breath to cleanse the ground. With a powerful exhalation, a stream of dragon breath surged forth, engulfing a vast area ahead. The sound of corrosion resonated, accompanied by the emergence of black smoke. The once indomitable devouring fungal blanket began to vaporize in the smoke. My lord, you possess such an extraordinarily evil goblin. A voice of astonishment emerged as the previously unconscious body sprang to life. Bai Jin was taken aback. Aren't goblins inherently extremely evil? The Blade Queen gazed up at Bai Jin in the sky, then closed her eyes. Moments later, she opened her brilliant eyes. My lord, after analysis by the insect nest. Should you choose to offer your life gene, this space's third-level insect nest will submit to the rules of the 9th domain, becoming your armed forces. Bai Jin remained silent, while the Dragon Roar Goblin continued to move about, unleashing dragon breath, and several Windwing Dragonbirds encircled it for protection. The more urgent the other party became, the more it indicated the preciousness of his life gene. to the extent that even the insect nest was willing to make such exceptions. The insect nest, containing over 37,000 types of insectoid combat power, if acquired, would undoubtedly be invaluable. Should he take a gamble? The insect nest could produce countless exquisite female warriors. Where would there be no battlefield? In the next moment, Bai Jin inhaled deeply. I have begun to entertain thoughts about insects. This is truly unsettling. This dragon nature of evil is far more outrageous than the dragon bloodline. Noticing Bai Jin's lack of response, the Blade Queen once again departed from the body. The black dragon breath, upon corrosion, left behind a desolate area spanning hundreds of square meters. The encroaching devouring fungal blanket seemed restrained, unable to complete its coverage. The ground's diameter measures 10,000 kilometers, translating to an expanse of 78.5 million square kilometers. Considering the spouting capabilities of a dragon-chanting goblin, this task seems rather distant. In the next moment, Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with realization. I've been foolish. The nest does not produce creatures for me to slay. I shall attempt a widespread assault. Boom. Breathe fire. Wind-winged dragonbird. Storm strike. Dilute the dragon breath. The inky black dragon breath was enveloped by an unending tempest, transforming the entire storm into a faintly dark hue. The pale black storm swept across the land, swiftly eroding and vaporizing the equally dark, energy-devouring fungal carpet below. Excellent. This concentration is just right. Observing the vast patches of the energy-devouring fungi disappearing, Bai Jin exhaled in relief. This would make things considerably easier. As the pale black dragon breath storm rolled past, even the previously dense mists of energy began to dissipate rapidly. Below, the body regained its senses. Casting a complex gaze at Bai Jin in the sky, esteemed sir, your summoned creature is astonishingly powerful. The nest and the ancestral hub have just communicated, should you wish. The ancestral hub of the insectoid race is willing to accept you as our second-class independent commander. The tone now carried a hint of respect and envy. Bai Jin glanced at Mei Wu, who appeared perplexed by the statement. The Blade Queen resumed, Sir, you may not comprehend the significance of a second-class independent commander. I, for instance, am a commander cultivated by a third-class nest, thus classified as a third-class commander, capable of commanding all combat forces produced by this nest. However, my authority is subordinate to that of the nest, making me its exclusive commander. An independent commander, on the other hand, possesses authority that surpasses that of a nest of the same level. Should you become our second-class independent commander, you would possess a dedicated second-class nest, along with a variable number of lower-level nests. A second-class independent commander has the capability to conquer weaker worlds independently. Do you grasp the sincerity of this offer? The Blade Queen explained with palpable emotion. Bai Jin nodded. I understand. Yet I am of the 9th domain human race and have no intention of betraying it. The Blade Queen appeared somewhat taken aback, then chuckled softly. How could that be considered betrayal? You would be an independent commander, entirely autonomous. You could certainly remain within the 9th domain. Bai Jin shook his head, and the Blade Queen sighed in resignation. In that case, I shall not waste time or energy. Esteemed sir, may I inquire your name? Bai Jin remained silent. The Blade Queen chuckled lightly. It matters not if you choose not to disclose it. Regardless of how secretive the 9th domain is, being a recently ascended third-class summoner, it would not be difficult for us to ascertain your identity. Bai Jin grew anxious. While information gathering is fine, let me clarify. I am not Yang Wei. The Blade Queen nodded. Yang Wei? No matter, whether you are or not is irrelevant. We have our methods of uncovering the truth. Esteemed sir, we eagerly anticipate your ascension to our second-class independent commander. If you so wish, I, Blade Queen Selena, shall be at your command. The insectoid Blade Queen spoke with deference and anticipation. The insectoid nest has self-dismantled. Our side has triumphed in this hellish instance of the insectoid nest. Congratulations. You are the 9th individual from the 9th domain to conquer the true instance of the insectoid nest. The 9th domain shall grant you special rewards. Detection initiated. Detection complete. You have yet to acquire all the extra free attribute points and skill points available at second class. You have received 80 free attribute points and 40 skill points as a reward. Occupier Bai Jin, your contributions extend beyond this. Please express your needs, and the 9th domain shall endeavor to fulfill them based on your contributions. Bai Jin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such an opportunity. Without delay, he presented his most pressing concern. My Aunt Tang Yun has burned her talent. Can you assist in restoring her? Information retrieval initiated. Tang Yun possesses a heavenly level talent. The 9th domain lacks items capable of restoring such a talent soul, and your contributions are insufficient to make this request. Chapter 197. Yang Wei has a daughter. Is there anything in other worlds? Information retrieval initiated. Worlds are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Perhaps such wondrous items exist. Bai Jin's expression grew grave. It seemed that the Valkyrie battle group had indeed considered ways to help his aunt, but simply lacked the capability. Can you elevate my Iron Blood Bull Demon King skill to heavenly level? The 9th domain currently lacks such items, and your contributions are insufficient for this request. What is the value of my contributions? Information retrieval initiated. Your contributions are sufficient to compensate for the extra free attribute points and skill points you could acquire at 3rd class. Then let us proceed with the compensation. You have gained 100 free attribute points and 50 skill points. Bai Jin glanced at the results. Free attribute points, 327, skill points, 174. Currently, consuming the flesh and blood of 2nd class Xian-level monsters could still enhance his physical attributes, so he refrained from utilizing these free attribute points. Exit the instance. Notice, the insectoid nest has completely disintegrated. This instance's space contains vast energy, and we are currently dissolving and reclaiming this space, making teleportation temporarily impossible. Will I be fused into it as well? Mu Rongxia looked at the received information, her face lighting up with joy. This individual, though fearful of death, was reliable. He had indeed resolved the insectoid nest hellish instance, accomplishing it more swiftly than I did in my time. It seems they were hiding their capabilities rather deeply. Mu Rongxia's expression shifted to one of gravity. Initially, we believed that cultivating Yang Wei would ensure he became a pillar of the 9th domain. However, it appears Bai Jin will not be any lesser, and his safety is assured. The only drawback is that his void summons lack independent intelligence. Furthermore, there is Wang Gang, whose 4th Calamity battle group has begun to cultivate him with full force. He is yet another prodigious figure. The most formidable, however, is that Wong Hao, who exploded the holy energy crystal upon awakening. Although his awakening time was merely a second, it has already confirmed that his potential surpasses heavenly level. And the Blood Battle 8 Directions battle group has struck gold. In an ordinary high school class from an ordinary base city, 3 deeply hidden prodigies have emerged. Is there an even deeper reason behind this? Wow. Sister Lin, Brother Lu Yun, we struck it rich. Lu Ru Yin exclaimed as she gathered the scattered corpses of the Void Demon clan. Yang Lin smiled. Ru Yin, thanks to you, we have remained in peak condition. When we return, I shall share more with you. Zhuge Lu Yun nodded in approval. Ru Yin, your holy light enhancement effect has been extraordinary. Once we return, we will exchange these corpses for contributions. Consume the 2nd class soul crystals first, and then Yang Lin and I will divide the rest. Lu Ru Yin felt a bit bashful. Brother Lu Yun, it's unnecessary. You are the primary damage dealer, and your high soul attribute can enhance your attack range and power. Zhuge Lu Yun felt a surge of satisfaction and declared confidently, Ru Yin, I am the captain. Follow my lead. This matter is settled. In Kanglan City, Cheng Bo was engulfed in blood-red flames, with both of his massive axes wreathed in the same crimson fire. Zhang Fei, meanwhile, stood solemnly, bearing a shield the size of a door. Bro, should we head back to recuperate? Cheng Bo glanced at Zhang Fei. Fei, can you still hold on? Zhang Fei nodded affirmatively. Cheng Bo burst into laughter. I have consumed the life-blood crystals of both the 1st and 2nd tiers, and my total health has now surpassed 1 million. My talents have received an extraordinary enhancement. Even those from the heavenly class may not stand a chance against me. Let us press on. We must strive to eliminate all the void demons in this region. Each 3rd-tier life-blood crystal can augment my health by 30,000. If I manage to consume 100 of them, I will possess nearly 4 million health. At that point, who among my peers could possibly rival me? I might even fight above my tier. Cheng Bo's face radiated with exuberance. Zhang Fei, with a gentle gaze, nodded. Brother Bo, your talents are intricately linked to your health. The life-blood crystals represent the greatest opportunity. Let us continue and ensure you swiftly consume enough 3rd-tier life-blood crystals. Cheng Bo nodded earnestly. Indeed. Let us collect more 1st and 2nd-tier life-blood crystals. We must also nurture our followers. Once they are sufficiently powerful, these weaklings will no longer require our intervention. Agreed. Jie, you take the bow of the boat while I, Brother Jian, will walk on the shore. In love and affection, let us join hands until we grow old together. Hao Jian sang a reimagined love song, his voice effortlessly carrying across the expanse, clear and resonant. An energy shield enveloped him, activated and impenetrable. Countless void demons, drawn to the melody, displayed rage upon their faces yet craned their necks to hear the song. Swift silhouettes emerged, blades flashing, and the distracted void demons fell to their demise. These agile figures wore special masks that projected a unique protective barrier, shielding them from the ubiquitous demonic sound. Yet, even so, voices echoed on a soul level, inciting the assassins into a state of furious yet rational focus, thereby amplifying their combat prowess. The slain void demon corpses were swiftly collected by these nimble assassins. As Hao Jian continued to sing, the void demons were relentlessly slaughtered. And within his domain, not a hint of struggle was to be found. Congratulations, my lord. The esteemed madam is with child, and according to the signs, it is a daughter. A wise and graceful female mage respectfully conveyed the joyful news to Yang Wei. Yang Wei's face lit up with elation. Shufan, my dear, we are having a daughter. Zheng Shufan, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with joy, for the arrival of their child would solidify her status. Husband, you have previously favored me alone. It has been quite challenging. Now that I am with child, it is only right that you bestow more affection upon the other sisters. Yang Wei laughed heartily. Indeed, truly, you are my magnificent lady, possessing such a generous heart. Rest assured, we have already registered our union. And with the child on the way, even my mother will have little to say. Zheng Shufan's expression turned slightly anxious. Husband, considering my age, I am 3 years your mother as senior. I can't help but feel. Yang Wei grasped Zheng Shufan's hand reassuringly. Do not fret. Adventurers enjoy lengthy lifespans. Just fulfill your duties as a daughter-in-law, and I will handle matters with my mother. All right, take good care of yourself as you nurture our child. I am certain they will possess extraordinary talents. After Zheng Shufan departed, Yang Wei's expression grew grave. Chapter 198. The only suitable match for my mother. My sister is manageable. She merely treats me like a stranger, which is nothing new, as it has always been this way. However, my mother presents a more formidable challenge. Thankfully, Yang Lin has not disclosed my situation, and the Super God Academy maintains excellent confidentiality. My mother remains unaware of my circumstances. Alas, I fear my mother may not accept my standards for a partner. What will I do if she becomes enraged? Yang Wei furrowed his brows as he made his way outside the palace, contemplating how to navigate his mother's potential outbursts in the future. From afar, Yang Wei spotted Bai Jin suddenly appearing in the instance area, and his eyes brightened. How could I be so foolish? The solution is quite simple. I will seek to marry older women. My mother was once nearly on the beauty list, and in the eyes of others, she is undoubtedly youthful and attractive. Moreover, her character is gentle, and she is already at the 3rd tier. Both Yang Lin and I are of age. It is time for my mother to seek her own happiness. If she finds someone younger, she will have no reason to interfere in my affairs. This is the optimal solution. With Yang Lin and I possessing heavenly talents, and my mother being exceptional herself, it can only be Bai Jin. Yang Wei felt an instant kinship with Bai Jin, drawing closer. A few days ago, the leader of the war group met with me personally, and I seized the opportunity to inquire about some gossip. The leader assured me that the Ice Emperor and Bai Jin are not involved in the rumored relationship. I had been mistaken all along. Bai Jin's talents should be remarkable, coupled with his handsome appearance and superior character. During the decisive battle, he displayed commendable composure against the succubi. I almost mistook him for a celestial being. Furthermore, Bai Jin holds deep regard for his family. His parents and relatives embody monogamous ideals. Given these familial influences, he is likely to share my values of loyalty. Such a person is indeed the perfect match for my mother. Yang Wei quickened his pace, a smile brightening his face as he approached Bai Jin. Brother Bai, it has been quite a while. Bai Jin. Yang Wei chuckled heartily. Brother Bai, in this Super God Academy, you are the only true brother I have. To be candid, I have recently received joyous news. My first wife, Zheng Shufan, is expecting our child, a daughter. I plan to host a banquet in a few days and can only invite you. Brother Bai, I hope you will not decline. Yang Wei spoke with unrestrained joy. Bai Jin nodded, yet his expression shifted. Yang Wei, your wife is having a daughter? Yang Wei affirmed, indeed. Why the peculiar expression, Brother Bai? Are you biased towards sons? Let me tell you, that is not right. Bai Jin shook his head vigorously. No. Yang Wei, what are you planning to do? Are you heading into the instance to grind for levels? Yang Wei replied. No, Brother Bai, I am already at the 2nd tier and fully prepared. With this recent joyous occasion, I intend to enter the allocated void demon territory and celebrate with a grand slaughter. Bai Jin nodded. Very well, do take care. Yang Wei laughed. Fear not, Brother Bai. I am no longer the weakling of the 1st tier. Safety is assured. Once I return, I will host a banquet for you. I look forward to seeing you then. All right then. Yang Wei stepped into a small teleportation array, and his figure vanished. Sister Xiaobing. With a flash, Bai Jin arrived in Mu Rong Xiaobing's realm. Ah, splendid. The 9th successful completion of the held difficulty instance. Your sister is the 8th. And the other sister is the 7th. Our Valkyrie battle group is brimming with talent. Mu Rong Xiaobing praised with a smile. Bai Jin, astonished, asked, my sister completed the held difficulty instance as well? Mu Rong Xiaobing, somewhat exasperated, replied, come on. Your sister is the 2nd leader of the Valkyrie battle group. When the Valkyrie is absent, She is the highest authority and decision-maker. It is hardly surprising that she can clear an instance. Bai Jin. Murong Xiaobing seemed quite pleased. Well then, you have now advanced to the 3rd-tier battle general level, and your leveling speed is impressive. Our graduation standard for the Super God Academy is to reach the 4th tier. Your prowess cannot merely be quantified by tiers. It would be prudent for you to first engage in some preliminary endeavors within the city allotted to you, thereby amassing sufficient contributions to commission various weaponry and equipment. Bai Jin nodded thoughtfully. Sister Xiaobing, after reaching the 3rd tier, what is required for advancement? Is it still through slaying monsters? Murong Xiaobing affirmed. Indeed, however, one must eliminate genuine life forms from other worlds to acquire source points. The 1st tier from another world typically yields around 110 source points, while the 2nd tier offers approximately 100 points, and the 3rd tier provides about 1,000 points. Since you have been progressing through the perfect grade advancement certificates, you will need 10-fold the source points for your upgrade. Acquiring source points by vanquishing life from other realms is a trivial task for the formidable, yet at this stage, you must prepare for your ascension to the 4th tier. Bai Jin attentively focused. Allow me to inform you in advance. Once a normal 3rd-tier character has accumulated sufficient source points, there are no certificates for advancement to the 4th tier. Instead, one requires a unique object. Bai Jin inquired. A unique object? Something akin to the pulse of the wind? Murong Xiaobing nodded. Precisely. Each individual's talent is distinct, and the unique objects required for ascending to the 4th tier vary accordingly. If one merges with unique objects that resonate strongly with their innate abilities, the subsequent enhancement in strength will be significantly greater. The 4th tier represents an entirely different echelon. Even the weakest 4th tier character, such as the 4th tier assassin you previously defeated, possesses strength capable of effortlessly overpowering a standard 3rd tier. This exemplifies the power of unique objects, which, when integrated into oneself, bestows 4th tier warriors with capabilities far surpassing those of the 3rd tier. Thus, this tier is referred to as the royal tier, signifying that upon achieving the 4th tier, one becomes a ruler. Bai Jin nodded. I comprehend, Sister Xiaobing. Are there any particularly suitable unique objects for a void summoner? Murong Xiaobing shook her head. The void summoner belongs to a distinct professional system. Each individual's talent differs, hence the unique objects suited to them are also varied. This is something you must explore on your own. By the way, Bai Jin, may I ask a rather gossipy question? Are you familiar with your high school classmates Wong Hao and Wong Gang? Bai Jin's heart sank sharply. Chapter 199. Wong Hao exploded the holy energy crystal. Sensing Bai Jin's tense demeanor, Murong Xiaobing's expression grew somewhat peculiar. There is no need to be so anxious. I am merely inquiring casually and wish to share some additional information. Bai Jin promptly responded. Wong Gang was the sports committee member in our class, tall and robust, who awakened a peak-tier talent. He later married our homeroom teacher, Li Ying, only to perish in a challenging dungeon. By the way, Wong Gang's mother is the current Lady Zheng Shufan of Yongwei. As for Wong Hao, he was my deskmate. After saying this, Bai Jin fell silent. Back then, he had exploded the holy energy crystal, which, however, allowed 10 classmates to awaken before shattering. Wong Gang was the last to awaken within that fleeting moment. Subsequently taken away for investigation by the official forces from the main city, effectively taking the blame for him. Yet, he remained uncertain about what inquiries Wong Hao might face. Murong Xiaobing gestured for Bai Jin to sit, then poured him a cup of tea. Bai Jin, the situation is not as dire as you might imagine. Wong Gang did indeed perish within the dungeon. However, he seems to possess a latent talent for rebirth, thus reincarnating within Li Ying's womb. Yongwei made certain requests, and the Super God Academy conducted a selection for him, ultimately finding Zheng Shufan to best meet his requirements, leading to their union. Subsequently, Yongwei sought out several partners. Zheng Shufan, concerned about her status, introduced Li Ying to him. The teleportation array at the Super God Academy is of high caliber, equipped with various detection functions, which identified a powerful yet dormant soul within her womb. On the 4th day, Meng Haoren from the 4th Calamity Battle Group arrived primarily to observe, with the lessons provided to you merely being a secondary matter. Wong Gang's soul has already been taken by Meng Haoren, and reports indicate that the 4th Calamity Battle Group has begun to nurture him vigorously. He may become exceedingly powerful in the future. Listening to Murong Xiaobing's explanation, Bai Jin couldn't help but recall the resonant waves of the soul that echoed in Mrs. Zheng Shufan's mind during the lecture. Sister Xiaobing, can Meng Haoren discern certain information based on the soul's resonance? Murong Xiaobing nodded. Indeed. During the lectures, he specifically discussed rebirth and reincarnation. While Li Ying displayed no reaction, Zheng Shufan had various thoughts, which led Meng Haoren to further ascertain the nature of the life within Li Ying. Prior to this, The ninth domain had thoroughly investigated the situation concerning Li Ying and Wang Gang, and after careful consideration, concluded that the soul within her was not innately powerful, but rather a result of reincarnation. The intricacies of the soul are profound. Had the soul within Li Ying not been a product of rebirth, forcibly extracting it could have resulted in the demise of an infinitely potential future genius, thus necessitating caution. Bai Jin nodded. Sister Xia Bing, what of Wong Hao? Murong Xia Bing's expression turned serious. Wong Hao's awakening resulted in the shattering of the holy energy crystal, an unprecedented event. Following the incident, the Blood Battle 8 Directions Battle Group, where Lei Hong is situated, initiated an immediate investigation. It is said that Wong Hao initially attempted to conceal the matter vigorously, but as a newcomer, how could he successfully hide it? The specifics of his talent have been kept strictly confidential by the Blood Battle 8 Directions Battle Group. However, he has already advanced to the second tier, and the group is now beginning to seek benefits for him. Bai Jin inhaled deeply. He had always believed Wong Hao had borne the blame for him. After 3 years as deskmates, they had developed a profound bond, and Bai Jin had intended to rescue Wong Hao once he grew sufficiently strong. Should Wong Hao perish, he would have no qualms about enacting retribution. Yet now, Bai Jin felt his mind racing. According to Murong Xia Bing, it indeed was Wong Hao who shattered the holy energy crystal. Sister Xia Bing, what do you mean by seeking benefits? Murong Xia Bing began to speak softly. The Super God Academy occupies a share of 6 void demon race cities, aiming to cultivate you as future pillars of the 9th domain's combat strength. The Blood Battle 8 Directions Battle Group proposed that Wong Hao challenge you. Should he win, a city would be relinquished. The 36 individuals of the Earth class share a city, and the Blood Battle 8 Directions Battle Group would certainly not select that particular city, but would rather choose from among you. As for Su Yin and Zhuge Luyun, they belong to our Valkyrie Battle Group, while Yang Lin is part of the Skull Crushers Battle Group, both possessing substantial backgrounds and unlikely to be chosen. Gao Jia, Wei Jin, Gu Yuntao, Lu Gaochan, and Pang De belong to 5 different battle groups, thus also unlikely to be challenged. This leaves only you, Hao Jian, and Yang Wei, each of whom possesses their own city and may face a challenge. Hao Jian belongs to the 10 Directions Unforgiven Battle Group, while Yang Wei is part of the Underworld Crow Battle Group. Both of these groups are formidable, and the Blood Battle 8 Directions may not have the audacity to challenge them. Consequently, it appears you are the only one left. Bai Jin, Sister Xia Bing, did you not claim that I am also regarded as part of the Valkyrie Battle Group in the eyes of outsiders? Is my background not superior to that of Hao Jian and Yang Wei? Murong Xia Bing chuckled lightly. While that may be the case, the rumors circulating out there suggest that you are being supported by me, which implies that you are merely a kept man living off my generosity. Bai Jin responded. Sister Xia Bing, this is inconsequential. Are you not aware of my strength? He declared boldly. Let the Blood Battle 8 Directions group come forth. I fear no challenge. Murong Xia Bing rolled her eyes. How would I know your true strength? You seem to be concealing it, as if you fear someone might conspire against you. Bai Jin fell silent. Perhaps the higher-ups of humanity would not harm him, but the overwhelming power of the holy energy crystal had once threatened to obliterate his very soul. Murong Xia Bing burst into laughter, then nodded. All right, according to the assessment from the think tank, even if your high school deskmate Wong Hao possesses talents surpassing the heavenly level, he would still not be your match at the second tier. Especially now that you have ascended to the third tier. Bai Jin inquired, when will Wong Hao come to challenge me? Murong Xia Bing pondered for a moment. How about this? Once your sister and her companions have left the Void Demon City, I will send someone from the Blood Battle 8 Directions group over. At that time, you will have the perfect opportunity to showcase your strength and shed the label of being a kept man. All right, Sister Xia Bing. Upon returning to the palace, Bai Jin reclined on the sofa as Mei Wu gently massaged him. Sister Xia Bing had almost explicitly stated that Wong Hao's talents exceeded the heavenly level. How absurd. Could it be that he is the true protagonist? The Blood Battle 8 Directions group. Is that not the faction led by Mentor Lei Hong? Never mind. I'll just signal Wong Hao not to challenge me when the time comes. After all, I am currently the strongest at the Super God Academy, and there is no need to engage in a direct confrontation with me. I wonder what kind of talent he possesses. I sincerely hope it is not akin to Hao Jian's, for otherwise, I would be at a loss as to how to interact with him in the future. Bai Jin decided not to dwell on it further, as the enchanting maidens were all diligently studying various subjects. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon glancing at it, his expression grew somewhat peculiar. Chapter 200. Enjoying roses while longing for wildflowers. He answered the call. Mentor Lei Hong, what can I do for you? Bai Jin. Could we discuss this in person? Bai Jin furrowed his brow slightly. The third-tier elite warrior, half-elf Laia, had awakened years prior and was capable of using life blood crystals and magic crystals to enhance her power. However, Minter Lei Hong was a veteran from before the Great Change, and current information indicated that prior practitioners could not utilize such items. Minter Lei Hong. Let us meet at the pavilion on the outskirts of the instance. All right, I'll wait for you nearby. After hanging up, Bai Jin made his way to the designated location. Shortly after, he spotted Minter Lei Hong at a pavilion. Unlike his former imposing demeanor, Minter Lei Hong now bore a complex expression. Minter Lei Hong, please speak. Bai Jin said politely. Now that he had reached the 3rd tier, he recalled how, in Mistsea City, the governor, Lei Hong, was revered like a mountain by countless individuals. Even upon entering the Super God Academy, he had the qualifications to serve as a mentor, undoubtedly possessing immense strength among the 3rd tier. Yet now, Bai Jin found himself capable of easily defeating many 3rd tier individuals like Minter Lei Hong. Nevertheless, strength aside, the respect due to a mentor must still be observed. This is the internal etiquette of humanity, a wise race. Just as with his aunt, regardless of whether he reached the 4th, 5th, or even 100th tier, he would still be a child to be guided in her presence. Minter Lei Hong raised his gaze to Bai Jin, his eyes filled with complexity, before finally speaking. Bai Jin, you have been assigned to Yunqi City. I wish to request an opportunity to enter. Bai Jin was somewhat puzzled. Minter, do you seek life blood crystals, or similar items? Minter Lei Hong shook his head. No, I cannot use those. I only ask for an opportunity to enter. The corpses of the void demons I slay will serve as my entry fee. The reason I wish to enter is that Yunqi City is where I grew up. My home lies there. Bai Jin had been attentively sensing the fluctuations in the mentor's soul and found no signs of insincerity or hidden motives. Very well. But does the Super God Academy permit mentors to enter Yunqi City? Minter Lei Hong let out a heavy sigh of relief. As long as you agree, there will be no issue. We are merely restricted from leaving the Super God Academy, and the teleportation array is right here. Once inside, there are only 2 paths, death in battle or returning the way we came. Bai Jin nodded, understood. Minter Lei Hong quickly rose. Then shall we go? Observing the eager Minter Lei Hong, Bai Jin finally nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at a small teleportation array marked by a stone tablet inscribed with the characters Yunqi. It was a 10-meter diameter independent teleportation space. Producing the jade token that Han Shui had given him, Bai Jin felt an immediate connection. Allow my companion to use the teleportation array. Upon issuing the command, Minter Lei Hong nodded gratefully. Bai Jin, I will do my utmost to slay as many void demons as possible. Their corpses will be sent to the public storage area. You can collect them when you have time. Public storage area? The teleportation array corresponded to a large public area where Bai Jin could sense the aura of the Yunqi teleportation array. From there, he could access Yunqi City via another teleportation array. Bai Jin, I have left information with the Super God Academy, should I unfortunately perish in battle. The contributions I have earned during this time will go to you. Minter Lei Hong again nodded in gratitude, then vanished from sight. After sending a message to team leader Han Shui, Bai Jin confirmed that the teleportation array led to a large public area. Consistent with what Minter Lei Hong had just mentioned, teleport. His figure disappeared, and when Bai Jin reappeared, he found himself in an enormous square. It stretched endlessly, filled with all manner of encampments and structures. 10 directions without mercy base, blood battle 8 directions base, skull crusher base, nether river crow base. In addition to the renowned large faction bases, there were countless smaller encampments. Battalion of Valkyries. Bai Jin spotted the most grand and imposing base, then strode towards it. Hey, Bai Jin, what brings you here? A melodious voice called out, prompting Bai Jin to hastily approach. Aunt Xinling, you are on duty here? The elegant woman was a familiar face from his first visit to the Valkyrie battle group's base. Xinling huffed lightly. Don't get too familiar. Who is your aunt? What brings you here? Bai Jin glanced around and quickly understood the purpose of this place. Sister Xinling, I came to see. It turns out that the corpses of those void demons are exchanged here for life blood crystals and magic crystals. Xinling's expression brightened. That's more like it. As a 4th tier, I can expect to live for 3,000 to 5,000 years based on the lifespan of 4th tier void demons. I'm not even 100 yet. I have only just begun my life. Come, let me show you around. Bai Jin promptly moved to her side, and she wisely refrained from any gestures of intimacy. With Lord Ice Emperor protecting you, you are considered one of our own. Though you entered the Super God Academy through the back door, you are still an official student. Come, let me show you the internal scenes. Following the formidable 4th tier female warrior, they traversed through numerous layers of protection, ultimately arriving at a magnificent palace. Gazing at the colossal furnace, Bai Jin was taken aback. Has the blood and flesh melting furnace been relocated here? Why is it so enormous? Xinling, nodding with an expression that suggested she knew he had encountered it before, replied, if it weren't brought here, would each battle group carry the corpses of the void demons to the Super God Academy? With so many prodigies gathered in one place, What if someone harbored ulterior motives and wiped them all out? Bai Jin could only remain silent. Xinling chuckled. The contributions from the Ice Emperor's battle group are boundless. You certainly don't lack for life blood crystals or the like. I shall refrain from embarrassing you by offering you one or two. Bai Jin's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Sister Xinling, you're unaware? Xinling. What should I be aware of? Bai Jin, Sister Xinling. You don't realize how strong I am. Xinling's expression shifted to one of incredulity. What a bold young man. Enjoying the blooming roses while still coveting the wildflowers outside. Aren't you afraid the Ice Emperor will deal with you? Bai Jin. Xinling, sensing the gravity of the situation, soon received a message. After reading it, she began to question her very existence. What is happening? Has the Ice Emperor's phone been stolen? How do I respond to this? In the next moment, Xinling became stern and cast a strange glance at Bai Jin. What a clever boy. Could it be that you're so extraordinarily powerful that even the Ice Emperor finds it challenging to cope? Is that why permission was granted? Sigh. Xinling turned away, unable to look at Bai Jin any longer. Sister Xinling, I noticed that others are exchanging the corpses of the void demons directly for life blood crystals and mana crystals. Is this a regulatory measure? Xinling nodded. Indeed. 5 corpses of the void demons can be exchanged for 1 life blood crystal of the same tier, and 10 for 1 mana crystal of the same tier. This is a standardized price, fair to all. Bai Jin. So, the students assigned to the cities by the Super God Academy also follow this ratio for exchanges? Xinling affirmed. Yes, this is a uniform price. The exchange rules were established by the higher-ups of the 9th domain, and no one is exempt. Bai Jin nodded in understanding. Sister Xinling, I was merely taking a look. I have no further inquiries. Thank you for your explanations. I shall take my leave. Xinling opened her mouth slightly, but ultimately refrained from speaking. As Bai Jin vanished, he reappeared within the exclusive hunting ground assigned to him, Yunji City. The sky was clear and bright, devoid of the ominous darkness he had anticipated, resembling an ordinary city instead. Bai Jin surveyed his surroundings, noticing a faint black barrier separating Yunji City from the outside world. Warning, ahead lies Yunji City, an area occupied by the void demons. Upon entry, our personnel will experience suppression of health and mana recovery. To leave after entering, one must exit Yunji City and return beyond the barrier to be teleported back to the public area of the 9th domain. Bai Jin strode boldly through the barrier. The dilapidated streets were eerily deserted, and while the surrounding buildings remained structurally intact, they exuded a sense of decay. In just over a decade since the Great Upheaval, this once thriving city had fallen into such disrepair. Wings unfurling, the wind-winged dragonbird took to the skies with grace, and this time, Bai Jin summoned Mew to accompany him. Signs of battle. It seemed that Mentor Lei Hong had engaged the void demons. Let us follow the traces. We must strive to eliminate more of the void demons. Before long, Bai Jin witnessed a throng of void demons frantically besieging a muscular man engulfed in a red-black aura. At that moment, Mentor Lei Hong resembled a deity, ruthlessly slaughtering the surrounding void demons. The red-black aura effortlessly deflected the demons' blades and spells, while with casual strikes, Mentor Lei Hong unleashed devastating power, obliterating any void demon that fell under his assault. The fallen void demons emitted similar red-black energy, further amplifying Mentor Lei Hong's strength. Impressive. This talent of growing stronger with every battle, adept in both offense and defense. No wonder Gu Qingzi had once held such high regard for Mentor Lei Hong. Bai Jin decided not to merely observe. With a thought, a flurry of wind blades materialized, annihilating the void demons surrounding Mentor Lei Hong. You have slain a 2nd-tier void demon. You gain 170 source points. You have slain a 3rd-tier void demon. You gain 1685 source points. In less than 3 minutes, over 3,000 void demons lay slain, their remnants littering the ground. What a remarkable young man. No wonder you were assigned an entire city. Your destructive power is astounding. Quickly, gather the corpses. Mentor Lei Hong exclaimed. Bai Jin guided his wind-winged dragonbird to descend slowly, while Mew remained poised to strike at a moment's notice. Mentor Lei Hong, go wherever you wish. I will take responsibility for exterminating the void demons. Mentor Lei Hong nodded affirmatively. All right. The man, still enveloped in the red-black aura, leaped into the air, quickly disappearing into the distance. Bai Jin, with a mere thought, urged the wind-winged dragonbird to effortlessly pursue the swiftly moving Mentor Lei Hong. Mew, by Bai Jin's side, spoke softly. Master, his aura can obstruct my soul perception abilities. I cannot discern his thoughts. Bai Jin nodded. No matter. As long as he attracts the void demons, we can eliminate them in large numbers. Minutes later, Mentor Lei Hong halted before a dilapidated estate. His face was etched with sorrow and regret. With gritted teeth, he finally pushed open the grand entrance. Bai Jin observed the estate. then began to eliminate the void demons that had gathered nearby with Mew. As Minter Lei Hong approached the palace, the weight of his grief became increasingly unbearable. My wife, my son, after all these years, I have finally arrived. Entering through the wide-open palace doors, the interior remained as it had been, though all was in ruin. Following the spiral staircase, Minter Lei Hong reached the master bedroom where his wife and son had resided. With a sudden explosion of power, he found himself before the desk. Grasping a framed photograph, he blew away the dust, revealing a picture of a happy family embracing one another. Sigh. A long breath escaped him, clearing the dust from the solid wood desk, unveiling a surface etched with words. Brother Hong, where are you? A calamity has befallen us. The servants have transformed into monstrous creatures with green faces and sharp teeth. The malevolence emanating from Jared is akin to your own. For the time being, we are safe, but Jared may not endure much longer. Brother Hong, Jared has expended too much energy protecting me. I'm sorry. My son and I cannot wait for you to rescue us. The higher-ups of the ninth domain will surely come to our aid soon. I cannot hold back my son. Remaining here with me is tantamount to certain death. Perhaps he alone may have a chance to survive until help arrives. The child has yet to recognize characters. I deceived him into believing he could find you outside. He is merely 4 years old and was terrified by the monstrous corpses transformed by the servants. Yet, he bravely ventured forth, tears streaming as he sought you, Brother Hong. If my son is rescued, you must tenderly comfort him. He is destined to grow into a man like you. My son, you surely can. An endless surge of malevolence ascended, and Lei Hong's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. His entire being was enveloped in a crimson and black aura. His feet weighed down as he relentlessly gathered nearby items into his storage gear. Once he had collected most of the treasures within this palace, he gazed with bloodshot eyes at Bai Jin, hovering not far away. Chapter 202, Boundless Malevolence. The Bai clan of the southern region. This grudge is one that cannot coexist. The upper echelons of the ninth domain may acknowledge your severance from the Bai clan of the southern region, yet my wife and child are utterly innocent. I refuse to accept it. I refuse. As he muttered to himself, Lei Hong's body began to transform rapidly. Simultaneously, an aura of unparalleled dominance emerged, granting him the opportunity to ascend to a higher realm. Bai Jin, the hidden, unparalleled genius. Today, I shall accept the power of the void demon realm and use your corpse as my token of allegiance. Beneath the endless crimson and black aura, Lei Hong had morphed into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. It cannot be. Bai Jin was merely a 2-year-old child back then. What connection did he have to this? Indeed, a true man should distinguish between gratitude and enmity. He allowed me entry here, and that was a gesture of goodwill. The 2 heads on his shoulders urged the primary head ahead. A cruel, furious expression emerged as Lei Hong's main head contorted with rage. Are you interfering with me? No. I merely suggested. Cease this, please. Without me, you shall perish. Crack. The 6 dark blue arms exerted force, swiftly twisting the heads on either side from their shoulders. The crimson and black malevolence enveloped the wounds left by the decapitations as Lei Hong nonchalantly stored the severed heads in his gear. Now, there is peace. Striding forth, Lei Hong cast a gaze filled with hatred towards Bai Jin in the sky. Bai Jin, my wife and child are dead, right and wrong. Gratitude and enmity mean nothing to me now. From this day forth, I shall live in accordance with my vengeful heart. Do not blame me for sacrificing your life for my wife and child. Bai Jin, prepare to die. Boom. The boundless aura surged upward, and Bai Jin's expression grew grave. Lei Hong had merely just broken through, yet his aura already surpassed that of the 4th-tier female assassin he had previously slain. Such bravado, having languished for over a decade. Neglecting vengeance against the Void Demon clan, you now embrace the power of the Void Demon realm only to turn against your own kin. Lei Hong, you are a coward. A clear voice resonated, stirring excitement within Bai Jin, for it was the voice of Bai Yi. Bang! A 2-meter diameter void portal materialized a few meters away, and Bai Jin vaguely glimpsed a dragon's tail sweep past. With a frosty demeanor, Bai Yi stepped forth, standing in the air. Lei Hong's gaze flickered with intensity as he gritted his teeth, summoning even more crimson and black malevolence. Depressed? Neglecting revenge? Huh. Do you truly believe I do not desire it? After that battle, the entire southern region became inaccessible to me. What was I to do? I held on to hope, believing ordinary people in the southern region would survive under the protection of the ninth domain's power, only to discover days ago that my wife and child had long perished. Lei Hong spoke bitterly, but in the next moment, he abruptly raised his head. Do you know the terror and despair my 4-year-old son endured? He is but a child. All of this transpired because the Bai clan of the southern region sought to establish their familial domain, yet my wife and child were so innocent. Bai, the Bai clan of the southern region. You shall all perish. Today, I, Lei Hong, shall witness the true strength of the highest authority in the southern region's battle zone. The formidable fifth tier, boundless malevolence. Ignite. Boom. A ferocious aura surged higher, as Lei Hong, now with 6 arms, was engulfed in swirling crimson and black malevolence. Resembling the demon god Lu Bu, Bai Yi remained unfazed, then clenched her right fist, and with a swift motion hurled a punch towards Lei Hong, hundreds of meters away. Boom. An immense wave of air erupted, and a transparent fist of air struck Lei Hong, who was still gathering his strength. Bang. A pit several hundred square meters in area and several meters deep formed, and the formidable Lei Hong, akin to a deity or demon, was scattered, his malevolence dissipated. His face a mask of disbelief and discontent. Whoosh. An endless stream of black aura appeared and then vanished at high speed. By the time Bai Jin discerned the scene, the dying Lei Hong had vanished without a trace. Bai Yi seemed indifferent to this, her previous aura of dominance replaced by a hint of trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi grit her teeth and turned to face Bai Jin. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Bai Yi of the Bai clan, whose name signifies the sun setting behind the mountains. Bai Jin was momentarily taken aback. Sister, you just used my introduction that I've relied on for years. In an instant, a radiant smile illuminated his face, as if the entire world was filled with light and beauty. Come, let us retreat to a safe place. Shall you? Quickly open a void passage. Bai Jin stowed away the windowing dragonbird and Mei Hua, and soon a void portal approximately 3 meters in diameter appeared. Bai Yi grasped Bai Jin's arm, and together they stepped into the portal. Holy cow! A divine dragon. Observing the interior of the void portal, where a 4 to 5 meter long purple golden divine dragon resided, Bai Jin was astounded. This was a bona fide divine dragon, with a serpentine body, 2 pairs of sharp claws beneath, a pair of antlers atop its head, and its entire form adorned with noble purple golden scales. With a single glance, Bai Jin understood that the 5th-tier celestial dragon blood he had previously acquired originated from this very divine dragon. Let us go. The purple golden dragon's tail struck the ground, revealing yet another void portal. Bai Yi pulled Bai Jin along as they stepped through, arriving in a grand hall. Little brother, take a seat. Is there anything you wish to eat or drink? Bai Jin shook his head. Sister, I can brew tea. Even Sister Xia Bing praised my tea. Bai Yi smiled. Very well, I shall sample your craftsmanship. Bai Jin retrieved the finest tea leaves and spring water, commencing the tea brewing process. Not bad. Though the tea leaves could be better. Bai Yi turned her gaze to the air. Shall you? I have reunited with my brother today. Will you not offer a token of greeting? A mournful dragon's roar echoed, and a miniature void portal materialized, followed by Bai Jin hearing a sound. A fist-sized, transparent, viscous liquid appeared, and then the void portal closed. Bai Yi's lips curled into a smirk. So stingy. Little brother, take this. It is a gift from the purple golden divine dragon you just encountered, dragon saliva. Bai Jin. This revelation clarified that the sound he had heard earlier was indeed the dragon's saliva. However, dragon saliva is a rare treasure, especially this one imbued with extraordinary power. Reaching out to accept it, Bai Jin immediately noticed its attributes. Dragon saliva, spiritual oddity. Grade, 5th tier, earth level. Attributes, saliva from the dragon's mouth, containing the essence of heaven and earth and pure dragon's power, capable of harmonizing yin and yang, catalyzing all things, and enhancing the quality of various plants. Special note, this item possesses a potent aphrodisiac effect. Please use with caution. Chapter 203, Blood Malevolence General. Bai Jin was utterly bewildered by the attributes. Merely spitting a mouthful of saliva was sufficient to achieve a terrestrial-grade quality. How absurd. Bai Yi interjected, little brother, put that away. Did not the Ice Emperor grant you a life space? You could cultivate some specialty leaves, which, when consumed, would provide effects such as accelerated health and mana recovery. Alright, thank you ever so much for the gift from the divine dragon. Your gratitude lacks sincerity. If you possess the capability, send me a return gift of life blood crystals or mana crystals, Bai Yi retorted. Bai Jin chuckled. Very well. I shall later exchange some life blood crystals and mana crystals for the divine dragon to sample. I am a man of my word. The consequences of deceiving me are beyond your endurance. Bai Yi. After the ruckus caused by the purple gold divine dragon, Bai Jin felt that the initial unease and barriers between him and Bai Yi had dissipated, as if they had known each other for many years. Sister, Lei Hong is a mentor at the Super God Academy. I was the one who brought him into Yunchi City. Bai Yi smiled gently. What of it? I am now the highest authority in the Southern Domain battle zone. If I choose not to pursue it, no one can hold anyone accountable. Bai Jin quickly refilled his sister's teacup. Sister, you are quite formidable. You seem even more impressive than Sister Xiaobing. Bai paused, then cast a peculiar glance at Bai Jin. Do you not find the Ice Emperor formidable? Bai Jin shook his head. No. She is undoubtedly powerful as the Space Magic Emperor. What I meant was in terms of style. Sister Xiaobing embodies a gentle manner, unlike your straightforward and commanding presence. Bai fell silent, then cleared her throat. When you ascend to a higher level in the future, and when the Ice Emperor can finally extricate herself from the Super God Academy, you may yet witness another facet of her character. Sister, was it a void demon strongman who just took Lei Hong away? Bai nodded. Indeed. I stationed a group of 5th tier from the 9th domain at the node location, intercepting the 4th and 5th tiers of the void demon clan. We mutually supervise each other, ensuring that neither the 4th nor 5th tiers can enter those 36 cities. Just now, I sensed a 4th tier presence from the void demon clan below. Upon entering the city to investigate, I discovered a powerful 5th tier from their side had followed, ultimately rescuing Lei Hong. Bai Jin nodded. Sister, did you intentionally spare Lei Hong's life? Bai shook her head. No, I exerted my full strength in that punch. If he could endure and survive, that is his own merit. If he were to be taken away again, it would be entirely reasonable. Bai Jin. In the void demon realm, within the unified command of the 9th domain, Lei Hong was once again enveloped in a layer of crimson-black malevolence. Although not as voluminous as before, it appeared to have become more refined. Commander, this individual is a 3rd tier from the 9th domain, who forcibly broke into the 4th tier within our Yunqi city. Subsequently, that Bai from the southern battle zone of the 9th domain struck him with a full-force punch. Yet he did not perish. I took the liberty of bringing him here. The endless black mist above stirred slightly. He just entered the 4th tier and has yet to stabilize his power. Yet he could withstand a full-force strike from her? The 5th tier void demon nodded. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There is no mistake. Were it not for his extraordinary power, he would have undoubtedly perished. Proceed below. I shall interrogate him. Understood. In the Grand Assembly Hall of the Unified Command, only Lei Hong and the commander remained. The malevolence, formed from the unwillingness of the deceased, coalesced into a formidable aura. I believe I know who you are. Do you know of Legia? Boom. Lei Hong, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, suddenly raised his head in astonishment. Legia? Who is he? Many years ago, during the war between the two worlds, a 4-year-old child, enveloped in the same bloodthirsty aura as you, ran about crying for his father. Recognizing his exceptional talent, I took him in. Not long after, he could no longer maintain that bloodthirsty aura and accepted the power of the void demon realm, becoming one of their own. Thud. Tears streamed from Lei Hong's eyes as he knelt heavily on the ground. My lord, where is he? The black mist above fell silent as Lei Hong bowed deeply, refusing to rise. After a long while, a sigh emanated from above. Bring him to meet the bloodthirsty general. Thud. Lei Hong once again bowed deeply. My lord, after I see my son, my life will belong to you. I will not hesitate, even if it costs me my life. After speaking, Lei Hong swiftly rose and followed a void demon who entered, departing hastily. Another sigh echoed from the black mist above. Sister, I have seen the exchange rate for the corpses of the void demons with the Valkyrie battle group. It seems rather exaggerated. Bai nodded. This is the result of discussions among the 6th tier individuals of the 9th domain. I heard from the Ice Emperor that you have already received the maximum. Do you still require more? Bai Jin shook his head. I no longer need it. Ru Yen has also reached her limit. I merely asked out of curiosity, as the exchange rate seems a bit. Bai smiled broadly. Little brother, are you implying that the exchange rate is rather exploitative? Actually, this rate is quite generous. The emergence of these 36 battlefield cities is a manifestation of the collective strength of the 9th domain. Every individual, including those children who have yet to awaken, contributes to the humanitarian effort. Thus, how could the spoils from these cities be allocated to only a select few powerful individuals? The additional lifeblood crystals and mana crystals will serve as rewards for the future awakening of new professionals in the 9th domain. Even those of ordinary talent can receive a 1st-tier lifeblood crystal as a reward. Moreover, a contribution system will be established, allowing professionals to exchange promotion certificates for these crystals. In this way, the vast majority of ordinary talent professionals will also have the opportunity to grow stronger, as they simply need to continuously engage in normal and difficult dungeons. With diligence and care, the new professionals will have the chance to fully acquire lifeblood crystals and mana crystals. Upon full acquisition at the 1st tier, one could attain 100,000 health and mana. At the 2nd tier, 600,000 health and mana. Thus, our 1st and 2nd tier individuals of the human race in the 9th domain will rank among the strongest in countless worlds. This marks the greatest century-long plan for our 9th domain, the era of every individual as a dragon. Little brother, you have been assigned a city, which is a tremendous opportunity. You are now at the 3rd tier and can engage in battles in other worlds. should you require it. You may cultivate a dedicated battle team to serve you. Of course, you must also provide resources to strengthen them. Your Yunchi city is the finest resource ground. Bai gently remarked. Chapter 204. A single spit from this dragon into your mouth. Bai Jin nodded. Sister, if what you say is true, would the void demons willingly send their forces to perish? Bai Yi's expression turned slightly peculiar. Little brother, the void demons are quite eager for this. They are even more proactive than we are. We hunt them, and they do the same. Once our professionals perish in battle, their corpses are locked by the city's powers, making retrieval impossible. The void demons, being a battle-honoring race, do not find death particularly terrifying. They are more worried that we will not dispatch forces into those cities. Those cities are occupied by the void demon realm, and the void demons therein receive strength boosts. Meanwhile, we face restrictions. Have you not noticed that both health and mana recovery are limited upon entry? Bai Jin. Just as the siblings were enjoying their conversation, Bai Yi's phone incessantly chimed with incoming messages. Little brother, I must go monitor the high-tier forces of the void demons. Please add my contact number. However, I am rarely within the 9th domain. Should you need anything, seek out the Valkyrie battle group, and they can reach me. Alright. Bai Jin diligently saved the number and dialed, only to discover that Bai Yi had already saved his number in her phone. Sister, please prioritize your safety, he urged. Bai Yi smiled softly. Of course you too. Don't think that possessing a formidable beast and absolute substitutes means you are invulnerable. There are still high-level adversaries that you may not be able to confront. Bai Jin nodded earnestly. Younger brother, if you proceed through this grand hall, you will arrive at the Valkyrie Brigade's base. Remember to contact me if anything arises. There are not many challenges in the 9th domain that can trouble your sister. Understood. I will not hold back. Bai Yi chuckled, then extended her hand, causing a portal to materialize. This time, the majestic purple-gold divine dragon poked its head through. Bai Jin, do not deceive me. Go and slay more void demon clan members. I await your tribute. Bai Yi seized the dragon's horn, exclaiming, Xiao Yu. Sister, I have another question. Sister Xia Bing mentioned that after reaching the 3rd tier, it's best to integrate a unique item at each level. What do you suggest? Bai Yi had just stepped into the portal when she hesitated and pointed towards the purple-gold divine dragon within. Younger brother, I have always ascended using the blood essence of the divine dragon as my unique item. Your talent is of the void summoner type, and I'm uncertain what would suit you best. However, the blood of the divine dragon is quite versatile. If you lack a superior choice, you might consider slaying the void demon clan to obtain crystals, then exchange them with Xiao Yu for the divine dragon's blood essence. This way, you will ascend with the divine dragon's blood essence, enhancing your strength significantly. Sister, will using the divine dragon's blood essence alter my bloodline? The dragon's head emerged from the portal. Bai Jin, what? Do you look down upon my divine dragon bloodline? Bai Yi forcefully pushed the purple-gold divine dragon back into the portal. She clapped her hands, seeming somewhat fatigued. Younger brother, the power of the source point is formidable. By consuming source points to refine the divine dragon's blood essence, you can absorb only the powers you need. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly. Sister, I understand. You may carry on with your tasks. Bai Jin, if you wish to exchange for my divine dragon's blood essence, you will require a vast quantity of life blood crystals and mana crystals. Even if you are the brother of my companion, a fair trade is necessary. Rest assured, esteemed divine dragon, I will ensure you do not suffer losses. It is best this way, otherwise I might spit in your mouth and turn you into a goblin. Sister Xiao Yu. Exiting the grand hall, Bai Jin encountered the industrious members of the Valkyrie Brigade, where numerous corpses of the Void Demon clan were being disposed of in a massive flesh furnace, resulting in an array of crystals that were promptly collected. Shen Ling approached Bai Jin with a peculiar expression. Bai Jin, have you reconciled with Bai Yi? Bai Jin nodded quickly. Yes, my sister is busy. Shen Ling, do you need something from her? Shen Ling's lips twitched. No, I certainly do not seek your sister. With your current dealings, I am almost frightened of you. With both the Ice Empress and the Dragon Emperor as your allies, you are undeniably fortunate. Bai Jin felt speechless. I was raised by my aunt after my parents passed away. Lucky, my sister is called the Dragon Emperor? Such a grand title. Shen Ling rolled her eyes. Go on, you cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. You possess ownership of the entire Cloud Rest city and yet remain silent about it, making me think you are an insignificant being. Bai Jin protested. Sister Shen Ling, I have claimed my strength. It is you who misunderstands. Shen Ling retorted. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I might be unable to refrain from hitting you. Bai Jin teleported back to Cloud Rest City, this time without any reservations. With the high-ranking combatants of the Void Demon clan obstructed, what was there to fear? Moo. The 50-headed Iron Blood Bowl Demon King made its entrance, a force he could wield freely. Besides the wind-winged dragon bird beneath Bai Jin, The remaining 9 and 10 six-winged flying demon commanders soared into the skies, each carrying a charming maiden on their backs. Bai Jin refrained from summoning the dragon yell goblin, deeming it far too wicked and potentially detrimental. What ensued was a frenzied massacre. A flurry of kill notifications flooded the screen, as Bai Jin's source points far surpassed his upgrade requirements. The six-winged flying demon commanders activated their rapid flight abilities, transforming into shadows that transported countless corpses of the Void Demon clan to Bai Jin. 3 hours later, Bai Jin furrowed his brow. It had been over 3 minutes without any additional corpses arriving. A total of 130,000 Void Demon clan members had been slain, with 120,000 being second tier and only 10,000 third tier. This was rather disappointing. After all, only a few 100,000 battle powers had been eliminated. Were they not sending more troops? Bai Jin grimaced and glanced at his upgrade experience. Rank: Tier 3 Level 0, 25. 200, 000, 100, 000. With such a plethora of source points, ascending to the maximum level of Tier 3 was trivial. Unique items, indeed. How should one proceed? Bai Jin retrieved the Jade Tablet and, utilizing its power, returned to the large communal area. Arriving swiftly at the Valkyrie Brigade's base, he unloaded a massive quantity of Void Demon clan corpses. Several members promptly began counting, quickly providing an accurate tally. Lord Bai Jin, you have brought a total of 122. 600 second-tier Void Demon clan corpses and 10, 450 third-tier Void Demon clan corpses. How would you like to exchange them? Convert them all into life blood crystals, please. Please wait a moment. We will begin the refining process right away. An hour later, Bai Jin received 25, 420 second-tier life blood crystals and 2, 090 third-tier life blood crystals. Chapter 205, Ultra Hard and Ultra Strong. After contemplating, Bai Jin felt that retaining these life blood crystals would serve little purpose. Not leveling up would be a substantial loss of strength. Each level granted a talent for selection. My sister is reputed to be the strongest at Tier 5, indicating the Divine Dragon's blood essence is indeed formidable. Perhaps I should exchange some with Xiaoyu and see if it suits me. If so, I could also enhance myself with the Divine Dragon's blood essence. Bai Jin sought out Xinling once more. Sister Xinling, could you assist me? These life blood crystals are a gift for my sister. Please help deliver them. The sheer volume of life blood crystals left the 4th-tier battle queen in awe. All right. I understand. This is quite extraordinary. You have defeated more than any battle brigade. You haven't cleared out all the Void Demon clan in Cloud Rest City, have you? Bai Jin smiled silently, and Xinling rolled her eyes. Just wait, I will return shortly. Xinling strode away, and Bai Jin settled down to wait, simultaneously sending a message to Bai Yi regarding the quantity of life blood crystals. Before long, Xinling returned, stifling laughter. Here, take this. A piece of Divine Dragon blood essence, the size of an egg, appeared, and Bai Jin hurriedly accepted it. The Divine Dragon had a message for you. Bai Jin leaned in attentively. Sister Xinling, please continue. Xinling cleared her throat gently. Bai Jin, are you somewhat muddled? This Divine Dragon cultivates both body and spirit. Why have you given all the life blood crystals? This could lead to an imbalance in my development. Remember, henceforth, life blood crystals and mana crystals should be exchanged in equal halves. Furthermore, the Divine Dragon's blood is of Tier 5 quality. Your meager offering of life blood crystals will undoubtedly fall short. Considering you are the brother of someone special, I will take a loss this time. But ensure you provide more compensation in the future. Bai Jin's mouth twitched as he nodded. Sister Xinling, next time you see the Divine Dragon, please convey that I now comprehend. Xinling smiled radiantly, saying, all right, but I offer you a piece of advice. Do not be overly aggressive in Yunqi City. If the Void Demon clan eventually dispatches their forces, it may become a desolate city. Bai Jin nodded earnestly. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Shun. I never imagined that such a vast Void Demon clan would be so inept. As invaders, they do not even send competent forces in. Xinling rolled her eyes and turned to leave, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she might be compelled to take action. The crucial question remained. Could she even prevail? The likelihood seemed slim. Striding purposefully towards the exit, Bai Jin prepared to return to the Super God Academy to investigate the situation regarding the dragon blood. Whoa, old Bai, here. A voice filled with excitement rang out, and Bai Jin felt a surge of exhilaration, for it was Wong Hao's voice. Wong Hao rushed towards him, his face alight with enthusiasm. Bai Jin shared his excitement. He had initially thought his desk mate would lead him into trouble, only to discover that he was a veritable whale. Now, seeing that all was well with Wong Hao, Bai Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rat, what's going on? You seem impressive. Wong Hao laughed heartily. Old Bai, I've really stepped up my game. I'm not exaggerating, given my current state. I would even qualify to be your sister's brother-in-law. Bai Jin playfully punched him, still talking big like in high school. You, a mere second of awakening. Dare to set your sights on my sister, who possesses heavenly talent. Wong Hao chuckled. I was just joking. Though your sister is indeed a beauty. She is not my type. You know what I prefer. Bai Jin's expression turned peculiar. After 3 years of sitting together in high school, he truly understood what Wong Hao was into. Rat, by the way, Teacher Li Ying is already taken. Wong Hao's face changed dramatically. Old Bai, you don't like Teacher Li Ying, do you? Were you pretending all along during those 3 years? You two must have hidden it well. Bai Jin shook his head in exasperation. It's not me. It's sports committee member Wang Gang. He awakened an exceptional top-tier talent and asked Teacher Li Ying out for dinner on the very night he awakened. Wong Hao looked crestfallen. Damn it. I was one step too late. How could that bastard Wang Gang ask her out directly? Why did Teacher Li Ying not refuse? I can't stand this. I originally planned to advance to the 3rd rank in a few days and publicly confess my feelings in front of the entire school, but now, when I see that jerk, I must punch him to vent my frustration. Bai Jin patted his desk mate's shoulder. By the way, Wang Gang has died in a dungeon. Wong Hao was taken aback. Dead? Really? Bai Jin nodded. Wang Gang is dead, but it is said that Teacher Li Ying is now pregnant with his child. Wong Hao's demeanor soured. How can such a thing happen? Teacher Li Ying is single again, but, sigh, this is unsettling. Old Bai. My dreams of romance have shattered. Bai Jin, feeling somewhat sympathetic, patted Wong Hao's shoulder again. Teacher Li Ying is not actually single now. Wong Hao was astonished. Which student has taken her? So decisive? Bai Jin confirmed. Rat, I'm currently studying at the Super God Academy and know a bit about your situation. You are about to challenge a certain student from the Super God Academy to earn the rights to explore and develop the Void Demon Clan city. Am I correct? Wong Hao nodded. Old Bai, you're quite impressive to have made it to the Super God Academy. Could it be that your talent is more than just a 3-second awakening? Bai Jin replied. I am in the Earth level class. Wong Hao burst into laughter. Old Bai. Earth level talent is already commendable. Don't worry, the Earth level class isn't my target. The leader of the battle group intends for me to find a soft target from the Heaven level class. Rest assured, I definitely 1T challenge your sister. We're brothers. And your sister is my sister, so I must take care of her. Thus, Old Bai, when you return, ask your sister if there's anyone in the Heaven level class she doesn't get along with or finds displeasing. I will handle them for her. What the hell? That is my sister. Bai Jin contemplated for a moment and realized that his sister did not seem to have any adversaries among her classmates. Rat, you can decide how to handle it. By the way, don't you have any information about the Heaven level class at the Super God Academy? Wong Hao shook his head. The leader of the battle group said to rely on instinct when the time comes. As for my talent, let us just say, I will crush anyone who dares to defy me. Bai Jin nodded. All right, just don't challenge my sister. And as for me, you better not challenge me either. I'm super tough and extraordinary now. Wong Hao's expression turned strange. Old Bai, it seems your personality has changed since your awakening. However, I still have to knock you down a peg. No matter how tough you are, you can't be tougher than me. Bai Jin. Wong Hao laughed. By the way, why did you change the subject? You still haven't told me who took over Teacher Li Ying. Chapter 206. Leave it to me, and you'll be satisfied. Bai Jin pondered. Although Morong Xiaobing had informed him that Wang Gang was not actually dead, but was receiving focused training in the 4th Calamity Battle Group, this matter was likely highly confidential, and he could not divulge it. Rat, Teacher Li Ying is also at the Super God Academy. She is currently with a student from the Heaven level class named Yang Wei. Wong Hao's face registered shock. The Heaven level class accepted Teacher Li Ying, who is pregnant with Wang Gang's child. No wonder she is the one I have admired for 3 years. Her charm is indeed unparalleled. Bai Jin nodded. I'm not entirely sure about the details. I've only seen them together at the Super God Academy. Wong Hao, with a complex expression, nodded. All right, Yang Wei, I see. Old Bai, add my new number. And once I wrap up my busy schedule, let us go out for a fancy meal. Bai Jin asked. Rat, is the fancy meal you mentioned serious? Wong Hao burst into laughter. Old Bai, you're really hiding too much. Now that you've become strong, you're not concealing it anymore, right? Don't worry. Since you want it, I'll arrange it. I know what kind of type you like. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Bai Jin, I don't even know what type I like. How can you know? Wong Hao wore an expression that seemed to say he had seen through everything. Farewell. What the hell? Can't you take a joke? Add my number before you leave. Bai Jin, with a thought, was instantly transported back to the Super God Academy. His expression grew solemn. Just now, Wong Hao had been brimming with confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the 10 heaven-level talents. It was likely that his talent was indeed remarkable. Yang Wei, I'm not doing this on purpose, but if Wong Hao challenges you, you should have some ability to retaliate, right? Upon entering his room, Bai Jin took out the dragon blood. Grasping this extraordinary object, which contained boundless power, Bai Jin began to sense its essence. A wave of desire and tremors coursed through him. Bai Jin understood that this was undoubtedly a highly suitable item. To upgrade using the dragon blood, he needed to consume source points to purify its dragon lineage. Wait, to consume source points to strip away the dragon lineage. Notice, insufficient source points. Unable to strip the power from the dragon blood. Bai Jin's expression turned serious. 25 million source points. And I cannot even strip the power from the dragon blood? Could it be that these source points are merely experience for the third rank, too low in level? With a wave of his hand, Bai Jin stowed the dragon blood and began to contemplate how to maximize his gains from Yunqi City. Slaying the Void Demon clan could yield source points, and their corpses could be exchanged for crystals to obtain more dragon blood, making it a double benefit. In the Void Demon Realm's 9th Domain Unified Command, a congregation of void demons was reporting the state of the battlefield. The losses at Lingyun City amounted to 376. 850 first-tier combatants, while they had eliminated 135, 630 first-tier foes from the 9th domain, marking an unprecedented triumph. According to statistical analysis, it was recommended to dispatch additional elderly and weak first-tier fighters into the fray, ensuring that the 9th domain would continue to augment its first-tier combat forces. At Jinghu City, the losses reached 424, 543 first-tier fighters, with 153, 557 first-tier enemies slain, reflecting a remarkable state of affairs. 5 formidable 4th-tier void demons delivered their reports with fervor. Above them, 36 5th-tier void demons, each possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, nodded in agreement, their primary heads displaying expressions of satisfaction. One of them, with a nod of approval, remarked, "Excellent. The guidance of the King of Nightmares has proven effective. Our kin has achieved such significant gains in 5 cities where only first-tier warriors may enter. Your proposal is commendable. The 9th domain regards these 5 first-tier battlefields as training grounds for their first-tier warriors. We shall meet their demands by increasing the entry of elderly and weak first-tier fighters, thereby ensuring a continued decrease in their battle losses, which will compel them to persist in the fight." The 5 4th-tier void demons responsible for the first-tier battlefields eagerly accepted their orders. Observing this, several other 4th-tier void demons began to report to the Unified Command. At Shuanga City, the losses include 2, 354, 578 first-tier fighters, and 217, 472 second-tier fighters, with 33, 365 second-tier enemies eliminated. Our losses continue to rise. We request the deployment of more second-tier forces. A total of 24 4th-tier fighters reported, all indicating a consistent increase in battle losses. The 36 5th-tier void demons furrowed their brows, the same spokesperson speaking once more. "Anger, what of your responsibilities at Qishao City?" The called-upon 4th-tier void demon bore a visage of bitter dismay across its 3 heads. "My lord, we encountered an abominable second-tier adversary from the 9th domain. Our losses are incalculable, while theirs remain at 0. Instantly, all void demons turned in astonishment, 5 of them exhaling sighs of relief. The 36 5th-tier void demons knitted their brows tighter. What on earth is happening? According to our gathered intelligence, the summoner with the colossal bull was not allocated to Qishao City. The 4th tier swiftly produced a crystal ball and submitted it. As energy surged, an image materialized. A human male was seen leisurely strolling within Qishao City, surrounded by countless void demons attacking him. Yet, numerous blades struck the human, inflicting injuries upon the assailants instead, with nearby void demons occasionally bleeding profusely. The 5th-tier void demons tightened their frowns. Is this a case of area-based retaliation? The 4th tier promptly shook its head. It is not retaliation. Only a portion of our kin suffers harm. And we have tested that as long as we maintain a safe distance, we will not be harmed. However, this distance is quite considerable, and once we retreat, we cannot strike at him. Based on our analysis, his ability seems to transfer inflicted damage to a designated target. The 5th-tier void demons nodded. Have attempts been made to launch a powerful assault? The 4th tier affirmed. We have attempted a coordinated attack, yet we could not inflict any damage, suffering considerable losses instead. Moreover, this human possesses numerous trump cards. Our traps and similar devices could not contain him, and ultimately, he chased us away single-handedly. The 5th tier nodded once more. In that case, you shall continue to study and seek relevant methods. If you cannot subdue him, then disregard him. This genius from the 9th domain will soon advance to 3rd tier, at which point he will vacate Qishao City. The 4th tier exhaled a sigh of relief and accepted the order. Subsequently, the 5th tier spoke again. Our 2nd tier main forces need to collaborate in 6 3rd tier battlefields to eliminate the genius 3rd tier from the 9th domain. We cannot continue to reinforce our ranks. You must devise strategies to minimize losses in the 2nd tier battlefields. 25 4th tier fighters reluctantly accepted their orders. All eyes then turned to the 6 void demons responsible for the 3rd tier battlefields. To the Unified Command, At Kanglan City, the losses amount to 653, 328 second-tier fighters, and 13, 633 third-tier fighters, with 3 second-tier geniuses from the 9th domain slain. This 4th tier reported with spirited enthusiasm. Such astonishing losses elicited nods of joy from the 36 5th-tier void demons above. Excellent. Continue to deploy suitable forces to ensure the 9th domain continues to dispatch those geniuses into battle at Kanglan City. Yes. Following this, many turned their attention to the 5 4th-tier fighters, their faces marked by trepidation. Once again, the same 5th tier spoke. Report to us. We are mentally prepared. Instantly, the 5 4th-tier fighters relaxed. One of the 4th tiers stepped forward eagerly to the unified command. The Yunchi city under my jurisdiction is occupied by the summoner with the mighty bull. Not long ago, he suddenly entered the city. The losses at Yunchi city are 122. 600 second-tier fighters and 450 third-tier fighters. He is exponentially more ferocious than during our previous first-tier battlefield. Had it not been for the swift escape of our warriors, we would have suffered a total rout. The 4th tier spoke with palpable relief. The 5th tier's lips twitched. What the hell? Did we not agree that if you find it impossible to confront the enemy, you must withdraw decisively? How could your losses be so great? Is it a failure of your command? The 4th tier shook its 3 heads vigorously. My lord, it is not that my warriors lack strength. It is that the enemy is beyond comprehension. He summoned countless invincible beings to rampage through the city, and we have submitted relevant recordings to the command center. The 5th tier, suppressing its fury, nodded. And you all? The other 4 4th tier fighters promptly began reporting. All indicated high losses with 0 gains, though the situation was notably lighter than that of Yunchi City. Very well, aside from Kanglan City. We shall pause the deployment of forces in the 6 3rd-tier cities until we report back to the commander. Understood. After a group of 4th-tier fighters exited, the 36 5th-tier void demons exchanged glances. At the highest throne, a mass of black mist emerged. After all 5-tier warriors bowed respectfully, one spoke. Our current situation is entirely different from our original plan. We are now compelled to accept the various constraints imposed by the 9th domain. They grow stronger with each engagement, and our battle losses will continue to escalate, which is unjust to our kin. A group of 5th-tier warriors displayed peculiar expressions. Unfair? Our kin covets the law bodies of the humans from the 9th domain. They grow stronger from our corpses. This is a mutual arrangement. Merely that the law bodies we acquire are taken to the rear, leaving the warriors fighting here unqualified to enjoy them. If we are to speak of injustice, I would argue it is an internal issue among our kin. We oversee the battle, not because we are noble, but because we seek to reap the benefits. The 5th-tier warrior fell silent. Another 5th tier spoke. The head of the southern region in the 9th domain forbids our deployment of 4th and 5th tier forces. A human female so arrogant, gazing upon us as if we were mere refuse. Should we orchestrate a scheme to eliminate her? Suddenly, the king of nightmares above interjected. After such a scheme, who would strike? Yengu, is it you? The 5th tier warrior stood tall. Commander, how could I possibly match the opponent? However, if you were to intervene, it would surely be a simple task. The tone was somewhat sycophantic. Yet the black mist above began to roil. A simple task? Those ultimate 5th tier warriors, engaging in combat across tiers, is trivial. If I were to dare approach the front lines, before that individual could act, the 6th tier of the 9th domain would compete to slay me. Yengu, you were originally under the command of Frostbone. Although I have never held animosity towards you, it appears you intend to harm me now. It seems you all perceive me as a soft target. A harsh voice resonated, causing Yengu to feel an impending threat. However, the King of Nightmares remained inactive for a considerable time. Never mind. The Council of Elders has issued a directive for me to dispatch a contingent of 4th and 5th tier warriors to the battlefield of our clan and the lava demons. Yengu, Qinghua, and Zhu Nu, along with all 18 of you and your respective 4th tier subordinates, are to proceed immediately to the front lines for support. The King of Nightmares proclaimed, and the 18 5th-tier warriors promptly accepted the orders. Yet, Yengu hesitated momentarily before speaking up. Commander, Lord Frostbone sent me a message not long ago, instructing me to transfer the 30,000 wives and concubines he did not take last time to his location. What do you think? The King of Nightmares scoffed. The realms of the 5 domains now belong to me. Those are my subjects. If Frostbone desires them, he must offer resources in exchange. Yengu quickly bowed his head, accepting the command, and turned to relay the orders. Transmit my orders. The frontline soldiers fight valiantly and deserve rewards. Bring the 30,000 wives and concubines originally belonging to Frostbone to the front lines as a reward for the valiant soldiers. Understood. A 5th-tier warrior responded loudly. Departing with firm strides, Yengu gritted his teeth, not daring to pause even for a moment. Once the hall was left with only 17 fifth-tier warriors and the King of Nightmares, the atmosphere relaxed considerably, even becoming quite harmonious. One fifth-tier warrior respectfully inquired, "My lord, with your actions, do you think Frostbone will truly return from the front lines? Should we prepare a trap?" The King of Nightmares waved his arm. "Shrouded in black mist, no need. The lava demons are launching a full-scale invasion of our void demon realm, and other demon races have begun to join the fray. We have already lost several realms. It is impossible for Frostbone to come over." Another fifth-tier warrior spoke up. "My lord, now that the nails have been pulled out, should we intercept a portion of the laws of the ninth domain?" The King of Nightmares offered no response, and the black mist slowly dissipated. The 17 fifth-tier warriors exchanged glances, all understanding the unspoken message. Bai Jin called out, having already arrived in Murong Xiaobing's world. "Sister Xiaobing, the void demon city you allocated to me has been cleared of a wave of enemies, yet it's been half a day, and after 3 visits, I have not encountered a single void demon. Without them, I cannot obtain source points." Murong Xiaobing shot him a blank stare. "Seeking me is futile. I am deeply loathed by numerous alternate worlds. Leaving the ninth domain would subject me to various hostilities. You should consult your sister." "Bai Jin, Sister Xiaobing. When I advanced to the 3rd tier, I was informed I could venture into alternate worlds, but I am unsure how to proceed." Murong Xiaobing gestured, and an image of a map projected before them. A massive light point connected to over 300 smaller light points appeared. "This is our ninth domain, centered around the main city, with numerous base cities scattered around, collectively forming our realm of existence. The areas between these light points represent alternate worlds." Bai Jin exclaimed in astonishment. "What? The alternate worlds lie just outside the various base cities?" Murong Xiaobing nodded. "That is one way to interpret it, though it is somewhat simplistic. After our main forces conquer alternate worlds, we will reap various benefits, including spatial resources. Using these acquired spaces, we establish base cities and create dungeons where the human race can continuously reproduce and refine, enabling the base cities to thrive. Once they reach a certain level of strength, these formidable base cities can merge into the main city. You may envision the base cities as akin to independent small worlds, with the main city serving as a hub connecting hundreds of these smaller realms," Murong Xiaobing explained. Chapter 208. We are the tumor. Bai Jin nodded. If alternate worlds were to launch a full-scale invasion on a base city, how could we defend against it?" Murong Xiaobing chuckled. "Our base cities, in a sense, are established within different alternate worlds. For instance, the Mist Sea base city where you grew up is situated within the Wilderness Beast realm, allowing continuous battles and growth against the alternate worlds." Bai Jin's eyes widened in surprise. "Sister Xiaobing, does this mean our ninth domain actually?" Murong Xiaobing affirmed. "You are correct. Our base cities are akin to tumors growing within the alternate worlds, absorbing their strength to grow. The alternate worlds will instinctively seek to eliminate these tumors, much like humans afflicted with cancer before recognizing the disease. The body attempts to eradicate the mutated areas without showing any signs. Once the mutation becomes too pronounced to ignore, the alternate worlds may strike hard. Until that moment, we can withdraw our base cities, thereby avoiding destruction." Bai Jin was left bewildered. "Sister Xiaobing, everything I learned in middle and high school indicated that our ninth domain was under constant invasion by numerous alternate worlds." Murong Xiaobing nodded earnestly. "Your education was accurate. Many alternate worlds covet our ninth domain, wishing to consume it. Our main city is indeed surrounded by several powerful alternate worlds, particularly the demon realm, which is highly aggressive, having absorbed and merged countless worlds, earning the moniker of the Endless Abyss. The establishment of base cities allows our ninth domain to continually feed resources back to the main city, enabling us to endure until now. Furthermore, were it not for the constant threat posed by powerful alternate worlds like the demon realm, weaker worlds such as the Wilderness Beast realm and the Elven ancestral realm would have long been consumed by our ninth domain. These worlds primarily serve to alleviate some of our pressure." Bai Jin. "All right, go on. No need to find your sister. Seek out Han Shui instead. She knows how to offer you guidance." "Thank you, Sister Xiaobing." After hearing Bai Jin's account, Han Shui began to ponder. "My lord, given your situation, the Wilderness Beast realm harbors extreme animosity towards you. Thus, you might consider heading to the fortress established by our ninth domain within the Wilderness Beast realm. At that time, many beasts will undoubtedly be drawn to you, and you can slay them at will. Oh, and remember to collect the beast carcasses. There is a purchasing station within the fortress where you can exchange them for additional source points." Bai Jin, "The beast carcasses can be exchanged for extra source points? Does this mean that if one has enough resources, they can acquire an unlimited amount of source points?" Han Shui nodded. "My lord, your reasoning is indeed correct. However, it may be that with your strength, you can obtain far more source points than you require. For the vast majority of practitioners, it is not that simple. My lord, you will understand once you reach the War Fortress. War Fortress? Han Shui nodded. Yes, it is a fortress that our ninth domain forcibly established within numerous alternate worlds. Upon reaching the third tier, you must contribute at various fortresses. Bai Jin frowned. Must I? Can't I advance to the third tier and then rest? Han Shui nodded. Once you advance to the third tier, you must accept the call to service. If you wish to rest, you need to accumulate sufficient contributions based on your talent level before you can leave the fortress. Seeing Bai Jin's confusion, Han Shui continued to explain. My lord, when awakeners undergo their awakening, the energy consumed is source points. Depending on the talent, the amount of source points consumed varies. Hence, after advancing to the third tier, one must give back. This is the source of the awakening power for newly emerged practitioners in our ninth domain each year. Just like the traitorous Lei Hong. He initially exchanged a significant amount of contributions to obtain the position of governor of the Mist Sea-based city. Oh, indeed. Lei Hong had previously left a message for the Super God Academy, stating that upon his demise, all contributions would be transferred to you, my lord. Now that he has ventured into the Void Demon Realm, it is time for you to accept his contributions. Bai Jin nodded, and soon Han Shui retrieved a tablet, which instantly displayed the value of the contributions. 116, 520. Leader Han Shui, might I trouble you to exchange this for 260 second-tier pure soul power crystals? And please convert the remainder into monster meat that enhances physical attributes, Bai Jin requested. Han Shui nodded in agreement. Before long, Bai Jin received 260 second-tier pure soul power crystals, along with a substantial amount of third-tier mysterious monster flesh. My lord, as per the directive from our leader, you are now free to enter and exit the Super God Academy at will. Would you care to explore these interdimensional fortresses? The tablet displayed hundreds of blue light points, each accompanied by an explanation. What exactly are these public fortresses? Bai Jin inquired. My lord, each battle group has its own unique interdimensional fortress. Due to the concentration of resources, the higher-ups of the ninth domain have issued a decree that for every fortress established in another world, a public fortress must also be developed within a certain time frame, providing countless Tier 3 beings without backgrounds the opportunity to grow stronger, Han Shui explained. Bai Jin nodded in understanding. So, I can choose freely, correct? Indeed, my lord. However, to access fortresses exclusive to other battle groups, you will require approval and will incur fees. It is advisable for you to visit the fortresses under our Valkyrie battle group, or any of the public ones. Han Shui advised. Bai Jin nodded once more and strode away. Upon returning to the palace, he summoned Mei Wu and began to examine the tablet. After a brief moment, Mei Wu pointed to several of the light points. Master, there are a total of 38 light points, all established within the Elven Ancestor Realm. The largest concentration of any interdimensional world, which seems rather unusual, she noted. Bai Jin studied the information meticulously. The data revealed not merely the 10 corresponding instances, but as many as 40 to 50 interdimensional worlds. Normally, each interdimensional realm hosts only 1 to 5 invasion fortresses. Yet the Elven Ancestor Realm was an exception. Very well, I have made my decision. Let us proceed to the Elven Ancestor Realm and behold the realm of the elves. Bai Jin declared. Mei Wu nodded. Master, should we bring along that half-elf woman, Leah? I am confident I can have her willingly warm your bed within a month. A month, you say? Nonsense. What need have I for her? Surely, with you and the 229 other succubi, it suffices. Bai Jin retorted. Mei Wu's eyes sparkled. Oh, master. How content you are. However, as we are all your summoned beings, it would be prudent to seek out some genuine human women to maintain appearances. Onward. Let us explore the elves. Bai Jin commanded. Chapter 209, Cloudfrost Fortress, Exuding Charm. Prior to his departure, Bai Jin left the 4th tier blade, Silver Light, on the dining table of the 1st floor and sent a relevant message to his younger sister. He then double-checked his supplies. In preparation for the attrition warfare against the Void Demon race, the Super God Academy had provided him with ample resources, and Hao Jian had also granted him additional supplies on the battlefield. Now he possessed 2,000 mana crystals, each capable of restoring 300,000 points of mana, along with 2 million bottles of high-grade mana potions, each restoring 1,000 mana points. There was also an abundance of meat essence pills. He was thoroughly well equipped. According to the data, Bai Jin first teleported to the massive teleportation array located east of the main city, before proceeding to the selected public fortress. Your level meets the minimum entry requirements. Teleportation commencing. Teleportation successful. You have arrived at Cloudfrost Fortress. As his figure shifted, Bai Jin found himself within a magnificent and colossal fortress, its expanse seemingly limitless. Gazing upward, he observed the endless powers of destruction intertwining above the fortress. The fortress was astonishingly vast, akin to a city. Notice, the Elven Ancestor Realm is facing multiple interdimensional invasions. This world is in a state of heightened repulsion against interdimensional powers. Upon leaving the fortress and entering the Elven Ancestor Realm, you will experience significant suppression. Notice, current suppression condition 1. Upon entering the Elven Ancestor Realm, storage equipment and lifespans will become unusable, and the potency of space-related spells will greatly diminish. Current suppression condition 2. All attributes temporarily reduced by 831. Life recovery rate diminished by 13 times. Mana recovery rate reduced by 15 times. Current suppression condition 3. Natural spells amplified by 321. Elemental spells of earth, fire, wind, and water diminished by 898. Special notice. Numerous powerful beings from other worlds will roam about hunting other life forms. Exercise caution and do not trust any entities. Bai Jin's expression grew solemn. The suppression conditions in this otherworldly realm surpassed his expectations. With even the life space rendered unusable, how would he manage his supplies? Must he carry everything on his back? Bai Jin began to explore the remarkably wide streets. As he took out his phone, he immediately noticed several identical messages. Notice, you have joined the public chat channel of Cloudfrost Fortress. Each message sent will incur a cost of 100 source points. Such exorbitant fees for speaking? Bai Jin scrutinized the messages. 3-star Sea-Song team, recruiting healers, obedience required. Team task completion rate, 45. Member survival rate, 79. No negative feedback. 2-star Mu Ling team, seeking an assassin. Exceptional reconnaissance skills required, no combat necessary, merely fulfilling team requirements for intelligence gathering. 5-star Wind Whisper team, recruiting fixed members. Starting requirement, yellow level talent. Generous rewards, full set of 3rd-tier yellow level equipment provided upon successful entry. Most of the messages were various team recruitment notices. Bai Jin lost interest quickly, as he was destined to embark on a solo journey. Brother, over here, a voice called out, and Bai Jin noticed a somewhat handsome, burly man waving at him amicably. Is there something you need? Bai Jin inquired. The burly man laughed heartily. Brother, I see you are without a team. I have a plethora of recruitment information at my disposal. Just 1,000 source points, and I can provide you with precise recommendations. Bai Jin's lips twitched. This fellow was merely a broker. I am not in haste to find a team. However, I possess some inquiries I wish to discuss. And I am willing to pay. The burly man promptly nodded. Brother, feel free to ask. If my answers satisfy you, pay as you see fit. If not, you owe me nothing. Bai Jin nodded in understanding. As this is my first time at the fortresses of the Elven Ancestor Realm, why are there so many here? The burly man's expression grew somewhat peculiar, yet he proceeded to explain. It seems you have recently advanced to Tier 3. The Elven Ancestor Realm is currently in dire straits. 3 years ago, the Demon Realm finally breached the world barrier and began its invasion of the Elven Ancestor Realm. The might of the Demon Realm is formidable, casting the Elven Ancestor Realm into chaos and destruction. In the face of such devastation, countless opportunities arise. Therefore, our 9th domain, leveraging our long-standing good relations with the Elven Ancestor Realm, established a multitude of fortresses to aid them in resisting the Demon Realm's intrusion. Observing the burly man's demeanor, Bai Jin began to understand. Surely, the intentions to assist the Elven Ancestor Realm were not as noble as they appeared? The burly man chuckled. Indeed. The primary objective is to reap benefits. However, since the Elven race and our 9th domain's human race are not reproductively isolated, should we manage to seize portions of the Elven Ancestor Realm's territory, it would be a win-win situation for us. Bai Jin nodded, acknowledging the stark reality. Humanity, as a species, could never truly selflessly assist other races, even the illustrious elves, for there are inherent distinctions among them. My friend, may I inquire as to why the suppression of our strength in the Elven Ancestor Realm is so outrageous? Wouldn't that render our excursions exceedingly perilous? The burly man's expression turned peculiar, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Young brother, from which pioneering academy did you graduate? How can you, having reached the 3rd tier, remain ignorant of such fundamental knowledge? Could it be that you've never attended a single lecture? A top-tier slacker, perhaps? Bai Jin's lips twitched. But he found himself at a loss for a retort. After all, he had spent little time at the Super Divine Academy, mostly engaged in battlefields or dungeon runs, and had indeed never attended a cultural knowledge class. Oh no, I seem to have never even received a textbook. I wonder if the Pioneering Academy provides educational materials? Observing Bai Jin's awkward demeanor, the burly man shook his head with a hint of sympathy. Young brother, the other world is a complete universe. Our presence within it is akin to a woodworm infiltrating a tree trunk. The tree instinctively secretes various sap-like substances to eliminate or expel us. Each otherworld operates similarly, just as entities from other realms entering our 9th domain face suppression. It is said to be quite severe, with rumors claiming that a 5th-tier individual could be reduced to 1st-tier status. Bai Jin was taken aback. The suppression in our 9th domain is that intense? The man nodded affirmatively. Were it not for this, our 9th domain would have long been annihilated by those formidable otherworlds. Brother, if storage equipment cannot be utilized outside, does that mean we must carry our supplies with us? The burly man nodded. Indeed, I am acquainted with stores that sell sturdy and durable backpacks and beast-drawn carts. If you wish to make a purchase, I can direct you there. I assure you, I can secure a discount. Bai Jin smirked inwardly. If he were truly taken there, considering his current novice demeanor, he would likely end up with broken bones. Thank you, brother, for your insights. I've just ascended to the 3rd tier, and my finances are rather tight. Only 10 source points on hand. I hope you won't look down on me. The burly man was taken aback. 10? Just 10 points? Such trivial knowledge. I won't charge you, young brother. How about this? Let us become friends. Should you have any needs in the future, feel free to consult me. And when purchasing items, contact me for a special quote. I shall help you save money. The burly man said somewhat begrudgingly. Bai Jin nodded and subsequently added him as a friend. Bien Pengfei. Brother Pengfei, you carry on. I shall take my leave for now. All right. Remember to check prices before contacting me for a comparison. Understood. Upon departing the teleportation zone, Bai Jin encountered an increasing number of professionals. Groups of adventurers hurried towards various functional areas. Equipment zone, potion zone, gentle zone, in zone, affairs zone. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly. He had no need for equipment or potions, nor did he require the yin. The meat essence pills he had, albeit somewhat basic, were plentiful enough to last him a considerable time. As for affairs, he pondered and realized there was nothing he needed to address, as he was a solo player. Striding into the gentle zone, Bai Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. This fortress could only be accessed after reaching the 3rd tier, hence ordinary folk were non-existent. Allure unleashed. The first establishment at the entrance had a queue extending over 100 meters, and both men and women were present in line. Hey, that guy? Are you not seeing we are all queuing? Bai Jin was reminded by several impatient individuals as he passed by. Just passing through. No need to get agitated. Bai Jin maneuvered around, observed by the crowd. Allure unleashed. What kind of establishment could entice so many 3rd-tier individuals to willingly queue? It was absurd. He sent a message to his newly added friend, Bien Pengfei. Brother, take it easy. Allure Unleashed has exorbitant prices, 10,000 source points per hour. Inside, there are rare entities from the demon realm, the succubi. I lack any discount channels. By the way, if you find yourself short on funds, you could queue and sell your spot when it nears your turn. You might earn a little profit. Bai Jin found the notion peculiar. Merely a succubus? He had anticipated something extraordinary within. The so-called rare succubi were likely no more than 1 or 2-tailed demons, utterly incomparable to his 5-tailed enchantress. The enchantresses were exclusively mine. I would never allow them to earn money for me. Bai Jin strode deeper into the bustling street. Goodness, there's even a void demon pavilion. How outrageous. Do people genuinely enter to spend? Oh my word, someone is actually going in. Bai Jin felt his worldview shatter. The void demons were monstrous beings with ghastly visages. Soon, his expression grew serious as he noticed an abundance of elven establishments. Fire elf dance hall, water elf bathhouse, nature elf lounge, wind elf song. This was the elven ancestor realm. Even though the fortress belonged to the 9th domain, such blatant actions could incite hostility if the elven race became aware. Bai Jin pondered why there were so many elven establishments. Upon reaching the deepest part of the street, he beheld the largest venue, Elf Marketplace. All these places did not actively solicit customers, yet Bai Jin confidently stepped inside. He was not interested in purchasing elves. He merely wished to witness the world of 3rd-tier battle-class professionals. Entering this vast venue, he found numerous metallic cages, each housing exquisite elven men and women. The female elves, while generally modestly endowed, exhibited remarkable symmetry, whereas the male elves were tall and graceful. What astonished Bai Jin was that, amongst those admiring the male elves, there were not only female 3rd-tier individuals, but a fair number of male 3rd-tier professionals as well. There were no receptionists present, but each metallic cage displayed a price tag. The prices varied significantly based on the elf's tier and strength. The most ordinary 1st-tier elf could be acquired for around 10,000 source points, while a top-tier male elf was priced at 2,500,000 source points. If one decided to purchase, they merely needed to remove the price tag from the cage, and a staff member would come to assist. Bai Jin observed as a female 3rd-tier professional excitedly purchased a 2nd-tier male elf, paying 690,000 source points. Nearby, other professionals whispered that this 2nd-tier male elf was of average strength but had unique talents, Thus his price exceeded the average second-tier elf by 100,000 source points. Subsequently, the female third-tier made the payment, and the staff performed a spell to hypnotize the second-tier male elf. Following that, the female third-tier expended source points to establish a master-servant contract with the second-tier elf. The versatility of source points was astounding. They practically served as third-tier currency, possessing multifaceted utility. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly as the female third-tier, amidst her teammates' playful banter, joyfully led the second-tier elf away. What a hasty individual. It seems we shall need to rest for several days. Indeed, Sister Lu is the controlling mage of our team. Her absence significantly diminishes our combat strength. Alas, how I long to accompany her. Get lost. Sister Lu maintains her integrity and refrains from forming close relationships with others. I advise you not to entertain such thoughts. Damn it. I too wish to learn a few nature spells. The feeling of being suppressed is truly unpleasant. Nature spells do have considerable amplification, yet their inherent attributes face suppression, resulting in a minimal increase overall. Let us go and behold the high elves who cannot be enslaved. It is said they are breathtakingly beautiful. The female third-tier companions chattered amongst themselves as they ventured deeper. Bai Jin followed the crowd to the innermost chamber. Unlike the previous cages, this one was inscribed with runes, and within the massive cage, a seemingly delicate elven girl squatted on the ground, hugging her knees. His soul leaped in joy, and Bai Jin was momentarily taken aback. He retreated a few steps, allowing his soul to gradually regain its tranquility. As he stepped forward again, the lively spirit surged once more, intensifying as he approached the cage. It seemed the elven girl sensed something. She lifted her head, her brilliant eyes locking onto Bai Jin's. Chapter 210. The soul is all shackles. Bai Jin found himself captivated by her gaze, which sparkled with curiosity. She showed no fear, as if her imprisonment were of little consequence, and her expression bore no trace of a captive's resignation. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Bai Jin noticed that many were following the elven girl's gaze towards him. Wearing a mask that concealed his presence, his aura was rather subdued. Previously, it was only because he had actively approached that Bien Pengfei had engaged him in conversation. Oh, we humans have such handsome fellows too. I can't believe I hadn't noticed until now. They say elves are creatures of beauty, and this high elf has yet to look at any of us. But now, she is drawn to a top-tier handsome man. Could it be for some other reason? A chorus of whispers ensued. Bai Jin's gaze fell upon the price tag on the peculiar cage, 30 million source points. A staff member standing beside a metallic cage approached him. My friend, to attract the attention of this high elf, perhaps you have a chance to acquire her. Bai Jin shook his head. I'm sorry, I cannot afford it. He turned to leave, unwilling to entangle himself with such a bizarre entity. Human, take me away. I will provide you with ample rewards. The voice of the soul echoed. Yet Bai Jin did not halt his steps. Human, your soul is noble, yet it is shackled. I can assist you. This time, Bai Jin paused. He turned, a grave expression adorning his face, as he approached the metallic cage. Is there any chance of a discount? The staff member chuckled heartily. Normally, discounts are unheard of, but there are exceptions. As the first person to catch the eye of this high elf, how much source points can you offer? Bai Jin raised a finger. The staff member's expression grew somewhat awkward. 10 million is indeed a bit low. I need to report this. He took out his phone, and Bai Jin quickly interjected. You misunderstand. It's not 10 million. The staff member was taken aback, his expression turning bewildered. You're not suggesting 1 million, are you? This is a high elf, blessed by the Elven ancestor realm. Even an ordinary high elf can fetch 10 million. Though this one is merely first tier, her future potential is limitless. If not for the inability to force her into servitude, she would not even be for sale. Bai Jin shook his head once more, prompting the staff member's expression to darken. Not 1 million, then perhaps 1,000? Bai Jin nodded eagerly. I just advanced to tier 3. I only possess the 1,000 source points my sister gave me, which is why I said I couldn't afford it. The staff member was enraged. What business do you, a tier 3 novice, have here? Are you making a fool of me? Suddenly, the staff member's expression shifted, and he hurriedly departed. Soon, the vast elven marketplace began ushering customers out, leaving only Bai Jin behind. A kindly-looking giant strode over, scrutinizing Bai Jin earnestly before nodding in approval. By the heavens, your looks are indeed exceptional. It seems this high elf is aware of her inevitable fate as a slave and has chosen a handsome man. Unfortunately, he is but a penniless pretty boy. The giant mused, though without a hint of mockery. 1,000 source points is a mere jest. This is a high elf, capable of evolving to tier 5. If enslaved and provided with sufficient resources, she could become a reliable tier 5 combatant. Little brother, you wear a mask that conceals your aura and resists detection. Such an extraordinary artifact. Even if you lack funds, your connections surely possess wealth. Why not ask your guardians for money to purchase this high elf? Focusing his sole perception on the giant, Bai Jin sensed no emotional fluctuations. This individual was formidable. With all the customers dismissed, they must have some ulterior motive. Thus, Bai Jin resolved to play a clever game. Bai Jin shook his head. Forget it. My parents have passed, and my sister is quite strict with me. She probably wouldn't allow me to buy such an expensive elf. The giant scoffed mockingly. At tier 3. How are you still relying on your sister? A man should possess the ability to make his own decisions. How about this? I will sell you this high elf on an installment plan. Installment plan? The giant nodded. Yes, but a contract must be signed. If you fail to repay or something unforeseen occurs, we can reclaim the funds from your sister. Bai Jin's expression turned troubled. This, the giant, frustrated by Bai Jin's indecisiveness, exclaimed, how can you be so hesitant? This is a high elf. If she accompanies you, even if you do not venture out to slay monsters for source points, you could run a high-end establishment and earn fortunes effortlessly. Repaying the debt would be a trivial matter. Bai Jin gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, I shall follow your advice. I will opt for the installment plan. The giant's expression shifted to one of realization. Bring forth the 9th domain law contract. Quickly, a contract radiating a soft glow appeared. The giant began drafting the contract. The down payment is 1,000 source points. How many installments would be appropriate? Bai Jin quickly interjected. Hold on, brother. I only have 1,000 source points. I haven't even purchased a backpack. If I spend it all, I fear I won't have enough to teleport back to the main city. The giant was taken aback. What? Are you planning for 0 down payment? Bai Jin nodded vigorously. Brother, the price for this high elf is 30 million source points, correct? How about this? You write the price as 50 million, and we can split the additional 20 million. I take 90, and you take 10. What say you? The giant's expression faltered momentarily before he burst into laughter. Good lad. You think you can walk away with a hefty sum from us? But are you sure your sister won't come after you? Bai Jin's face reddened with annoyance. I am now tier 3. She can't possibly manage me forever. The giant nodded in approval. Very well, let us proceed with the contract. With a 0 down payment. A repayment plan spanning 30 installments for 50 million source points is proposed. Should one fail to meet this obligation, they are required to return the high-ranking spirit and pay a penalty of 49 million. In the event that the high-ranking spirit dies or cannot be recovered, the borrower must return the 50 million source points along with an additional 10 million in interest, a responsibility shared by the signatory and their sister. After perusing the numerous stipulations, Bai Jin felt that the terms posed no significant issues. Very well, let us proceed with the contract, he declared. Bai Jin shook his head as he glanced at his counterpart, who responded with a hearty laugh and a nod. Notification, Wei Dongfeng offers you a trade of 18 million source points. Do you accept? Accepted. Upon the transfer of source points, Bai Jin focused his spirit and inscribed his signature onto the contract, which immediately radiated with brilliance. The burly man nodded in approval. All set, the contract is established. This high-ranking spirit now belongs to you. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement and approached the cage. The man gestured, and a staff member unlocked the runic door. Before Bai Jin could utter a word, the spirit girl, who had been crouching on the ground, lowered her head and walked to his side. Little brother, why not attempt to form a contract with her? The burly man inquired. Bai Jin shook his head. No need. I have an affection for her and do not wish for her to become my slave. I will take her with me. The man did not object, merely observing as Bai Jin departed with the spirit girl. Once Bai Jin's figure disappeared from view, several others approached the burly man. One, resembling an assassin, spoke up. Old Wei, is the contract reliable? We cannot afford to lose both the high-ranking spirit and the source points. Wei Dongfeng shook his head. The contract is sound. I specifically included a clause. The fact that this fellow Bai Jin signed successfully indicates that his sister possesses the financial means to repay the 50 million source points. He may evade repayment, but his sister cannot. Indeed, this is a high-ranking spirit favored by the world. 30 million is a bargain, and 50 million is hardly excessive. The group pondered. Should we follow this lad and observe for any peculiar occurrences? No. We are merchants. Fair trade is our creed. This young man possesses certain backing. We should refrain from entangling ourselves. What if those who consign the unique high-ranking spirit are keeping watch over us? That does not concern us. We are merely merchants. Do not be deceived by this Bai Jin's youthful appearance. His confidence is formidable. What? Are you implying he deliberately took away 18 million source points? And so what? This is a lawful contract. If he denies it, his sister will be responsible. Another man nodded in agreement. Exactly. Regardless of whether his sister is of tier 4 or even 5, she must acknowledge the contract. Otherwise, armed with this contract certified by the 9th domain's rules, we can certainly seek justice from the Valkyrie battle group. Don this hood. Thank you. Bai Jin, accompanied by the spirit girl, made his way toward the equipment street. her features obscured beneath the large hood, thus attracting little attention. Soon, Bai Jin encountered shops selling various backpacks and beast carts. After a thorough selection, he procured an assortment of supplies. Among them was a robust four-wheeled cart, measuring 10 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 4 meters in internal height, akin to a small dwelling. Additionally, he acquired several large backpacks of excellent quality. He also stocked up on water buckets, flint, spices, and other essentials sufficient for survival in the wild for a considerable duration. Bai Jin continuously retrieved various items, loading them into the backpacks, primarily mana crystals and meat essence pills. Once all preparations were complete, Bai Jin focused his thoughts, prompting the mechanical horse to stride forward. This mechanical steed merely required the infusion of mana along the cart's runes to follow its commands, serving as an exceedingly practical mode of transportation. The spirit girl remained silent, and Bai Jin refrained from probing further. Observing the forthcoming convergence barrier, he sensed the presence of 230 Iron Blood Bowl Demon Kings within his summoning space. All in peak condition, the passage they were about to traverse was immense, exceeding 500 meters in width, with successive Tier 3 teams departing the fortress to enter the domain of the spirit ancestors. As Bai Jin continued to perceive the soul fluctuations of these departing adventurers, a cold smile crept upon his lips. However, after sensing a dozen or so groups of adventurers, he ultimately confirmed that upon entering the realm of the spirit ancestors, all beings from other worlds would face similar suppression. Let us proceed. The Grand Cart traversed the power convergence zone between the two worlds and subsequently entered the domain of the spirit ancestors. Notification: you have entered the vein of the spirit ancestors. Following the path ahead, you may access 268 leaf worlds. Notification: under the suppression of the spirit ancestors, your attributes are temporarily reduced by 831, life recovery speed diminished by 13 times, and mana recovery speed reduced by 15 times. Notification: under the suppression of the spirit ancestors, all flight-related actions will face comprehensive suppression, and the higher a living entity's highest point is from the ground, the greater the attribute suppression will be. Bai Jin inhaled deeply and then examined his attributes, confirming the significant decline across the board. Bai Jin, human of blue star. Tier: level 3, 0, 0, 100, 0, 0, 0. Health: 6, 158, 507, 61, 585, 0, 61. Mana: 7, 0, 11, 641, 69, 156, 905. Attributes: physical strength 129, strength 129, constitution 129, agility 129, health recovery 22 points per second. Attributes: soul strength 499, spirit 499, perception 499, reaction 499, mana recovery 4, 153 points per second. After suppression, his health had dwindled to merely 660, 000. However, the summoned Bull Demon Kings remained unaffected, rendering health less significant to him. The mana, however, was direly low, falling below 20 million. This comprehensive attribute suppression was more extensive than he had anticipated, even affecting the additional 100 million mana provided by the source of mana. Presently, his soul strength stood at 499 points, and under the influence of 7 profound energy-gathering formations, his formerly impressive mana recovery speed of 65,000 points per second had plummeted to just over 4,000, drastically diminishing his power. The entire space was enveloped in a state of flight prohibition, and with the restriction that the higher a living entity's highest point is from the ground, the greater the attribute suppression. Was it intended to curb gigantic life forms? Bai Jin sensed around him, discovering that his storage bracelet was indeed inaccessible, and the life space was even more outrageous. As soon as he entertained the notion of opening it, he felt an overwhelming sensation of being devoured by the realm of the spirit ancestors. Fortunately, the attributes of the Bull Demon Kings in the summoning space remained unchanged, which afforded him a sense of security. Now that I have entered your world, what is there to discuss? What is the nature of my soul's shackles? Bai Jin fixed his gaze on the spirit girl beside him. The spirit girl lifted her hood, yet did not remove her voluminous cloak. Human, my name is Morris Yueying. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? The ethereal voice of the spirit girl was incomprehensible, but Bai Jin, possessing soul perception, could accurately grasp her meaning. He met her pure eyes with a glance before responding. I am Bai Jin. The spirit girl nodded. I can sense that you speak truthfully. I am grateful for your rescue. Now let us address the matter at hand. What is the origin of my soul's shackles? The elven girl promptly straightened her posture and said, Bai Jin, this condition is prevalent among the human race in your 9th domain. Your bodies are vessels of law. They remain unscathed until death, which is a tremendous advantage, yet simultaneously a significant limitation. I sensed your soul's shackles, and they appear to differ greatly from those of others. It seems you are subjected to even greater constraints. Bai Jin's expression darkened as he began to comprehend certain matters. Chapter 212. You cannot kill me. Jasmine Moonshadow furrowed her delicate brows, while Bai Jin chose not to disturb her. Bai Jin, I currently cannot assist you with your predicament, much like my own situation. According to the elders of my clan, we High Elves are also bound by various restrictions. Our world is currently besieged by a multitude of otherworldly invaders. From your words, I understand that I am an elf favored by the world, though I am uncertain what that truly means. However, I now grasp some concepts. I am indeed different from other High Elves. I possess the knowledge of how to effect positive change in our world. Perhaps this is what you refer to as being favored by the world. The elven girl spoke softly. Bai Jin nodded. I did not come to your aid for the sake of your meaningless words. If there are no tangible benefits, I shall take you back. The elven girl suddenly beamed a smile. You won't, for I can sense that your intentions toward me and our kind are not malevolent. Bai Jin's lips curled into a slight smirk, realizing that this elf was under the impression she had him figured out, which was utterly misguided. Until this moment, his soul had been filled with joy, a sensation he had only experienced when acquiring exceptional skill books in the past. As he scrutinized this high elf, Bai Jin contemplated whether defeating her might yield a skill book for summoning high elves. Yet he had already summoned the charming Mia. Acquiring another such elf would be redundant. Quality over quantity is paramount when it comes to skills. A host of frail and insipid elven maidens would be devoid of interest. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the previously composed elven girl suddenly clutched her arms in terror. Human, you cannot kill me. If you do, you will incur the wrath of the elven ancestor realm, and the entire world will turn against you. Bai Jin chuckled softly, and what of it? At worst, I can return to the ninth domain. If the elven ancestor realm possesses the capability, let them come for me. Jasmine Moonshadow felt a wave of relief wash over her. The ominous intent had finally dissipated. She believed no good could come from the human race of the ninth domain. Dear benefactor, your entrance into our world, under the guise of assistance, is merely for your own gain. The numerous kin of ours who have been captured serve as proof. Yet, I can sense that your interest in our kind is rather limited. Perhaps you seek other forms of benefit. As an elf favored by the world, I possess the ability to work for its betterment, and should you choose to assist me, I am willing to share half of the rewards. The elven girl's words ignited a spark in Bai Jin's eyes. Since his arrival, he had been channeling his soul's energy into her, and this seemingly low-tier elven girl had remained consistent in her demeanor. So pure. No, rather, so naive. I cannot fathom Guqingzi. But this elven girl is genuinely innocent. Bai Jin nodded, agreed. I wish to vanquish more malevolent beings, even if they are demons. Jasmine Moonshadow's eyes sparkled. Honorable Bai Jin, slaying the invaders from other worlds is precisely what my clan yearns to accomplish. Your request could not be more agreeable. Bai Jin summoned Mia. And the elven girl gasped in astonishment at the sight of such a perfect human female. Bai Jin, now I understand why you lack interest in our elves. Jasmine Moonshadow boldly examined Mia, who, as Bai Jin's devoted and intelligent summon, even went so far as to remove the elven girl's voluminous cloak. With a slight frown, Mia was both satisfied and dissatisfied with the elven girl's physique. The former's skin and appearance were exquisite, yet certain aspects left much to be desired. Master, I will train her to your liking. What? No, Bai Jin, you mustn't. The elven girl, Jasmine Moonshadow, flared up like a cat caught by its tail. Bai Jin cast a stern glance at Mia. Behave yourself. We are in the elven ancestor realm. This is their territory. Be cautious not to attract trouble. Mia obediently returned to Bai Jin's side. Jasmine Moonshadow sighed in relief. The woman summoned by Bai Jin was terrifying. Although she did not exude the typical life force, there was something uncanny about her that could sway emotions, nearly leading her astray. After taking a deep breath, Jasmine Moonshadow gazed earnestly at Bai Jin. Honorable Bai Jin, I know you harbor no ill intentions towards me, and for that, I am grateful. However, your summon possesses an unsettling aura. I hope you can keep her in check. Otherwise, Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Jasmine Moonshadow continued, I am merely over 600 years old. While that may seem ancient to your human race, among my Moonshadow clan, I am but a fledgling, akin to a mere child in your realm. Therefore the adventurers departing the fortress were not few in number, most traveled in teams, maneuvering various carriages. The rules of the elven ancestor realm differ from those of the ninth domain. Only these primitive mechanical carriages can be used effectively. Scanning Mia's attributes, he noted a substantial reduction of 831. Now, at level 50, Mia possessed only 169 of her original attributes. Five-tailed charm Mia, Earth level special, human form, level, tier 5. Level 0, health points, 27, 046, 219, 270, energy points, 29, 744, 297, defense strength, 84, physical attack, 274, 006, 219, 20, special charm strength, 1760. After being severely suppressed, the level 50 Mia was far weaker than her previous level 20 self. Even her defense, based on her magical strength, had drastically diminished. The reduction in all attributes was truly staggering. Fortunately, her special charm strength remained unchanged, and Mia still radiated an enchanting allure, drawing the elven girl's glance again and again. Each time, Mia would respond with a knowing smile, causing Jasmine Moonshadow to quickly avert her gaze. Jasmine Moonshadow. What do the veins of the Elven Ancestor Realm and the 268 Leaf World signify? The elven girl followed by Jin's pointing finger, revealing a broad wooden passageway over 10,000 meters wide. Bai Jin, you may call me Jasmine. This pathway is a hallmark of our world. Energy flows through these veins and connects to various leaves, where the majority of our kin reside. Bai Jin was taken aback. Veins, leaves, does that mean your world? Chapter 213, The World Tree. The elven girl nodded. In a sense, our elven ancestor realm is akin to a grand tree, the world tree, flourishing amidst the boundless void. Bai Jin, the world tree. Jasmine nodded again. Our realm, in comparison to many others, is rich in vitality. Should our world be consumed, the otherworldly invaders would reap tremendous benefits. Bai Jin fell into a contemplative silence. For the narrative he had received from Murong Xiaobing diverged significantly from the words of the Space Law Emperor. According to the latter, the Elven Ancestral Realm was deemed a relatively weak world. The reason the ninth domain had not consumed it was primarily to attract powers from other realms. If this world truly possessed immense value, it would be illogical for the ninth domain to refrain from engulfing it, instead allowing a feeble yet precious world to draw the strength of more formidable realms. Molly's, are you suggesting that your elven race serves the world tree? Is that correct? Molly's nodded. For many years, we have encountered various beings from different worlds and have gleaned numerous insights regarding existence, particularly those perspectives held by your ninth domain human race, which have profoundly moved us. Bai Jin's curiosity was piqued. Oh, what is the viewpoint of your people regarding our world and your elves? Molly's expression turned reflective. According to the elders in our clan, the higher-ups of your ninth domain human race regard us elves as mere tools birthed from the world tree, designed to tend to every leaf and vein. Bai Jin found this perspective aligned with human beliefs. How do you perceive this notion? Molly sighed. Originally, Bihai elves belonged to the natural faction, tasked with maintaining the world's equilibrium. However, as we interacted with beings from other realms, certain groups commenced pursuing divergent paths, leading to a climate where they now challenge us high elves for control over the world. With a thought, Bai Jin commanded the mechanical carriage to halt abruptly. Molly's, which is the nearest leaf realm from here? Are there any monsters within? Molly's closed her bright eyes, then regarded Bai Jin with a somewhat peculiar expression. Bai Jin, did you know from the outset that there would be your kin lying in wait for you outside? Bai Jin nodded. You have shown no interest in anyone else. Yet you are different with me. This is undoubtedly an abnormal situation. Perhaps the reason those who captured you intended to sell you was for this very moment. Molly's earnestly nodded. It seems I need not lead you out of their encirclement. You can confront them directly, correct? Bai Jin chuckled softly, patting Meimu's small hand. Ensure Molly's safety. I shall meet this motley crew. Leaping down from the colossal carriage, Bai Jin surveyed the encircling dozen or so carriages. A burly man clad in exquisite battle armor gestured, and a throng of subordinates armed with various weapons closed in. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Jin decided against summoning the 230 iron-blooded minotaurs residing in the summoning space, as their attributes would not be suppressed. Instead, he resolved to dispatch the weakest of them all, the six-winged flying demon commander. Although flight was prohibited, the six-winged flying demon commander was still formidable in ground combat. I hope you can withstand the pressure. Do not succumb too quickly. Just as Bai Jin prepared to summon the six-winged flying demon commander for battle, the burly man strode forward. Little brother, we have no desire to kill you. However, we hope you will cooperate with our actions. Although his tone bore a hint of civility, it was unmistakably commanding. Bai Jin sought to ascertain more information. I possess the means to purchase this elf, and I have formidable allies behind me. Is this truly appropriate? The man's expression faltered, and he regarded Bai Jin as though he were a fool. It seems you have been raised in a honeypot. Even in an alternate world, you still cling to your background for leverage. Young one, allow me to impart a lesson today. This realm exerted a potent suppression of elemental powers, and both the man and his companions were fourth-tier battle kings. Their strengths significantly less inhibited than that of a law emperor. The Elven ancestral realm was currently in a state of heightened sensitivity, with suppression being all-encompassing. Fifth-tier beings were particularly monitored, and their suppression exceeded normal levels. Even if you had a 5th-tier entity backing you, they would never dare to follow you for protection. Thus, considering that you have attracted the attention of that remarkable high elf, you would do well to cooperate with our actions. Or else I fear that some members of my team might take an interest in your rather handsome visage. The man threatened coldly. Bai Jin focused intently on the man's soul fluctuations, although he could not discern his innermost thoughts. He could ascertain the truthfulness of his words through the resonance of his soul. The insights of a 4th-tier individual are undeniably reliable. And coupled with what Sister Xiaobing has conveyed, it appears I can unleash my full strength in this alternate realm. Bai Jin's thoughts whirled, and he nodded with a look of resignation. Very well. I am willing to cooperate with your actions, but you must not lay a hand on me, otherwise. I would prefer to take my own life. The man erupted into hearty laughter. Rest assured, as long as you comply, we shall not resort to violence against you, and may even share some benefits with you. Now, let us proceed. Follow our caravan. After nodding, Bai Jin returned to the carriage, which was now encircled by several large vehicles, continuing its journey forward. Meimu approached Bai Jin. Master, why not simply eliminate them? Bai Jin shot her a stern look. It is not always about violence. These individuals likely possess some significant discovery that has driven them to pursue their agenda for so long. If we were to act forcefully, I fear we would miss out on the ultimate rewards. Meimu gazed at Bai Jin in admiration. Master is truly farsighted. Once they achieve their goal and attempt to turn against you, we can then strike and eliminate them all, thus reaping all the benefits for ourselves. Bai Jin then turned to the Elven girl. What are they scheming? The Elven girl shook her head. I do not know. After they captured me, they did not inquire about anything, only wishing to enslave me. However, I possess the blessing of the world you speak of, which prevents me from being forcibly enslaved. Hence, they subsequently brought me to that place for sale until you, my benefactor, rescued me. Bai Jin nodded. It seems I am at a loss regarding how to obtain benefits. For a group of 4th-tier battle kings to pursue something for so long, it must be a reward they greatly desire. The caravan sped forward at the mechanical horse's maximum velocity, yet the pace remained unacceptably slow, which left Bai Jin, accustomed to teleportation, feeling quite bored. Fortunately, Meimu promptly noticed Bai Jin's ennui and began to showcase an unparalleled classical dance. Chapter 214, Bloodthirsty General Legia. Within an enormous luxurious carriage ahead, 4 burly men sat in a circle. One of the men spoke. Big brother, that lad is quite extravagant. Should we not first seize all his source points and gather all his supplies to coerce him into greater compliance? Before the elder brother could respond, a sturdy man nearby immediately countered. It has been a year, and only this individual has captured that elf's attention. He undoubtedly possesses extraordinary qualities. And with his lavish expenditure of 30 million source points, his background cannot be trivial. I would even believe he has a 5th-tier backing. I do not recommend engaging in any meaningless actions while he is cooperating. The 3rd battle king nodded in agreement. Indeed, if this individual proves to be capable in all aspects, it would not be unfeasible to assimilate him into our ranks later, especially since we have not acted against him thus far. The sturdy man smirked. Long Go, are you perhaps enamored with his appearance? After all, he did purchase that elf. At least his interests are normal. Should he become aware of your intentions, he might be quite apprehensive. Known as Long Go, the Battle King chuckled. Well, such interests can be cultivated over time. I am confident in that. The man who had remained silent raised his hand, prompting the others to regard him with seriousness. This individual, merely at the 3rd rank, possesses 30 million source points to procure that exquisite elf, indicating an undoubtedly substantial background. However, being in a parallel world, there is no cause for concern. From our brief encounter, it became evident that his intentions were not driven by mere lust for the elf's beauty. Perhaps he and that extraordinary high elf were mutually selected. To attract such a high elf, favored by the world, he must also be quite remarkable himself. Thus, a vendetta is born. Once matters are resolved, he must be eliminated. The man's voice turned resolute, and the other 3 battle kings nodded in agreement. Brother Yong, we shall heed your counsel. However, the high elf is under our consignment, with specific purchase conditions set. Beyond the price, the high elf must willingly accept the terms. If this individual has an impressive background, the forces behind him could potentially trace back to us. Brother Yong smirked along. Both you and I are ordinary individuals without any background, having ascended to the rank of battle kings through countless life and death crises. Were it not for our relentless courage in the face of mortality, how could we have achieved the 4th rank? Even if he has a 5th-rank powerhouse backing him, we must seize this opportunity. With our talents, we have reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank, yet now, as the Elven ancestral realm teeters on the brink of destruction, the collapse of a world inevitably presents unimaginable opportunities. If we do not grasp every chance, how can we hope to advance further? Brother Yong's words cast a grave expression upon the faces of the trio. Brother Yong, I merely meant to voice a concern, not out of fear. We have previously vanquished those with backgrounds and emerged unscathed. Brother Yong nodded. There is no need to deliberately provoke him. Offering him hope will ensure his cooperation in our forthcoming actions. Indeed, within a certain military camp in the Void Demon Realm, Lei Hong was engulfed in trepidation. As he was about to reunite with his son, whom he had yearned for over a decade, he found himself at a loss for how to face this moment. During the calamity years ago, while he was engaged in a frenzied slaughter in another world, he had honed his boundless malevolent aura. Through endless bloodshed, he had finally reached the utmost limit of the 3rd rank, and upon returning to the 9th Domain's Blood War Brigade, he had high hopes of breaking through to the 4th rank. Due to his innate abilities, he had always been near invincible among his peers. Once he broke through to the 4th rank, he would undoubtedly be among the elite. Even receiving a promise from the leader of the Blood War Brigade that upon achieving this feat and subduing the other 4th rank members, he would be granted the exceptional privilege of establishing his own exclusive legion. Everything seemed to unfold smoothly. He eagerly returned to the 9th domain, ready to ascend to the 4th rank. Yet, calamity struck. The entirety of the southern region of the 9th domain, comprising 108 cities, had fallen under the control of the Void Demon Realm. With the relentless invasion of the Void Demon forces, the 9th domain was forced to relinquish this vast territory. Unable to penetrate the barriers, he was consumed by despair. However, this was a conflict between two worlds. The Blood War Brigade had suffered the deaths of 2 commanders during the battle, and even the 6th rank Battle Emperor's leader had sustained severe injuries. Powerless, Lei Hong made countless attempts to breach the barrier between the two worlds, yet his efforts stirred not a ripple. Ultimately, he lost all interest, expending his contributions within the brigade to secure a governor's position in a base city. Feeling a deep sense of despondency, while harboring a flicker of hope that the ordinary people in the encroached regions of the Void Demon Realm might still live normal lives. It was not until the day before yesterday that he returned to Yunchi City, a place he had not seen for over a decade. And upon reading the words carved by his wife on the desk, he finally comprehended the tragic fate that had befallen his family. The deaths of countless others were but distant tragedies, yet he could not bear to fathom the despair and terror experienced by his beloved wife and child, especially his 4-year-old son, who had always taken pride in him as a father. His heart ached with both pride and sorrow for his son, who, at such a tender age, had been compelled to awaken his bloodline abilities prematurely and had valiantly protected his mother, even to the extent of venturing out alone to search for him, facing countless corpses transformed into monsters, weeping while calling for his father. What a scene of utter despair. Sir, General Bloodslaughter is awaiting you in the main camp. The voice of the soldier escorting him jolted Lei Hong from his anxious reverie. Very well. Thank you for guiding me. Taking a deep breath, Lei Hong slightly summoned the power of his malevolent aura, the red-black energy swirling around his body, before striding into the vast tent. Inside, a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms bore a grave expression, all 6 fists tightly clenched, as they faced one another. The red-black malevolent aura surged from the 3-headed, 6-armed General Bloodslaughter, mirroring Lei Hong's own. Jier, Lei Hong murmured, his lips twitching as he spoke. General Bloodslaughter, with his 6 clenched fists, was initially filled with trepidation and fury. Yet, upon meeting the gaze of the 3-headed figure before him, all his boundless anger and resentment dissipated in an instant. Particularly, the utterance of Jier evoked long-buried memories. The main head's lips twitched before finally breaking the silence. Father, you have finally come. With a resounding thud, they embraced tightly, tears streaming from Lei Hong's dark blue eyes. The 3-headed, 6-armed Lei Jie sobbed, Dad, why did it take you so long to arrive? Chapter 215. My son must possess the potential of a great emperor. Lei Hong gently patted his son's back. Son, father is here. Everything will be all right. Tears flowed from all 6 of General Bloodslaughter, Lei Jie's eyes. After shedding tears, emotions were finally released. After a long while, Lei Hong and General Bloodslaughter sat facing one another, observing his son, who bore a striking resemblance to the orthodox Void Demon race. Lei Hong's heart swelled with grief and outrage. He abhorred this monstrous form, yet understood his son had been forced into such a state. The root of all this lay in the heinous deeds committed by the Bai family of the Southern Domain. After sharing their stories for a time, Lei Jie, the main head, suddenly spoke up. Dad, back then, I thought that if I could find you, we would be saved. Mother was waiting for us to rescue her. Later, I was saved by the commander, and I pleaded with him countless times to let me go over and find my mother, but he was powerless to assist. Every day, I hoped to see you and Mother and be taken away from this world filled with monsters. Yet, each day was met with disappointment and fear. Until one day, I suddenly accepted my green-faced, fanged state. I began to resent you for not saving me and Mother. I strove to grow stronger, quickly becoming a formidable warrior. First rank, second rank, third rank, and until this year, I stepped into the fourth rank, being appointed as General Bloodslaughter by the commander. Even just before we met, I still harbored resentment towards you for not saving us. Your malevolent power could have saved us. Lei Jie spoke softly. Lei Hong clenched his fists tightly. Jier, your father desperately tried to enter Yunqi City back then. However, the power of the world was too overwhelming. The ninth domain had constructed an unprecedentedly robust barrier to prevent the corruption of the Void Demon Realm. Even if I were at the third rank then, or even at the fifth or sixth rank, it would have been impossible to breach such a formidable barrier. All I could do was hope that you and your mother could survive. Until the day before yesterday, when I finally gained entry to Yunqi City. I came across the words your mother had engraved on the desk back in the day, and thus learned of the tribulations you both endured. Tears of sorrow streamed from Lei Hong's eyes once more. Lei Jie, equally stricken with grief, declared, I have come to comprehend the events of that time. The Bai family of the Southern Domain deserves their fate, and so do the high-ranking officials of the Ninth Domain. Father, I have wholeheartedly accepted my identity as a member of the Void Demon Clan. Henceforth, I shall serve under the command of our leader. If you cannot bring yourself to strike against the human race of the Ninth Domain, I will implore our leader to send you to a safer location. Lei Hong regarded his son with seriousness for a moment, then burst into laughter, pointing to the wounds on his shoulders still shrouded in crimson-black malevolence. Son, do you know the origin of these two heads? Lei Jie shook his head. With a swift motion, Lei Hong produced the two severed heads from his storage equipment. Son, just the other day, I succumbed to madness within Yunqi City, transforming into a three-headed, six-armed form akin to yours. At that moment, a remnant of the Bai family from the Southern Domain was present, and as I prepared to slay him, these two heads intervened. Thus, I took it upon myself to sever them. Lei Hong spoke with a fierce tone. Lei Jie's eyes reflected surprise and admiration. Father, I understand now. Let us fight side by side, and the high-ranking officials of the Ninth Domain and the Bai family of the Southern Domain will surely pay the price. Lei Hong nodded gravely. By the way, Father, did you collect the corpse of that Southern Domain Bai family member you killed the other day? I wish to vent my anger on the remains. A twitch crossed Lei Hong's lips as he shook his head, causing a look of confusion to settle on Lei Jie's face. Son, that individual, his strength cannot be measured by rank. I intended to kill him, but his sister appeared. Lei Jie exclaimed, his sister? Does that not mean there are two members of the Bai family? Father, have you not ascended to the fourth rank, yet cannot defeat two who are at most of the third rank? I am aware that only third-ranked individuals are allowed in those 36 battlefield cities. After a moment of silence, Lei Hong continued, his name is Bai Jin, and his sister is Bai Yi. Lei Jie pondered. Bai Yi. That name sounds familiar. The next moment, Lei Jie's expression turned to one of horror. Father, could it be? Lei Hong nodded affirmatively. Yes, she is the highest authority in the Southern Domain war zone of the Ninth Domain, known as the Dragon Empress. A formidable fifth rank. All three of Lei Jie's heads gasped in unison. Is it really her? She is also from the Bai family of the Southern Domain? I thought her surname was just a coincidence. The existence of such a powerful adversary dashed all hopes of revenge. If we were to encounter her in the future, we might be struck down with a mere flick of her hand. Lei Jie's voice dropped, laced with despair. His words struck a chord in Lei Hong's heart, reminding him of his own experiences upon breaking through to the fourth rank. Fueled by hatred, he had been in a frenzied state. Yet he could not withstand even a casual punch from them. Lei Hong quickly patted his son's shoulder. Jie, do not lose heart. This brother-sister duo is indeed formidable, and we are unlikely to defeat them. However, the Bai family of the Southern Domain is not limited to just them, to my knowledge. There is still a father-son pair alive. Lei Jie looked up eagerly. Father, then let us slay that father-son duo to avenge mother. A twitch appeared at the corner of Lei Hong's mouth. That father-son pair includes one known as Bai Changqing, a fifth-rank beastmaster. Lei Jie exclaimed. The Bai family of the Southern Domain is filled with exceptionally powerful individuals. Lei Hong patted his son's shoulder once more. Jie, I have felt disheartened for over a decade due to your matters. Now that you are here, my fighting spirit has returned. With my recent ascension to the fourth rank, I hold hope for reaching the fifth rank in the future. By that time, I shall confront that fifth-rank beastmaster, and you shall deal with his son, Bihai. Lei Jie nodded vigorously. This Bai Changqing's son is named Bihai, and he is of sound mind, correct? Lei Hong nodded earnestly. Indeed, he possesses Earth-level beastmaster talent. Compared to that brother-sister duo, he is but a mere trifle. Our blood fiend abilities are unrivaled among those of the same rank. In due time, you shall have the opportunity to slay him. Lei Jie nodded resolutely. Father, the three-headed, six-armed form of the Void Demon Clan greatly enhances our combat prowess. Although we have forfeited the advantage of being impervious to injury, I have heard from our leader that the corpses of those ninth domain practitioners can be used to extract fragments of the law's power. Once we possess the law body in our current three-headed, six-armed form, our combat strength will undoubtedly overpower that of the human race in the ninth domain. Lei Hong nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this time, when I drew upon the powers of the Void Demon Realm, it was akin to relinquishing the original law body. Though I may suffer injuries, there are also benefits. I sense that talent is no longer a limitation. Perhaps in the future, we may aspire to reach the 6th rank, a level previously reserved for those with heavenly level talent, or even higher. Lei Jie gasped. The 6th rank. Does that not place us on the same tier as our leader? Do I, too, have the potential to reach such heights? Lei Hong nodded earnestly. Of course, my Jia is not inferior to any being. You possess the potential to become a great emperor. Chapter 216. Strong beings ignore rumors and gossip. By slaying a level 29 void demon, you have gained 768,000 experience points. Wong Hao strolled leisurely within a city, and wherever he went, the void demons retreated in fear. What a letdown. Is this all it takes to kill? Are not the void demons a combat race? Why are they so afraid of death? He mused, growing disinterested in pursuing the scattered void demons. Instead, he retrieved a promotion certificate and ascended to the 3rd rank right there in the city occupied by the void demons. The elevation in rank significantly enhanced Wong Hao's strength. Feeling the change in his abilities, a smirk graced his lips. Damn, with this strength, how can others survive? With 100,000 source points. Slaying a 2nd rank void demon required him to hunt down around 1,000, which was far too challenging. I might as well head to the fortress of the battle group. It will be much easier to farm monsters there. Wong Hao strode out of the city area and soon teleported away. After several teleports, he arrived at a fortress exclusively for the blood battle 8 directions. He successfully met with the battle group leader, a 6th rank battle emperor. Despite possessing extraordinary talent, Wong Hao maintained the respect and gratitude due to this individual who had cared for him. Boss, I've reached the 3rd rank. Should we go to the Super God Academy and win a city? The seemingly scholarly 6th rank battle emperor chuckled heartily. No problem. This challenge should be taken seriously. However, given your unique talent, it's easy for you to accidentally kill someone. You may strike hard, but do not deliver a fatal blow. Those students are treasures of the 9th domain, each backed by powerful factions, and they will eventually contribute to the 9th domain. Wong Hao nodded earnestly, then recounted his previous encounter with Bai Jin. The 6th rank individual nodded. I know of Bai Jin. You were classmates and good friends for 3 years in high school. I can share some confidential information with you. Wong Hao listened intently. The 6th rank continued. Bai Jin's talent should be similar to yours. He awakened with ordinary talent, but has likely surpassed heavenly level. The Valkyrie battle group has invested heavily in his training, and he may very well be the strongest in the Super God Academy, even more formidable than that Yang Wei. Wong Hao was astonished. Boss, previously, Bai Jin claimed he was tough and impressive. I thought he was joking, but it seems he was not boasting. The 6th rank nodded. Your talent counters all defiance. But Bai Jin possesses the ability to transfer damage away from himself. You might not be able to handle him, so avoid challenging him. Wong Hao nodded. Boss, rest assured. I never intended to challenge Lao Bai, nor do I plan to challenge his sister. The 6th step replied, very well. As for the others, you will have the opportunity to witness them in due course. The 10 with heavenly talents are all prodigies. It would be advantageous for you to familiarize yourself with them. Wong Hao nodded repeatedly, saying, Boss, I heard from Lao Bai that Yang Wei has taken my high school teacher, Liang. I am prepared to challenge him and win back Teacher Li. The 6th step's expression twitched, but he nodded nonetheless. If you believe you can, then so be it. However, the situation regarding your teacher Li is somewhat complicated. Allow me to explain. Subsequently, the 6th step recounted what he knew about Wang Gang's reincarnation. Wong Hao was flabbergasted. Wang Gang's hidden talent was actually teammate sacrifice, boundless mana. If I manage to win back Teacher Li Ying, what will Wang Gang do? This is all so chaotic. The 6th step chuckled. Ah how? You are destined to become a powerful being. Do not concern yourself with such trifles, as long as your heart remains untroubled. It would be a mere trifle for you to win Zheng Shufan from Yang Wei as well. Wong Hao inquired, Boss, won't this tarnish my reputation? The 6th step laughed heartily again. Ah how? You must understand that the strong dictate all rules. Once you become powerful enough, these will merely be tales of glory. Much like that Valkyrie from the Valkyrie Legion, fierce and authoritative in her strikes. Though I am also at the 6th step, I must obey her every command with respect. Your talent is exceptional. Should you ascend to the 6th step in the future, you will undoubtedly be as formidable as that Valkyrie, and at that time, establishing your own base city as your harem will invite no dissent. Wong Hao's eyes gleamed with determination, and he nodded vigorously. Boss, please communicate on my behalf. I am ready to showcase my abilities at the Super God Academy. The sixth step nodded. Very well, I will make arrangements. Upon reaching the third step, the source points required for advancement can be traded. However, I do not recommend providing you with source points directly. During this period, you should venture outside the fortress to slay otherworldly beings and gradually refine the essence of the fifth step divine tortoise blood to enhance your strength. Wong Hao nodded earnestly before striding away. Upon exiting the fortress, he sensed the suppression situation and all attributes plummeted. Time to test my new abilities at the third step. With that, Wong Hao sprinted forth, leaving an afterimage behind. At the Super God Academy, in the Academic Affairs office, Han Shui wore a grave expression. At this moment, all students of the Super God Academy, except Bai Jin, had gathered. Esteemed individuals, the Void Demon clan no longer dares to deploy their forces extensively. You have all ascended to the third step, achieving the purpose of this training. According to the directives of Lord Ice Emperor, the exploration and development rights of Kanglan City, where the Earth-level class members are located, remain with you. You may negotiate with the forces behind you or hand over Kanglan City for their distribution. Understood. Understood. The 33 Earth-level class members responded in unison. Han Shui continued, esteemed members of the heavenly class, thanks to your unscathed slaughter, the Void Demon clan has ceased to dispatch forces to the cities under your jurisdiction. Following Lord Ice Emperor's instructions, you need not enter cities devoid of the Void Demon clan any longer. Similar to the Earth-level cities, these can be handed over to your respective battle groups, ensuring the Void Demon clan will continue to send forces. The 10 members of the heavenly class nodded, especially as Yang Wei himself had come. His beloved wife, Zheng Shufan, was now pregnant, and he cherished her dearly. That concludes the arrangements for the cities. Next, I have a significant announcement, she stated, capturing everyone's attention. Han Shui produced a stack of jade tokens. Esteemed individuals, the establishment of the Super God Academy was rather rushed. Despite being equipped with abundant resources, everyone's growth has been exceedingly rapid. The initial plan was to cultivate everyone to the fourth step War King level within 3 years and then allow you to graduate. The purpose of this plan was to ensure you had sufficient self-defense capabilities before departing the protective confines of the Super God Academy. However, a momentous event has transpired. As she distributed the jade tokens, her demeanor grew increasingly serious. Chapter 217, Life and Death, No Holds Barred. The Demon Realm has suddenly launched a large-scale invasion across multiple worlds. Now, the Elf Ancestor Realm, the Savage Beast Realm, the Shadow Realm, and even the previously formidable Void Demon Realm have all succumbed to overwhelming invasion. According to our assessments from the ninth domain, these otherworldly realms are powerless to resist the Demon Realm. Their demise is merely a matter of time. The impending destruction of worlds inevitably brings with it myriad opportunities. Thus, the higher-ups of the ninth domain have decided to grant you permission to leave the Super God Academy and explore the other world. With these jade tokens, you may enter and exit the Super God Academy while also gaining direct access to all public world fortresses. Han Shui returned to the forefront, and a swarm of students began to stow away their tokens. Before you leave the Super God Academy, there is one more matter. The Blood War 8 Directions Battle Group has a genius newcomer who did not enter the Super God Academy. He will be coming to challenge you all. According to the rules, should he defeat you, he will earn a share of the Void Demon Clan city that belongs to you. Therefore, this challenge is both critical and significant. Han Shui's voice resonated throughout the hall. A commotion erupted below, particularly among the Earth-level class students, whose expressions grew anxious. One Earth-level student spoke up, Team Leader Han Shui, if this challenger dares to confront us, he must possess considerable strength. What if he targets one of our support members? Han Shui gestured for silence. This challenger will abide by the rules. He will select a city for the challenge, and the owner of that city can participate in the battle. If he chooses Kanglan City, then all 33 of you from the Earth-level class can join forces to combat him. Instantly, the Earth-level class students breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Even if his talent is heavenly, he cannot possibly challenge all 33 of us alone. Right. He will likely avoid us altogether. Well then, we can sit back and watch the show. The Earth-level members began to murmur amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the 10 members of the heavenly class were somewhat perplexed. Hao Jian raised his hand, prompting a slight tension in Han Shui, who nodded. Lord Hao Jian, please be mindful of your strength. Hao Jian quickly nodded and removed his special mask. If that bastard from Blood War 8 Directions challenges me and has prepared countermeasures, wouldn't he be able to easily defeat me? After asking, Hao Jian hastily donned his mask, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the attendees. Although Hao Jian's previous remarks were not derogatory, everyone present, except for Lu Ruyan, felt a surge of anger. Han Shui took a sip of the icy blue potion, feeling a chill wash over her heart. As the director of academic affairs, she dreaded dealing with Hao Jian, although she could communicate with him through writing. It would ultimately be inappropriate considering his future potential. Lord Hao Jian, you need not worry, should that challenger target you. The members of your shadow battle team may also join the fray. Hao Jian nodded repeatedly, indicating his agreement. Han Shui surveyed the room. As for the other esteemed individuals, you will not be able to rely on your battle teams. The message conveyed indicates that he will come alone to challenge you. Everyone nodded in understanding. The challenge is set for the afternoon. Everyone may return to rest for a while. When the time comes, we shall enter the combat arena constructed by the Super God Academy to engage in battle. This contest concerns the special resource output of a city, and the use of various potions and equipment is permitted, with the exception of single-use, high-powered forbidden artifacts. Otherwise, there are no restrictions. During the challenge, the battle will be observed by the factions behind each participant, presenting an opportunity to showcase the strength that we have cultivated during our time at the Super God Academy. Remember, do not hold back. Do not fear inflicting fatal harm upon your opponent. This challenge is tantamount to a decisive battle. So fight with the mindset that it is a fight to the death. Han Shui solemnly advised. The group nodded in agreement. Having fought against the Void Demon clan for so long, they were accustomed to unleashing their full power in combat. Moreover, this matter was critical as it pertained to the allocation of resources for the city. Currently, the 36 cities occupied by the Void Demon clan in the 9th domain are the only sources of life blood crystals and magical power crystals, constituting a monopolistic resource. Should they lose their share, the factions behind them would undoubtedly suffer immense distress. After the meeting adjourned, various teams gathered to discuss the upcoming battle. Lu Ruyan, Zhuge Luyun, and Yang Lin convened in one of the conference rooms. Zhuge Luyun spoke first. Ruyan, you are familiar with the dean. Could you perhaps glean some information about the opposing team? Lu Ruyan shook her head. Brother Luyun, I fear that may not be possible. This time involves the competition among numerous factions. If it were feasible, team leader Han Shui would have disclosed it directly. Yang Lin, sitting beside Lu Ruyan, gently patted her hand. Do not worry. The three of us cover all aspects of attack and defense, forming a balanced team without any weaknesses. Even if that individual challenges us, they will likely avoid engaging with us. Zhuge Luyun nodded. Ordinary opponents are not to be feared. What concerns me is the peculiarities of someone like Hao Jian. If the opponent possesses unusual abilities, there is a genuine risk of encountering unforeseen difficulties. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly. I believe that if the opponent challenges us alone, the most likely scenario would be to face one of us directly. With Hao Jian's shadow team backing him, he is most likely to choose either my brother or your brother. Yang Lin scoffed at the mention of her brother Yang Wei, clearly unwilling to discuss him. All right, enough of this. Let us make some preparations. The opponent is likely at the 3rd tier, and if they possess capabilities akin to Lu Gaochan, challenging the 33 members of the Earth class is not out of the question. As the Earth class teams made their preparations, many individuals obtained support from their respective factions through channels connected to Han Shui. Another team from the Celestial class, consisting of Gao Jia, Bai Jin, Guyun Tao, Lu Gaochan, and Pang De, gathered together in silence. Eventually, Guyun Tao spoke first. Everyone, we all have the backing of our respective factions and our dedicated teams. After this incident, our small team will be disbanded. However, Han Shui is correct. This matter concerns the allocation of special resources from a city, with a continuous supply of life blood crystals and magical power crystals. The strength of our team members will significantly increase. 6 million in health and mana is not to be trifled with. Lu Gaochan nodded in agreement. Taozi, you are right. Once we enter the other world, we will face intense suppression. In some worlds, this suppression can reduce our health and mana by over 90. 6 million is indeed a considerable figure. The others nodded in acknowledgement, while Wei Jin and Pang De remained silent, and Gao Jia appeared rather pitiful. All right, let us prepare. If we are challenged, I shall take responsibility for shielding everyone. Old Lu will focus on damage output, Old Wei will assist, and Pang De will engage last. With Guyun Tao's words, they all nodded and began their preparations. Chapter 218, The Pure Green Tea, Death Mark. Time swiftly passed, and afternoon arrived, with all students gathering in the teaching square after receiving messages. Swish. 43 students and the hundreds of members from Hao Jian's shadow team were transported to a vast arena resembling a coliseum. This dual zone, with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers, featured suspended metallic viewing platforms overhead. The space rippled continuously, with individuals occasionally appearing on the metallic platforms. Below, a throng of students gathered, seemingly oblivious to the viewing platforms above. Those present on the platforms exchanged greetings or glared at one another, clearly bearing grudges. The 6th-tier warrior, reveling in the chaos, greeted those around him, unfazed by the cold stares he received. while Wong Hao stood obediently beside him. The entities appearing on these viewing platforms were all at least 5th tier, and according to the faction leaders, representatives from all 10 major factions had sent their avatars to observe the spectacle at the Super God Academy. Morong Xiaobing surveyed the assembly of elite figures. Though unperturbed, she recognized that some were of a higher tier than herself, making it impossible for her to impose her will as she once had. Greetings, everyone. My master is unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances, so I shall represent her. The rules for this challenge remain unchanged. The victor will claim the resources of the vanquished, and fatalities are permitted. If any of you wish to abstain from sending your faction into battle, please feel free to voice your concerns. The array of esteemed figures exchanged glances, collectively sighing in relief. The Valkyrie is absent. How fortunate. Everyone can relax now. When she is present, I must think thrice before speaking, logically. As the protector of the 9th domain, she should have time to attend, shouldn't she? Old Zhang, do you not comprehend? She purposely did not come to prevent us from feeling uneasy. How did you even advance to the 6th tier with such a mind? Do you wish to fight? I am merely demonstrating wise humility. You, with your low emotional intelligence, cannot even grasp my polite remarks and dare to question my ascension to the 6th tier? The distribution of teams below corresponds to the 5 cities, but what about the last one? Let me see. That individual Bai Jin is absent. Xiaobing. Are you not giving him preferential treatment? A 6th tier individual inquired of Morong Xiaobing. Morong Xiaobing, maintaining a balanced demeanor, replied, to the Flame Emperor. Wong Hao and Bai Jin are high school classmates and close friends. Bai Jin is currently not at the Super God Academy. If Wong Hao wishes to challenge Bai Jin, it can be arranged later. Wong Hao hastily shook his head. Your Excellency Ice Empress, I am great friends with old Bai. Why would I challenge him? I wouldn't even challenge Rian's team. Upon hearing this, several 6th tier figures appeared displeased. Morong Xiaobing calmly stated, esteemed guests. This challenge is sanctioned by the 2nd team leader of the Valkyrie faction, Bai Yi, the highest authority in the southern region. Bai Yi has declined to summon her brother back. If any of you have doubts, I can call Bai Yi over for you to inquire directly. The expressions of the displeased 6th tier individuals turned sour as they exchanged glances, ultimately feeling somewhat frustrated. Xiaobing, since this is Bai Yi's decision, then so be it. Indeed, Bai Jin has performed excellently on the 1st tier battlefield, and it is reasonable for him to be exempt from this challenge. Bai Yi has a good brother. Old Zhang. It should be Bai Jin who has a good sister, right? What's wrong? Get lost. That young brother will be challenging the 10 Directions Without Mercy faction. Should you win, I will reward you with an additional 4th tier mysterious artifact. What a miser. Young brother, challenge the Extreme Winter Royal Court faction, and if you win, I will grant you a 4th tier Earth level artifact. Morong Xiaobing raised her eyebrow, ultimately wielding her power to teleport Wong Hao into the duel arena below. Ladies and gentlemen, as per the directives of my esteemed master, I shall provide you with a brief introduction to the abilities of these students, after which you may exchange rare items within your respective factions. A chorus of nods arose from the distinguished attendees. Morong Xiaobing gestured towards a rather pitiful girl named Gao Jie below. Gao Jie, currently affiliated with the Enigmatic Law Alliance, possesses the extraordinary talent of pure green tea. At each level, she is afforded a devoted admirer, whose strength and fervor directly enhance her own abilities. The more formidable her admirer, the greater the augmentation she receives, while simultaneously bestowing enduring emotional value upon him, inducing a state of profound joy that renders him resilient to fatigue and significantly accelerates his mana recovery, all while maintaining a keen rationality against various temptations. The assembly of dignitaries exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of incredulity and confusion. Xiaobing, this is quite peculiar. Is it not? I have a question. What if the admirer awakens? Or if she wishes to exchange admirers? Would the enhancement dissipate? Morong Xiaobing shook her head, uncertain. Currently, Gao Jie has but one admirer, Halian, from your faction, Shifeng Wuxing. You may inquire with him about his experiences later. The inquisitive nobleman wore a look akin to having tasted something unpleasant. Why is Halian so easily swayed? It's just a woman. We have plenty within our faction. What is so special about her? No, upon his return, he must awaken. Why choose to be an admirer when he could be so much more? This remark elicited discontent from the 6th tier members of the Enigmatic Law Alliance. Gao Jie possesses a celestial level talent, and as her name suggests, pure green tea is no ordinary green tea. For your Halian to be enamored is already quite generous. Generous? What nonsense. Those effects could easily be replicated with a few pieces of equipment. Why bother with flattery? Morong Xiaobing found herself in a difficult position. These 6th tier emperors, who exuded majesty and authority in public, were behaving quite erratically in this context. She pointed to another member of Gao Jie's team. This individual is Bai Jin. Also from the enigmatic Law Alliance. His talent is the Death Mark. Any target he marks will be engulfed in the terror of impending death, suffering significantly increased damage. Several 6th-tier members frowned, feeling an instinctual aversion to such a bizarre ability. Death's arrival is an extreme horror. However, not every being fears death. Xiaobing. According to your earlier statements, what if the marked target is unafraid of death? Inquired a 6th-tier member. Based on observations, analysis, and Bai Jin's own account. If the target is fearless, the only consequence would be an increase in damage taken, with certain enemies even experiencing a surge in combat power when gripped by the fear of death. A collective murmur arose among the 6th-tier members, truly an enigmatic talent. Indeed, rather challenging to assess. Murong Xiaobing refrained from elaborating further and continued to the next individual. Chapter 219, The Winter King's Court, Mechanical God Cult. The masked individual, known as Halian, belongs to the Shifeng Wuxing faction, with a talent for foul-mouthed taunts. Whenever he speaks, opponents become irresistibly drawn to him. Caught in a state of extreme anger, yet compelled to listen intently. This synergy with his shadow warfare team renders him exceptionally formidable. The 6th-tier members regarded him with intrigue. Recalling how the Valkyrie had previously mentioned this remarkable talent for enhancing mockery, they were eager to witness his prowess in battle. Do you think the Blood War 8 are fools? The 6th-tier members turned their attention back to Murong Xiaobing. She indicated a tall, slender young man. This individual is Gu Yuntao, part of the Winter King's Court faction. His talent reportedly provides exceptional enhancements to shield-type spells. And the Winter King's Court has already equipped him with various related buff spells. His strength ranks above average among the 10 celestial-level talents. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Another member, named Lu Gaochan, hails from the Death's Lament faction. And his talent is the clone type. He can consume his own life force and mana to create clone bodies. The maximum number of clones is speculated to correspond with his soul attributes, meaning he could potentially command numerous clones, though managing an extensive number becomes increasingly challenging. The Death's Lament faction has likely devised a suitable strategy for him. The largest among them is Pangda, affiliated with the Mechanical God Cult. His talent appears to involve damage mitigation that increases as he suffers injuries, with the damage absorbed transforming into magical energy, causing his physique to enlarge during combat. If he can maintain a low health state, the combined mitigation and defense would render him exceedingly formidable. The striking young woman named Yang Lin possesses the talent for blocking and parrying attacks, even capable of forcibly blocking magical skills, representing the Skull Crusher faction. Nearby, her twin brother Yang Wei is a contract summoner, capable of summoning myriad beings from other worlds, belonging to the Raven of the Underworld faction. As for the Valkyrie faction, there are 2 members, Lu Ruyan, with a Holy Light talent, serving as both support and damage dealer, and Zhuge Luyun, whose talent enhances spell effects, excelling in damage output and control. Having completed the introductions of all celestial-level talents, the 6th-tier dignitaries commenced discussions, primarily focused on exchanging rare items that could enhance the strength of their respective celestial-level members. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall conduct exchanges afterward. This challenge can also be regarded as the graduation ceremony for the Super God Academy. Afterward, you may depart with your members, and their subsequent training and development will rest in your capable hands. Murong Xiaobing's announcement left the 6th-tier members somewhat astonished. Graduation already? And it's not even been a month since enrollment? Murong Xiaobing nodded. The Earth-level students will require further honing, but the 10 celestial-level students have exhibited remarkable growth. Facing little competition within their tier, it is beneficial for them to encounter otherworldly challenges sooner. The 6th-tier members ceased their inquiries, and Murong Xiaobing relayed the commencement of the challenge. Wong Hao observed intently, initially intending to challenge Yang Wei, who had designs on his teacher, Liang. However, the faction leader advised him that Yang Wei, now at the 3rd tier, could summon numerous 3rd-tier beings from other realms, likely including many support and control summons. While he wouldn't lose, winning would not be a simple feat. Consequently, he altered his target. Although teacher Liang was admirable, she had already been through several rounds, and he was somewhat apprehensive given that she was currently pregnant with Wang Gang's child. I shall challenge Halian. Wong Hao's voice echoed throughout the vast arena, eliciting sighs of relief from many. Halian remained unperturbed. Gao Jie turned to him slowly. Brother Jian, you will undoubtedly triumph. Halian nodded, striding confidently toward the challenge area, accompanied by 300 finely armored members hastening to follow suit. Once both parties entered the arena, a barrier emerged, enveloping the duel zone. Wong Hao, clad in simple attire and devoid of any weapon, calmly observed the elite warriors encircling him. A hint of amusement danced at the corners of his mouth as he activated his talent. Countless threads of intangible energy appeared, precisely linking to hundreds of targets within the barrier. Even Hallian's previously established all-encompassing shield could not impede the passage of those energy threads. The multitude of 6th-tier dignitaries watched with growing interest. A 6th-tier figure named Ingzhan remarked, "Brother Ingzhan, this Wong Hao possesses an unusual ability. The strands of linked power cannot be thwarted by the myriad of defensive measures we prepared for Hao Jian. However, it appears that these connections do not directly inflict harm. Could it be that the true nature of these threads will only reveal itself in the heat of battle?" The 6th-tier Ingzhan from the Blood War Alliance chuckled heartily. "Brother Wenchuan, indeed, Hao Jian's unique talent is quite remarkable. Coupled with hundreds of elite warriors, their assault is undeniably fierce. Yet, our Wong Hao is particularly adept at countering such aggressive output. Hence, we shall gladly accept the city under Hao Jian's command." Lu Wenchuan, a 6th-tier from the Unforgiving Alliance, laughed heartily. "Victory or defeat matters little. Growth is what we seek. Hao Jian's abilities are undoubtedly somewhat one-dimensional. So let us observe what they truly entail." Just then, Hao Jian tore off his mask, his mouth moving rapidly as his voice reverberated throughout the entire barrier. Even the sound of his soul seemed to penetrate the barrier, reaching the outside world. A group of influential figures attentively sensed the true nature of this power, nodding in admiration. "Impressive. The power of a mere 3rd tier has stirred a sense of fury within me, and I find myself compelled to listen intently. It is as if this anger is accompanied by a primal sensation of exhilaration. Yes, it is akin to the sensation of scratching an itch. While it may be uncomfortable, the act of scratching brings forth a delightful relief, sometimes leading one to wish to scratch indefinitely. This voice is easily countered. A simple soundproofing spell would suffice. Yet, this soul resonance seems to bypass conventional protective forces. It appears that the skills your alliance has bestowed upon him are indeed formidable." Lu Wenchuan from the Unforgiving Alliance chuckled. "Indeed. To acquire that Lion's Roar skill book for him, our alliance dispatched 5 5th-tier warriors into a realm inhabited by wailing banshees, enduring countless hardships to slay a lion beast possessed by a banshee." The gathered 6th-tier figures nodded in agreement, then turned their attention back to the unfolding situation. Wong Hao was instantly captivated by Hao Jian's voice, fixating his gaze upon him. Hao Jian, in turn, felt a chill run down his spine. However, his ability manifested most effectively when he focused his speech on a specific target. Reluctantly, he could only maintain eye contact with Wong Hao. Neither Hao Jian nor Wong Hao made a move, yet the hundreds of elite warriors showed no hesitation, swiftly encircling them. Chapter 220, Divine Phoenix. A flash of cold light erupted as dozens of sharp blades ruthlessly struck Wong Hao's unprotected body. Mu Rongxiabing glanced at the 6th-tier Ingzhan from Blood War Alliance and noted his calm demeanor, prompting her to retract her readiness to attack. Thud, thud. The sound of incessant strikes echoed, causing the eyes of several 6th-tier figures to widen in disbelief. For the 9th domain's practitioners, possessing a body of laws meant that they would not suffer physical injuries when battling otherworldly beings. However, when practitioners engage in combat against one another, the dynamics shift. A single strike could result in wounds, even severed limbs. Yet now, after enduring a barrage of strikes, Wong Hao's only injuries were torn clothing, with not a single scratch upon his skin. Humph. A chorus of low grunts arose as the elite warriors attacking Wong Hao abruptly shifted their formation, ceasing their assault. Hao Jian, too, had just experienced a series of excruciating pains and glanced at his health bar, realizing he had lost over 10,000 points. After enduring a flurry of strikes, Wong Hao finally regained his composure. "Hao Jian, have your subordinates continue to strike me." Wong Hao chuckled. And this time the situation was different. Although Hao Jian was still speaking, Wong Hao was no longer disoriented. Hao Jian's expression darkened as he processed the information relayed from his hundreds of warriors. Just moments ago, several soldiers had rapidly struck Wong Hao multiple times, resulting in a collective health loss of over 10,000 for the entire group. Fortunately, these elite warriors had been meticulously selected by the Unforgiving Alliance and, having undergone his training, had consumed numerous life blood crystals, with their total health exceeding 1 million. Looking at the encircling warriors, Wong Hao chuckled. "Hao Jian, if you do not take action, I shall be compelled to do so." As he spoke, Wong Hao strode confidently towards Hao Jian. "Subdue him," with Hao Jian's command. For sturdy warriors closed in, Wong Hao grinned widely. Come, let us see if anyone possesses greater strength than I." Ripping off his blade-riddled shirt, Wong Hao revealed a physique that, while not imposing, was remarkably lean and powerful. The 4 warriors unleashed their full might to restrain him. Yet Wong Hao merely shook his hand, sending them flying one by one. The display of strength was overwhelmingly evident. Hao Jian's expression soured. For as Wong Hao hurled his subordinates aside, he inflicted a modicum of damage in the process. Utilize binding skills and items. With Hao Jian's command. Hundreds of elite warriors sprang into action, launching a variety of spells and items at Wong Hao. This time, Wong Hao found himself genuinely restricted, especially by the energy vine spells that proved most effective against him. Yet, Hao Jian could not afford to feel relieved, for Wong Hao's strength appeared absurdly excessive. The energy vines, which should have restrained a target for a considerable duration, were easily broken by Wong Hao's casual struggles. The warriors continued to unleash spells. But even as Wong Hao wreaked havoc, he caused their health to gradually diminish. Deploy the healing array, and take turns to restore health. A healing array with a diameter of 100 meters was swiftly established, and hundreds of warriors began entering it in batches to recover their vitality. Observing this, Wong Hao smirked, then produced a grenade-like item. Boom. Following a deafening explosion, numerous binding spells were obliterated, and Wong Hao emerged from the blast zone clad only in his undergarments. Ah, how painful. Hundreds of elite warriors were left aghast. Their opponent was far from ordinary. Though he had sustained injuries, it was they who suffered the brunt of the pain. Hao Jian trembled, feeling as if the pain inflicted upon Wong Hao had been transferred to him. The multiple protective shields surrounding him remained entirely intact, indicating that this damage transfer disregarded all forms of defense. As Wong Hao advanced, he continued to detonate grenade-like items, inflicting various damages upon Hao Jian's side. Especially for Hao Jian, who was now in agony and struggling to stand, two warriors had to support him. The gathering of 6th-tier figures above exchanged worried glances. Ingzhan. Could this ability be damage transfer? Is he able to redirect the harm he endures onto his target? One 6th tier inquired with uncertainty. Blood War Alliance's Ingzhan chuckled without offering a reply. I can't shake the feeling that this resembles the absolute substitution skill of the Divine Phoenix by the Lord of the Domain. Could it be? Another 6th tier turned to Mu Rong Xiaobing, but she merely shook her head. Absolute substitution could never be bestowed upon anyone outside the Valkyrie Alliance. At this, the numerous 6th tier figures turned their gazes toward Ingzhan. The distinction between this skill and absolute substitution was significant. Observe Wong Hao's expression. He too seems to be enduring excruciating pain, though his composure far exceeds that of Hao Jian. A 6th tier pointed at Wong Hao, who was persistently extracting and detonating grenade-like items. It appears that his ability allows him to transfer damage and a portion of pain to a designated target, and that pain seems to be shared with a specific target. Indeed, his innate talent is quite remarkable, capable of locking onto multiple targets, a feat that surpasses even the esteemed Lord Xinhuang's absolute substitution in this regard. However, one must not overlook that Lord Xinhuang's absolute substitution enables the Domain Lord to remain unaffected by binding effects, a capability beyond that which Wong Hao possesses. A group of 6th tier individuals engaged in animated discussion. Murong Xiaobing maintained a serene countenance, yet her heart could not help but sigh. What has become of the Domain Lord and Lord Xinhuang? Observing that Hao Jian was in such pain, he could scarcely speak, his body limp. Lu Finchuan from the Blood War 8 Directions battle group side. Xiaobing, it seems we have lost this round. Let us cease the duel. Murong Xiaobing nodded, and with a mental command, Hao Jian and his warriors were transferred to the spectators' platform. Thus, the duel concluded, with Wong Hao of the Blood War 8 Directions battle group emerging victorious. According to the challenge rules, students from the Super God Academy could challenge Wong Hao, and if victorious, they would gain control of the Void Demon Clan city under his command. Instantly, the students in the audience displayed a myriad of expressions. Gu Yuntao from the Extreme Winter Royal Court battle group stood and raised his hand. Esteemed Dean, if we challenge Wong Hao and fail, will we lose our original share? Murong Xiaobing's voice resonated. No, Wong Hao has already secured his gains and cannot challenge others again. Should you fail your challenge, your original share will remain intact. With this affirmative response, many eyes brightened. Esteemed Dean, Gu Yuntao from the Extreme Winter Royal Court battle group challenges Wong Hao from the Blood War 8 Directions battle group. Chapter 221. He has self-harming techniques. Ready. In the next moment, Gu Yuntao was transported to the arena. A pale blue shield materialized around his body, lighter than Hao Jian's, resembling a delicate cloak. Wong Hao, having just fought, do you require a moment to rest? Wong Hao chuckled, forming a connection with Gu Yuntao. No need for rest. I am in peak condition. Let us commence immediately. Gu Yuntao nodded solemnly, then extended his hand, causing a blue ice crystal spear, enveloped in an intense cold, to materialize above his shield. Go. Whoosh. The blue ice crystal spear struck Wong Hao, who did not evade, and as it pierced him, the surrounding cold enveloped him entirely. Ah! A cry of pain escaped Wong Hao, leaving Gu Yuntao incredulous as he witnessed Wong Hao frozen in ice. I've lost over 100,000 health points. And that truly hurt. Gu Yuntao began to understand why Hao Jian had suffered so greatly. In the next moment, Gu Yuntao's pale blue shield swelled, transforming into a sphere over 3 meters in diameter, and he strode purposefully toward Wong Hao. Exhaling a breath of icy air, Wong Hao broke free from his frozen state. Noticing Gu Yuntao's advancing figure, he retrieved a grenade and hurled it. Boom! The grenade exploded, yet Gu Yuntao's shield remained unperturbed, demonstrating an astounding level of defense. The 6th-tier elites above nodded in approval. One of them remarked, "Sister Shuanghan, does Gu Yuntao's shield possess both reflection and freezing effects?" A 6th-tier woman from the extreme winter royal court, her demeanor as frigid as her appearance, simply nodded without speaking. "I believe I understand." Wong Hao's ability is of the damage-sharing type, allowing him to transfer or distribute a portion of the damage and pain he endures to a designated target. Indeed, this ability is commendable. As long as his health pool is substantial, he can eliminate enemies through damage exchange. The question remains, how much damage can he transfer? Observing his demeanor, I estimate he can transfer at least half the damage. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand such an attack. Having locked onto several hundred targets, all of whom just sustained damage, his innate ability must allow for this damage distribution. This capability is undoubtedly a battlefield weapon. With sufficient health, he can charge recklessly. A group of 6th-tier individuals deliberated, while Zhang from the Blood War 8 Directions battle group chuckled to himself. Wong Hao and Gu Yuntao approached each other, soon meeting face to face. Huh! Wong Hao let out a low roar and delivered a powerful punch against Gu Yuntao's enormous shield. Crash! An overwhelming force of ice froze Wong Hao in place. Gu Yuntao's face paled as his health dipped once more. Upon closer inspection, Gu Yuntao realized that Wong Hao was far from defenseless. Both of his hands bore claw-like gauntlets, and given the damage just inflicted, those claws were undoubtedly high-quality 4th-tier weapons. Wong Hao, now encased in ice, was not merely immobilized. The freezing damage persisted. Helplessly, Gu Yuntao watched his own health dwindle, gulping down a vial of life potion. He furrowed his brow, contemplating how to defeat Wong Hao. The latter now possessed Hao Jian's city, which could continuously generate life crystals and mana crystals, a veritable treasure. Securing it would yield ongoing contributions to the extreme winter royal court. Gu Yuntao even secretly hoped to see a smile from his battle group leader as a result. Gu Yuntao relentlessly collided his pale blue shield against Wong Hao, generating gusts of cold air as Wong Hao remained frozen in place, continuously consuming life potions. Gu Yuntao prepared to exhaust Wong Hao by this means. Wong Hao's eyelids were encased in ice, rendering him utterly immobile. After some time, as Gu Yuntao consumed yet another life potion, his health remained full, while Wong Hao's health continued to decline without replenishment. The 6th-tier individuals began to converse. "Brother Zhang, it appears that while Wong Hao's talent is formidable, his shortcomings are glaring. With powerful control methods, he can be restrained. If no other means are available, that city may very well belong to the extreme winter royal court." Zhang from the Blood War 8 Directions chuckled heartily. "Gentlemen, if this is all he can muster, how could he dare challenge the numerous celestial-level geniuses? Would any of you care to wager and see if Wong Hao can triumph over Gu Yuntao? Wager what? Rare resources? Of course. Forget it, I shan't wager." Tight-fisted. Boom. Gu Yuntao cried out in agony, his cries of pain escalating. He gradually crouched down, his health plummeting further. And after 10 seconds of enduring excruciating pain, he began to panic, having lost half his health. It is worth noting that he had already consumed multiple life crystals of levels 1 to 3, with a total health exceeding 360,000. I concede. As his health dropped from half to 1/3, Gu Yuntao finally panicked and surrendered. The figure transitioned from the battlefield to the spectator's stance, where Gu Yuntao hastily quivered as he consumed a life potion. With the continuous power of frost dissipated, Wong Hao finally emerged from his frozen state. With a sly grin, he refrained from partaking in a life potion and turned his gaze toward the audience. Gu Yuntao trembled as he looked at Wong Hao on the stage, his eyes reflecting a sense of recognition and even admiration. The pallor of Wong Hao's complexion indicated that he had also endured considerable pain moments prior. Ladies and gentlemen, he possesses a self-harm technique that allows him to transfer the damage and suffering he inflicts upon himself onto me. If you wish to challenge him, be mindful of this," he cautioned. The crowd nodded in unison, their expressions turning solemn as they regarded Wong Hao below. A figure rose, a solemn Lu Gaochan, a member of the Celestial Academy's Class A, from the Death's Lament battle group. "Principal, I, Lu Gaochan, challenge Wong Hao of the Blood Battle All Directions battle group," he proclaimed. Approved. In the next instant, the imposing Lu Gaochan entered the arena. With a fierce roar, a shadow identical to him materialized beside him, followed by an unending series of perfectly replicated figures. Wong Hao remained motionless, intrigued as he observed Lu Gaochan's clones multiplying, unable to discern any differences among them. As the throng of Lu Gaochan advanced, Wong Hao found it increasingly challenging to identify the original. Chapter 222, The Clone Combatant. After a full 5 minutes, there were 300 identical Lu Gaocans on the field. Attack, commanded Lu Gaochan, and a multitude of clones surged forward. Wong Hao had long since activated his powers to lock onto all of Lu Gaochan's duplicates. Crack, crack. The towering Lu Gaocans surrounded Wong Hao and unleashed a flurry of blows. Simultaneously, all the clones began losing health. The 6th-tier observers above watched in awe, struggling to discern which of the Lu Gaocans was the original. Jing Wuing, Lu Gaochan's talent for such remarkable cloning techniques seems rather squandered in the Death's Lament battle group, which specializes in assassins. Perhaps he would be better suited for our unforgiving battle group, suggested a voice. Burning River has a point. But I believe Lu Gaochan would be more fitting among our skull crushers, as our group comprises iron-blooded warriors, perfect for large-scale assaults. Your assertion is misguided. When it comes to iron blood, our blood battle all directions is equally formidable. Lu Gaochan's imposing stature is indeed ill-suited for the Death's Lament battle group. Xiaobing, might you offer some counsel to the Valkyrie and suggest a more fitting group for Lu Gaochan? Morong Xiaobing paid no heed to the 6th-tier banter. The expressions of the 6th-tier members of the Death's Lament battle group darkened as one scoffed. If we are willing to cultivate him, does the Death's Lament battle group lack anything he requires? Is being tall a disqualification for an assassin? Do assassins not need strength? Spare me the nonsense. If you want him, you must consider the weapons at my disposal. In the hands of the 6th-tier member from the Death's Lament battle group appeared 2 gleaming, dark-hued blades, indicating a readiness to engage. Some 6th-tier members grew bored and turned their attention back to the battlefield. Among the throng of Lu Gaocans, the original Lu Gaochan's expression grew tense. Damn it. It seems Wong Hao can distribute all the damage he receives, as all my clones are losing health equally. I'll wait until my health drops to half to assess Wong Hao's situation. If his own damage is minimal, I may truly struggle against him. The onslaught of fists and kicks intensified as Wong Hao allowed the clones to strike him while occasionally retaliating. Minutes later, the original Lu Gaochan reluctantly conceded. Subsequently, the multitude of Lu Gaocans vacated Wong Hao's vicinity, merging seamlessly back into the original Lu Gaochan. Soon, only the original remained on the stage. Nodding at Wong Hao, Lu Gaochan was relocated to the spectator stance. At this moment, all the students from the Celestial Academy turned their attention to Zhuge Luyun, Yang Lin, and Lu Ruoyan. They were universally acknowledged as the most formidable trio, with Zhuge Luyun's mystical net attack being fierce, Yang Lin's impenetrable defense, and Lu Ruoyan's holy light providing enduring augmentation and restoration to their team. Zhuge Luyun turned to Lu Ruoyan. Ruoyan, shall we challenge Wong Hao? Lu Ruoyan's expression grew conflicted. Wong Hao, noticing the students from the Celestial Academy, waved toward Lu Ruoyan's position. Zhuge Luyun appeared surprised. Ruoyan, do you know him? His tone held a hint of jealousy. Lu Ruoyan nodded. Wong Hao was my brother's desk mate throughout high school. He lives near us, and for 3 years, we walked home together after school. Zhuge Luyun replied. Ruoyan, this pertains to a share of a void demon city. If you forfeit merely due to acquaintance, I fear the principal may not be pleased. Lu Ruoyan responded. Ah? Zhuge Luyun stood. Principal, Celestial Academy Class A. There is no need to challenge him. The 3 of you combined are no match for him. Morong Xiaobing interjected. And Zhuge Luyun promptly sat down. Lu Ruoyan inquired. What is it, Brother Luyun? Zhuge Luyun, feeling somewhat frustrated, explained. The principal said that even our combined strength cannot match Wong Hao. Both Lu Ruoyan and Yang Lin were taken aback. Our offensive, defensive, and support capabilities are all top-notch. Yet we cannot compete with Wong Hao. What is his talent? Zhuge Luyun shook his head, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. After entering the Celestial Academy, his prowess had placed him at the top among students due to his offensive talents. However, as everyone's strength improved, several members of the Class A, now predominantly at Tier 3, had surpassed him. Especially Halian. He was uncertain whether he could maintain his composure against the opponent's forced taunt. Should he fall prey to such taunts, danger would surely follow. Moreover, the previously low-key Lu Gaochan had astonished him with his recently displayed cloning technique. Above, Ying Zhan of the Blood Battle All Directions laughed heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, if no one dares to challenge, we shall gladly accept this share of the Void Demon City. As soon as the words left his lips, Yang Wei from the audience stands rose. Principal, I, Yang Wei, a member of the Celestial Academy Class A from the River of the Underworld Crow Battle Group, challenge Wong Hao of the Blood Battle All Directions Battle Group. Yang Wei's passionate yet composed voice resonated, prompting a solemn 6th-tier member from the River of the Underworld Crow Battle Group to feign a smile. Morong Xiaobing nodded, effortlessly sending Yang Wei into the arena. Lu Ruoyan linked arms with Yang Lin, Sister Lin, Your brother is quite courageous. You need not dwell on the minor mistakes he has made. In the next moment, Lu Ruoyan lowered her voice, leaning closer to Yang Lin's ear, causing Yang Lin's complexion to flush slightly. However, recognizing that Lu Ruoyan was also a woman, she refrained from pulling away. Sister Lin, let me tell you, all boys are the same. My brother has all sorts of books in his desk, and ever since he entered high school, a strange odor has often lingered in his room, according to the information we discovered last time. Yang Lin gasped in surprise, her eyes flickering with intrigue. Ultimately, she exhaled deeply. I inquired about Yang Wei's situation with team leader Han Shui, who remarked that such matters are, in fact, of little consequence to the strong. Lu Ruoyan, in the decisive battleground. With a mere thought, Yang Wei summoned an array of creatures. Chapter 223, Yang Wei's second daughter. Unlike Bai Jin's ethereal summons, his were all corporeal beings with blood, flesh, and souls. At the forefront, 10 monstrous bulls, standing 5 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long, with crimson eyes, fixated intently on Wong Hao in the distance. Though these bulls lacked the imposing aura of Bai Jin's beasts, their existence as true life forms imparted a more palpable pressure of vitality. Behind them, 10 colossal tigers, 3 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long, prowled side to side, scrutinizing the diminutive figure opposite them. Further back were 3 massive, dark green turtles, each with shells exceeding 5 meters in diameter, far surpassing the earlier bulls and tigers in size. At this moment, Yang Wei had leaped onto the back of one of the turtles, which then manifested a dark green shield to encase him safely. Upon witnessing the formation of the shield, Yang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the shadows cast by these titanic beasts, numerous dark figures began to shift and move. Come forth. With a surge of thought, 6 peculiar creatures resembling slugs emerged. Come forth. A total of 10 four-winged flying demon captains materialized in midair. Having completed these actions, Yang Wei turned his gaze toward Wong Hao. Wong Hao, I am at a loss as to how I have wronged you, as you have cast me numerous strange glances. Might you elucidate your grievances? Wong Hao surveyed the surroundings and then spoke coldly. Yang Wei, you have audaciously exploited your power to seize my high school teacher, Liang. Are you aware that she carries the unborn child of my classmate, Wang Gang? A thunderclap of shock rendered Yang Wei momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, he regained his composure. What? Liang is with child? In the next instant, he vehemently shook his head. You scoundrel, Wong Hao, how dare you slander my woman? Liang is single and shares a profound connection with me. I have never used my influence to possess her. Furthermore, I have several third-tier life mages with me, and they have not detected any signs of Liang's pregnancy. How can you make such baseless accusations? And who is this Wang Gang you mentioned? What relation does he have to my second wife? Yang Wei, now visibly agitated, pressed his inquiries. It was now Wong Hao's turn to be taken aback. The life mages have not detected Liang's pregnancy? I had heard. Ultimately, Wong Hao refrained from uttering Bai Jin's name. It seems either old Bai is misinformed, or Liang has been coerced into terminating her pregnancy. The latter seems more plausible. If that is the case, then splendid. I had my reservations, but now I must secure Liang for myself. Wong Hao's gaze sharpened. Yang Wei, are you willing to wager on the same terms as I? Yang Wei's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Wong Hao pressed on. Yang Wei, could you summon Liang? I wish to ascertain her true feelings regarding your relationship. Yang Wei continued to ignore him, but he withdrew his phone and sent a message, which was swiftly forwarded to Murong Xiaobing. Upon receiving the message, Murong Xiaobing's lips twitched, but ultimately, she did not refuse. With a thought, Ms. Zheng Shufan and teacher Liang, who had been residing in Yang Wei's palace, appeared in the observation area above. My lord, my lord. The 2 women respectfully bowed to Murong Xiaobing, who waved her hand, signaling them to observe the unfolding events below. Zheng Shufan's gaze was solely fixed upon Yang Wei, the prodigious genius who showered her with affection. Now pregnant with his daughter, their fates were intertwined, and all her thoughts were devoted to her beloved. Liang, recognizing Wong Hao, recalled the incident when his awakening caused the holy energy crystal to shatter, and she began to piece together the situation. Scanning the surrounding crowd, she sensed that Murong Xiaobing's standing appeared somewhat diminished, especially with a throng of Super God Academy students present, causing her to feel anxious and hesitant to look around. A cadre of 6th-tier elites scrutinized Zheng Shufan and Liang, finding the situation amusing. These 2 women, mere 3rd-tier beings with average strength. Why did they garner Yang Wei's favor? One 6th-tier individual voiced his confusion. A member of the Underworld River Crow Battalion expressed dissatisfaction. Bada. Yang Wei's sister is one of your skull crushers. Is it appropriate for you to speak disparagingly of her brother's women? A 6th-tier from the Skull Crushers chuckled. I merely spoke offhandedly. Perhaps they fulfill Yang Wei's psychological needs. Ingzhan from the Blood War 8 Directions Battalion remained non-committal. Ultimately, it is still due to their limited interactions with women. Having just awakened, they were all concentrated in this super god academy, and they have yet to experience any substantial allure, hence their narrow perspectives. Morong Xiaobing felt a headache coming on. She showed the message Yang Wei had just sent to the two women, who nodded in understanding. Below, Yang Wei addressed Wong Hao. Wong Hao, Li Ying is the woman I cherish. I will not make her a wager. Our battle pertains solely to the ownership of the Void Demon Clan city behind you, and does not involve any other matters. Wong Hao's expression soured. What must I do to have Li Ying given to me? Yang Wei was taken aback. Wong Hao, is Li Ying not your high school teacher? Are you implying? Wong Hao nodded emphatically. Given my circumstances, seeking a woman is not particularly challenging. However, she represents a long-held dream and desire of mine. So I wish to fulfill that wish. Yang Wei quickly shook his head. If it were in the past, I would never claim another's love. But now Li Ying is my woman, my beloved second wife. You should abandon this notion. Wong Hao ceased further discussion, as numerous invisible links had already formed between him and Yang Wei, along with his many summoned creatures. Above, Li Ying lowered her head. Yang Wei and Wong Hao's words echoed as if amplified in the air, causing her to sigh internally. As a talented and single mature teacher, she understood the affections of many students. Yet, as Yang Wei had stated, she was already his. Not long ago, the two third-tier life mages caring for Zheng Shufan indicated that she, too, was pregnant with Yang Wei's child. This revelation filled her with trepidation, as she knew she was carrying the child of Zheng Shufan's son, Wang Gang, but could not fathom why the life mages had only just discovered her pregnancy. Through various insinuations, Li Ying came to understand that the life she had recently conceived indeed belonged to Yang Wei. For the third-tier life mages had confirmed that the essence was identical, unmistakably his daughter. Thus, she surmised that during their time in Misty Sea Bay City, out of compassion for her plight against Zheng Shufan, the first-tier life mage had uttered a falsehood. Hearing Yang Wei declare that his woman was not a wager, Li Ying felt a swell of emotion. Daughter, I shall ensure that I stay by your father's side to raise you well, and even without a formal title, you shall lead a good life. Chapter 224. Yang Wei is no weaker than others. With a crash, Wong Hao produced a small stash of grenades and swiftly detonated them. Boom, boom. The violent explosions rang out, and Yang Wei's face turned ashen, as the 6 slug-like creatures surrounding him enveloped him in a milky white glow, gradually alleviating the pain etched on his features. Continue healing. Flying demons. Fire. Bayubiu. The runic javelin commenced its bombardment on Wong Hao, while the 6 slugs beside Yang Wei emitted a radiant glow that enveloped all summoned creatures. The esteemed individuals above nodded in approval, acknowledging Yang Wei's evident prowess. His contract talent enabled such a multitude of summons to obey his commands almost unconditionally. Even the flying demons were submissively bound. These fierce bulls, being of an exotic breed, boasted substantial vitality and commendable defense, and it seemed promising for them to autonomously ascend to the 4th tier. Underworld Emperor, from which realm did you procure these healing slugs? They appear quite remarkable. Do you have any to spare for sale? The 6th tier members of the Underworld River Rookery Legion maintained a solemn demeanor. All these summoned creatures were conjured by Yang Wei himself. We provided no assistance in this regard. Instantly, a collective astonishment arose among the 6th tier elites. These were indeed exceptional summons. The slugs were undoubtedly superb, and the large dark green turtle beneath Yang Wei seemed commendable as well, reminiscent of the divine turtles from the abyssal water realm. Albeit those didn't possess the ability to conjure shields, did they? Brother Ingzhan, did your Blood Battle 8 Directions not recently slay a powerful divine turtle in the abyssal water realm? Are they not of the same kind? Ingzhan of Blood Battle 8 Directions pondered briefly before shaking his head. Somewhat similar, yet it should be a variant. The divine turtle we defeated lacked this capability. It merely exhibited formidable vitality. What an impressive talent. Once he ascends in rank, will he not be invincible among his peers? Invincibility may be an overstatement. Yet against conventional opponents, his talent, driving a multitude of summons of the same tier, will undoubtedly yield spectacular results. Let us observe further. It appears Wong Hao's vitality has been significantly bolstered. Ingzhan, have you utilized that divine turtle's essence on Wong Hao? Indeed. Yet it remains uncertain who will endure longer under sustained healing. In the battlefield below, with a mere thought, Yang Wei summoned a vine creature that ensnared Wong Hao tightly. Bound by such resilient and potent vines, Wong Hao found himself struggling to break free, especially as a slug commenced targeted healing on the vines, plunging him into a passive state. Thump, thump. The sound of a racing heartbeat emanated from Wong Hao, causing Yang Wei to change countenance as he summoned 10 additional slugs, which immediately exerted their full healing potential. Nevertheless, Yang Wei discovered that both his and his summon's vitality continued to wane. However, through this trial, Yang Wei grasped a crucial realization. With a mere thought, aside from the giant turtle beneath him, the 16 slugs on its back, and the vine entangling Wong Hao, he withdrew all other summons into the life space. As the summons entered the life space, they ceased losing vitality. Wong Hao, your ability redistributes the damage you incur to a designated target. Currently, that target is us. Consequently, the average damage each of us endures only escalates. While you are bound, I can continuously recover health. Let us see who can endure until the end. Yang Wei's visage was pale, yet filled with determination. Wong Hao's expression darkened. The healing prowess of Yang Wei's 16 slugs was somewhat absurd, surpassing the damage he inflicted. If this continued, his vitality would surely be exhausted first. Gritting his teeth, Wong Hao erupted with fury. Crash! Yang Wei was momentarily stunned as his vitality plummeted, despite the continuous healing from the 10 slugs and his relentless consumption of life potions. His health still dwindled. It was not that he lacked more slugs, but rather that an individual's health recovery speed has its limits. And he had reached his maximum recovery capacity. The assembly of 6th-tier elites grew serious. The 6th-tier underworld emperor, Yan Luosheng, observed Yang Wei, whose face had paled due to excruciating pain, yet bore a resolute gaze. This prompted him to reflect on how Hao Jian, Ge Yuntao, and Lu Gaochan had conceded due to agony, thereby enhancing his admiration for Yang Wei. Initially, he found it somewhat ludicrous and unworthy to dote on the two women of average capability. Now, he was unfazed. Ying Zhan of Blood Battle Aid Directions assumed a more serious demeanor. Wong Hao, cultivated within their legion, possessed a vitality deemed invincible, even surpassing some of their 6th-tier members. Yet, presently, Yang Wei continued to receive healing and could consume life potions, whereas Wong Hao, bound by the vines, was left to endure solely with his own dwindling vitality. Murong Xiaobing sighed softly, as neither Underworld Emperor Yan Luosheng nor War Emperor Ying Zhan were willing to concede first. They were betting on their respective sides to endure to the final moment. Gentlemen, both Yang Wei and Wong Hao represent the future pillars of the 9th domain. It would be unwise for either to fall. Why not divide the city between them? Underworld Emperor Yan Luosheng and War Emperor Ying Zhan both exhaled in relief. As Murong Xiaobing indeed acted as a mediator, aligning with their thoughts, they nodded in agreement, and subsequently, with a thought, Murong Xiaobing transported Yang Wei to the spectators' platform. The decision to divide the city was then announced. Upon witnessing the cessation of conflict between the two, Murong Xiaobing turned to the assembly of 6th-tier elites, esteemed ones. This graduation ceremony shall conclude here. Are there any other matters? Numerous 6th-tier members nodded in affirmation of having no further concerns. Yet the Flame Emperor Lu Finchuan of the 10 Directions, No Mercy Legion spoke up. Xiaobing, I observed the battle closely. Hao Jian's defeat by Wong Hao was a matter of countering tactics. In a different matchup, he may not necessarily lose. Hao Jian is one of the future pillars we have cultivated with utmost effort in the 9th domain. And to lose the resource support of a city so easily may hinder his future development, especially since he requires resources to nurture his subordinates' combat prowess. Murong Xiaobing frowned slightly. Flame Emperor, these rules were established in advance. A loss is a loss. Should he then seize shares from others? Flame Emperor Lu Finchuan shook his head. I do not intend for Hao Jian to take shares from his peers. However, if he lacks this resource support, his future growth will undoubtedly be affected. Among the 36 cities, 5 are open to ordinary citizens, and 2 are allocated to medium-sized legions. I propose allowing Hao Jian to select one of these cities as a resource base for his continued development. Upon Lu Finchuan's assertion, a myriad of expressions manifested among the 6th-tier elites. Chapter 225. Bai E, please instruct me, Flame Emperor. Murong Xiaobing's demeanor grew somewhat frigid, yet Flame Emperor Lu Finchuan, being a 6th tier, was unfazed by the 5th-tier space sovereign. Flame Emperor, the allocation of these cities was a decision reached between my lord and your faction. How can it be altered? 36 cities, each of the 10 major legions received 2, while the 9th domain, with over 60 billion ordinary practitioners, only acquired 5. This is a significant distortion. If powerful factions monopolize all resources, our 9th domain will face a bleak future, transforming into the private estate of various legions, which contradicts the ideals of our domain lord. If the Flame Emperor genuinely harbors such intentions, he may consult my lord or seek an audience with the domain lord. Murong Xiaobing stated firmly. Flame Emperor Lu Finchuan's expression darkened. Xiaobing, I have no intention of severing the development of ordinary citizens. However, Hao Jian cannot lose resource support as a consequence. The strength of the 9th domain is upheld by the powerful, not by billions of ordinary people. Murong Xiaobing chuckled softly. Flame Emperor, Without the humanitarian strength of billions of ordinary people, the ninth domain would have long been devoured by otherworldly forces. It is not the strong who support this realm. Rather, each individual contributes their strength. The Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan felt somewhat constrained. Xiaobing, do not be so obstinate. The contributions of ordinary people to humanitarian efforts are indeed significant. They are currently living well, and that is sufficient. The invading enemies are all formidable beings, at least of the third-tier war general level, continually being vanquished. The loss of one city among 5 makes little difference. Morong Xiaobing shook her head. Once certain matters are broached, they set a precedent. If we concede one city to Hao Jian today, tomorrow others will come seeking a second. And their justifications will be even more compelling. The Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan took a deep breath. Xiaobing, rules are meant to be broken. Bai Jin, for instance, need not even participate in such challenges. I hereby declare that if anyone seeks additional cities in the future, I will personally handle it. What do you say? Morong Xiaobing's expression darkened. This is beyond my authority to decide. The Southern Region War Zone falls under the complete jurisdiction of the Valkyrie Legion's 2nd Brigade leader, Bai Yi, who possesses even greater authority here than the Valkyrie herself. Since you hold this intention, I shall summon Bai Yi for you to inquire directly. Without hesitation, Morong Xiaobing swiftly conveyed the message. Shortly thereafter, a void appeared, and the stoic Bai Yi stepped out, joining Morong Xiaobing. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Morong Xiaobing recounted the issue raised by the Flame Emperor. Bai Yi then turned her gaze towards the 6th-tier imperial figure. Since my recent ascension to the 5th tier, I have yet to unleash my full power. Changing the rules is, in fact, quite simple. One merely needs to speak in terms of strength. I, Bai Yi of the Valkyrie Legion, invite the Flame Emperor to demonstrate. Her icy and commanding voice resonated, leaving the other 6th-tier figures as mere spectators. The Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan's face twitched. Despite being a 6th-tier power, and though his intent was to secure resources for his own talented faction, he had not anticipated such an attitude from the 2 members of the Valkyrie Legion. Morong Xiaobing was relatively calm, lacking her usual cold and domineering demeanor. But Bai Yi, recently promoted to the 5th tier, was utterly disdainful. Very well, I have been a 6th tier for over a century, and even the Valkyries speak to me with courtesy. Yet you, a junior, dare to be so impudent. I shall show you the might of a 6th-tier warrior. Fear not. I shall not speak disrespectfully as you do. I will not kill you. Morong Xiaobing hastily transmitted the message of the duel's conclusion to the students below. Everyone, refrain from lingering in the Super God Academy area. Proceed to the Void. Very well. Let us head to the region bordering the Void Demon Realm. As space shattered, the assembly of 6th-tier elites departed. Before long, they gathered at the convergence of the 9th domain and the Void Demon Realm. In stark contrast to the grim expression of the Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan, the other 6th-tier figures wore expressions of eager anticipation, with several even brandishing recording devices to capture the spectacle. I am curious to see how someone who has just ascended to the 5th tier could become the next candidate for the Valkyrie, even if her strength is formidable. Surely she cannot surpass the power of the Void. Bai Yi remained silent, her thoughts focused. With a mere flick of her will, a resounding dragon's roar erupted, and a 6 to 7 meter long purple-gold divine dragon materialized, larger than the one encountered days prior with Bai Jin. The divine dragon hovered majestically, its enormous eyes surveying the surroundings before locking onto the grim-faced Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan. No wonder she exudes such dominance. She possesses a divine dragon, far superior to her father. I am known as the Flame Emperor, adept in fire-based powers. I shall have the opportunity to witness the pure-blood dragon's flame prowess. The Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan's demeanor grew serious as he sensed the magnificent aura emanating from the divine dragon. It surpassed that of an average human of its size. Boom! Bai Yi unleashed a punch, and a fleeting passage of power manifested in the void. The Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan was engulfed in a torrent of flames as the forceful punch struck his form. With a whoosh, the flames dispersed, only to coalesce once more. If this is merely a power-based attack, unless one reaches the Valkyrie level, it cannot harm my divine fire physique. A murmur of acknowledgement arose as the Flame Emperor transformed into a towering fire giant nearly 100 meters tall. Roar! The dragon's roar resonated as the purple-gold divine dragon unleashed a breath of dragon fire, striking the flame giant with precision. Impressive. This dragon's breath is formidable. 5th-tier power can easily erode my 6th-tier fire prowess. Should this dragon ascend to the 6th tier in the future, I would indeed need to retreat. As sounds of admiration echoed, the 6th-tier onlookers nodded in agreement. How did Bai Yi forge such a supreme contract with this divine dragon? With such bloodline, it would be a child of the world even in the dragon god realm. What could possibly draw it to our 9th domain? Could it be that Bai Yi's exceptional beauty attracted this divine dragon? Enough with your nonsense. This is merely a juvenile dragon, a female at that. Must your thoughts be so sordid? My female dragon is not incapable of having an affinity for the opposite sex. It is a possibility. Otherwise, how could Bai Yi have secured such a pure-blood divine dragon? Hiss, there is logic in that. A dragon of such caliber would not easily be swayed. There must be a profoundly significant reason behind this, or it would not have entered into a supreme contract with another being. Could it be? Could it be for that reason? What are you playing at with your word games? Speak clearly. Chapter 226. 10 Sixth Tiers, Sacrificing Their Lives. Morong Xiaobing sighed inwardly, feeling that each of these sixth-tier individuals was increasingly unreliable. If not for my superior's absence, I wonder who among you would dare to spread such idle gossip. The void trembled as Bai Yi and the purple-gold divine dragon engaged in tremendous combat, each punch and kick causing the very fabric of the void to shudder. The Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan was not one to remain passive. Torrents of blazing fire surged toward Bai Yi and the divine dragon. Bai Yi donned a suit of pale silver battle armor, and with each punch and kick she unleashed, she managed to defend against the relentless onslaught of flames. The purple-gold divine dragon fought with an unrestrained ferocity. With a mere sweep of its tail or claw, it could rend open a void, then dart inside and re-emerge to strike the flame giant. After a prolonged exchange, neither side could gain the upper hand. A fifth-tier combatant facing off against a sixth-tier opponent. And taking an active stance, Bai Yi in the dragon's prowess elicited nods of approval from the observing sixth-tier figures. Suspended in midair, Bai Yi ceased her attacks. The Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan was astounded. Initially, he had held back, fearing he might unintentionally harm the Valkyrie candidate, but as the battle progressed, he realized that unless he went all out, he risked being overwhelmed. Transforming into a flame giant, Lu Fenchuan was not concerned about being easily defeated. However, with numerous sixth-tier figures watching, if he were to be pressed, his reputation would suffer irreparable damage. Now, however, he felt the situation was precarious. As a dignified sixth-tier, finding himself unable to easily best a fifth-tier opponent was indeed a source of embarrassment. Morong Xiaobing flashed into position beside Bai Yi, grasping Bai Yi's arm. She shook her head. There is no need for this. We are both vital forces in the ninth domain. A duel is sufficient. Matters of life and death should be reserved for our enemies. Bai Yi nodded, the fervor within her gradually calming. The Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan's expression darkened. The woman and the divine dragon opposite him were clearly preparing for a significant move. While he was not afraid, it was disheartening to realize that they had not even exerted their full strength in their previous exchange. However, reflecting on the fact that I had not unleashed some of my ultimate techniques, I realized that even if I could not vanquish my opponent, I could still make them suffer greatly. The Flame Emperor, Lu Fenchuan, regained his composure and returned to his original form. What remarkable prowess! What an imposing presence! The Valkyrie battle group is indeed teeming with prodigious talents. The Flame Emperor, Lu Fenchuan, marveled. Nonetheless, the situation I just mentioned still requires resolution. Hao Jian needs abundant resources to cultivate his exclusive battle team, and his demand for resources is far greater than that of others. Without the resources provided by the Void City, his development will inevitably lag behind. The recent battle with Wong Hao was not that Hao Jian truly had no means of countering it. Rather, it was merely that his team configuration was insufficient. Had he possessed a team of life mages for support, victory might not have eluded him. The tone of the Flame Emperor Lu Fenchuan was notably more amiable this time. Morong Xiaobing pulled Bai Yi aside and briefly explained that Bai Jin had yet to develop Yunqi City. Bai Yi looked over and asked, Your Majesty the Ice Emperor. Are you implying? Morong Xiaobing nodded. Your brother is a void summoner. Relatively speaking, his demand for resources from the Void Demon Clan cities is minimal. You might consider assisting him in exchanging for some rare materials. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. All right, but ultimately, the decision rests with him. I can merely facilitate the connection. She then turned to the Flame Emperor, Lu Fenchuan. Your Excellency the Flame Emperor, my brother Bai Jin possesses a Yunqi City. As a void summoner, his demand for resources like lifeblood crystals is comparatively low, and he does not require a vast amount of ordinary resources to nurture his subordinates. If your 10 Directions Unforgiving Battle Group has sufficient rare materials, I can help relay the message. The Flame Emperor, Lu Fenchuan, pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I will provide you with a list. Please show it to Bai Jin later. If it seems suitable, then proceed with the exchange. Morong Xiaobing stepped forward. Esteemed guests, I am aware that you harbor some discontent regarding our Valkyrie battle group occupying 5 cities. Currently, we are engaged in a fierce struggle across 6 alternate worlds. If any of you are willing to take over one of these worlds, we shall relinquish one of our cities in return. What say you? A group of 6th-tier practitioners exchanged glances, then smiled wryly. Xiaobing, we bear no objections. However, our battle group's strength is limited, rendering us unable to assist you. Yet, should any formidable presence dare to infringe upon our territory in the 9th domain, we shall undoubtedly retaliate with full force. I propose that, since we are all gathered here, albeit as avatars, we still retain our 6th tier strength. Why not join forces to deliver a devastating blow to the Void Demon clan in our 9th domain region? Agreed. It is only right. We have come to this convergence of world powers precisely for this purpose. Damn the Void Demon realm. Their invasion years ago resulted in the deaths of over 10 billion in our southern domain. It is time we reclaim some interest. Xiaobing Bai, you are both our true forms. Leave this assault to us. The group of 6th tier powerhouses spoke up, with some who remained silent directly unleashing their power. The Flame Emperor, Lu Finchuan, transformed into a towering flame giant, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters, far more ferocious than during his earlier battle with Bai. Bai, let us depart. They are merely avatars. Their demise poses no risk. We cannot afford to take such chances. Bai nodded, though her eyes reflected a hint of regret. For this band of 6th tier practitioners, once they resolved to take action, the Flame Emperor Lu Finchuan, now a colossal flame giant, was the first to charge forward. As boundless power surged, Murong Xiaobing grasped Bai Yi's hand, and before long, they returned to the 9th domain's Southern District Command Center. Inside the Grand Hall, Bai Yi wore a somber expression, prompting Murong Xiaobing to sigh and guide the girl to sit down. Bai Yi, you are still young. It is natural to be a bit headstrong and domineering. When I was your age, I was far more reckless. Bai Yi's expression softened slightly. Your Majesty the Ice Emperor, were they gathered here for a specific purpose? Murong Xiaobing nodded. It is uncommon for 6th tier practitioners to be present in the 9th domain. Most are stationed in formidable strongholds in alternate worlds, guarding against powerful entities that seek to decimate our warriors. 10 days ago, the Valkyries conveyed news that the Void Demon realm had been overrun by the Lava Demon clan, forcing over 80 of their combat strength to divert. Consequently, many 6th tiers expressed a desire to seize this opportunity to strike back at the Void Demon realm. Even so, it is exceedingly difficult for 10 6th tier avatars to extricate themselves. Some strongholds are even forced to abandon their positions. Bai was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the magnitude of the situation. They are willing to do this? Murong Xiaobing affirmed. The avatars are difficult to coalesce and contain a significant amount of life essence. Yet these 6th tiers are willing to forsake them. The vengeance for the 10 billion souls lost in the southern domain cannot go unavenged. Her voice resonated with conviction, prompting Bai Yi to bite her lip and remain silent. Chapter 227. Regardless of the time, there are always those willing to sacrifice themselves for righteousness. Murong Xiaobing held the girl's hand. Bai Yi, the perspective of the higher-ups regarding the Bai family in the southern domain differs from that of ordinary people. The catastrophe was instigated by the Bai family, resulting in the deaths of over 10 billion, and it is only natural that countless individuals harbor resentment against them. Following the disaster, the rules of the 9th domain were shattered, and the newly coalesced powers differ greatly from before. Although we have lost various conveniences, the power is no longer as ethereal. We can wield the strength granted by those rules. The world has become tangible, and we too have become real. Viewed in this light, the future appears bright for our human race in the 9th domain. Thus, the higher-ups do not harbor animosity towards the Bai family. Otherwise, even with the Valkyrie battle group's protection, you and your brother would have struggled to reach adulthood. Do not dwell on past matters. Only by growing stronger can we attain a voice. Bai nodded. Your Majesty the Ice Emperor, I understand. I am merely a bit sentimental. These 6 tiers are already immensely powerful, with long lifespans. The fact that they can collectively choose to forsake avatars imbued with life essence is akin to severing their own roots. Murong Xiaobing chuckled softly. Indeed, the stronger one becomes, the more they value their own lives. However, regardless of the schemes and petty squabbles among our human race, when faced with righteousness, there are always those willing to step forward without seeking anything in return. Perhaps this is why, despite the increasing number of invading alternate worlds, our human race in the 9th domain grows ever stronger. During the great invasion of the Void Demon realm, when our very existence was at stake, do you know who was the first to step forward and fight the fiercest? It was those who ranked among the evil list. Bai was taken aback. The evil list? Murong Xiaobing nodded. Upon reaching the 4th tier, those who commit heinous acts are recorded on the evil list. Anyone who kills them is entitled to a corresponding reward. When the war broke out, the domain lord issued a call to arms across the entire realm, and upon hearing this, many of the evildoers returned from alternate worlds to the 9th domain. After that battle, hundreds of 4th tier and 5th tier, along with 2 6th tier members of the evil list, perished. In the aftermath, The evil list was abolished, and its information was highly classified. The descendants of those once on the evil list, barring any major transgressions, have continued to live as ordinary individuals. To this day, there is scarcely any information circulating about the evil list in the ninth domain. Bai fell silent, grappling with the complexities of the situation. Being on the evil list undoubtedly indicated a history of heinous deeds, and as they all began from the fourth tier, the atrocities they committed were likely unfathomably horrific. Yet, paradoxically, they all chose to fight and die for their race, rendering any judgment on right or wrong impossible. Your Majesty the Ice Emperor, is it conceivable that all members of the evil list were summoned to fight to the death? Wong Hao cleared her throat. Naturally, some measures were employed. Ultimately, they all charged to the front lines and met their demise. Bai's mentality was somewhat fraying. Being in the company of this ice sovereign often left her grappling with various emotions. Initially, she felt a twinge of inspiration, but now it appeared there were other underlying reasons. With a heavy sigh, Bai mused, I thought that upon advancing to the fifth tier, I would be sufficiently powerful. Yet my strength still seems unworthy of the grand stage. Wong Hao chuckled lightly. You are known as the Dragon Sovereign, having just battled the Flame Emperor, who did not hold back in his assault. He merely refrained from using his ultimate abilities. Unlike you, who has not unleashed your full potential. Do not be deceived by the Flame Emperor's transformation into a colossal fire giant. He was prepared to sacrifice that avatar, hence he directly burned his energy. Without that, he would not have displayed such formidable strength. Bai nodded thoughtfully, My Lord Ice Sovereign. Do you think they will eradicate the entire region of the Void Demon clan during this offensive? If that were the case, wouldn't our dragon-like human initiative be adversely affected? Wong Hao laughed softly. Bai, are you foolish? The Void Demon realm is currently struggling for survival and lacks the capacity to invest further resources into our side. I suspect this action is aimed at a counter-invasion of the Void Demon realm. When that time comes, the first to third tier Void Demons will be abundant, particularly the first tier ones. The more we eliminate, the better. Perhaps the upcoming new adventurers will each be able to devour 100 first-tier lifeblood crystals to level up. Bai affirmed. Very well, I shall make some preparations on my end. Wong Hao nodded. Indeed, I have reinforced the area surrounding the Super God Academy countless times. My disciple Shuawei will be able to maintain it. At last, I can free myself. After such a long time without combat, I found myself itching to join in when I saw you all fighting. Bai remarked. My brother has always perceived you as a graceful and formidable fifth-tier powerhouse. At the Super God Academy, Wong Hao cast a disdainful glance at Zhuge Liuyan. Although Zhuge Liuyan felt somewhat disgruntled, he paid no heed to Wong Hao's contemptuous gaze, especially upon observing that there was no ambiguity in Lu Rian's relationship with this individual. Lu Rian beamed with joy. Haozi, I never expected you to be so formidable. You're nearly as powerful as my brother. Wong Hao laughed heartily. Rian, you are mistaken. I am indeed far more powerful than your brother, but in your eyes, he will always be the mightiest. Lu Rian scoffed lightly. You have yet to witness my brother's true strength. Otherwise, you would surely concede. Wong Hao grinned. Where's Lao Bai? Why is he absent? Surely he hasn't gone to the main city to amuse himself? Lu Rian shook her head. I am uncertain where my brother has gone. He is likely striving to enhance his strength. Haozi, if you do not expedite your efforts, you might not even qualify to be a good brother to him. Wong Hao sighed in exasperation. You are right. I must continue to elevate my power. I will inform Lao Bai that the promise I made him last time will undoubtedly be fulfilled, and I will elevate it to the highest standard. Lu Rian inquired. What promise? Wong Hao chuckled. Little ones should not meddle in adult affairs. You should hasten to grow stronger and not squander your heavenly grade holy light talent. Lu Rian's gaze shifted inquisitively. Haozi, could you perhaps divulge a bit about your own talent? Wong Hao nodded. You have likely surmised much already. My talent allows me to transfer a portion of the damage and pain I endure to a designated target. Once locked onto, it is nearly impossible for them to escape death. Lu Rian exclaimed in delight. Wow, Haozi, you are incredible. This means that once someone is locked by you, they would hesitate to harm you, lest they suffer the consequences themselves. Wong Hao affirmed. Indeed, characters like Hao Jian, Gu Yuntao, and Lu Gaochuan struggled to bear the pain. Moments later, Wong Hao's expression darkened. Rian, what is the situation with Yang Wei? I can't shake the feeling that his strength surpasses everyone else's among you. Zhuge Liuyan opened his mouth to speak, but realized that in a one-on-one confrontation, he might not even stand a chance against Yang Wei. Having once been part of the same team, he was privy to some of Yang Wei's talent. In the recent battle, Yang Wei had merely summoned dozens of entities, and he understood that Yang Wei could summon a number of entities corresponding to the strength of the souls he commanded. This indicated that Yang Wei had not exerted his full strength in that encounter. Chapter 228. I only favor pure-hearted women. Yang Lin silently listened to the conversation between Lu Ruyan and Wong Hao, her perception of her twin brother shifting. Previously, Yang Wei had embarrassed her to the point of humiliation. However, as she gained more experience, she understood that her brother's actions were, to the strong, rather simple and commonplace. During the battle, he was the only one who endured endless pain, ultimately achieving a stalemate as determined by the judges observing from above. This was quite an impressive feat, especially since Zhuge Liuyun's trio had been explicitly told by the Ice Sovereign that they were no match for Wong Hao. Sighing inwardly, Yang Lin altered her mindset and began contemplating how to persuade their mother to accept Zheng Shufan and Li Ying. Alas, that seemed a daunting task. Li Ying was somewhat more agreeable, yet Zheng Shufan was 3 years older than their mother, making it likely that their mother would struggle to accept her. Both my brother and I have now reached the 3rd tier, and we will only grow stronger. It is high time our mother sought her own happiness. With a lifespan of several hundred years at the 3rd tier, and our mother only being 40, she is in the prime of her life. She cannot remain a widow forever. I shall ask my brother next time. If necessary, I will assist in finding a reliable man to introduce to our mother. Bai Jin exited the carriage to observe the surroundings for a moment before returning inside. The convoy continued its journey, seemingly far from their destination. As the speed of the carriage became intolerable, Bai Jin leapt down and, with a few agile bounds, reached the colossal carriage occupied by the Battle Kings. After knocking, he was ushered in. The Battle Kings appeared somewhat surprised, but the leader, a burly man, laughed heartily. "Little brother, what brings you here?" Bai Jin surveyed the interior. Frowning slightly, the enormous carriage housed several independent compartments, from which an unsettling odor emanated, indicating that these 4th-tier Battle Kings were not idly passing the time. "Gentlemen, is it not too slow to travel like this? Perhaps we should disembark and run?" The 4 burly men momentarily paused, their expressions a mix of disdain and envy. The leader inhaled deeply. "Little brother, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wu Yong, and I am the captain of this group. You can call me Brother Yong. These are Wang Long, Chao Yang, and Zhuo Wei. We are all 4th tier." Bai Jin strove to maintain his composure and emotions. "I am Yang Wei." Wu Yong hesitated. "Yang Wei, what a name." "Bai Jin." Wu Yong laughed heartily. "Just a jest, little brother. Do not take offense. You are truly a product of a sheltered upbringing. I envy how you have grown up so steadily to become a formidable 3rd tier. We are acutely aware that the carriage's speed is woefully inadequate. It is even slower than a light jog. However, the Elven Ancestor Realm is currently under siege by multiple powerful otherworldly forces, teetering on the brink of destruction. In such circumstances, there are numerous constraints and suppressions imposed on us outsiders. Beyond the suppression of strength, the most significant limitation is the inability to utilize spatial items, lest we be obliterated by the forces of the Elven Ancestor Realm. Consequently, our supplies become our greatest concern. Without these carriages carrying ample provisions, we would be unable to venture far from the stronghold. Should we abandon the carriage to hasten our journey and encounter unforeseen circumstances along the way, it would spell considerable trouble. Wu Yong patiently elucidated. Bai Jin remained perplexed. "Yonggu, can't we have the mechanical horses carry us and our supplies, thereby discarding the carriage? Surely, that would expedite our journey considerably?" Wu Yong's expression turned peculiar, and he let out a sigh. "Little brother, the mechanical horses require our energy input to sustain their movement, and the supplies they can carry are quite limited, insufficient for long-distance exploration." Bai Jin countered. "Yonggu, what if we enslave some ferocious beasts to assist in transporting supplies?" Wu Yong shook his head once more. "While it is indeed possible, the enslaved beasts would similarly have their strength severely constrained, and their own demands for food and water are quite substantial. Once employed, they might exacerbate our burden. Currently, in the realm of the elves, the combination of mechanical horses and large carriages represents the optimal configuration for prolonged long-distance exploration." Bai Jin still seemed baffled. "Yonggu, if we were to use horses or hulking beasts, couldn't we procure food from the realm of the elves? And can't we acquire supplies in this world?" At this, Wu Yong and the other 3 warriors exchanged incredulous glances. Bai Jin exhaled. Wu Yong replied, "Little brother, it seems this is your first foray into an alternate world. Perhaps once you sample the local cuisine, you will understand the situation better." Bai Jin. Wu Yong chuckled. "This is a rite of passage that most 3rd-tier individuals must endure. Only through personal experience will one grasp the underlying reasons. However, I can inform you in advance. Our bodies are rare embodiments of the laws across countless worlds, a quality coveted by many alternate realms. Consuming food from an alternate world and digesting it will imbue us with its essence. The more we consume, the stronger the essence becomes. Concurrently, this essence can corrode our lawful bodies, leading to a gradual depletion of our inherent powers. Once our lawful strength has entirely dissipated, we will lose our original identities and transform into beings of the alternate world. Bai Jin was astonished. He had been unaware of this. No one had ever enlightened him on such matters. If eating food from an alternate world had such ramifications, what about drinking water or even breathing? Wu Yong nodded. Drinking water will also lead to the assimilation of the alternate world's essence, though breathing poses less of an issue. Our lawful bodies possess some resistance. The lawful body inherently possesses the power to purify the essence of the alternate world. For instance, occasional consumption of alternate world food will result in the essence being gradually purified over time, as long as one does not indulge in excessive quantities. Moreover, as we grow stronger, this purifying ability will enhance. Studies indicate that a third-tier individual, if they were to consume food from an alternate world continuously for a year, would lose a third of their lawful power. Upon returning to the ninth domain, it would take 3 years to completely purify the tainted essence and restore the lost lawful power. Bai Jin nodded. Thank you for the clarification. I understand now. You all may resume your tasks. I shall take my leave. Wu Yong and the others laughed heartily. Little brother, with your handsome visage, the third-tier female members of the team would not dare reject you. The journey is long. You might as well find some amusement for yourself. Bai Jin replied. Please inform them that I only favor pure-hearted women, those pure in both body and soul. I implore them not to disgust me. Wu Yong and the others. Chapter 229. The Corruption of Life. Upon returning to his carriage, Mei Wu promptly pulled Bai Jin down beside her and began to knead his shoulders. Molly, how do you normally travel? The elven girl turned her body away, too timid to glance towards Bai Jin, fearing the glare of the woman behind him would disrupt her composure. We generally do not stray from our home in the Leaf Realm. If we need to travel, we can ride griffins and wind eagles, which are significantly faster than this carriage. Bai Jin was at a loss for words. The elves, being natives, would not only be free from suppression, but might even experience a boost to their strength, just like their profession in the ninth domain, where life and magical energy could replenish fully within a mere 100 seconds, an extraordinarily formidable recovery capability. The realm of the elves was currently under a flight ban, and the higher one ascended, the stronger the suppression of strength became, potentially reaching unimaginable levels at certain altitudes. Suddenly, Bai Jin felt a chill in his heart. Molly, when you engage monsters in battle, do you command your griffins and wind eagles to lift them high into the air before striking? The elven girl nodded. Indeed. As long as we elevate the enemy, they struggle to even move a finger and are easily vanquished. Bai Jin. Now Bai Jin felt a twinge of concern. While he had absolute substitutes and a multitude of bull demons, safety was not a significant issue. However, if they reached great heights, his strength would also face severe suppression, compounded by the inability to utilize storage equipment, making supplies a pressing dilemma. If he were to be restrained, he could very well be exhausted. He wondered if the flying capabilities of the wind-winged dragonbird would be entirely hampered. Bai Jin cast his gaze out the window. The once splendid scenery had begun to lose its charm with prolonged observation. The numerous restrictions and suppressions of the alternate world were understandable. Without such constraints, the alternate realm would be far too easy to conquer and annihilate. With so many bull demons at his disposal, if he were to craft a specialized large basket, he could easily have them carry substantial amounts of supplies. He could even summon 100 succubi, each bearing an oversized backpack, ample provisions for his use over a considerable time. It seemed that as a void summoner, he could readily resolve supply issues. Fortunately, Mei Wu entertained Bai Jin with various antics, and occasional conversations with the elven girl kept his spirits buoyed. However, the absence of monster encounters meant he could not acquire source points. Days slipped by swiftly, and soon the convoy began to slow. Molly straightened her posture. Bai Jin, we are about to arrive at a Leaf Realm. Bai Jin perked up. Great. After such a long time, I can finally witness the Leaf Realm. Gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. The commanding voice of Wu Yong echoed, and Bai Jin glanced at the several bags within the carriage. Mei Wu quickly assured him she would handle it. Bai Jin nodded and shouldered a pack containing 500 meat essence pills, 500 magical energy crystals, and 100 bottles of magical potions. Mei Wu, with her delicate arms, exerted herself to carry a large backpack, hanging additional packs from her arms, and then covered her face with a cloth. Upon disembarking, Wu Yong was still busy organizing the convoy. Along, you are in charge of guarding the convoy. Rest assured, Yonggu, there will be no issues. I will dispatch someone every 3 days to deliver supplies. Ensure you mark the route. Excellent. Wu Yong then beckoned to Bai Jin. Little brother, no wonder you haven't dismounted the carriage for over 10 days, nor have you shown interest in the women of the team. It turns out you have such an exquisite companion. Wu Yong's eyes gleamed with intrigue, seemingly captivated by the veiled Mei Wu. However, Mei Wu could effortlessly control her allure. And to Wu Yong, She likely appeared merely as a stunning woman with a flawless figure in need of a concealed face. Not only Wu Yong, but the 30-plus members of the team erupted with various nefarious impulses upon seeing Mei Wu, some displaying particularly depraved thoughts, with many harboring intentions of eliminating him to seize the woman. Bai Jin remained silent, having already sentenced these individuals in his heart. Yet, since the benefits had yet to materialize, he would allow them to live a while longer. Little brother, how can such a delicate woman carry so many backpacks? Perhaps we should let them assist a little? Bai Jin shook his head. Brother Yong, don't worry about me. We should act swiftly. All right, everyone, let's set off. Wu Yong took the lead, followed closely by Chao Yang and Zhuo Wei, both at the 4th tier. Behind them trailed a group of 23rd tier individuals, comprised of 15 men and 5 women. Ignoring the flirtatious glances from the 5 third-tier women, Bai Jin quietly followed the procession alongside Mei Wu and Mo Li Si. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Bai Jin beheld an extraordinary sight in the distance. A cavernous opening, roughly 5 meters in diameter, emerged, with a gentle stream of ethereal air flowing into it, while a substantial volume of air surged outward. The two currents intersected yet remained unaffected by one another. Inside the opening lay a world of leaves, a relatively new realm, birthed no more than 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years, Bai Jin remarked. Mo Li Si nodded in agreement. Indeed, to be precise, it should be around 5,000 years, as one can ascertain from the diameter of the opening. Over time, should this leaf develop as expected, the entrance will gradually expand until it matches the width of the passages we have traversed, making the leaf world a part of a network, subsequently giving rise to more leaves. Upon reaching the entrance, Wu Yong halted. Once again, I must emphasize, do not engage in any intimate contact with the spirits of the leaf world or any other beings, especially you 5. Should you be tainted, the consequences are dire. Wu Yong cast a serious gaze at the 5 third-tier women, who nodded earnestly in response. Enter, Wu Yong commanded, wielding a massive cleaver as he stepped into the cavern. Chao Yang and Zhuo Wei, armed as well, followed suit, and soon the third-tier individuals entered in succession. It felt as though they had traversed a portal. Upon stepping into the entrance, Bai Jin experienced a fleeting sensation of being enveloped in a silky acceleration, though it lacked any overt intensity. Once he regained his footing, he was greeted by a world teeming with life. The pressure remained unchanged, and after a moment of vigilance, Wu Yong and the others regrouped. Little brother, a word of caution. All indigenous life within the realm of the spirits harbors a potent essence of the world, and any contact must be avoided. Men are somewhat less susceptible, primarily because they can only give, but women are different. The potency of that essence can surpass that of food and water, capable of siphoning vast amounts of law power in a single encounter. Repeated exposure will cause the vessel of law to lose its strength, rendering entry into the 9th domain impossible thereafter. Bai Jin was taken aback, glancing at Mo Li Si, who appeared equally bewildered, clearly unaware of such matters. Wu Yong chuckled heartily. You and this high elf are clearly innocent. She is a nature spirit, pure of heart. However, not all elves share her disposition. Some are as unscrupulous as succubi. You must remain cautious of those lascivious spirits. Bai Jin suddenly grew contemplative. Brother Yong, I noticed a street within the fortress, which seems. Chapter 230, The Language of the Soul. Wu Yong sighed in exasperation. The fortress is our domain within the 9th domain. The power of the spirit realm cannot penetrate it. Moreover, those elves have been purified by the source point, lacking the essence of another world. Your elf is exceptionally unique. She cannot be refined by the powers of the source point. I won't conceal it from you. We captured her initially and have awaited her to take an interest in someone. Next, we need your cooperation for a specific task. If accomplished, you may still keep her. And if you desire, I can welcome you into our ranks, Wu Yong stated gravely. Bai Jin nodded eagerly. Brother Yong, your generosity is remarkable. The team is secure and content. I have long anticipated joining your ranks. This time, I shall give my utmost effort, treating it as an initiation trial. Wu Yong laughed heartily, then nodded seriously. Rest assured, following our team is undoubtedly reliable. The group advanced rapidly, surrounded by verdant foliage, yet devoid of insects. With only a few birds occasionally taking flight, the wildlife here was far less abundant than Bai Jin had envisioned. Be cautious, I sense a malevolent force lurking, observing us. The spirit girl's telepathic voice echoed in Bai Jin's mind, prompting him to lower his gaze slightly in acknowledgement. Mo Li Si, can they perceive our telepathic communication? The spirit girl signaled with her eyes. They should not be able to sense it. I speak with you through the voice of the mind, not through soul vibrations. Bai Jin replied, I cannot do that. The spirit girl smiled gently. No worries, you can indicate with your eyes, and I shall understand what you wish to convey. Is it truly possible? Bai Jin inquired. The spirit girl responded. The eyes are the windows to the soul. The gaze is the language of the heart. Just indicate, and I shall comprehend. Bai Jin's expression shifted dramatically. Emoli see, in these past days, have you been interpreting my thoughts through my eyes? Recalling how he had been attended to by Mei Wu, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive, realizing that if this spirit girl could indeed glean information through his gaze, it would be quite concerning. The spirit girl quickly shook her head. I have not. I dared not gaze into your maid's eyes. I have not seen your side. Bai Jin felt a renewed respect for this spirit girl. Emoli see, what do you mean by malevolent force? Emoli see replied, it could be the dark elves. They have forsaken the forces of nature, opting for the powers of the shadow realm, transforming into dark elves. They are exceedingly wicked, employing any means necessary. It could also be other dark beings. Regardless, they are all malevolent. Her voice bore a hint of fear and shame. Bai Jin nodded. Understood. Stay safe and keep close. If anything arises, I will have Mei Wu protect you. Emoli si swiftly jogged to Bai Jin's side. Wu Yong and the other 3 fourth-tier members, armed and in a defensive yet poised stance, remained vigilant. Chao Yong stepped forward. Brother Yong, should we send the 3rd-tier members to scout first? Wu Yong shook his head. It would be pointless. Their primary role is to draw attention. We will still need to take action ourselves. Chao Yong nodded. Brother Yong, it is not that I fear for my life, but if the Shadow Realm seeks to establish a foothold here, they will likely dispatch 5th-tier beings to oversee it. Even if those 5th-tier beings are under greater pressure upon entering the Spirit Realm, they could still easily obliterate us. Zhuo Wei concurred. Brother Yong, no matter how precious the artifacts for establishing a base may be, if our lives are lost, it is for naught. Even together, the 3 of us might struggle against 5th-tier beings from the Shadow Realm. Wu Yong shook his head gently. I am aware of the gap between us and the 5th tier. Under normal circumstances, we would undoubtedly be unable to contend with them. Even if they are more heavily constrained, we would struggle to resist. At this juncture, I want to conceal it from you. The key to breaking this deadlock lies with that unique high elf. Chao Yong and Zhuo Wei exchanged bewildered glances. Brother Yong, this high elf seems to be favored by the spirit realm, yet such matters cannot be substantiated. Are we to gamble with our lives? Wu Yong snorted derisively. Do you think I would disregard my own life? Since we formed a team from the 2nd tier, we have all advanced to the 4th tier, enduring countless brushes with death. Have you ever seen me embark on ventures without confidence? Upon hearing this, Chao Yong and Zhuo Wei nodded earnestly. Brother Yong, is there some extraordinary circumstance we should be aware of? Wu Yong nodded. This high-ranking elf has been scrutinized by numerous powerful factions. Yet no one has come to her rescue, indicating that fostering a good relationship with her would yield no benefits and could even expose our human stronghold's myriad secrets. However, the situation has changed. Yang Wei has unexpectedly caught her attention. If a 5th-tier entity from the Shadow Realm is indeed present at that outpost, we shall instruct Yang Wei to escort the elf, allowing her to be eliminated. Should this favored high-ranking elf be slain within the elf ancestor realm, the realm will undoubtedly erupt in fury, resulting in unprecedented targeted suppression. At that juncture, eliminating the 5th tier from the Shadow Realm and seizing the nascent outpost's extraordinary artifact would open the path for us to ascend to the 5th tier as well. Wu Yong spoke in a hushed tone. After Chao Yong and Zhuo Wei exchanged nods, they fell silent, only to share a knowing glance once Wu Yong turned away. And they gradually nodded in agreement. Shadows flitted swiftly among the foliage, returning to a certain location with remarkable speed. Bai Jin followed the group for an extended period without sighting their destination. Molly's, how vast is this leaf world? Molly's gaze flickered, and a thought resonated. Bai Jin, according to the bloodline knowledge of my kin, the size of the entrance is proportional to that of the leaf world, which is approximately 500 kilometers in diameter. Bai Jin was astonished. 500 kilometers in diameter? And this is merely one leaf. How many leaves does the elf ancestor realm possess? Molly shook her head. My bloodline knowledge does not provide specific figures, only that there are countless, too many to count. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin sensed a disparity between the situation and his prior understanding. According to Murong Xiaobing, the elf ancestor realm was considered a relatively weak world, weaker than the 9th domain. Yet, a single leaf measuring 500 kilometers dwarfed the size of any base city within the 9th domain. The Mist Sea base city where he grew up housed a population of 30 million, covering nearly 5,000 square kilometers, while this leaf alone encompassed nearly 200,000 square kilometers. Presently, the total number of base cities in the 9th domain exceeded 300, but Molly's claimed that the leaves of the elf ancestor realm were beyond counting. Why does Sister Xiaobing assert that the elf ancestor realm is a relatively weak world? Chapter 231, a name that dazed the 4th tier. Molly's, does every leaf world harbor elves who thrive and propagate? Molly shook her head. I am uncertain. My bloodline knowledge lacks detailed information. However, I have visited several leaf worlds, and they all contain my kin. Bai Jin grew curious again. How are ordinary elves distinguished from high-ranking elves? Molly's gestured to her head. High-ranking elves are scarce, primarily bred within clans. Upon birth, if they possess bloodline knowledge, they are granted a clan surname, thus becoming high-ranking elves. Ordinary elves lack such knowledge, their growth potential significantly inferior to that of high-ranking elves. They represent the lower tier of the elf race, mainly responsible for nurturing numerous leaf worlds. Once high-ranking elves reach maturity, they join the Elf Council to formulate developmental plans and convey certain directives from the Mother Tree. Bai Jin pointed at the ground. Is the Mother Tree representative of the entire elf ancestor realm? Can it monitor everything within? Molly shook her head. The Mother Tree lacks specific consciousness. Its needs are analyzed by the Elf Council, and direct commands do not manifest. Bai Jin was skeptical of her words, recalling what he learned in high school, that instances within a replica were entirely independent, immune to external interference. Yet now, he realized that those top-tier beings could observe conditions within the replica and even alter certain rules. Some statements were merely for the general populace. Halt! Wu Yong waved his hand, and the group immediately ceased movement, entering a state of alert. Striding over with Chao Yang and Zhuo Wei, Wu Yong's expression was grave. Little brother, please take the elf beside you to scout ahead. Leave your backpack with me. I shall return it once your reconnaissance is complete. Wu Yong extended his hand. Bai Jin felt a tinge of disappointment. They hadn't even gauged the situation yet, and a conflict was already brewing. He wondered whether this would affect their ultimate benefits. Clapping his hands, Bai Jin pointed to himself. Wu Yong, do you know who my sister is? Wu Yong's eyes glinted with disdain. Yang Wei. Regardless of who your sister may be, in this other world, even if she is 5th tier, she cannot stray far from the stronghold. The stronger your sister, the less hope you have. Bai Jin replied, I actually have 2 sisters. One of them is not particularly well known, so let me mention the more famous one. Morong Xiaobing. That is my sister's full name. Are you aware? Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback. Morong Xiaobing? A compound surname. I am unaware of any powerful families by that name. So your background holds no weight with me. Now hurry and comply with my request to scout the situation, or I shall resort to force. Bai Jin was momentarily stunned. Realizing that despite Wu Yong being 4th tier, his perspective was still somewhat limited. He likely did not grasp the significance of that name. Most people referred to my sister as the Ice Empress. In an instant, Wu Yong, along with Chao Yang and Zhuo Wei, appeared utterly dumbfounded. The Ice Empress? Wu Yong's teeth began to chatter, as the once formidable 4th tier now resembled a mouse confronted by a mountain lion, overwhelmed with terror. No, you must be deceiving me. How could the Ice Empress be your sister? She is the commander of the Valkyrie War Corps. How could you, a mere 3rd tier with no common sense, possibly have such a domineering sister? Kid, you don't even share the same surname. Do you think you can frighten us by fabricating a connection to an eminent figure? You underestimate us. Wu Yong's gaze hardened. Bai Jin felt somewhat speechless and perplexed. Wu Yong's earlier fear was no pretense, but genuine trepidation. Sister Xiaobing has an exceptionally good temperament. Sometimes, when I say something amiss, she merely rolls her eyes. How is it that a single name can instill such fear in 3 4th tier beings? Chao Yang and Zhuo Wei were even more horrified than Wu Yong. Brother Yong. He appears calm and collected. He doesn't seem to be lying. It can't be. Could he genuinely have a connection to the Ice Empress? Indeed, Brother Yong. Sharing a different surname is trivial. It's quite common to recognize a sister or brother. After all, we are sworn brothers, aren't we? Brother Yong. If he truly has a sibling relationship with the Ice Empress, we may have no choice but to defect to the other world. There may be no other way to survive. Moreover, even if we defect to the other world, we would still live in constant fear. Wu Yong took a deep breath. What nonsense. The Ice Empress is the space law sovereign, and we are in the elf ancestor realm, where all spatial powers are rendered ineffective. Even if he is recognized as the Ice Empress's brother, there is no cause for concern. This matter concerns our ascension to the 5th tier. Once we reach that level, we might not be entirely powerless against the Ice Empress. At that point, if we defect to the other world, leveraging its power, we need not fear her. Chao Yang and Zhuo Wei remained indecisive, yet no alternative presented itself. Yang Wei, you need only go forth to gather information. I assure you that no harm will come to you afterward. What say you? Wu Yong spoke earnestly. Bai Jin pointed into the distance. What lies ahead? You 3 4th tier beings dare not approach, yet you want me to take a 1st tier elf with me. Do you genuinely believe we are more capable than you? Or is it that this 1st tier elf can handle whatever is over there? Wu Yong and the others fell silent, their gazes fixated on Bai Jin. Yang Wei, you must not approach. We dare not provoke this high elf, yet the woman beside you, veiled and enchanting. exudes an allure and tenderness that my brothers would not hesitate to indulge in. Make your move now, and afterward, we shall allow your departure. We shall not lay a finger on your woman or the elf. Otherwise, you shall witness a scene beyond description. A threatening voice echoed, and Bai Jin sighed. By now, the adversary had yet to disclose what lay in the distance, rendering further discussion futile. Perhaps the information obtained through coercion would lack authenticity, but it remained a means nonetheless. Mei Wu gracefully placed 3 backpacks upon the ground. Then, after lightly patting her delicate hands, stood guard before Bai Jin and Morris. Bai Jin's expression turned frigid. Dare to covet my woman? You court death. Mei Nyang, disable them. With a swoosh, a summoned Mei Nyang, in human form, lunged toward the nearest Chao Yang. Chao Yang snorted coldly and retaliated with a powerful punch. I wondered why this veiled woman lacked vitality. She turned out to be a void summoning. To possess such a humanoid void creature suggests that even if you are not connected to the Ice Emperor, your background is certainly formidable. Chao Yang reflected while throwing his punch. Bang! Chao Yang's wrist throbbed with pain. No way. What the hell? I'm left with but a sliver of health. Chao Yang was in disbelief. Merely exchanging blows with the soft, delicate hand of his opponent almost led to his demise. Chapter 232, Worthless. Unable to withstand even a 10-point counterattack. He was currently at the 3rd tier, while Mei Nyang wielded a level 20 enhancement. Along with the effects of Legion Will. After numerous enhancements, the physical attack of a level 50, Mei Nyang soared to an astonishing 5.27 million. Even though much of her power was suppressed here, her attack remained a staggering 890,000. The fact that she did not instantly obliterate Chao Yang, whose attributes had also significantly diminished, indicated that he possessed considerable resilience. Kill. Wu Yang's thunderous shout resonated as a group of 3rd-tier warriors, already primed for battle, discarded their backpacks and charged forward, their eyes filled with a hint of regret. Zhuo Wei swung his massive axe and surged forward, only to witness Chao Yang, who had just thrown a punch, suddenly retreating in the opposite direction. Zhuo Wei? No way, where's Yongguo? He used to be the first to charge to the front. Zhuo Wei turned, abruptly halting his advance and twisting his bear-like waist. Wu Yong. I can't believe it. Wu Yong, upon being called out by Zhuo Wei, erupted in a crimson glow, transforming into a streak of blood and vanishing into the distance. His speed astonishing even Bai Jin. You fools. The leader has fled, and you still dare to charge. Don't block my path. Though unaware of the specifics, Zhuo Wei could not fathom how their usually fearless leader, Wu Yong, had unleashed his innate powers to flee, with Chao Yang appearing as if he wished for a second pair of legs to escape. Yang Wei, spare me. I am willing to offer you everything. Zhuo Wei pleaded loudly, yet he continued to desperately collide with the unresponsive 3rd-tier warriors, seeking a path to safety. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from these 3rd-tier warriors, particularly the repugnant thoughts radiating from some, Bai Jin's expression grew increasingly frigid. Eliminate them all, spare only Zhuo Wei. Mei Nyang's delicate form transformed into an afterimage, and wherever she passed, the 3rd-tier warriors fell lifeless to the ground. Even the fleeing Chao Yang, after sustaining a blow, collapsed face-first onto the ground. As the corpses fell, white light surged from the ground, enveloping the bodies and disintegrating them. Not only were the corpses affected, but their weapons and garments were also entirely decomposed. Bai Jin furrowed his brow. He had witnessed such phenomena before. In the 1st-tier battlefield against the Void Demon Realm, the slain bodies were similarly enveloped. Yet the power of the Elf Ancestor Realm was far more tyrannical, outright absorbing the corpses. Mei Nyang stood before Zhuo Wei, who gripped his massive axe tightly, unable to comprehend the power of the flawless woman before him. Yet the incessant sounds of bodies hitting the ground behind him spoke volumes. Tap, tap. Bai Jin, expressionless, approached with Mei Wu, who had re-equipped several large backpacks. Zhuo Wei inhaled deeply, turning to face his dread. Brother Yang, I merely followed Wu Yong's orders. I harbor no ill intentions toward you. If you spare me, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Zhuo Wei lowered his posture, pleading once more. Yet he still gripped his massive axe tightly. Bai Jin pointed into the distance. What lies beyond? Zhuo Wei hastily responded. There is a forming stronghold over there, belonging to the Shadow Realm. Wu Yong likely possesses secret information, seeking to covet the yet-to-be fully formed relic of that stronghold, aspiring to ascend to the 5th tier. Bai Jin's brow furrowed. A stronghold of the Shadow Realm. A relic of the stronghold? Zhuo Wei nodded vigorously. Such strongholds, capable of establishing fixed regional passages to other worlds, require sufficiently powerful relics to sustain them. Even if we cannot utilize the relic of this stronghold, it can be exchanged for a relic that meets our needs. Securing it would grant us the hope of advancing to the 5th tier. Bai Jin nodded. What is the purpose of me and this elf going there? Our strength seems vastly inferior to yours, does it not? Zhuo Wei's face tightened in frustration. Their leader Wu Yong had fled without a fight, yet here he was, being told of their inferior strength. He felt stifled by the situation but dared not show it. Brother, your elf is quite special. Wu Yong's plan is for you to take her under the protection of these third-tier warriors and proceed to the forming stronghold of the Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, the three of us at the fourth tier will unleash our might from a distance, drawing out the fifth-tier guardian of the stronghold. Should that fifth tier unknowingly eliminate your elf, the elf ancestor realm would undoubtedly retaliate with full force, allowing us to easily dispatch that fifth tier and subsequently seize the relic within the stronghold. Bai Jin, do you have any other plans or objectives? Zhuo Wei's body tensed entirely. Brother, spare me. I can do anything. I am a fourth-tier war king, not mere fodder. I am of use to you. Bai Jin, what use? Zhuo Wei's face brightened. Brother, I can help you manage your subordinates, gather rare intelligence for you, and lead your men to farm resources to honor you. Bai Jin felt a pang of regret. I killed too quickly earlier. I should have collected the resources first. Zhuo Wei, give me all your resources. Zhuo Wei forced a miserable smile. It seems you have no intentions of sparing me. Die. In close proximity, Zhuo Wei suddenly erupted, gripping his massive axe as he swung fiercely toward Bai Jin's neck. Swish. A figure rapidly interposed itself in front of Bai Jin, the massive axe striking what appeared to be Mei Nyang's delicate form. Thud. Seize the weapon. Zhuo Wei fell to the ground, soon enveloped by the white light emerging from the earth, rapidly disintegrating him until only the massive axe remained, having been previously seized by Mei Nyang. Worthless. Unable to withstand even a 10-point counterattack? Just earlier, Chao Yang had survived a direct clash with Mei Nyang. Bai Jin's brow furrowed slightly. He had not received any battle logs or damage notifications from the moment of slaughter until Zhuo Wei's demise from counterattack. Could it be that upon entering this otherworldly realm, these game-like functions have become non-operational? As Bai Jin reached out to accept the colossal axe handed over by Mei Nyang, he found himself utterly immobilized. This motion, being an act of his own volition, did not constitute an attack, thus rendering the absolute substitution ineffective. Gripping the massive axe, which Mei Wu was assisting him with, Bai Jin observed its attributes. Heavy cleave, mysterious grade. Category, Tier 4 two-handed battle axe. Physical attack, 1, 176, 000, 1, 440, 000. Critical strike, a full force swing of the weapon can inflict additional critical strike damage on targets and extra shock damage against heavily armored foes. Description, soulbound, soul power dissipating. Binding requirement, 200 points of soul attribute. Minimum usage requirement, 600 points of physical attribute. In comparison to the blade wielded by that Tier 4 female assassin, this weapon boasted significantly higher attack power, yet it demanded a physical attribute requirement several times greater. Bai Jin attempted to swing it once more, only to find himself still unable to budge. The axe's demand of 600 points of physical attribute was insurmountable given his current 131 points. Mei Nyang, you hold on to this for now. This weapon is exceedingly heavy. The delicate Mei Nyang extended a hand to grasp the weapon, managing to lift it with some effort. But at least she could now wield it one-handed. In the next moment, Bai Jin found himself pondering just how formidable was Zhuo Wei's physical attribute. Given that this weapon required 600 points, could it be that even after being suppressed, he still possessed the strength to wield it? Master, should we return the way we came and eliminate those outside? Mei Wu whispered into Bai Jin's ear. With a stern gaze, Bai Jin concentrated, and two Mei Nyangs reappeared. Mei Wu, take one of them with you to handle the situation, gather all useful supplies at our carriage, and leave one Mei Nyang to guard the area. Understood, Master. Mei Wu gently placed down 3 large backpacks, then exchanged a glance with the bowed Jasmine, smiled, and swiftly departed with one Mei Nyang, her speed astonishing. In less than 10 minutes, Mei Wu returned to the cave entrance. Upon reaching the location where the convoy had halted, she waved her hand, and the Mei Nyang behind her transformed into human form, beginning the slaughter. The guarding Wong Long, upon seeing a woman of extraordinary beauty rushing toward him, felt astonished yet delighted. He immediately brandished a shield to confront her, in a place far from the fortress. Encountering a woman meant that she was at most of Tier 4, and without the use of storage equipment here, this unarmed woman was no match for him. As he beheld her indescribably perfect visage and faultless figure, Wong Long realized he would never again have orientation issues. Where is she? This thought crossed his mind before Wong Long fell to the ground, slain by Mei Nyang, who had preemptively disarmed him, swiftly dispatching the Tier 3 attackers who dared to approach. Before long, everything was settled. Mei Wu inspected the supplies among the dozen or so carriages before initiating the transfer. With an abundance of supplies, she ultimately chose 2 additional carriages to store the resources. Once completed, Mei Wu placed her hand on the forehead of the main Yang, instantly transmitting Wu Yang's image. Keep an eye on the situation near the cave entrance. Should you encounter this human, if capture is possible, seize him. If not, eliminate him directly. Yes. Subsequently, Mei Wu, laden with a large backpack of bottled water, hurried back to where Bai Jin was located. For these past few days, her master had been replenishing hydration and cleansing himself with high-grade magical potions. Before long, Bai Jin became aware of the external circumstances. He secured the 20 large backpacks left on the ground with ropes, while the 2 delicate main Yangs hoisted the enormous backpacks resembling small mountains. Mei Wu supported Bai Jin's arm, occasionally glancing at the shy Jasmine, who dared not raise her head. Bai Jin strode purposefully in the direction indicated by Wu Yong. If the Shadow Realm stronghold only boasted Tier 5 combat power, he felt no fear. With the effect of level 20, all his summoned creatures were at level 50, equivalent to Tier 5, and their development was at an optimal state, likely surpassing the average Tier 5 in strength. With a swift motion, a sharp tail emerged from Mei Wu's perfectly curved waist, striking down an approaching shadow. You have slain a Tier 3 shadow assassin from the Shadow Realm. You gain 500 source points. A peculiar corpse appeared on the ground. Before Bai Jin could examine it, the body was enveloped in light from the ground, subsequently disintegrating. Bai Jin furrowed his brow at the sight, and until the decomposition was complete, he received no other rewards. This meant that when I slay other beings from different worlds in the Elven Ancestor Realm, I can only obtain source points, and their corpses will be forcibly absorbed by the Elven Ancestor Realm. Am I merely working for the Elven Ancestor Realm? Bai Jin lamented, yet felt powerless. The bright light appeared too promptly for him to intervene. This was even less favorable than the Void Demon Clan city. There, not only could one gain source points upon slaying the Void Demons, but one could also obtain corpses to trade for precious lifeblood crystals and mana crystals. Was it because this was the Elven Ancestor Realm's stronghold? Occasionally, shadows would assail them, but they were all preemptively eliminated by Mei Wu, ensuring Jasmine remained unscathed. At last, Bai Jin spotted a peculiar location. On the ground, an area spanning several hundred square meters was shrouded in shadow, seemingly alive, undulating and writhing. No wonder it was invisible from afar. It was less than half a meter above the ground. Was this the Shadow Realm's stronghold? Bai Jin halted several dozen meters from this shadowy area. Suddenly, a figure surged forth from that shadowy realm, transforming into a monstrous creature with 8 arms and wings. This beast bore a resemblance to the Void Demons, with its menacing fangs, though while the Void Demons had green faces and sharp teeth, this creature possessed red-black skin. Its lower half was a robust serpentine tail, while its upper half was humanoid, with 8 arms sprouting from both its chest and back, lacking the symmetry of the Void Demons. It bore some resemblance to a Naga, yet according to legend, Nagas had the upper bodies of beautiful women. This monstrosity was too grotesque. Humph. Human, you are the ugly one. I am among the most perfect males of the Shadow Naga clan in the Shadow Realm, far superior to your wretched human form by 800-fold. The creature surprisingly articulated the language of the 9th domain, akin to the earlier Void Demons, prompting Bai Jin to entertain more astonishing speculations. Did you establish this stronghold to invade the Elven Ancestor Realm and acquire resources? The 8-armed Naga scoffed disdainfully. Human, you are but invaders, second only to the Demon Realm, merely having previously employed cunning to maintain a cooperative relationship with the Elven race, which spared you from being placed on their annihilation list. Once the Elven Council comprehends your treacherous ambitions and schemes, you shall be met with an annihilation of the highest intensity. Bai Jin felt somewhat embarrassed, for the creature's words rang true. The humans of the 9th domain were indeed in such a predicament. Yet how could he possibly admit it? Nonsense. We assist the Elven race. Our warriors have been summoned countless times by the elves to vanquish foes. Such a bond of alliance cannot be so despicably dismissed. The 8-armed Naga retorted, truly shameless. Chapter 234. The Renowned Reputation of Humanity. Human, what brings you here? Are you perhaps scheming for something beyond your reach? The 8-armed Naga's frigid gaze bore into him. A being of such formidable rank, yet indulging in idle chatter, evoked a strange sensation within Bai Jin. Naga creature, have you been constrained, unable to leave this shadowed expanse? The 8-armed Naga merely snorted in response, offering no words. Bai Jin chuckled softly. Or perhaps you have gleaned the extent of my power from your subordinates, which has rendered you too fearful to venture beyond this area, lest you face overwhelming suppression in the realm of the elves and meet your demise at my hands. Is that the case? The 8-armed Naga continued to fix her cold stare upon Bai Jin, silent as ever. How dull. He began to circle around, and with a thought, summoned a succubus who gently lowered a massive burden she had been carrying, before vanishing into the shadowy region. The 8-armed Naga sneered, "What audacity! To dare enter my domain. Even the most powerful 6th-tier beings from your 9th domain would not act so recklessly. The realm of the elves can impose restrictions. But do you think my shadow realm lacks the same capability? Among the many worlds, our shadow realm stands as one of the mightiest, far surpassing the trivial constraints of the elven realm. Human, today, you shall suffer a significant setback." The seemingly modest shadowed area surged with energy as the 8-armed Naga melded into it. In an instant, the shadows roiled violently. Within 3 seconds, Bai Jin's summoned succubus met her end. The succubus whispered a few words in Bai Jin's ear, and he nodded solemnly. The shadowy region gradually calmed, only to reveal the Naga with blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Fixing her furious gaze upon Bai Jin, she seethed with a mix of shock and rage. "Human, why do I sustain injuries when I attack your summoned creatures?" Her voice wavered slightly as Bai Jin, with another thought, summoned yet another succubus, his innate skill allowing for continuous summoning as long as he had sufficient mana. Upon witnessing the new arrival, the 8-armed Naga's expression darkened. "Go." Without hesitation, the succubus charged into the fray, while the Naga, gritting her teeth, once again merged into the shadows to engage in battle. Moments later, the succubus fell, and the Naga re-emerged, her sharp teeth stained with dark crimson blood. Such a potent summon. Under the extreme suppression of the Elven realm, you can only summon infrequently. My power from the Shadow realm allows for swift recovery from injuries. Human, the Elven realm is not as secure as you believe, should your summoned forces dwindle. Your own safety is at risk. Depart now, and I shall overlook your earlier transgressions. What say you?" The Naga's voice turned grave and commanding. Yet Bai Jin regarded her with the bemusement of one observing a fool. "Go." Another succubus was summoned, charging into the shadowy domain. The 8-armed Naga began to panic. "You possess a multiplicative summoning ability. Even if you can summon tenfold, I can endure until all 10 of your summons are vanquished. At that point, my warriors shall strike you down. Human, do not push me." The shadows churned, and the 3rd succubus fell. The Naga's wounds deepened. Yet she remained in a relatively stable condition. The 4th and 5th succubi followed suit. The 8-armed Naga clenched her jaw, gambling on the assumption that Bai Jin's powerful summons were limited. After the 9th succubus was defeated, the Naga's injuries became starkly evident, her body marred by numerous wounds. Meanwhile, Bai Jin gleaned crucial information about the inner workings of the Shadow Stronghold through the demise of his succubi. Summon. With a thought, Bai Jin activated his summoning skill, and the summoning array materialized, bringing forth 9 succubi who gracefully gathered around him. "Go." This time, all 9 succubi surged forward together. The 8-armed Naga's gaze turned ferocious as she unleashed her power. Shatter. A resounding crash echoed as one of her arms exploded, transforming into a torrent of red-black energy that surged into her form. Instantly, the Naga, who had been gravely wounded, restored herself to peak condition, albeit at the cost of her arm. To regrow such a limb requires decades of toil. Human, we are now sworn enemies. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly, realizing that this creature of the Shadow realm was indeed more formidable than the Void demons. The loss of a single arm could so swiftly restore her vitality, as if a limb were equivalent to a life. The collective assault of the 9 succubi was swiftly quelled, causing Bai Jin to frown. Lacking combat notifications and losing contact with his succubi upon their entry into the shadowy realm, he could only ascertain their fates through their deaths. The ease with which they were dispatched suggested that the suppression of the Shadow realm far exceeded that of the Elven realm. The 8-armed Naga reappeared, her recently healed wounds once more manifesting as blood seeped from her body. "Human, I bear a mission and do not wish to pursue your death. While I am engaged in this task, I advise you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, once I am free, I shall ensure your torment until death." Her voice dripped with menace. Yet Bai Jin merely chuckled. "Summon." The 9 succubi re-emerged, and the Naga's expression twisted into one of fury. "Very well. Truly, what one fears most often comes to pass. It seems this is indeed your innate skill. Human, what do you desire? Can we negotiate?" The 8-armed Naga's tone softened considerably. Bai Jin contemplated for a moment, formulating a plan. "Friendly Naga, I require the slaughter of vast numbers of low-tier monsters. Might you summon enough for me from the Shadow realm?" The Naga's expression turned serious. "Low-tier monsters? What specific strength do you seek?" "First tier will suffice, but I require them in great numbers," Bai Jin replied. The Naga furrowed her brow. "Mighty human, may I inquire your name?" Bai Jin promptly responded, "I am Yang Wang. Might I know the name of the amicable Naga?" The 8-armed Naga continued to regard him skeptically. "Yang Wang. Humans often employ false names, but you place great significance on your surname. It appears you are indeed a powerful summoner of the Yang lineage. I am Zasa, a 5th-tier member of the Shadow Naga clan. How can I trust that you will keep your word?" Bai Jin smiled. Our human race in the ninth domain is renowned across the myriad realms. This is our golden reputation. The eight-armed Naga was taken aback, her expression akin to one who has heard an astonishing tale. Young Wong, your kind truly possesses a formidable reputation across countless worlds. However, this is due to the strength of your warriors, not because of your honesty and integrity. On the contrary, humans are the most adept at employing schemes and the most prone to breaking treaties. You must provide me with assurance, otherwise I will not engage in negotiations based solely on empty words. The eight-armed Naga observed the unfolding situation with keen insight. Young Wong, do you dare allow the veiled woman beside you to enter our stronghold in the Shadow Realm? Should she step inside, I shall ensure a substantial supply of first-tier entities for you to vanquish. What say you? A cold smirk played upon Bai Jin's lips. He understood that Mei Wu was far more than a mere summoning. Indeed, he had come to regard her as a being of genuine existence, a presence in his heart only second to his beloved aunt and younger sister. How could he possibly permit Mei Wu to enter? Even though she could be summoned again should she perish, Bai Jin still recoiled at the thought. Suddenly, Mei Wu's soul echoed within his mind, prompting Bai Jin to furrow his brow. Mei Wu, there is no need for such drastic measures. Her eyes sparkled with joy and contentment as she replied, Master, my true form is that of a succubus, a creature of demonkind. There is no need for excessive worry. According to my plan, you may reap greater rewards. Bai Jin finally nodded in agreement, having almost forgotten that beneath her delicate facade lay a formidable demonic aspect. Mei Wu, do endeavor to avoid death, he urged. Indeed, she replied, releasing her gentle grip on his arm before making her way toward the shadowy domain. Simultaneously, a succubus followed closely behind her. The eight-armed Naga now harbored doubts, astonished that the man had indeed allowed his cherished woman to enter this domain under his dominion. Although he sensed something amiss, the Naga was left with no alternative. Within the stronghold of the Shadow Realm, his power would not be suppressed by the ancestral realm of the elves, and he would instead be fortified by the energies of the Shadow Realm. The summoned entities resembling human women were formidable, yet within this stronghold, they would be subjected to a far greater suppression than that of the ancestral realm, allowing him to dispatch them with ease. Were it not for their remarkable retaliatory abilities, he would not have had to compromise. As Mei Wu and the succubus behind her entered the shadow stronghold, they vanished from sight. Bai Jin turned to the unmoving Zasa. I have shown my sincerity. Now it is your turn. Zasa nodded vigorously before slowly merging into the shadows, casting a glance at the vigilant women and summoned entities. He chose to ignore them. Within this realm, he held absolute authority. Seizing a third-tier subordinate, Zasa's gaze turned fierce. Return and inform the higher-ups of the situation here. We require a vast supply of first-tier entities to sacrifice, maintaining a steady flow, and expedite the stabilization of the transport portal. Prepare for the arrival of several fifth-tier beings once the portal is stable. An opportunity has presented itself to encircle a fifth-tier human warrior far from their stronghold. The third-tier subordinate nodded repeatedly before Zasa unceremoniously hurled him into the portal, which was pulsating with incoming power. Your man allowed you entry. It seems you hold little significance in his heart, Zasa remarked, yet Mei Wu offered no retort. Zasa merely scoffed, refraining from further provocation, and did not approach any closer. Soon, shadowy figures began to materialize, swiftly transforming into various monstrous forms. You direct them. Ensure these first-tier entities are dispatched to slay that human. No. Issue commands for them to eliminate the humans outside. Understood. Understood. A squad of third-tier beings received their orders and promptly directed the incoming first-tier shadow creatures to surge forth and attack the humans beyond the stronghold. Upon witnessing the emergence of the monsters, the nine-headed succubus quickly allocated positions, effectively encircling hundreds of square meters of shadowy territory. Following Bai Jin's instructions, the succubi did not transform into their demonic forms. Nevertheless, their speed was astonishing, making the slaughter of the first-tier shadow monsters, which were suppressed by the ancestral realm of the elves, a trivial task. Each first-tier shadow creature vanquished yielded merely a handful of source points. But given their abundance and the succubi's rapid killing speed, Bai Jin began to relish the influx of source points. Originally possessing 2 million source points, and supplemented by an additional 18 million borrowed from the Yunchuan fortress, his total had swelled to 2 million. Estimating that approximately 50 first-tier shadow creatures were being dispatched every second, he anticipated a gain of around 600 source points, a pace that was not unremarkable. An hour later, Bai Jin had amassed 2 million source points. After another 10 hours, his total soared to 65 million. However, efficiency soon plummeted. As Bai Jin furrowed his brow in contemplation, the eight-armed Naga, Zasa, materialized from the shadowy realm. This fifth-tier creature bore an apologetic expression. Young Wong. All first-tier entities in the corresponding area of the Shadow Realm have been eliminated by you. We are currently capturing first-tier entities from further afield, and henceforth, efficiency will decline. I beg your understanding. Bai Jin nodded slowly as Zasa vanished from sight. Jasmine, who had remained silent with her head bowed, gently tugged at Bai Jin's sleeve. Bai. Young Wong. I just observed his gaze. He is deceiving you. Bai Jin shook off the delicate fingers of the elven girl. I am aware, should efficiency drop significantly, I will have countermeasures in place. The flow of first-tier shadow creatures continued to emerge, albeit at nearly half the initial rate, leaving Bai Jin feeling somewhat dejected, yet unwilling to express his frustration. 3 days later, the Shadow Realm continued to produce monsters for Bai Jin to eliminate, yet efficiency had dwindled to only 1/3 of the original rate. Now, Bai Jin could earn around 600,000 source points per hour. At this moment, he had erected a tent, with the elven girl nearby, under the watchful guard of a succubus. After securing the tent, Bai Jin retrieved the dragon blood essence. Akin in size to an egg, after days of accumulating source points, he was finally ready to refine it, using dragon blood essence to upgrade, consuming source points to extract the dragon lineage. Notification: source points are sufficient, beginning the extraction of power from the dragon blood essence. The long-awaited notification appeared. Bai Jin had come to understand that the rules of power still existed, albeit confined within his body rather than permeating the 9th domain. The intangible source points began to interact with the dragon blood essence in his grasp, manifesting a surge of potent vitality alongside a noble aura. The extraction proceeded at a sluggish pace, consuming approximately 1 million source points per minute. After an exhaustive 3 hours, Bai Jin's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the 2 items in his hands. Chapter 236. Essence of Divine Blood. Essence of Divine Blood. Extraordinary bodily substance. Grade: 5th tier celestial. Attributes: pure vitality extracted from 5th tier dragon blood, a remarkable substance that significantly enhances the physique and elevates the potential of corporeal beings upon consumption. Special note: this item contains formidable vitality and power, capable of altering the user's life force field. Bai Jin's expression turned peculiar. While the other descriptions were acceptable, the final special note left him puzzled. Alter the life force field? How precisely will it change? I hope it does not lead to any peculiar transformations. This was the second time he encountered the term life force field, the first being the dragon's nature bestowed by the goblin. Dragon's nature, special life force field talent, temporary. Effect: your life force field embodies an aura of malevolence, causing males to feel ashamed in its presence, while females will find deep-seated submissive inclinations stirred within them. Not rushing, Bai Jin turned his attention to the other purple-golden item. Purified Dragon Bloodline, Bloodline Artifact. Grade: 5th tier celestial. Attribute: pure bloodline extracted from the essence of a 5th tier divine dragon, containing the authentic dragon bloodline, which grants a low concentration of dragon blood upon use, but does not confer the corresponding enhancement of vitality and strength. Note: utilizing this substance will alter your racial type. Please proceed with caution. It bears a striking resemblance to the essence of the divine dragon, yet lacks the enhancement of vitality and strength. Bai Jin first stored away this pristine dragon bloodline, then proceeded to swallow the divine blood essence whole. Upgrade: 100,000 source points vanished, and Bai Jin's level ascended to 31. Unlike previous upgrades, this time Bai Jin was enveloped in an endless crimson radiance. The divine blood essence he had just consumed began to empower him. As time flowed by, he was unaware of how long had passed until he slowly opened his eyes. Your level has increased. You have gained 10 free attribute points, and you have acquired 1 skill point. During your upgrade, you fused with the divine blood essence, absorbing its power, resulting in a qualitative transformation of your physical attributes. Your physical attributes have increased by 100 points. Your strength has received a permanent enhancement, with the current enhancement multiplier being 10-fold. Your physique has also received a permanent enhancement, with the current enhancement multiplier being 10-fold. Your vitality has been permanently significantly enhanced, with each point of physique increasing your health by 10,000 points. Divine blood essence remains within you, allowing for further enhancement of your physical potential. Bai Jin clenched his fist, a surge of power coursing through him, granting him a sense of invincibility, as if he could cleave the heavens with a single punch. Bai Jin, human of Blue Star. Rank: Tier 3 Level 1, 33,550 Vitality: 28, 600, 000, 31, 00028, 600, 000. Mana: 4, 150, 000, 100, 000, 000, 31. 0004, 150, 000 100, 000. Attributes: Physical Strength 250, Strength 2500, Vitality 2500, Agility 250, Vitality Recovery 2500 points per second. Attributes: Soul Strength 500, Spirit 500, Perception 500, Reaction 500, Mana Recovery 5500 points per second. Physical Defense 3100, Magical Defense 3100, Charm Resistance 100, Temporary. Physical Attack 25,000, Magical Attack 5,000. Attributes: Profound Level Energy Gathering Array 6, Yellow Level Acceleration Array 4, Yellow Level Speed Array 4, Yellow Level Jump Array 6. Talent: Supreme Summon. Temporary Talents: Rapid Impact, Endurance, Indestructible, Vitality Like a Rainbow, Scales of the Demon, Natural Charisma, Soul Perception, Dragon Bloodline. Source Skills: Summon Iron-Blooded Bull Demon King, Summon Wind-Winged Dragonbird, Summon Five-Tailed Charm Daughter. Skills: Summon Six-Winged Sky Demon Commander, Summon Dragon Roar Goblin. Special Equipment: Source of Mana. Equipment: Jade Mask of Concealment, Energy Gathering Robe, Delaying Golden Rod. Free Attribute Points: 337. Skill Points: 175. Source Skill Points: 0. Throwing Punches and Kicking. Bai Jin's expression turns slightly peculiar. With a tenfold increase in strength, my unarmed physical attack reaches 25,000 points, 5 times that of my magical attack. The enhancement of my physique has increased each point of physique's corresponding health from 100 points to 10,000 points. Have I transformed from a fragile mage into a formidable berserker? This change is somewhat delightful. Bai Jin chuckled, and despite the suppression from the Elven ancestor realm, his own attributes had received a significant boost. Now Bai Jin began to comprehend why that Tier 4 War King, Zhuo Wei, could wield that incredibly heavy two-handed axe, even under such pressure. With a swift motion, Bai Jin opened the tent and glanced at the massive axe nearby. Lift. Goodness. I still can't budge it. Zhuo Wei's original strength attribute must far surpass mine even now. Bai Jin released his grip and subsequently examined the 3 talent options available after his upgrade. Selectable talent effects. 1. Grants a 10 chance for summoned creatures from specified summoning skills to trigger a disarm effect upon attack. If the target wields a weapon, it will be disarmed. If the target is unarmed, it will cause a 3-second immobilization effect. Celestial Tier. 2. When a specified summoned creature attacks, there is a 3 chance to trigger an inspire effect, increasing the attack speed of all allied summoned creatures by 8, stacking up to 100 layers. Lasting a maximum of 30 seconds, subsequent triggers will reset the duration. Earth Tier. 3. Attacks ignore 300 points of the target's physical defense. Yellow Tier. Bai Jin contemplated the newly appeared Earth Tier talent, the first of its kind featuring an aura effect. Although the triggering probability is somewhat low at only 3, considering the multitude of his summoned creatures, this probability is exceedingly remarkable. It is a challenging decision. The Celestial Tier talent is certainly reserved for his promotion to Tier 4. But who should receive the Earth Tier Inspire talent? For a moment, Bai Jin found himself in a quandary. Logically, it would be most suitable for the Charm Daughter. Yet Bai Jin felt that excessively strengthening a melee-type summoned creature like her would be pointless, as no matter how strong she becomes, she cannot surpass the Iron-Blooded Bull Demon King. What in the world is happening with my source points? Over 300 million? Bai Jin exclaimed in astonishment, recalling that he had merely 1 million source points left after extracting the divine dragon blood, and now it had transformed into over 300 million. How long did I spend fusing with that divine blood essence? Bai Jin took a deep breath and then glanced at the Charm Daughter beside him, who was watching over the elven girl. Since I entered the tent, how long has it been? The Charm Daughter gently replied, Master, 50 days have passed. Bai Jin's scalp tingled. 50 days? The Charm Daughter nodded affirmatively. Bai Jin hurriedly turned to the shadowy area, which remained the same size as before. Yet the height of the shadows had exceeded 5 meters. Sensing the situation, he confirmed that both Mei Wu and the other Charm Daughter who had entered were still in good condition, letting out a sigh of relief. Bai Jin looked at the 8 Charm Daughters who were still engaged in slaying first-tier shadow monsters. After calculating, he realized that an average of only 3 or 4 first-tier monsters were being killed every second, a stark contrast to the initial rate of 50 per second. A significant decline. The 8-armed Naga emerged from the shadowy area and locked eyes with Bai Jin, whose expression was serious and solemn. Chapter 237. The Human Race Summoner of the Yang Clan. This debt is noted. Zasa, you have acted quite unreasonably, Bai Jin inquired in a deep voice. Zasa immediately wore a bitter expression. Young Wong, I have come out multiple times to explain the situation to you, but unfortunately, you were never present. In our efforts to capture first-tier monsters, a vast area of the Shadow Realm has been thoroughly searched. Now, a large force has been dispatched to more distant regions to capture first-tier monsters. Please wait, and the initial deployment quantity will be restored. Bai Jin's thoughts moved, and instantly all 9 charm daughters converged together. Zasa's expression changed. Humans are indeed untrustworthy, ruthless, and merciless. It seems that from the very beginning, you never intended to allow your women to survive. Bai Jin focused his thoughts, causing one charm daughter to lightly tap the back of the head of the bowed Jasmine, instantly knocking the first-tier high elf unconscious. Sensing the situation, he confirmed that she was genuinely unconscious, and only then did he cast a stern gaze at Zasa. You were the one who broke the trust first. Our human race is renowned for its integrity. Zasa, the price for mocking me is nothing short of death. Zasa laughed heartily as if he had heard the greatest joke of all time. Yang Guang, oh Yang Guang, you are truly foolish. Initially, our forces here were not formidable. Had you continued to dispatch your summoned creatures, I would have been forced to retreat. However, after an extensive period of power infusion, our stronghold has been thoroughly established. Within this bastion, the Shadow Realm will suppress you to a state inferior even to the common first-tier beings. At this juncture, even if you possess an endless stream of summoned entities, we need only deploy second-tier beings to exhaust your summons. You can no longer pose any threat to me. Zasa recalled the unjust wounds he had suffered at the beginning, gritting his teeth in a fervent desire to devour Bai Jin alive. Do you know the price we, from the Shadow Realm, have paid to fortify this stronghold under the immense pressure of the Elven Ancestor Realm? It has far exceeded 100-fold of what is normal to cultivate this bastion to its current state. Although I harbor no interest in your human females, I shall compel those first- and second-tier creatures to assault your women. They will suffer torment beyond comprehension, a fate worse than death. Bai Jin's expression turned frigid. Go. With a mere thought, all 9-headed succubi leaped into the shadowy domain. In the next moment, a multitude of succubi appeared and surged forth. Moments later, a throng of windowing dragons scurried across the ground into the shadowy realm. Bai Jin did not enter. Although some of his summoned creatures perished, he continuously replenished them. Within the shadow stronghold, the space was vastly larger than the hundreds of square meters outside, measuring at least hundreds of thousands of square meters. Mei Wu, still adorned with her veil, smiled as she commanded a legion of succubi transformed into demon forms in battle. Countless wind blades shot forth, and despite being significantly diminished in power, they effortlessly felled low-tier shadow monsters one after another. Mei Wu pointed, and innumerable wind blades surged towards Zasa. A 5th tier of the Shadow Realm. A faint dark halo emerged, subsequently blocking the multitude of wind blades. Zasa was filled with a mix of fury and disbelief. Empowered by the forces of the Shadow Realm, he should easily vanquish any invader. Yet, he discovered that not only could these transformed succubi not strike, but even the majestic birds could not attack. Otherwise, they would inexplicably suffer damage. Damn it! What is happening? Why is this so? How can he command such an abundance of summons? Could it be that his talent is one of 100-fold summoning? In a frenzy, Zasa commanded his subordinates to charge. But any attempt to attack resulted in retaliatory damage, and the assaults from these severely suppressed invaders remained razor-sharp, making it utterly impossible to fight back. This stronghold is of utmost importance. It cannot be lost. What should I do? What can I do? Zasa frantically pondered strategies, yet could conceive of no feasible plan. The formation of this bastion was no trivial matter. Under the oppressive forces of the Elven Ancestor Realm, infusing Shadow Realm power into the enemy's domain was an unimaginable drain. Even though the Shadow Realm had been exerting pressure, it had only strengthened this stronghold by a mere dozen times over these days, falling short of establishing a stable teleportation corridor. Cross-world teleportation is no trifling feat. The current corridor could barely support 4th-tier transfers, and excessive use could lead to instability. Thus, he now found himself lacking powerful reinforcements. The Yang surname summoner from the 9th domain. The Shadow Realm shall remember this debt. Prepare yourself. You will come to understand the terrifying consequences of thoroughly offending us. All-out assault. With a command, a horde of shadow monsters surged forward while Zasa strode purposefully towards the teleportation corridor. Taking a deep breath, Zasa cast a reluctant glance at the veiled woman. Encircled by dozens of 5-tailed succubi, as well as the pure black floating crystal sphere similarly surrounded. From the very beginning, you have been scheming against my Shadow Realm. Indeed, the human race is the most cunning of all. With that declaration, Zasa stepped into the still somewhat unstable teleportation corridor, only to witness signs of imminent collapse as he entered. Retreat was no longer an option. The countless wind blades unleashed by those noble birds had begun to show cracks in the protective barrier powered by this bastion, striking fear into him. Go, pursue him. A swarm of succubi, leveraging each other's strength, charged forth with fervor. Ultimately, one succubus plunged into the teleportation corridor, only for the corridor to begin collapsing. And this succubus was swiftly torn apart by the forces of the disintegrating space. Moments later, all shadow monsters within the stronghold were exterminated. Unlike the outside world, the corpses of the slain shadow monsters piled on the ground without vanishing or disintegrating. As the spatial corridor disappeared, the power of the shadow realm ceased to replenish, and the stronghold visibly began to purify and dissipate. Bai Jin inhaled deeply before stepping inside. Gazing at the heaps of monster corpses, he felt a pang of regret. It was not merely because he could not use storage equipment to collect these creatures, but also because he had not received the corresponding source points while outside the stronghold. It appeared that for a standard third-tier being, acquiring source points was not as effortless as he had imagined. Merely engaging in battle within another world proved exceedingly challenging. Bai Jin now understood the difficulties of third-tier ascension. Having just reached level 31, the requirement to advance to level 32 remained at a daunting 100,000 points. Without any incremental increase, he had initially thought it would require 200,000. In otherworldly realms, the strength of interdimensional visitors faced immense suppression. Even a minor misstep could lead to being slain by an otherworldly powerhouse in pristine condition or even enhanced. Nonetheless, a third-tier being could still earn source points by defeating first-tier entities from other realms, and as long as one exercised caution to slay only weaker beings, it was possible to gradually accumulate source points for advancement. Slowly approaching the core of this bastion, which was undergoing purification by the Elven ancestor realm, he discovered a crystal sphere the size of a human head suspended 1 meter off the ground. It emanated an endless black radiance, seemingly capable of devouring the surrounding light. Showcasing extraordinary phenomena, Bai Jin stepped forward, gradually extending his hand, and instantly perceived the attributes of the crystal sphere. Chapter 238, Shadow Realm Stone, Rule Artifact. Shadow Realm Stone, Rule Artifact. Grade, Manifestation of Rule Power. Attributes, an extraordinary artifact infused with the rules of the Shadow Realm, possessing boundless utility. Special reminder, the rule power contained within is dissipating. Please use it promptly. Special note, using this artifact will invoke extreme aversion from the Shadow Realm. Special reminder, the power of the Elven Ancestor Realm is purifying this area. This artifact is about to be absorbed by the Elven Ancestor Realm. Bai Jin looked up. The once 5-meter thick shadow area now stood at only 3 meters. Upon closer inspection, his expression turned to one of astonishment. Could it be you again? Initially faced with the 5th-tier Earth-level Wind Pulse and the 5th-tier Celestial-level Dragon Blood, you were the one most eagerly sought after. And now, it seems to be the same? Within his soul, 5 skills danced vibrantly, with the source skill summoning Windwing Dragons being the most animated. Almost as if it yearned to leap from his soul and consume this crystal sphere. Taking a deep breath, and with the purification boundary approaching alongside the inability to utilize storage equipment, Bai Jin gritted his teeth and chose to use it. Use this Shadow Realm Stone to enhance the summoning skill for Windwing Dragons. As he issued the command, Bai Jin felt his reserve of source points beginning to deplete rapidly. At the same time, the obsidian crystal sphere, the size of a human head, clutched tightly in his hand, was rapidly being absorbed into his body. The purification above suddenly accelerated, as if it had been deprived of a delectable treat. Bai Jin quickly prostrated himself on the ground. When the surrounding shadow forces were entirely purified, Bai Jin rose with a chuckle, relishing the fact that he had reaped the greatest benefits. The power of the Shadow Realm Stone began to merge with the summoning skill of the Wind-Winged Dragon Bird. The inherent power of the Divine Dragon's bloodline and the force of wind were at odds. Should the Divine Dragon bloodline and the wind power be separated? Bai Jin fervently prayed that he would not lose the absolute damage. Separate the Divine Dragon bloodline and the wind power. Instantly, the two forces were extricated. Utilize the source point to purify the Divine Dragon bloodline, extracting the draconic energy. Separation cannot be performed. This Divine Dragon bloodline power has already taken form. Would you like to abandon this power? Bestow the Divine Dragon bloodline power upon the summoning skill of the Dragon's Roar Goblin. Imbue the wind power into the summoning skill of the Five-tailed Succubus. Bai Jin swiftly made a choice based on the reactions within his soul, and immediately, the two powers were absorbed by the Dragon's Roar Goblin and the Five-tailed Succubus respectively. The power of the Shadow Realm Stone rules began to merge. Please specify your enhancement direction. Bai Jin was suddenly elated. Retain the characteristic of absolute damage, and allow the rest to transform naturally. This was the most instinctive and intuitive response from Bai Jin. He did not overthink or impose various restrictions. Skill evolution commencing, source points will begin to deplete. Estimated source points are critically insufficient. Please acquire adequate source points promptly, or it will affect the final evolution outcome of the skill. Dance of Charm. With Morris, we must return to the 9th domain at the utmost speed. Master, I now possess the power of wind. My speed has greatly increased. Should I carry you on my back or in my arms? Bai Jin replied, which method minimizes the impact on your speed? Master, I will transform into my succubus form and carry you. This will least affect my speed. Let us do that. Before him, the flawless woman transformed smoothly into a fearsome, yet still alluring succubus, towering at a height of 6 meters. Bai Jin, standing at a height of 1.80 meters, resembled a mere infant cradled in the succubus form of Mei Wu. The other two succubi also transformed into their succubus forms, taking Morris and their 4 large backpacks along with that 4th-tier giant axe. As for everything else, it was all forsaken. Whoosh! The power of the wind surged, and a layer of gentle breeze enveloped the fearsome exterior of Mei Wu, shielding them from the howling winds outside, achieving an astonishing speed. Summon 5-tailed succubus, Earth-level special exclusive. Talent effect, 230 times summoning frenzy damage, siphoning legion will, 10 counter damage, movement speed 30, level 20. Description, after learning, can consume 1,000 points of mana to summon up to 230 level 20 half-energy, half-corporeal 5-tailed succubi. Note, summoning time is 3 seconds. Cannot be disturbed by conventional means during casting, cannot summon again after reaching the maximum number. 5-tailed succubus, blood red romantic dance, Earth-level special, succubus form. Level, tier 5. Level 1, health points, 3, 264, 000, 750, 720, 3, 264, 000, energy points, 3, 264, 000, 3, 264, 000, defense strength, 500. Physical attack, 3, 264, 000, 750, 720. Special charm strength, 6,528. Talent, innate charm, form transformation, soul perception, extreme ferocity, profound level wind element body. Characteristic, heart of wisdom. Skills, combat form, ultimate charm, soul's allure. Profound level wind control. Equipment, none. This was the complete state of attributes. The actual attributes were suppressed by 831. Initially, after acquiring the profound level wind element body talent, the Wind-Winged Dragon Bird had skills such as Windblade Strike, Storm Strike, and Wind Transformation, which, upon reaching the 5-tailed succubus, transformed into profound level wind control. Bai Jin was uncertain whether this power was truly suitable for the succubi. The pertinent fact was that only the 6-winged flying demon commander reacted to the wind power among the other skills. Bai Jin felt that this skill was somewhat lackluster, ranking as the weakest among his 5 skills. The Elven ancestral realm prohibited flight, and as altitude increased, more suppression was applied. The iron-blooded bull demon king stood 10 meters tall, yet his speed was far inferior to the agile succubi. The succubi, also 6 meters tall, cleverly adopted a crouched and swift running posture to mitigate the suppression they faced. However, after bending down, Bai Jin, nestled within Mei Wu's embrace, found it somewhat uncomfortable due to the pressure, especially with time being of the essence. He refrained from voicing his discomfort. The high elf Lilith had already awakened slowly. Observing the rapidly retreating scenery around her, she remained silent. Ultimately, Lilith closed her eyes and began to pray. Just as Bai Jin was comfortably resting in the embrace of the succubus form of Mei Wu, he was suddenly astonished and turned to look back, just in time to see Morris opening her eyes and smiling kindly at him. You have destroyed a stronghold of the Shadow Realm within the Elven Ancestral Realm, and your favorability with the Elven Ancestral Realm has increased by 5 points. You have experienced a relaxation of the suppression from the Elven Ancestral Realm by 5. Current suppression is 781. This was the information he had just received. The reduction of 5 in suppression meant that the succubus's speed had greatly increased. When he had just destroyed that stronghold of the Shadow Realm, he had not received such preferential treatment, and Morris's recent kind smile had already indicated the situation. She was indeed a high elf favored by the Elven Ancestral Realm, capable of communicating with this world. Bai Jin shifted to a more comfortable position and began to examine the dragon's roar goblin skill that had absorbed the divine dragon bloodline power. Upon inspection, he was immediately taken aback. For what was once the epitome of evil, the dragon's roar goblin had undergone a monumental transformation. Chapter 239, Sacred Dragon's Roar Goblin. Summon Sacred Dragon's Roar Goblin, Earth-level exclusive special. Talent effect, 230 times summoning legion will, level 20. Description, after learning, can consume 1,000 points of mana to summon up to 230 level 20 half-energy, half-corporeal Sacred Dragon's Roar Goblins. Note, Summoning time is 9 seconds. Cannot be disturbed by high-intensity interference during casting. Skill cooldown is 72 hours. Cannot summon again after reaching the maximum number of 230. Goblins linked with the sacred? What is this situation? Bai Jin was genuinely intrigued. Glancing at the quiet and obedient elven girl behind him, Bai Jin restrained his urge to summon one for a look. However, after a moment, he found himself unable to resist. With a thought, the five-tailed succubus cradling Morris gently pressed one of her silky tails against the back of the elven girl's head, causing her to faint without uttering a sound. Thankfully, the succubus could deftly control her strength. Otherwise, given her attack power, even a mere touch would have surely been fatal for such a fragile first-tier elf. With the elven girl dealt with, Bai Jin retrieved the pure divine dragon bloodline he had previously separated and used it, causing this pure essence to be absorbed by the skill of summoning the sacred dragon's roar goblin. With a flick of his mind, countless intricate summoning glyphs materialized. This time, he directly initiated a maximum summon of 230 times. If the holy dragon's roar goblin were not so malevolent, he would have simply absorbed it into his summoning space. The 230 summoning arrays were markedly different from before. Although they still exuded an ominous black aura, they were simultaneously imbued with a regal purple-gold essence. The fifth-tier goblin, towering at a height of 8 meters, emerged, and Bai Jin felt an eerie sensation wash over him. Holy Dragon's Roar Goblin, Earth Tier Special. Level, 5th Tier, 1st Level. Health Points, 526, 407, 072. Energy Points, 326, 403, 640. Defense Strength, 500. Physical Defense, 2, 000, 000. Magical Defense, 2, 000, 000. Physical Attack, 3, 632, 000. Special Holy Evil Strength, 3, 264. Talent, Sacred Evil, Bloodline Fusion, Dragon Bloodline, Heaven Tier 2. Traits, Malevolent Intent. Skills, Dragon's Roar, Dragon's Breath, Dragon's Might, Dragon's Binding. Equipment, none. You have summoned the Holy Dragon's Roar Goblin. You have received a talent feedback enhancement, granting you a temporary Sacred Evil talent, a temporary Bloodline Fusion talent, and a temporary Dragon Bloodline talent. Sacred Evil, Special Life Force Field talent, temporary. Base effect, your life force field is imbued with noble, sacred malevolence. Those of good nature perceive all your actions as noble deeds and instinctively seek to protect you, while those of evil disposition regard you as a paragon of wickedness and are drawn to worship you. Special effect, female beings within this life force field will find their deepest desires and inclinations towards submission awakened. By the heavens, what is this talent trying to achieve? It is even more absurd than the previous dragon nature of evil. Bai Jin's body trembled slightly, feeling that this sacred evil was the epitome of outrageous malevolence, utterly devoid of any connection to the sacred. Originally, after separating the dragon bloodline from the windowing dragonbird skill, he had lost that temporary talent enhancement. Now, its resurgence was markedly stronger than before. Dragon bloodline, temporary. Description, a diluted dragon bloodline. Each level grants 100, 000 health, 100, 000 mana, 10, 000 physical defense, 10, 000 magical defense, and 200 temptation resistance. Special note, your allure to females has significantly increased. Your interest in them has amplified. Special note, under this talent's enhancement, you will disregard reproductive isolation with the majority of female beings across various races, allowing the potential for exceptionally gifted offspring. This temporary enhancement was utterly different from the previous one. It was almost preposterous. However, Bai Jin understood that the original dragon bloodline was incomplete and diluted. While this new iteration suggested a restoration to its full essence, he grasped the reason, initially, to preserve the absolute damage characteristic. The dragon's blood had been merged with a portion of its power, and the recently separated pure dragon bloodline was indeed complete. The additional health, mana, and defense were of little consequence to him, yet the increase in temptation resistance from 100 to 200 sparked a hint of concern. Oh, the demon form of Charm Dance seemed to radiate a strangely captivating beauty. The creator is truly wondrous, capable of crafting such perfect beings. In the next moment, Bai Jin stifled the impulse to disperse the 230 Holy Dragon's Roar Goblins. Now that this skill had progressed from the profound tier to the earth tier, the attributes of the Holy Dragon's Roar Goblin were slightly less than those of the iron-blooded Bull Demon King, yet it was difficult to ascertain who would prevail in combat. The Goblin's skills now included Dragon's Might, while the previous Evil Dragon's Binding had transformed into Dragon's Binding. With no formidable targets in sight, Bai Jin was unable to test the effectiveness of his skills. With a mere thought, The 230 goblins radiating sacred malevolence were drawn into the summoning space. Even at this moment, Bai Jin could not comprehend how the sacred and the utmost evil could so perfectly coexist. There was still something amiss. The heaven tier effect of Legion will should have elevated both health and attack by 230, yet the data of the Holy Dragon's Roar Goblin did not reflect this. Could it be that the Dragon Bloodline's heaven tier status was the cause? After some contemplation, Bai Jin began to unravel the mystery. The source points within him were continuously being absorbed by the evolving summoning skill of the Windwing Dragonbird, prompting Bai Jin to urge Charm Dance to accelerate once more. At the Cloud Frost Fortress, in the meeting room on the second floor of the Elven trading post, a group of high-ranking professionals was convening. After deliberating several matters, the leader at the head of the table turned to the burly man seated second on the left. "Old Wei, has the buyer of that high-level elf not contacted us even after a month has passed?" This burly man was none other than Wei Dongfeng, the fourth-tier powerhouse who had originally sold Morilis to Bai Jin. With the leader inquiring before the management team, Wei Dongfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, particularly since the sign price was a staggering 50 million source points, while he had only provided Bai Jin with 18 million, pocketing the remaining 2 million for himself. "Boss, my subordinates have repeatedly urged Bai Jin through the contract, but we have yet to receive any response." The leader nodded. "The contract is functioning normally, indicating he has not perished in the other world." Wei Dongfeng hurriedly concurred. "Yes, boss, he is either deliberately ignoring us or has yet to return from the other world. We lack the capacity to inspect every cart that enters and exits, nor do we have the time to keep watch over one individual. Bai Jin merely appears to be a naive, third-tier newcomer. Under normal circumstances, he would not linger in the other world for long. This can only suggest that this brat intends to swindle us out of some source points while taking advantage of that high-level elf. Clearly, he does not grasp the significance of the contract." Wei Dongfeng's gaze hardened with determination.